This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 347. Through the simple picture of Yugwang Leviathan in the biological illustration book, it can be determined that there are 10 layers of spiral brain. At this time, Zhou has come to the 5th layer and killed all the parasites on this layer. As he continued to go down, the space of each layer gradually increased, and the number of parasites also increased. The number of parasites on the 5th layer has reached hundreds. However, because the types of parasites have always been 2 types of dream anemone worms and colorful larvae needleworms, they pose no threat to Zhou at all, so they are cleaned up very quickly. After cleaning up the parasites on 1 layer, Zhou will get a portion of cerebrospinal fluid. At this time, after collecting the portion on the 5th layer, he has 3 portions in his hand. Just as Zhou was about to continue to the next layer, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The itinerary is behind schedule, and the title of Pioneer has been cancelled. Zhou's face did not change when he learned that he had lost the title of Pioneer, because the system prompt in his mind also included the avatar of the latecomer, Jiang Haitao. Brother One, I will stop the transformed Leviathan for a few days and return this title to you. Jiang Haitao immediately sent a message. As for the role of the Pioneer title, he naturally knew it from the system prompt. No, I was originally planning to give this title to you or Chen Xian. Since you caught up first, you can keep it. Although the attribute points added are not many, it is better than nothing. Zhou replied. Zhou had not moved in the submarine volcano area for the past few days, and after Jiang Haitao obtained the enthusiast furnace, his transformed Leviathan almost recovered its normal swimming speed. The distance between them was not too far, so it was normal for him to catch up. Now that the title of Pioneer was given to Jiang Haitao, Zhou finally no longer had to worry about being caught up by outsiders and exposing his problem of being too far ahead. Oh okay, Brother One, then I keep it. Seeing that Zhou didn't care about the title of Pioneer, Jiang Haitao no longer refused, because 5 free attribute points were indeed not many, and the current title of Pioneer was more of a pretense, but he knew that Wu preferred to hide his strength, and this title was completely contrary to his personality. This is for you. Zhou sent a copy of Yugwang Leviathan cerebrospinal fluid to Jiang Haitao. Anyway, they had already chatted privately, so he just sent them together. After finishing the communication with Jiang Haitao, Zhou also sent a copy to Chen Xian. The intelligence of both of them is still 10 points. Although they usually wear hats made of shield fish fat during the feeding stage of the transformed Leviathan, to avoid encountering the dream anemone worm and being controlled, it is not safe to rely on external objects. If there are extra intelligence-enhancing items, Zhou still wants to increase the intelligence of both of them to 12 points as soon as possible. After a small episode, Zhou continued to go to the 6th floor, but as soon as he arrived at the 6th floor, dozens of black silk threads sprang out from the blue brain ground under his feet. These black silk threads are living things. They quickly wrapped around Zhou and then released a black liquid on the surface of the black silk threads. The liquid is highly corrosive, and the black crystal armor that was touched by the black liquid showed signs of corrosion. Although the liquid secreted by these black threads can corrode the black crystal armor, they are not very tough. Zhou exerted all his strength and easily broke these black threads. The black threads seemed to be afraid. The moment Zhou just broke free, they quickly shrank back into the gap of the blue head. Zhou immediately squatted down and wanted to grab the black thread with his hands and pull it out, but he was still a step slower, mainly because he didn't expect the black thread to shrink so quickly. Is this also a parasite? Zhou picked up a piece of black thread that he had broken with force, touched it, and opened the biological illustration to check the information. Cerebral cavity threadworm, body length, 10 meters. Weight, 2 kilograms. Food type, brain, blood. Introduction. A parasite that likes to parasitize in the body of Leviathan organisms. It usually lives in the gaps of the brain. The black body fluid secreted on the surface of the body can corrode the brain tissue into liquid, and then absorb it through the mouth parts. It has a strong sense of territory, and will rush out to attack when it feels vibration. The black body fluid can be used to make corrosive agents. There is a simple picture of a brain cavity nematode in the biological illustration book. Its appearance is very similar to a bunch of long hair. Dozens of black silk threads are tentacles, and there is a flat head where the tentacles are connected. When it feels the vibration, it will rush out to attack. Zhou was originally a little worried about how to clean up the brain cavity nematode after hiding. After reading the introduction, he knew what to do. So Zhou walked back and forth in the area where the brain cavity nematode appeared just now. Sure enough, a large number of black lines sprang out from the gap on the ground of the brain. Zhou Wen immediately grabbed these black silk threads with his hands, and then pulled them out hard, trying to pull the main body of the brain cavity nematode out of the gap in the brain. But as soon as he exerted force, the surface of the black silk thread secreted body fluids, corroding the palm of the black crystal armor into linear indentations, and the thin black silk thread flowed away from the linear indentations, like fine sand between fingers. How to clean this? Seeing that the brain nematodes escaped from his hands again, Zhou Wen frowned. Do I need to destroy the brain to clean these brain nematodes? Zhou Wen thought of this, and the tungsten bone knife in his hand chopped the blue brain under his feet without hesitation. He didn't want to destroy the brain, but his current behavior was forced. If he could bring some brain tissue back, he might be able to plant a blood vein fruit. The tungsten bone knife easily chopped into the brain, just like using an iron ladle to cut tofu brain. However, as soon as the knife went down, the entire brain space began to vibrate violently, and a mental force directly enveloped his whole body. The mental power was released by Yelguang Leviathan, which was full of anger. It was obviously very angry about Zhou Wen's behavior of destroying his brain. Zhou Wen quickly put away the tungsten bone sword, fearing that Yelguang Leviathan would really give him a mental attack. But if he couldn't destroy his brain, how would he clean up the brain cavity nematodes? Forget it. Never mind, clean up other parasites first, just in case the brain cavity nematodes don't need to be cleaned up in the end. Zhou Wen no longer struggled and began to quickly clean up the parasites on the 6th floor. The number of parasites on the 6th floor has reached more than 500, most of which are still the two types of parasites, dream anemone worms and colorful lancet needle worms, and a small number are the elusive brain cavity nematodes. During the cleaning of the parasites, Zhou Wen was entangled more than a dozen times, and the originally smooth surface of the black crystal armor was corroded into a grid. But it doesn't matter. There are many bones in the current abyss dragon fish. If the black crystal armor is damaged, it can be repaired directly with materials. After a burst of blue light, the black crystal armor was intact, but Zhou Wenming had already cleared all the parasites on the 6th layer, but he didn't give him cerebrospinal fluid. It seems that the brain nematodes really need to be cleaned up. It's really troublesome? Zhou Wen was a little worried. When he was cleaning this layer of parasites just now, he tried various methods, but still couldn't pull out the brain nematodes. Chapter 348. In the guild president chat group, Zhao Teng questions Zhuo Junyang. Tingfei, guild president Zhao Teng, Zhuo Junyang, you are a little unruly. Leviathan guild leader Zhuo Junyang, what do you mean, Chairman Zhao? It seems that there is no conflict between our guild and yours recently? Tingfei guild leader Zhao Teng, humph. Did you get a certificate of land reclamation recently? After completing the task, you can grow crops and smelt iron on a Leviathan? Leviathan guild leader Zhuo Junyang, Chairman Zhao, it seems that planting spies in other guilds is not a glorious behavior. Can you just say it in the guild leader chat group? Tingfei guild leader Zhao Teng, don't try to change the subject. All of us in the chat group have already made a rule. This kind of resources that can be jointly developed must be allocated quotas. No one can get special treatment. You got the certificate of land reclamation, but kept silent. Aren't you too selfish? Brother Jiang Haidao, Chairman Jiang, I want to correct one thing. What Lord Zhao said just now is wrong. The first place in the guild competition can get special treatment. Leviathan Guild President Zhuo Junyang, President Zhao is wrong on more than just this point. The rules we agreed on before clearly state that mining certificate needs to be taken out for allocation, not rural development certificate. Tingfei Guild President Zhao Teng, you are being pedantic. These two certificates are originally items of the same type. As long as they are of this type, they must be taken out for allocation. Leviathan Guild President Zhuo Junyang, President Zhao is too overbearing. Whatever you say is true. If the rules can be tampered with at will, then in the future, if you say that all guilds need to pay tribute to you, do we have to obey unconditionally? Land Guild President Cheng Yongming, oh, don't be so angry. The previous rules did not say that rural development certificate also needs to be taken out for allocation, but what President Zhao said actually makes sense. If the two certificates are really items of the same type, it is reasonable to take them out for allocation. Tai Xiao from the Guild of Day After Day, President Cheng is right. How about this? Let's hold another offline gathering and still speak with strength. What do you think, guild leaders? He Yue, the guild leader of Current City, I have no objection. Jiang Haidao, the guild leader of Brother Jiang, whatever. Group leader Chen Xian, the guild leader of Survivor, it's up to you. I can do anything. Xiao Teng, the guild leader of Tingfei, let's hold another offline gathering, but I won't be responsible for organizing it this time. Jiang Haitao, the guild leader of Brother Jiang. Since President Zhao can't afford to hold an offline gathering, I will organize it this time. After all, I am the first place. I enjoy the privilege of not having to allocate quotas, but I also have to bear some responsibilities. Finally, after everyone's discussion, it was decided to hold the second offline gathering 3 days later at night. The rankings will still be determined according to the strength of each guild, and the quotas will be allocated according to the rankings. Originally, the presidents of the medium-sized guilds had emphasized that the first-place winner could not have any privileges this time, but Jiang Haitao denied it, and said very firmly that those who disagreed could directly challenge him at the offline gathering, or oppose it in the guild president chat group now, and he would talk to them at the offline gathering. After this, the presidents of the medium-sized guilds in the group dared not insist, and could only agree that the first-place winner could still have privileges. Boss, this is the situation. I am not strong enough. I hope you can help me. As soon as he left the guild president chat group, Zhuo Junyang immediately contacted Zhou Wen and explained the situation in the group. I can help, but my identity cannot be exposed, and I cannot guarantee to get the first place. Zhou Wen replied, Boss, I am very grateful for your help, and you don't have to care about the ranking. Zhuo Junyang certainly cares about the ranking, but he is asking for help after all, and it is impossible for him to really tell Zhou Wen that he must get a high ranking. Then the cooperative relationship between the two of them will be difficult to maintain. I do my best, Zhou Wen said. After finishing the conversation with Zhuo Junyang, Zhou Wen continued to clean up the parasites. At this time, he had come to the 9th floor. There were still 3 types of parasites, but the number had reached more than 5,000. Because the brain nematodes on the upper floors were not cleaned up, Zhou Wen did not get cerebrospinal fluid, which made him very irritable. After quickly cleaning up the parasites on the 9th floor, he immediately went to the next floor. Zhou Wen thought that there would be tens of thousands of parasites attacking him on the 10th floor, but after coming down, it was unusually clean. Even the brain nematodes were not seen. There was only a large pile of meat in the middle of the 10th floor, and the large pile of meat was squirming. Is this the symbiotic organism of Yughuang Leviathan? Zhou Wen guessed, because this pile of meat was very large, with a diameter of 60 to 70 meters. According to the 5 to 10 meter body length of the previous parasites, this pile of meat was obviously a bit oversized. But as Zhou Wen approached little by little, his brows knitted tightly, because the main body of this ball of meat was composed of a large number of dream anemone worms, and the body was filled with a large number of colorful larvae stinging worms. These colorful larvae stinging worms piled up on each other and kept wriggling, which looked very disgusting. Buzz! Just when Zhou Wen was less than 50 meters away from the big pile of meat, a terrifying mental force was released from the pile of meat and instantly enveloped Zhou Wen. For a moment, Zhou Wen's head seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and even his consciousness was briefly blank. His body lost control, and he almost stumbled to his knees. At this time, the pile of meat began to wriggle violently, and a large number of brain cavity nematodes stretched out from the pile of meat, like hair. Then, the black silk thread sewed the soft and rotten pile of meat together like a needle and thread, and finally became a creature similar to an octopus. The next second, this octopus, stitched by parasites, twisted its weird tentacles, and quickly rushed towards Zhou Wen. That terrifying mental power has always enveloped Zhou Wen, making his head dizzy and his control of his body a little slow. But seeing the parasitic octopus rushing towards him, Zhou Wen could only force himself to concentrate, and then try to release his mental power to resist the mental power that has been shrouding him. At the moment when his own mental power was released, Zhou Wen felt much more relaxed, but the huge body of the parasitic octopus was about to rush in front of him. Zhou Wen immediately exerted force with his legs and dodged to the side, barely avoiding the impact of the mountain of meat. However, before he could stand firm, the parasitic octopus suddenly swung its tentacles, and balls of meat separated from its combined tentacles and threw them towards him. Paw, paw, paw! The meat was scattered around Zhou Wen, and some of the meat with a large number of colorful larvae inside exploded directly, and all the colorful larvae inside shot towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen just wanted to retreat and avoid the attack of hundreds of colorful larvae, but a large number of black lines stretched out from some of the meat scattered around, instantly tying him up. Chapter 349. Zhou Wen burst out with strength and tore off the black silk thread wrapped around his body, but because of this brief pause, hundreds of colorful larvae shot from all directions have arrived in front of him. With no way to avoid them, he can only rely on the black crystal armor to resist. Bang, bang, bang. A series of hard object collisions sounded, and Zhou Wen was almost crawled all over his body by densely packed colorful larvae. Looking at the colorful larvae that kept wriggling, Joe felt his scalp tingling. At this time, the parasitic octopus had turned around and rushed towards Joe again. Joe immediately shook his body, threw off the colorful larvae on his body, and then quickly retreated to avoid it. Huh? Joe just avoided the collision of the parasitic octopus, and he noticed something abnormal on his head. There was a colorful larvae stinging worm on the black crystal armor on his head, and he did not throw it away. In addition, black silk threads were sticking out of the body of this colorful larvae stinging worm, and liquid was oozing out of the surface of the black silk threads, which were corroding his black crystal armor bit by bit. Joe immediately reached out and grabbed the colorful larvae stinging worm, then threw it out with his hand, and then swung the tungsten bone sword to cut it in half. Strangely, there was no body of the brain cavity silk nematode in the body of this colorful larvae stinging worm, only a few silk tentacles, but these silk tentacles, which were equivalent to dead objects, could move independently just now. What on earth is this thing? Joe felt that this octopus composed of parasites was too weird. If he was not in a state of mental power outward, and knew everything within a 3-meter range of his body, otherwise in a combat state, this colorful larvae stinging worm with black silk threads in its body would be easily overlooked. After Joe found this special colorful larvae and killed it, the parasitic octopus, which was about to charge again, suddenly paused, and then paused for a moment, as if thinking about something, but soon rushed towards Joe again. This time the speed was much faster, but it came at a price. That is, the black silk threads connecting the body were broken in large numbers, and the octopus-like appearance was difficult to maintain, almost becoming a pile of moving meat again. Boom! The meatball exploded when it was about 10 meters away from Joe, and blood and flesh splattered in an instant. Hundreds of colorful larvae covered Joe like a rain of arrows. Many colorful larvae were still connected to black silk threads, intertwined with each other, weaving into a messy black net. Because the coverage of the black net is very wide, with Joe's current speed underwater, it is difficult to dodge unless the arc light feature is turned on, but the feature is a trump card, and the situation is unclear now, so it cannot be turned on easily. So, Joe took a tungsten bone broadsword in each hand, and swung it quickly, chopping up the black nets that covered him. But at this moment, a silver light suddenly flashed in the exploding flesh and blood, and then a curved blade like a sickle broke through the curtain formed by flesh and blood and swept towards Joe. Facing unknown attacks, Joe never dared to be careless. Just as he was about to retreat to avoid it, suddenly a mental shock came. Joe's head was dizzy, and the silver-curved blade was approaching him. Bang! A sharp collision sounded, and a string of sparks was aroused on the tungsten bone shield. In a flash, Joe replaced the tungsten bone broadsword in his hand with a tungsten bone shield and blocked the attack with great risk. At this time, both the exploding flesh and the flying colorful larvae have been scattered on the ground. In the middle of the exploding flesh, a creature whose body seems to be made of crystal is standing in it. This creature is about 10 meters tall, with a nearly round body and 3 pairs of chelicerae under its body. Its overall appearance is similar to that of a heliospheroid, but in front of the 3 pairs of chelicerae, there are 2 slender tentacles, and the ends of the tentacles are connected to a bright silver curved blade. The main body of the creature is transparent, and its internal structure can be seen. In the crystal-like body, there is a tree-like brain, which almost occupies the entire body area, and on the branches of the tree branch brain, there are 3 bright silver crystal balls. This creature is the symbiotic creature of the Yaoguang Leviathan. This kind of creature whose brain occupies most of the body area has a high intelligence at first glance. Swish! Swish! The crystal creature swung 2 tentacles violently, and the curved blades at the end turned into 2 silver lights and slashed towards Joe. Bang! Bang! Joe immediately swung the 2 tungsten bone broadswords in his hands, and collided with the 2 silver curved blades that attacked. Sparks flew in an instant, but the silver curved blades were not as hard as the tungsten bone broadswords. Under the impact of the huge force, the 2 silver curved blades were cut into 2 gaps. It didn't break? Joe showed a trace of surprise on his face. Because the volume of the crystal creature is only 10 meters, the length of the 2 silver curved blades is also about 3 meters, which is about the same as the tungsten bone broadsword. Under the same size, it can be cut with a tungsten bone broadsword without breaking, which shows its hardness. But it's still not hard enough. The tungsten bone broadsword can damage the silver curved blade, so it can split the body of the crystal creature. Previously, the crystal creature was covered with a body composed of a large number of parasites, which Joe felt was very strange, so he was very careful in dealing with it. Now that the opponent has revealed his true body, he naturally does not need to shrink back. Zhou rushed to the front of the crystal creature in an instant, and swung out 2 tungsten bone swords at the same time, cutting off the tentacles used by the crystal creature to swing the silver curved blade, and then swung the sword back to cut the body of the crystal creature. The tungsten bone sword encountered a little resistance, but still cut a 7 or 8 meter long knife mark on the round body of the crystal creature. Buzz! At this moment, the tree-like brain of the crystal creature trembled violently, and then a mental shock spread out. Zhou naturally noticed the abnormal tremor of the crystal brain and realized that the opponent might release the mental shock attack just now, so he immediately expanded the mental power maintained in the 3-meter range around his body to 10 meters to resist this mental shock. At the moment when the 2 mental powers met, Zhou's mental power was rapidly compressed, and the range of 10 meters was directly compressed to 1 meter. Although the difference in mental power between the two was a bit large, as long as the crystal creature's mental power did not cover Zhou's brain, he would not feel dizzy, and he could be considered to have successfully resisted this mental shock. The crystal creature, which had completely lost its means of attack, could no longer stop Zhou. After more than a dozen slashes, the crystal-like body was chopped into pieces. It's finally dead. After confirming that the crystal creature was dead, Zhou immediately stopped releasing his mental power. In this battle, he consumed the most mental power. In order to resist the mental power that had always existed, he had to release his mental power all the time, otherwise it would be difficult to move. Is it a symbiotic creature of Yabhuang Leviathan? Zhou wanted to know the answer now, so he touched the body of the crystal creature with his hand. Platinum crystal worm, body length, 10 meters. Weight, 200 tons. Food type, parasites. Introduction, a creature that coexists with Yabhuang Leviathan. Its body is made of extremely hard platinum crystals. It has high intelligence, and can release mental power to stun low-intelligence creatures. It usually patrols the brain of Yabhuang Leviathan. When it encounters a parasite, it will release mental shock to kill it directly, and then eat it. The brain platinum crystals condensed by the tree-like brain can increase intelligence, or be used to make spiritual weapons. The platinum crystal body can be used to make protective gear. Chapter 350. It's really a symbiotic creature. The conjecture was verified, but Zhou still had doubts on his face. Since it is a highly intelligent symbiotic creature, why do you want to fight me? I am also here to kill insects. So far, Zhou has encountered 3 leviathans with living symbiotic creatures in their bodies, namely Steel Armor Leviathan, Cloud-Eating Leviathan, and Way-Treading Leviathan. The symbiotic creatures in these leviathans will generally not actively attack Zhou. Only when Zhou enters the territory of the symbiotic creature will he attack him, which is where the supply box is, but Zhou just went down to the 10th floor and didn't have time to find the supply box. And the platinum crystal worm is obviously a creature that eats parasites, but just now it wrapped itself with a bunch of parasites. It doesn't make sense no matter how you think about it. It's really strange, Zhou murmured, and didn't think about it anymore. He quickly searched in the corpse of the platinum crystal worm. The platinum crystal worm can use mental power to release shock attacks, and it may have a core related to intelligence in its body. Ding. Obtain Shock Core X1. Ding. Shock Core. After using, you can obtain the shock feature. When the shock feature is turned on, the mental power will instantly spread to the surroundings. Within the coverage range of the mental power, creatures of the same kind whose intelligence is 5 points lower than the own will faint directly, and those whose intelligence is 3 points lower than the own will be dizzy. This feature is great. After learning about the information of the shock core, Zhou's eyes lit up. His current intelligence is 18 points. According to the effect of the shock feature, survivors with intelligence below 5 points, that is, 12 points, will faint directly, and survivors with intelligence below 3 points, that is, 14 points, will be dizzy. In the current survival world, only a few people can reach 12 points of intelligence. If someone dares to play the human wave tactics in front of him in the future, a mental shock will make everyone faint on the ground. That scene will be too spectacular. Brain Platinum Crystal, it should be the bright silver ball hanging on the tree-shaped brain. Zhou had seen it when fighting with the Platinum Crystal Worm just now, and the body of the Platinum Crystal Worm is not big, so it is easy to find. According to the illustration, this Brain Platinum Crystal can also increase intelligence, so my intelligence can reach 19 points. If there is another pure gold treasure chest, it will be 20 points. Zhou couldn't hide the smile on his face. But just when Zhou's hand touched the Brain Platinum Crystal, the tree-shaped brain of the Platinum Crystal Worm suddenly moved, and even grew several crystal tentacles from the brain, directly entangled Zhou's arm. The sudden accident made Zhou's face change drastically. Just when he wanted to withdraw his arm, a terrible mental force covered him. Zhou Wen also immediately released his mental power, trying to resist this mental power as before, but as soon as it came into contact, his mental power was suppressed back into his brain, and then his eyes went dark, and he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. At this time, the brain of the platinum crystal worm began to wriggle strangely, as if it were a living creature, and quickly crawled to the position of Zhou Wen's head. The tentacles that had just grown gradually wrapped Zhou Wen's head, and a mental power invaded Zhou Wen's brain. The next second, Zhou Wen's eyes began to turn strangely, and his body moved like a puppet, which did not conform to the logic of movement. Suddenly, the black crystal armor on Zhou Wen's body was put into the equipment column, and Zhou Wen's body was completely exposed to the tentacles of this strange creature. The strange creature inserted a crystal tentacle with a very sharp tip into Zhou Wen's head, and then released a blue light from the tree-like brain, which slowly transmitted to Zhou Wen's brain through the crystal tentacles. Buzz! At this moment, a powerful mental force instantly locked the strange creature, and then a terrifying mental force suddenly hit. Puff! The tree-like brain part of the strange creature exploded directly, and Zhou Wen also woke up under this mental shock. Zhou Wen, who had just woken up, didn't know what happened, but soon he found something unusual. It seemed that there was something hanging behind his head. Just when he reached out to touch it, his arm froze without his control. And then another mental force invaded his brain, making him dizzy. Zhou Wen wanted to release his mental power to resist, but because of insufficient strength, he was suppressed. The strange creature that had endured the mental shock of Yughuang Leviathan, although its body was severely damaged and it was already in a dying state, it continued to transmit the blue light in the crystal tentacles to Zhou Wen's head. Zhou Wen was anxious, and his brain was in a state of confusion because it was suppressed by the mental power of the strange creature. He couldn't even send a message to Jiang Haitao. Just when Zhou Wen didn't know what to do, his eyes accidentally saw a little bit of golden light flashing in the pile of meat made of parasites. Explosion. Explosion feature. Open. Zhou Wen tried his best to concentrate his mental power in an instant, and then turned on the explosion feature. Immediately afterwards, a stream of fiery red energy was released from Zhou Wen's body. At this moment, Zhou Wen felt that the mental power that had been suppressing him had disappeared for a short time, so he immediately turned on other features. Tungsten gold property on. Arc light property on. When the arc light property was turned on, Zhou Wen's body turned into a red and orange arc light, appearing in the pile of parasite flesh that was flashing with golden light. He opened the still squirming parasites, and a pure gold treasure chest appeared in front of Zhou Wen. He immediately reached out to open it, but his arm became sluggish again, becoming somewhat out of his control. Burning property on. A high temperature was released from the surface of Zhou Wen's body, and Zhou Wen's arm returned to normal again, so he immediately opened the pure gold treasure chest. Ding! Hit gold order X1. When the system prompt sounded in his mind, Zhou Wen used it without hesitation. Ding! Use gold order, intelligence +1. Zhou Wen's intelligence reached 19 points, and the mental power that disappeared briefly came again. Zhou Wen, whose intelligence was improved, immediately released the enhanced mental power, but it was still difficult to fight against it, but his brain thinking was no longer as chaotic as before. Oh right, shock core. Zhou Wen immediately extracted a characteristic stamp from the private message on the system interface, then absorbed the energy of the shock core and directly hit it behind Zhou Wen's intelligence attribute panel. Shock characteristic, open. Zhou Wen's large amount of mental power was instantly drained away, and an invisible mental shock wave enveloped the 20-meter range around Zhou Wen. Finally, the mental power that suppressed Zhou Wen completely disappeared, and his arm returned to normal. Zhou Wen immediately reached out and grabbed the tentacle that pierced into the back of his head, and then pulled it out directly. What kind of creature is this? Zhou Wen said with lingering fear. At this time, the biological atlas has unlocked new biological information, but Zhou Wen did not check it immediately. He has now opened all the characteristics. Once the amplification effect is over, he will collapse to the ground, and there are still many living parasites on the 10th floor. He must quickly clean them all up. Chapter 351. In about a minute, Zhou Wen cleared all the parasites still alive on the 10th floor. The amplification effect of explosive property lasts for 100 seconds. Because it was the first to be activated, the triple strength enhancement effect has ended at this time. However, because of the tenfold improvement of tungsten gold property on physical fitness, the weakening effect of explosive property did not affect Zhou Wen. After clearing the parasites, Zhou came to a location far away from the entrance of the upper passage, built a small square house with an iron foundation, and then lay quietly on the ground waiting for all the characteristic effects on his body to disappear. Open the system interface and view the newly added biological illustrations. Heterobrain, body length, question mark. Weight, question mark. Food type, question mark. Introduction. A heteromorphic creature of uncertain size, which will invade the host brain by its own heterobrain factor, and then transform the host brain into its new body, and finally replace the host. It has extremely high intelligence, and is extremely dangerous. The heterobrain factor can be used as the main raw material for making biological gene drugs. The alien brain factor. Is the blue light transmitted by the tentacle that pierced my head the alien brain factor? Zhou face showed a trace of solemnity. My brain should not be invaded by the alien brain factor, right? Zhou thought carefully. When he pulled the alien brain's tentacles out of his brain just now, he saw blue light in the tentacles through the externalized mental power. Fortunately, there are many items that increase intelligence this time, and the mental power can barely compete with this alien brain, otherwise I might have been replaced by now. Zhou thought with some relief in his heart, but what he didn't know was that if it weren't for the help of Yevon Leviathan, he would have been replaced by now, but he was in a coma at the time, so he didn't know. After reading the illustrated information, the activated features also ended one after another. Zhou fell into an extremely weak state. Not only was his body unable to move, but he was also accompanied by endless fatigue. He even had difficulty opening his eyelids. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. When Zhou woke up, it was already the morning of the 70th day. He slowly got up from a floor made of iron foundation, with weakness all over his body. He first checked the iron foundation hut. There was no damage, which meant that no creatures entered the hut. In the system interface, he received several private messages, most of which were from Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian asking about his situation. He simply replied to report that he was safe. Then Zhu Junyang asked if he could help him collect crops. Zhou asked Zhu Junyang to plant 4,000 square meters of crops on the body of the aromatic Leviathan on the 64th day. Today is the 70th day. In almost 6 days, the crops have matured. Zhou directly asked Zhu Junyang to help collect them and send them to him later. Finally, there is the news about He Yue. He Yue's leisure members found out that a medium-sized guild was organizing people and preparing to go with 110 people to duel with Zhou. The reason is that the temperature has dropped sharply, and the growth rate of crops has slowed down. Small planting boxes can be purchased at a low price, but the foundation for placing small planting boxes is insufficient. Currently, Zhou is the only one who has been selling wooden foundations, and is not very strong. Therefore, the president of this medium-sized guild wants to try to kill Zhou and snatch the wooden foundation drawings. Boss, do you need me to arrange people to stop him? No, I met some stronger survivors in this trial, and I will ask them for help. Oh. Okay, boss, be careful. After replying to the private message, Zhou opened his deep blue treasure chest. He was controlled by the alien brain before. After opening the pure gold treasure chest, he just used the golden order, and had no time to check the remaining items. Now his body is still weak, so it's a good time to check the other items in the pure gold treasure chest. Ding! Obtained brain platinum crystal X10. I actually got it from the pure gold treasure chest. Because the brain of the platinum crystal worm was replaced by the alien brain, the brain platinum crystal condensed on it is actually part of the alien brain, and no longer belongs to the brain platinum crystal. Zhou thought that he would not get any brain platinum crystal this time, but he did not expect that the pure gold treasure chest gave him 10. Zhou took a brain platinum crystal in his hand and squeezed it. It was very hard. One was about the size of an apple. The surface had the same wrinkles as the brain. The hole was crystal-shaped, and the crystal reflected bright silver light. The texture of the brain platinum crystal was very hard. Even on the crystal body of the platinum crystal worm, it was impossible to bite it with teeth and eat it. The method of use was the same as the golden order, just absorb it directly through the world system. After Zhou silently said in his heart, the brain platinum crystal in his hand directly turned into flashing silver particles and entered his brain. Then the system prompt sound sounded in his mind. Ding! Use brain platinum crystal, intelligence +1. His intelligence increased to 20 points, and Zhou weak and listless face showed a smile. But when he opened his character attribute panel, his face showed a sad expression, because the intelligence attribute reached the upper limit. Intelligence 20 points, is that the upper limit? Zhou Wen originally wanted to use a brain platinum crystal to see if he could continue to increase his intelligence. Since the upper limit has been reached, there is no need to try, so as not to waste it. Ding! Obtain the blueprint of the platinum crystal insect platinum crystal armor. Seeing that it was a blueprint, Zhou Wen used the blueprint directly and then checked the production requirements. Platinum crystal insect platinum crystal armor blueprint. Requires platinum crystal insect crystal fragments X20, silk X100. Looking at the materials, it is clear that this is an armor without shock absorption effect. However, based on the hardness of the platinum crystal insect's body, the defense of this armor must be far superior to the black crystal armor. Although it is not suitable for fighting large creatures, it is suitable for use in battles with survivors. Ding! Get the blueprint of the platinum crystal worm platinum crystal scythe. Blueprint of the platinum crystal worm platinum crystal scythe. Requires platinum crystal worm platinum crystal curved blade X1, platinum crystal worm platinum crystal tentacle X1, and steel ingot X3. The materials for this weapon blueprint are a bit scarce. The platinum crystal worm only has 2 curved blades and 2 tentacles, which means that this blueprint can only make 2 weapons, and the strength of the weapons is still a little worse than the tungsten bone broadsword, so it can only be used by Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian. Ding! Get the blueprint of the brain platinum crystal flying knife. Blueprint of the brain platinum crystal flying knife. Requires brain platinum crystal X1, crystal X1. Crystal? Another range material? Can diamond work? Zhou Wen thought, took out a diamond directly, and then tried to make it using the blueprint. After a burst of blue light, a diamond flying knife with 2 pointed ends and a wide middle, 10 centimeters long, appeared in front of Zhou Wen. This flying knife is shaped like a bamboo leaf and has a sharp edge. When Zhou Wen released his mental power to cover the flying knife, he could clearly feel that the flying knife absorbed some of his mental power. Then, with a thought, the diamond flying knife flew quickly around his body. But Zhou Wen's mental power was also consumed very quickly. He roughly calculated that with his current mental power of 20 intelligence points, he could only control the diamond flying knife for 20 seconds. Chapter 352. Go! Zhou Wen's mind turned, and he controlled the diamond flying knife to shoot away. The diamond flying knife instantly penetrated the iron foundation wall in front and flew away. However, after the diamond flying knife flew out of Zhou Wen's mental coverage, it immediately broke away from control and fell directly to the ground. It seems that it can only be controlled within the coverage of mental power. Zhou Wen's current mental coverage is a radius of 20 meters. Although his intelligence has increased to 20 points, it has not expanded the coverage of mental power, but increased the total amount of mental power. He can now continuously release mental power for 20 minutes. By the way, is the falling star meteorite crystal also considered a crystal? Zhou Wen's mind was shocked. The falling star meteorite crystal is the strongest material he can encounter at present. If it can really be made into equipment, even if it cannot be controlled by mental power, it is also very good to hold it in your hand as a weapon. However, after trying, he found that it could not be made. It should be that the falling star meteorite crystal does not belong to the crystal. Zhou Wen was not too disappointed. After all, he was just trying. These are the only items in the pure gold treasure chest. Why are there only blueprints of platinum crystal insects? They belong to the items of Yubhuan Leviathan, but they won't give me any. Zhou Wen complained while removing the small houses built with iron foundations around him, and then picked up the diamond flying knife that had just been thrown out. This time, he had harvested everything he should have harvested from the pest control mission, and he was about to leave. Huh? What is this? While collecting the bodies of platinum crystal insects scattered on the ground, Zhou Wen found an oval crystal ball in the body of the platinum crystal insect. Ding! Obtain platinum crystal egg X1. Good stuff. If we succeed in raising platinum crystal insects, brain platinum crystal can be mass-produced. Zhou Wen's face was overjoyed, but just as he was about to put the eggs into the deep blue treasure chest, an invisible mental force took the eggs from his hands and put them back on the ground. Zhou Wen's smile froze, his expression changed slightly, and then he picked up the eggs again, but they were taken away by the invisible mental force again. Zhou Wen was so angry that he took the eggs and put them directly into his deep blue treasure chest, but the next second, a huge mental force instantly enveloped him. Okay, I give it to you. Zhou Wen immediately backed down and took the platinum crystal eggs out of the deep blue treasure chest and put them on the ground. Next, Zhou Wen began to clean up the brain cavity nematodes in the 5th to 9th layers of the Yubhuan Leviathan's brain. When cleaning, he was wearing platinum crystal armor, which can be immune to the corrosive body fluids secreted by brain cavity nematodes. Zhou only needs to walk through the territory of these brain cavity nematodes, and he will be immediately wrapped by the black silk thread, and then quickly grab the black silk thread with his hands, pull out the body of the brain cavity nematode and kill it. It took about an hour to clean up all the brain cavity nematodes hiding in the brain of Yugwang Leviathan, and harvested about 100 portions of corrosive agents and 6 portions of cerebrospinal fluid. In this way, the deworming task was completely completed. The golden shadow of the phantom Leviathan appeared in the air and swallowed Zhou in one gulp. The next moment, Zhou appeared in the stomach wall space of the phantom Leviathan. The villain is back. So hungry, villain, so hungry. Just after returning, the anxious voice of the phantom Leviathan came to mind. Zhou used the Yugwang Leviathan deworming coupon in the middle of the night on the 68th day. Now it is the 70th day. The transformed Leviathan has not eaten for a day and must be starving. Because Zhou specifically told the transformed Leviathan not to leave the submarine volcano area before using the deworming coupon, the transformed Leviathan did not go to find food by itself. After hearing the voice in his heart, Zhou quickly took out the seaweed crusher, crushed the seaweed and bamboo sea mushrooms, and immediately fed them to the transformed Leviathan. After feeding the transformed Leviathan, Zhou sat on the chair and rested for a while, and received 80,000 pieces of cotton, 800 peppers, and 5,760 sweet potatoes sent by Zhuo Junyang. There are cotton-padded jacket drawings in the current world trading platform. The price was very low before, and no one wanted it. Now the temperature is cold, and the price has risen a little, but because the amount of cotton is small, the price of the cotton-padded jacket drawings has not risen too much. Zhou directly traded back one. Ding. Get the cotton-padded jacket drawings. Quilted jacket blueprint. Requires 50 cotton and 50 cloth. Zhou made 2 quilted jackets for himself, and gave the remaining cotton to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, asking them to make cotton-padded clothes and give them to their guild members. 800 peppers. Zhou asked Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to help take out the seeds inside, and kept 100 for himself, and gave the rest to Zhuo Junyang to help sell, priced at 10,000 basic materials per piece. Sweet potatoes. Zhou put 100 on the shelf at a low price, and also gave the rest to Zhuo Junyang to help sell. Anyway, now the presidents of other guilds already know that Zhuo Junyang has the certificate of land reclamation. It is normal to sell these things. Boss, do you still need to plant crops? Zhuo Junyang sent a message to ask, aren't we going to start allocating quotas in 2 days? If we plant crops now, won't the seeds be wasted? Zhou replied seriously, oh right, yes. Zhuo Junyang knew that he asked this question to test whether Zhou was sure to get the first place, but obviously he didn't find out. But don't worry, boss, no matter what place we get or how many quotas we get, you will still get the lion's share. In order to make Zhou give his best, Zhuo Junyang promised him a benefit. Well, I do my best. Zhou still answered the same as last time. In fact, Zhou had decided to help Zhuo Junyang get the first place in the competition. After all, the first place didn't need to allocate the quota, and he could get the most benefits, but there was no need to promise Zhuo Junyang anything in advance. After finishing these trivial matters, Zhou's physical weakness was also weakened, so he asked the Phantom Leviathan to take him back to the underwater volcano area. In front of the lava crack where the explosive gun bubble shrimp lived, Zhou wrapped his whole body like a mummy again, and then entered the hot magma. This time his spirit could cover a range of 20 meters, greatly increasing the probability of finding the lair of the explosive gun bubble shrimp. It took about 10 minutes, and Zhou successfully found a huge cave in the magma. At the end of the cave, there was a silver-edged material box. Zhou held the silver-edged material box, and quickly left the lava crack. After returning to the seabed, Zhou directly opened the silver-edged material box. Ding! Obtained the explosive gun bubble shrimp gene potion X1. Ding! Obtained the explosive gun bubble shrimp lava shrimp shell heavy armor blueprint. Ding! Obtained diamonds X20. Chapter 353. Zhou put the explosive bubble shrimp gene potion and 20 diamonds into the deep blue treasure chest, used the blueprint directly, and checked the production requirements. Explosive bubble shrimp lava shrimp shell heavy armor blueprint. Requires explosive bubble shrimp lava shrimp shell X10, crystal sponge X100, non-burning yarn X100, silk X100. Using crystal sponge? Zhou showed a surprised look on his face, because this explosive bubble shrimp shell heavy armor can completely replace the black crystal armor. Make a set to see the effect. All the materials were available, and Zhou directly clicked on the blueprint to make it. All the materials turned into blue light, and combined into a shrimp shell armor, with a burnt black surface in the seawater. The overall height of the armor is 2.2 meters, and the internal structure is similar to the black crystal armor, but the body is wide and looks very burly. Zhou did not rush to put it on, but first tested the hardness of the armor with a toothed steel long knife. Schwa! Zhou swung the toothed steel long knife hard and chopped directly on the spear shrimp heavy armor. A string of sparks shot out, but in the end it only left a shallow white mark on the spear shrimp heavy armor, which was almost equivalent to not breaking the defense. Not bad. Zhou nodded and approved of this new set of armor. He did not continue to test it with the tungsten bone sword, because it was definitely not able to withstand it. It was already very good to be able to block the toothed steel long knife. Then, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space and put on the spear shrimp armor. The weight was much heavier than the black crystal armor, about 3,000 kilograms. However, Zhou's strength had reached 221.5 points. Wearing 3,000 kilograms of armor was not a burden on his body. It was just that the armor was a bit bulky, and it was a bit bloated when worn on the body, and it was not as flexible as the black crystal armor. After trying on the explosive gun bubble shrimp shell heavy armor, Zhou put it into the equipment column. Because the name was too long, he gave it a simple name, which was called explosive heavy armor. After that, Zhou put on the black crystal armor again and left the stomach wall space, returning to the submarine volcano area. There were still many materials that had not been collected here, such as the thermal core of the ardent tube worm, the arc light factor of the arc light fish, and the diamonds buried under the charred rocks. He must take all these materials away, especially the diamonds. At present, his mental power can reach a radius of 20 meters, so it is much easier to explore the underground diamonds. In 5 hours, Zhou dug up a total of 250 diamonds. He cleared all the ardent tube worms near the lava cracks of the submarine volcano, harvested 1,000 thermal cores, 12,000 arc light factors, and more than 50,000 refractory stones. In this way, the exploration of this submarine volcanic area was almost complete. Although some scattered warm tube worms and arc fish were missed, he was too lazy to waste time to clean them up. After Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, he let the Phantom Leviathan leave the submarine volcanic area. The current temperature has dropped to more than 50 degrees below zero, and the ice layer on the sea surface has reached more than 30 meters. The Phantom Leviathan left the warm submarine volcanic area and entered the freezing cold sea area, and the whole body was immediately invaded by the cold. But because there is a warm furnace in the body to continuously provide heat, the swimming speed of the Phantom Leviathan is still normal, just a little slower than before. These days, Zhou has almost no idle time, and he has activated the characteristics almost every day. Now that the exploration of the submarine volcanic area is over, he can finally have a good rest. But just as Zhou was about to roast a sweet potato on the hot stove, fry some fish, and enjoy his leisure time, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! A survivor challenged you to a duel, please be prepared. Immediately afterwards, a red duel message popped up in the World Communication Channel, and was directly pinned to the top of the communication channel. When the survivors saw that the person being challenged was actually the boss, they immediately started to communicate with each other. Why is someone challenging the boss to a duel again? Is he looking for death? I haven't seen this avatar very often, it should be just an ordinary survivor. How dare an unknown person challenge the boss to a duel? Even if the boss is not the opponent of the guild president, he is definitely not someone that ordinary people can challenge. Someone is jealous. Recently, the boss has always put some low-priced sweet potato seedlings and sweet potatoes on the shelves. If it was really just an ordinary survivor, it would be fine. I am a little worried that the person who initiated the duel was from a certain guild. The guild was afraid of affecting its reputation, so it found an ordinary survivor to duel with the boss, and then used the companion ticket to bring them together. Fuck, the boss will be fine? He should be fine. The boss has experienced 3 duels so far, and has never lost. Aren't you talking nonsense? If you lose the duel, won't you die? I hope the boss is okay. And Zhou was already prepared. He stuffed all the items he should bring into his mouth. Soon, the duel preparation time was over, and Zhou's body turned into a burst of blue light and disappeared in the stomach wall space. The next second, Zhou appeared in the duel space, still the familiar blue light film. After a while, another blue light film appeared from the darkness. Zhou looked over and saw that many people were already standing in the blue light film on the opposite side. Zhou roughly counted that there were 70 to 80 people, and the blue light was still flashing. Every time the blue light flashed, there was one more person on the opposite side. When the two transparent light films merged together, the number of people on the opposite side had reached 110, which was the same as the information provided by Hiyue. Then, the light curtain between the two transparent light films disappeared, indicating that the duel officially began. Among the group of people on the opposite side, the armor of 3 people was obviously different from that of others. It looked like it was made of large biological materials of 80 to 90 meters, and the weapons in their hands were also made of biological materials of the same level as the armor. Just him alone, does it need to mobilize so many troops? One of the 3 people wearing a set of blue armor glanced at Zhou Wen, and found that Zhou Wen was only wearing a set of 30 to 40 meters of garbage equipment, and said with some disdain, "Brother Ming, please don't be careless. That guy is probably pretending. I heard from the guild leader of Xianshur Guild in the guild leader chat group that this guy has killed 11 small guild leaders before. His strength is not simple." The person who replied was the president of the medium-sized guild who challenged Zhou Wen this time. His name was Chao Zuxian. The man in blue armor, who was treated politely by Chao Zuxian, was named Gong Ziming, and the other person next to him was named Su Changming. The 3 of them met in the deep-sea escape trial. Gong Ziming and Su Changming were both very strong, with strengths of more than 120 points. This is why Chao Zuxian, as the president of a medium-sized guild, was so polite to the two. Chapter 354. TSK? They are just some small guild leaders. Aren't you still the leader of a medium-sized guild? You are still pitifully weak. Gong Ziming didn't care, and didn't take Chao Zuxian's words to heart. You know, his current strength has reached a terrifying 128 points, which is rare in the entire survival world. He needs to be careful of an ant wearing garbage equipment. Even if the other party hides some strength, how much can he hide? Chao Zuxian's reminder is ridiculous in his opinion. Brother Gong is right. Killing 11 small guild leaders is nothing. If you are afraid, Xiao Chao, you can just watch here with your guild members, and leave the so-called big boss to us. Su Changming said to Chao Zuxian with some contempt. Su Changming's strength is 3 points less than Gong Ziming's, with 125 points, and his strength is also extremely terrifying, not to mention that the 2 of them also have burning characteristics and colorful characteristics. Even if the opponent really hides most of his strength and also has these 2 characteristics, it is similar to the 2 of them, but there are 2 of them. As long as they use the characteristics separately, when the opponent's characteristic effect ends, the opponent will also be a lamb to be slaughtered. Zhou Wen checked the system interfaces before, and after confirming that he could not send messages out, he took out the blocking ticket and used it directly. Ding! The blocking ticket was used successfully, the dual space has been blocked, and the blockade can be unlocked by yourself. Why, your companions didn't come? Gong Ziming had left the crowd, and walked towards Zhou Wen leisurely. Seeing Zhou Wen using a ticket, he thought he was using the traveling ticket to accompany his companions. Yeah, they may be busy with other things and don't have time to come. Zhou Wen replied. Ha ha ha, you are deceiving yourself. It's right for them not to come. If they come, they will die. Gong Ziming sneered, and as he spoke, he flashed in front of Zhou Wen, and his tall figure directly enveloped Zhou Wen. Stand still, it will be over soon. Gong Ziming's tone was arrogant. Before he finished speaking, he swung the nearly 1 meter wide broadsword in his hand, from top to bottom, and chopped it vertically towards Zhou Wen's head. Swish snap. Just when everyone thought that Zhou Wen would be split in half by Gong Ziming's sword, a shocking scene appeared, because Zhou Wen, who was previously regarded as an ant by them, actually used one hand to hold the broadsword that Gong Ziming chopped down with all his strength. Gong Ziming's pupil shrank suddenly, and he wanted to pull the broadsword out of Zhou Wen's hand, but even if he used all his strength, Zhou Wen's hand holding the broadsword did not move at all. Fuck. Gong Ziming cursed. He now knew that what Chao Zuxian said was right. The other party did hide his strength, and it was not just a little bit. Burning feature. Gong Ziming shouted. Just as he was about to turn on the burning feature, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Then, he flew backwards like a cannonball. The intense pain made his brain temporarily unconscious. After recovering, Gong Ziming knew that he had kicked the steel plate. This was not hiding strength at all, but a billionaire pretending to be a beggar. It was simply out of line. He immediately wanted to end the journey, and leave the dual space. Schwa! But before Gong Ziming could open the system interface, a large knife, with a blade width of 1 meter shot towards Gong Ziming quickly. In the blink of an eye, it penetrated through the middle of Gong Ziming's flying body. When Gong Ziming's body fell to the ground, it broke into 2 halves, and blood, intestines and brains were scattered all over the ground. The dual space was silent. It all happened so fast that everyone present was still in shock. Chao Zuxian and Su Changming reacted the fastest and immediately opened the system interface, wanting to end the duel and leave. Ding! The dual space has been blocked, and you cannot leave. When this prompt sound appeared in their minds, Chao Zuxian and Su Changming turned pale instantly. They felt like they were falling into an ice cave, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Although they didn't know how the dual space was blocked, it was definitely related to Zhou. At this time, more than 100 guild members of Chao Zuxian also reacted, and for a while, the quiet dual space was in turmoil. Why can't we end the duel? The space is blocked. What's going on? Is there a bug in the world system? Boss, we didn't want to duel with you. It was Chao Zuxian who forced us. If you want to kill him, just kill him. Please be generous and let me go. A guild member began to beg for mercy, and many guild members began to beg for mercy together. No, everyone must die. Zhou said calmly. Zhou's words were very calm, but they sounded like the whisper of a devil to everyone, which was chilling. Brothers, he will not let us go. Instead of kneeling down and begging for mercy, and waiting to be killed, it is better to fight him. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. Chao Zuxian saw that Zhou was not going to let anyone go, so he immediately called for help. Chao Zuxian was the mastermind behind this duel. Whether Zhou would let others go or not, he would die. Seeing that Zhou actually said that he would kill everyone present, he was relieved. There were more than 100 of them, and Zhou was only one person. Under the human wave tactics, there might be a glimmer of hope. Encouraged by Chao Zuxian, a glimmer of hope rose in the hearts of more than 100 guild members, who were originally desperate. Chairman Chao is right. He is only one person and his physical strength is limited. Since he is not going to let us go, let's fight him. Fear to the extreme is anger. All the guild members, who knelt and begged for mercy, stood up angrily, and glared at Zhou one by one. He is only one person. Go up. Kill him. Chao Zuxian roared, and more than 100 guild members clenched their weapons made of various large biological materials, and rushed towards Zhou. But Chao Zuxian and Su Changming did not rush up, but stayed where they were and waited for their men to consume Zhou's physical strength, and then activated the characteristics to fight to the death. Brother Su, do you think we have a chance of winning? Chao Zuxian's face was still bloodless. The scene of Gong Ziming being killed instantly just now was too horrifying. If your men can force him to activate the characteristics, we have a chance of winning, Su Changming said. Su Changming can activate 2 characteristics. As long as he can delay until Zhou's characteristic time ends, he can rely on the burning characteristic that increases strength and the colorful characteristic that increases speed to kill Zhou who is in a weak state. More than 100 people should be able to force him to use his characteristics. Chao Zuxian frowned, feeling uneasy. At this time, a large group of people were about to rush to Zhou. They shouted, cursed, and roared, as if they wanted to cut Zhou into pieces, but in Zhou's eyes flashing with blue light, each one seemed to be in slow motion. Shock characteristic. Zhou muttered in his heart, and a guild member had come to him, the weapon in his hand flashing with cold light, and he had already chopped at him. Open! As soon as the voice fell, an invisible mental force was released in an instant, instantly covering the 20-meter radius of itself. The next moment, the shouting, cursing, roaring, and all the chaotic sounds came to an abrupt end, and the entire dual space fell into deathly silence in an instant. Chapter 355. More than 100 guild members, who were running all fell to the ground without any warning at this moment, and everyone's eyes rolled back, as if their souls had been sucked out. Chao Zuxian and Su Changming, who originally thought they had a glimmer of hope, had their brains shut down instantly after seeing this strange scene. Because they were not within the coverage of the shock characteristics, they did not fall into a coma, but the pupils of their eyes were full of horror at this moment. They didn't know what happened, and they couldn't figure out what Zhou had done to make more than 100 people fall to the ground in an instant, but they knew that they were dead. At this moment, they clearly realized that they didn't kick the steel plate, but kicked the king of hell. Chao Zuxian and Su Changming were filled with fear at this moment, staring blankly at the more than 100 people lying on the ground with lifeless eyes. Their bodies were shaking like sieves, and they knelt on the ground like a puddle of mud, forgetting even to beg for mercy. Zhou walked calmly over the unconscious guild members, and headed towards the location of Chao Zuxian and Su Changming. However, as he walked, a silver light flashed around him. Puff! 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 The silver light pierced through the heads of the unconscious guild members, leaving behind pools of blood and corpses. When Zhou walked in front of Chao Zuxian and Su Changming, The unconscious guild members had all turned into corpses. The next second, the silver light flew towards Zhou Wen, but was easily caught by Zhou Wen with 2 fingers, and then put into the equipment column. Boss, it's all him. It's this Chow who wants to harm you. I was just deceived by him. Please let me go. I can be your subordinate. I'm not weak. Su Changming saw Zhou Wen's terrifying strength, and had no intention of resisting. After recovering from the shock, he quickly begged for mercy. Shua. As soon as Su Changming finished speaking, his body was cut in half by Zhou Wen's tungsten bone broadsword. Among the more than 100 people in your organization, are there any members from other guilds? Zhou Wen didn't even look at Su Changming, but just stared at Chao Zuxian and asked. Hearing Zhou Wen's question, Chao Zuxian, who had been dull, immediately regained his spirit, and then he became a little crazy. Haha, big brother, you have been hiding your strength all the time. Are you afraid of becoming the target of public criticism? Then I tell you, among the more than 100 people in my organization, there are people from various guilds, and the 3 major guilds have the most people. Now you have killed all their people, and your true strength has been exposed. You are finished. Chao Zuxian laughed unscrupulously at the end of his speech. He knew that Zhou Wen would never let him go. In this case, before he died, he also wanted to discuss Zhou Wen. The result was the same as Chao Zuxian thought. After Zhou Wen finished listening to his words, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck, and then lifted him up from the ground. Chao Zuxian's neck was clamped tightly, and he immediately felt the blood rushing up, and it was difficult to breathe, but he was still laughing loudly, even though his laughter was hoarse like a duck quacking. The 3 major guilds have the most people? Why didn't I hear Jiang Haidao and Shen Xian tell me? It seems that they don't recognize me as their boss. Zhou Wen said lightly with a playful tone. Chao Zuxian, who was extremely arrogant, stopped laughing instantly after hearing Zhou Wen's words, and the look on his face was even more shocked. You? You are actually from the 2 major guilds. Before Chao Zuxian finished speaking, Zhou Wen's palm exerted a little force, and directly broke his neck. He still had an unbelievable look on his face, until his death. Ding! You win the duel, and all the opponent's supplies are yours. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Zhou Wen shook his dizzy head slightly. Just now, he used shock characteristics, and controlled the diamond flying knife, which consumed almost 90% of his mental power. Now his head was a little groggy, because of the high mental power consumption. Blue light flashed, and Zhou Wen appeared in the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan. The duel did not last long. The sweet potatoes that were roasted on the hot stove were just cooked, making the stomach space full of the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. While eating the roasted sweet potatoes, Zhou Wen opened the World Communication Channel to check the reactions of the survivors to his victory again. As for the supplies obtained from the duel victory, he sent them directly to Jiang Haitao, and asked him to clean them up. He kept the useful ones, and sold the useless ones. Haha, I said that the big boss would be fine. What cats and dogs dared to challenge the big boss? They were really looking for death. How strong is the boss? Can he be as strong as the president of a medium-sized guild? I don't think so. The president of a medium-sized guild is very strong. After all, he has a group of guild members to supply him with supplies. I heard that his strength can reach more than 90 points. Hiss, 90 points. This is too scary. My current strength is only 30 points. I guess the boss's strength may be around 60 points, which should be comparable to some small guild presidents. Your guess is wrong. The boss has 2 rare blueprints. He should have traded with some guilds privately. It should not be difficult to exchange for some biological meat that is not available on the market, so I think the boss's strength should be more than 70 points. Is there a possibility that you all guessed wrong, and the boss is actually a top-notch strongman with a strength of more than 100 points? Sure, Kongyun, you are fantasizing again, right? Go write your erotic novel. Can a visionary like you participate in this kind of normal communication? More than 100 points? What kind of state is 100 points of strength? I can't even imagine it. Why didn't you say 200 points? It's too outrageous. Sure, Kongyun might be right this time. I have been paying attention to the death toll in the upper right corner of the system interface. At a certain moment, the death toll dropped sharply. That time point happened to be during the duel with the boss. At least more than 200 people died. Fuck. Is it true? Really, after I saw the sudden drop in the death toll, I roughly confirmed my previous guess. The ordinary survivor who challenged the boss should be just an appearance. The real duel with the boss may be a certain guild, and there are quite a few people. Just after the survivor sent this message, another message spread in the World Communication Channel. The content of the message was that the president of a medium-sized guild suddenly died, and the guild was directly disbanded. WTF. 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 As soon as this message spread, the communication channel was full of the word WTF. The survivors were shocked by Zhou Wen's strength. Chapter 356. This won't work. Zhou Wen watched the conversations between the survivors in the World Communication Channel, and immediately sent a message after eating the roasted sweet potato in his hand. Sorry everyone, starting today, the wooden foundation will no longer be sold. As soon as Zhou Wen sent this message, it immediately attracted the attention of the survivors. Ah! Why? Boss, you can't stop selling wooden foundations. I just bought a small planting box before, and I haven't grabbed the wooden foundation for placing this small planting box yet. If you don't sell it, what should I do? Yes, boss, you can't ignore ordinary people like us just because you are powerful. Alas, if you want to trade wooden foundations, go to President Chen of the Survivor Guild. I don't have the blueprint anymore, so that's it. Zhou Wen left this sentence and ignored the ordinary survivors in the communication channel. After seeing Zhou Wen's message, the ordinary survivors immediately realized that the boss was able to survive the siege of a medium-sized guild this time because he asked Chen Xian, the president of the second largest guild survivor, for help, and the price was the wooden foundation blueprint. So, a group of people ran to ask Chen Xian about the price of the wooden foundation, and no one continued to discuss how strong Zhou Wen was. After Zhou Wen sent the wooden foundation blueprint to Chen Xian, he sent a message to Yue. Yue had asked him to help sell the wooden foundation before, but now his blueprint is no longer available in the outside world, so he can no longer help Yue sell the wooden foundation in the future. However, this is not a big deal. Yue needed Zhou Wen's help to cover up before because he was not strong at that time. Now he is a relatively strong medium-sized guild, and can sell wooden foundations by himself. Did Chen Xian really take action? Zhao Teng frowned and thought. Zhao Teng really sent his men to join the people organized by Chao Zuxian. His original intention was to detect the strength of Zhou Wen, and to know the overall strength of Chao Zuxian's guild. Unexpectedly, all the people said died, and none of them escaped. Let's find a time to test it again later. Zhao Teng thought to himself. He would not let Zhou Wen go, because Zhou Wen had cheated him before, and he must avenge this hatred, but he was not an impulsive person. Before he was completely sure of Zhou Wen's true strength, he would not rashly challenge Zhou Wen to a duel. As for Zhou Wen, after finishing all the trivial matters, he could finally have a good rest. He placed a wooden chair, and continued to sit by the hot stove to fry some delicious fish meat. He ate and fried while he was enjoying it. After eating the fried fish meat, Zhou Wen had nothing to do, so he took out the golden positioning card from the locker. He had left the submarine volcano area, so he naturally wanted to see if the golden positioning card could be used. Not surprisingly, it could not be used, so Zhou Wen had to put it away and try again tomorrow. At this time, Chen Xian had already discussed the price of the wooden foundation with a group of ordinary survivors in the World Communication Channel. The original price was 500 pieces of wood for one wooden foundation, but after a round of bargaining by ordinary survivors, the final price was still 100 pieces of wood for one wooden foundation. Because Chen Xian did not raise the price of the wooden foundation in the end, the survivors all praised Chen Xian. But in fact, Chen Xian wanted to set the price at 100 pieces of wood at the beginning, which was the same as Zhou Wen's previous price. But by raising the price first and then lowering it, he could gain a good reputation for nothing. Why not? After announcing the price of the wooden foundation, Chen Xian announced another item, which was the insulation sponge board. After a few days of cultivating the insulation sponge, Chen Xian found that the insulation sponge can indeed grow in a low-temperature environment, and the insulation sponge has a strong regeneration ability. Even if it is cut into pieces, as long as there is enough food, these pieces can grow a complete insulation sponge again. Because of its strong regeneration ability, the insulation sponge is very suitable for cutting into small pieces, and then trading it to ordinary survivors at a low price. After they slowly cultivate the insulation sponge, they can use it to sell for some basic materials. After all, ordinary survivors can't afford the insulation sponge board themselves. Sell insulation sponge fragments, one for every 100 basic materials. After Chen Xian explained the role of the thermal insulation sponge board in the World Communication Channel, the thermal insulation sponge fragments were snatched up, whether it was ordinary survivors or guild members. There was no other way. In the current cold weather, the swimming speed of the transformed Leviathan has dropped, and the importance of this thermal insulation sponge is self-evident. Thermal insulation sponge board for sale, 1,000 yuan for 1 piece. Trade, plant instant growth liquid, characteristic steel seal, transformed Leviathan instant growth energy crystal. Any item can be traded for 1 piece, a total of 10 pieces. Limited quantity, first come first served. As soon as Chen Xian sent this message, Zhao Tong sent a message immediately afterwards. Miss Chen, can you trade me all these 10,000 thermal insulation sponge boards? I will help you collect the items you need. How about that? These 10,000 thermal insulation sponge boards are a must for Zhao Tong. His transformed Leviathan has reached about 110 meters. He needs at least 6,000 thermal insulation sponge boards to cover his entire body. The remaining 4,000 will be used to supplement the size of the transformed Leviathan in the future. However, he does not have enough bargaining chips, so he simply talks to Chen Xian directly. This is possible, but President Zhao, you have to do it as soon as possible. I can't wait for you to collect them slowly. MS. Chen, rest assured, I will collect them all right away. After Zhao Tong sent this reply, he sent another message. Everyone who has the items that President Chen needs. I am willing to trade with a 2 steel long knife. Zhao Tong used the 2 steel long knife as a bargaining chip, which was very tempting for the presidents of those medium-sized guilds. Because only 3 major guilds can carry out pest control tasks, the 2 steel long sword is almost monopolized by the 3 major guilds, and its rarity is definitely no less than instant plant growth liquid and specialty steel seal. Instant plant growth liquid is of no use to most people, and specialty steel seal is also of little value without a core. The 2 steel long sword can be said to be the strongest weapon at present. As long as the armor is not made of special large biological materials, it can basically break the defense as easily as cutting tofu. And in some special cases, survivors without special features can even rely on the 2 steel long sword to kill the strong with burning characteristics. After all, armor and weapons cannot defend against the attack of the 2 steel long sword, and no matter how strong the power is, it can only be cut in half by 1 sword. Not long after Zhao Tong sent out the message, many people came to him to trade for 2 steel long knives. A total of 7 2 steel long knives were traded, and 7 items that met Chen Xian's requirements were exchanged. In addition to the 3 he could take out, a total of 10 items, he finally successfully traded for 10,000 insulation sponge boards. Soon, the 10 rare items that Zhao Tong traded to Chen Xian came to Zhou Wen's hands. Among them, 7 were plant instant growth liquid, 3 were characteristic steel seal, and transformed Leviathan instant growth energy crystal was naturally something that no one was willing to trade, unless they were a fool. Not bad, 7 growth liquids, attribute points can be improved again, Zhou Wen said with a smile. Chapter 357. At this time, Jiang Haitao sent a private message, which contained 4 characteristic steel stamps, 2 burning steel stamps, and 2 colorful steel stamps, which were found from a pile of system emails Zhou Wen won the duel. It turns out that there are people with special characteristics in the other group, but why haven't I seen them use them? Zhou Wen extracted the 4 steel stamps from the private message with some doubts, and then put them into the locker at random. Then, Zhou Wen took 7 bottles of plant growth liquid, and came to a corner of the stomach wall space where blood veins were planted. The blood veins planted here were planted with the flesh and blood of the Leviathan. The growth rate of the blood veins is very slow. According to the growth progress in these days, it takes at least 20 days to produce a blood vein fruit. This is the case when the blood veins have grown to adulthood. If it is planted from seeds, it will take at least 40 days. Fortunately, there is an item called plant instant growth liquid that can quickly make plants bloom and bear fruit. Otherwise, Zhou Wen wants to obtain the blood veins of various Leviathan creatures. I don't know when I will plant them. Because the previous blood vein fruit seed was planted in the special flesh and blood of the meteorite Leviathan, causing the seed to disappear directly, Zhou Wen now needs to use the growth liquid to ripen a blood vein fruit again. Then, Zhou Wen opened the bottle stopper of the growth liquid and poured the green liquid inside into the roots of the blood vein vine of the treading wave Leviathan. The next second, the blood vein vine began to absorb the flesh and blood of the treading wave Leviathan crazily, and a blood-colored flower bud grew on the blood vein vine at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then the flower bud bloomed into a blood-colored flower with black veins. Zhou Wen added the flesh and blood of the treading wave Leviathan to the roots of the blood vein vine with ease, and the blood-colored flower quickly withered a few seconds after it bloomed, followed by a blood-colored fruit, which slowly expanded like a balloon. After 2 minutes, a blood vein fruit was completely ripe. Zhou Wen reached out to pick the fruit and ate it directly. Eating the treading Leviathan blood vein fruit again could not provide Zhou with attributes, but it could provide blood vein energy repeatedly. Immediately, there was one more blood vein energy in his body, adding to the previous 5. Which other Leviathan blood vein fruits can I plant? Now that he had the blood vein fruit seeds, Zhou thought about the Leviathan biological meat he could get. The only one I can use now is the Thorn Leviathan, but I still have 6 bottles of growth liquid. Since there is enough growth liquid, Zhou naturally wants to convert all of it into his own attributes. After all, strong strength is the hard truth. The flesh and blood of the steel armor Leviathan and the giant bone Leviathan should also be usable. Thinking of this, Zhou was ready to send a message to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to bring back some corresponding Leviathan flesh and blood when they were helping others get rid of insects, but after thinking about it, he decided to cut it himself. After all, this kind of action of cutting Leviathan flesh and blood has never been done before, and there may be unexpected dangers, just like when he wanted to cut some brains in the brain of Yudhuang Leviathan, but was locked by the spirit of Yudhuang Leviathan. However, Zhou did not think that the 2 ordinary Leviathans, Steel Armor Leviathan and Giant Bone Leviathan, had the ability to launch mental attacks, and he would be faster to obtain Leviathan flesh and blood. Afterwards, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao for 2 insect removal coupons, 1 Steel Armor Leviathan insect removal coupon, and 1 Giant Bone Leviathan insect removal coupon. But before the insect removal, Zhou had to use the existing Thorn Leviathan flesh and blood to plant a corresponding blood vein fruit. Remake a small aquarium, put the flesh of the Thorn Leviathan in it, then stuff the blood vein fruit seeds into the flesh, and finally pour in the growth liquid. 3 minutes later, a blood vein fruit has grown on the ripened blood vein vine, and Zhou picked the fruit. Ding! Obtain Thorn Leviathan blood vein fruit X1. Zhou ate it without hesitation, and began to look forward to the attribute categories that this blood vein fruit can provide. Ding! Eat Thorn Leviathan blood vein fruit, strength increased by 11. Haha, strength again, okay. Hearing the system prompt sound of increasing strength, Zhou's face showed joy. In fact, he was a little nervous just now. If it was physical fitness that was increased, wouldn't it be a waste again? Strength increased to 232.5 points, and there was another blood vein energy in the body. Zhou couldn't wait to use Steel Armor Leviathan insect removal coupon, wanting to quickly obtain the flesh of the Steel Armor Leviathan to see if the planted blood vein fruit could continue to increase strength. Zhou's body turned into a blue light and appeared directly in the mouth of the Steel Armor Leviathan. Entering the body of the Steel Armor Leviathan again made him feel a long-lost feeling. After all, the first Leviathan he used to deworm was the Steel Armor Leviathan. But Zhou is no longer the same as before. Although it is pitch black around him, he does not need to use a headlamp at all. He can easily find the esophagus by directly releasing his mental power to cover a range of 10 meters around him. Zhou did not want to waste too much time. After finding the esophagus, he rushed towards the stomach wall space at a very fast speed. In 1 second, he rushed into the stomach wall space. At this time, there were tens of thousands of parasites in the stomach wall space of the Steel Armor Leviathan, but Zhou was not afraid at all. He activated the rockfall technique that had not been used for a long time again, clearing all the parasites at the fastest speed, and while clearing the parasites, he secretly cut some of the flesh and blood of the Steel Armor Leviathan and put it into the deep blue treasure chest. The Steel Armor Leviathan did not react much, but the stomach wall space trembled violently a few times, which had no effect on Zhou at all. In less than an hour, Zhou finished the deworming, holding a silver-rimmed material box and a Steel Armor Leviathan blood crystal in his hand and returned to the stomach wall space of his own Leviathan. In the silver-rimmed material box, there was a 2 steel long knife, a Steel Armor Leviathan tooth, and 2 equipment bars, which were of no use to Zhou now anyway. After obtaining the flesh and blood of the Steel Armor Leviathan, Zhou immediately use the Giant Bone Leviathan insect removal coupon, and followed the same steps to clean the parasites and cut some flesh and blood. The Giant Bone Leviathan did not react much, and finally returned with the silver-rimmed material box and the Giant Bone Leviathan blood crystal. Zhou threw the Giant Bone Leviathan blood crystal directly to the small diamond sea snake and gave it as a snack. The flesh and blood of the 2 Leviathans were obtained, and Zhou immediately use 2 bottles of plant instant growth liquid to ripen the blood veins of the 2 Leviathans. Ding! Eat the Giant Bone Leviathan blood vein fruit, and increase your physique by 11. Ding! Eat the Steel Armor Leviathan blood vein fruit, and increase your physique by 11. Ah! Zhou Wen was confused. He thought that the giant bone leviathan's blood vein fruit might increase physique, but it was just a guess after all. He didn't expect that both of them increased physique, and 22 points of physique attributes were wasted. I worked so hard for these two blood fruits, and this is it. Zhou Wen really couldn't accept it. Without increasing strength, he could have increased speed, but the result was all physical fitness. The most important thing was that the increased physical attributes were wasted. Chapter 358. What other leviathans are there? Zhou Wen thought for a moment. The only ones he could get flesh and blood from were Yang Xian's Doju Leviathan and Zhuyu Yang's Anointed Soil Leviathan. But Yang Xian is gradually no longer following Chen Xian's orders, and Zhuyu Yang's Anointed Soil Leviathan is only 100 meters long and is used for farming, so it's better not to mess around. Forget it, keep the remaining 4 bottles of instant plant growth liquid for now. After confirming that there was no usable Leviathan biological meat, Zhou Wen put the remaining growth liquid into the locker. During Zhou Wen's 2 consecutive insect removals, the transformed Leviathan had been swimming and had swallowed the first supply box of the day. Zhou Wen opened the supply box and found 5 silver ingots. There are enough materials for the enthusiast furnace, so make one for others. In the current extremely cold environment, there is no enthusiast furnace, and the development speed is slow. He can't control others, but he still has to take care of his own people. Zhou Wen made a total of 4 enthusiast furnaces, one of which was given to He Yue. In fact, He Yue's position in Zhou Wen's heart was not high, and he could only be regarded as a support object. Unlike Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, who he had known from the beginning, many core things would not be given to him. But in the current situation, if He Yue fell behind too much, the previous support would be in vain, so he could only be given 1, and the remaining 3 were given to Leng Liang, and then Leng Liang was asked to transfer 2 of them to Bai Lan and Zhang Dongyang. Black Knife Club was proposed by Zhou Wen. Although Bai Lan's strength was not strong, after all, as the president of the guild, he could not fall behind too much. Moreover, the core members of Black Knife Club have all seen Zhou Wen's strength and know that there is a very strong thigh behind their guild, so the probability of betrayal is also smaller. For example, the 20 members of the Black Knife Club, who replaced Leviathan, they have been supplying biological meat to the guild honestly until now, and have no intention of leaving the guild at all, because they dare not. Yang Xian would think of leaving Chen Xian, because he didn't know how high the sky was, so he wanted to try to climb to the sky. After sending the enthusiasm furnace, Zhou Wen took out 2 more brain platinum crystals, and sent them to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. Originally, Zhou Wen wanted to make all the brain platinum crystals into diamond flying knives, and then control 9 at a time, but it turned out that it was difficult to control 2 with his current mental power, and his intelligence had reached the upper limit. At present, it was unrealistic to want to control multiple flying knives when his mental power could not be improved. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, who used brain platinum crystals, both reached 12 points in intelligence attributes, and they no longer needed to use hats made of shield fish fat to eliminate insects in the future. What is your intelligence? After Zhou Wen improved the intelligence of Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, he thought about it, and sent a message to Leng Liang to ask, "Why are you asking this?" Leng Liang answered with some confusion, "Good things, tell the truth, don't hide it from me, be careful that good things turn into bad things." For people who like to hide their strength, Zhou Wen must emphasize and warn them, otherwise they will definitely not tell the truth. 13 points. Leng Liang originally wanted to say 12 points, because it happened that he was not controlled by the dream anemone worm, so it was reasonable for him to get the 2 steel long knife by killing the worm. But seeing that Zhou Wen had warned him specifically, he hesitated for a few seconds and told the truth. 13 points. This is high. How did you improve it? Zhou Wen asked curiously. 2 points are by eating biological eggs that increase intelligence, and 1 is by using the golden order. Leng Liang said. Oh, you are lucky. I will give you something to improve your intelligence. Zhou Wen sent a message and sent a cerebrospinal fluid to Leng Liang. Items that increase intelligence are rare, and you just gave it to me? Leng Liang said with some surprise. In the early days of the establishment of Black Knife Club, you made a lot of efforts. It is not easy to clean up 20 Leviathan parasites. This is your reward. Zhou Wen said, okay. Seeing Zhou Wen say this, Leng Liang took the cerebrospinal fluid with peace of mind, and then used it directly to improve his intelligence to 14 points. Intelligence is 14 points, and I am almost able to use deterrence feature. Leng Liang murmured in a low voice. Deterrence feature is an intelligence attribute. After it is turned on, it can release a deterrent force. People with lower intelligence than oneself will involuntarily feel fear when they enter the deterrence range. This deterrence attribute was obtained by Lung Liang from a dead Leviathan creature. He had already marked the attribute, but the attribute requires intelligence to reach 15 points to be activated. I wonder if Wangwen has any other items that can increase intelligence. Lung Liang thought for a while, took out a positioning card from the locker, and then sent a message to Zhou. Do you have any other items that can increase intelligence? I will exchange them with you. Lung Liang said. What is it? Let me see it first. Brain Platinum Crystal is still very precious. Zhou must see if the things Lung Liang uses for exchange are worth it. Lung Liang sent the information of the positioning card to Zhou. Zhou looked at it, and his expression changed, because this positioning card is called Abyss Straight Positioning Card. I have items that can increase intelligence. Please send this location card. Then, Lung Liang sent the Abyss Straight Location Card, and Zhou sent a Brain Platinum Crystal. Use it. Zhou tried to use the Abyss Straight Location Card the moment he got it, but there was no reaction. Now there is a way to obtain Abyss Crystals. For types of the ultimate formula of the scale transformation period have been collected. I don't know when I can get clues for the remaining one. Zhou put the Abyss Straight Location Card into the locker, and said with some worry on his face. Today is the 70th day, and the survivors' transmogrified Leviathans have also entered the scale transformation period. Some of them have begun to buy scale transformation materials to make their transmogrified Leviathans grow scales. Just now, he saw Bai Lan selling a large number of white jade shells in the World Communication Channel. And Zhou Wen's transmogrified Leviathan has long entered the scale transformation period, but it has been delayed because the materials for the ultimate formula are difficult to collect. Oh, it's not easy. Zhou sighed. It was nighttime, and the 2 supplied boxes obtained later didn't have anything good, just 2 apples. Zhou cut the apples into slices with a dagger, and then fried fish on the hot stove as dinner, while using the tip of the dagger to pick a slice of apple to eat. By the way, my pickled kimchi should be ready. Zhou suddenly remembered that he had pickled 10 jars of kimchi on the 50th day, so he immediately opened the small aquarium where the kimchi was placed and took out a jar from it. His so sour. Zhou put a sour radish strip into his mouth and chewed it, and his facial features were immediately wrinkled together because of the sour taste. But Zhou liked this sour taste, so he picked up some sour radish strips and sour cabbage into the bowl with chopsticks. After the fish was fried, he used the kimchi as a dish, and a simple dinner was finished. Chapter 359. On the 71st day, Zhou sat up from the bed. The first thing he did was to drink a cup of black shell powder solution, then sliced bread and grilled it on a hot stove until both sides were slightly burnt. Then he sandwiched a piece of fish fillet between 2 slices of toasted bread, and added some tomato slices and lettuce. In this way, a sandwich was ready. After Zhou finished breakfast, he took out a mirror made of mirror pike skin and looked at his teeth. He had been absorbing tungsten all day yesterday and had not used tungsten gold properties. Tungsten in his body has begun to accumulate in his teeth. At this time, in the mirror, one of his front teeth had turned black, and it looked like he was missing a front tooth. Zhou roughly counted the number of his teeth. There were 30 in total. If the tungsten content in the teeth was the same as that in the fingernails, it would take 10 seconds for each tooth, and it would take 300 seconds for all the teeth to be dyed black, which is 5 minutes. Not bad. The duration of toenails, fingernails, teeth, all added together, tungsten gold property, can be activated for 7.5 minutes. Although 7.5 minutes is not too long, it is enough to maintain the amplification effect of other properties. 3,000 points of physical fitness can basically offset the side effects of other properties when they end, and the amplification time of other properties is uneven. As long as the duration of tungsten gold property is longer than the duration of all other properties, Zhou will not be affected by the side effects temporarily, so that the amplification effect of other properties will not be affected by the weak state. There was nothing to do today. Zhou inspected the stomach wall space as usual, and then took out the golden positioning card and Abyss straight positioning card to use them, but they were not used successfully, so he could only put them back in the locker and try again tomorrow. Soon, the transformed Leviathan entered the feeding stage. The esophageal diaphragm opened, and the cold seawater rushed into the stomach wall space with a chill, causing the temperature of the originally warm stomach wall space to drop directly to below 0. In the cold seawater, in addition to seaweed, there are also a large number of parasites. These parasites are in a dormant state when they first enter the stomach wall space, but they began to become active not long after entering the stomach wall space. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 5 triangular fireflies immediately flew out of the insect nest, their bodies emitting red light, and plunged into the seawater, killing the parasites one by one. This time the triangular fireflies were quite powerful. There were a total of hundreds of parasites, and they killed 30 together. Although it was not a lot, it was at least better than the last time, when only a few parasites were killed. Because the seawater is cold, the triangular firefly consumes a lot of energy to kill parasites in the water, and the hydrogen as energy is very limited in the stomach wall space. The reason why Zhou Wen was able to kill 30 parasites this time was that he had been in the submarine volcanic area for the past few days, and the transformed Leviathan had not eaten, so he stored more energy. Zhou Wen personally went to clean up all the remaining parasites. The body of the small diamond crystal sea snake has now reached 15 meters, and its body is too thick and not suitable for cleaning parasites. After a while, the eating stage ended, and the transformed Leviathan entered the material box stage. Zhou Wen had nothing to do, so he prepared to use a blast furnace to try to make a steel ingot. The steel ingot is an alloy, which is smelted by 99% iron and 1% carbon. Zhou Wen used a blast furnace to burn crystal sponge before, which is equivalent to fusing the two materials together, so he guessed that he could try to use a blast furnace to burn a steel ingot according to the material ratio of the steel ingot. But because the thickness of the sea ice layer has reached more than 50 meters, the transformed Leviathan cannot float to the surface by breaking the ice layer, so he plans to smelt steel ingots in the stomach wall space. Of course, there is definitely not enough oxygen to smelt steel ingots in the stomach wall space, but Zhou Wen went to the Xianshan Leviathan for the second time to remove insects and brought back 100,000 oxygen crystals. One oxygen crystal can almost maintain the combustion of the blast furnace for 10 minutes, which is definitely enough for an experiment. Then, Zhou Wen will place 4 stone foundations in the stomach wall space, place the blast furnace on it, and then add a large amount of coal and a piece of oxygen crystal. After the blast furnace is ignited, 10 iron ingots and a piece of coal will be put into the feed port of the blast furnace according to the material ratio of steel. The next step is to pay attention to the time to add oxygen crystals and wait for the burning results. About an hour has passed, and Zhou Wen has added oxygen crystals and coal to the blast furnace 6 times. But the discharge port of the blast furnace still has no material, so he can only continue to wait. But at this moment, the phantom Leviathan, which was swimming normally, suddenly stopped swimming for some reason. Haha, fun. The voice of the phantom Leviathan sounded in Zhou Wen's mind, as if he had encountered something fun. Out of curiosity, Zhou Wen slapped the esophageal diaphragm and left the stomach wall space and came to the outside. Because the sea surface was frozen, even at noon, the weather was bad, and the sea was covered with ice and snow, so the light was very dim. Zhou Wen turned on the strong headlight and looked around, and then he saw a creature with a very strange shape. The creature had a flat and slender body, a triangular metal dorsal fin like a blade on its back, and a head similar to that of a hair tail, but the whole body was coiled in a spiral shape, looking like a plate of mosquito coils. The phantom Leviathan opened his mouth and filled it with seawater, then slowly spit it out towards the creature. After being hit by the water flow, the spiral creature's body began to spin rapidly like a windmill. Haha, little man, little man. The phantom Leviathan was particularly happy, and used his head to push Zhou Wen in front of the spiral creature, as if he wanted him to play with it too. But as soon as Zhou Wen approached, the spiral creature suddenly started to spin on its own, and the speed of rotation was extremely fast. The surrounding seawater formed a vortex under its rotation, and directly sucked Zhou Wen over. The metal dorsal fin of the spiral creature was like a rapidly rotating blade in a crusher, as if it wanted to suck Zhou Wen over and then cut him into pieces. But Zhou Wen was not panicked at all. With a thought, the explosive heavy armor appeared on his body surface. When the dorsal fin blade of the spiral creature cut the surface of the explosive heavy armor, it only made a sharp friction sound, and could not leave any trace on the surface of the armor at all. The spiral creature found that it could not crush Zhou Wen, so it immediately stopped spinning and turned its body back into a long strip, ready to escape. At this time, Zhou Wen could roughly see that the length of this spiral creature should be about 50 meters. When it was coiled in a spiral just now, its diameter was about 10 meters. Cut tail. This creature couldn't be a vortex cut tail. Zhou Wen thought to himself. If he hadn't had this guess, he would have chopped the cut tail creature with a knife just now. Chapter 360. Stun it. Zhou Wen gestured to the phantom Leviathan after the creature swam farther away. Woo! The phantom Leviathan chirped briefly, and successfully stunned the hairtail creature. Zhou went forward to check and confirm that the hairtail creature had no excessive damage. He put away the explosive heavy armor, touched the creature, and then checked the biological illustration information. Vortex hairtail, body length, 52 meters. Weight, 20 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A kind of hairtail living in cold areas. When hunting, it will coil up its body, and quickly rotate its body to form a vortex in the seawater that guides itself. It sucks the passing prey into its own steel dorsal fin and strangles it. It can be eaten and used as a power device. It's really a vortex hairtail. The deep-sea walker mecha can be made? Zhou was overjoyed, and quickly returned to the stomach wall space. According to the deep-sea walker mecha drawing, he took all the required materials outside. Deep-sea walker mecha blueprint requires 120 bone-through tungsten ingots, 1,000 steel ingots, 1,000 blood crystals, 50 diamonds, 10 crystal ore, 30 rubbers, 10 plastics, 2 high-pressure porcupine fish, 1 vortex hairtail, 2 anchor caliceri, 2 dream anemone shells, 2 razor disc insect corpses, 100 bloodworm corpses, and 200 bone-through silk ropes. Make it! Zhou shouted excitedly in his heart when all the materials were gathered. The next second, all the materials turned into blue light, interweaving and combining in the seawater. After various materials were added, the volume of the blue light became larger and larger, and finally grew to 10 meters. When the blue light dissipated, a 10-meter-high, black mecha appeared in front of Zhou, but because it was in the sea, and there was no support below, the mecha fell directly to the bottom of the sea. Zhou hurriedly swam up, and put the deep-sea walker mecha into the mecha column by touching it with his hand. Just test it on the back of the Phantom Leviathan. Zhou thought to himself. The stomach wall space of the Phantom Leviathan was too small, and it could only barely put down the mecha. It was not suitable to test it inside, because it could not move at all. It was better to test it outside. When he came to the back of the Phantom Leviathan, Zhou had an idea and took the deep-sea walker mecha out of the mecha column and placed it on the back of the Phantom Leviathan, and then roughly observed the appearance. The overall structure of the deep-sea walker mecha is very simple. In the middle is a cockpit made of metal. A mechanical arm is connected to each side of the cockpit. The bottom of the cockpit is supported by 2 thick mechanical legs. The overall look is very bulky. Some important places on the surface of the mecha are protected by a metal shell formed by bone-through tungsten ingots. Except for the transparent observation window made of crystal in the front of the most important cockpit, almost all other places are covered with a layer of bone-through tungsten ingot shell. The surface of the 2 mechanical arms is also protected by a layer of bone-through tungsten ingot shell, but the difference is that the mechanical legs are not fully protected, only the joints have a protective shell. There are 2 tools on each of the 2 mechanical arms. One is a grappling hook, and the other is a circular saw. The image of the grappling hook is the same as the anchor caliceri of the anchorworm, but the whole body is made of bone-through tungsten ingots. The circular saw is based on the razor disc worm, with a layer of metal on the surface, and then the diamonds are evenly inlaid on the circumference of the metal wheel with blood crystals. After observing the external appearance of the mecha, Zhou touched the mecha again, put it into the mecha column, and then used it directly. In an instant, Zhou appeared in the cab. The control structure in the cab was also very simple, that is, using a pull rod to control the mechanical arm and mechanical leg to move. Zhou was originally going to try to control it, but after pulling all the pull rods, the mecha did not move at all. Later, he found that he needed to add fuel to the power room. The power room is actually the location where the vortex cutlass fish is housed. The shape is a metal disc with a diameter of 10 meters, and then it is connected to the back of the mecha through a bearing. 2 high-pressure porcupines are placed on the shoulders of the mechanical arm to provide high-pressure power to the tools. The fuel of these 2 biological powers is naturally the blood of the Phantom Leviathan. The blood can be directly transported to the 3 power devices through the infusion pipeline made of the corpse of the vascular worm behind the cockpit. After some research, Zhou added 3 barrels of Phantom Leviathan blood to the vortex cutlass fish power room, so that the vortex cutlass fish gradually began to rotate, and the entire mecha also had power. After a while, Zhou successfully started the deep-sea walker mecha, but because the internal structure of the mecha was simple, and it was controlled by a pull rod, the 2 mecha arms moved very stiffly, and could only make 3 movements forward and backward. The first was to cross the arms in front of the cockpit observation window, to protect the crystal observation window from being damaged. The second was to swing left and right, and the third was to swing up and down. The movements that the mechanical legs could control were even simpler, with only 2 movements. walking forward and squatting, and the walking speed was very slow, taking more than 10 seconds to walk a distance of 10 meters. In addition to the square joystick in the cockpit, there are 3 small operating levers on the left and right sides, one for controlling the grabbing mechanism, one for controlling the circular saw, and one for switching the power gear between the two. Bang! A loud noise came from the front end of the mechanical arm, and the grabbing hook was quickly shot forward under the pressure of the high-pressure porcupine fish, and fell to the ground after flying about 100 meters. Joe then connected the power gear to the axle of the grabbing mechanism rope, and the axle turned a little bit to retract the grabbing mechanism. Then, the power gear was connected to the circular saw, and the circular saw would rotate rapidly driven by the chain and gear. After the overall operation, Joe found a problem, that is, when operating the 2 tools on the mechanical arm, the mecha cannot move because the power provided by the turbofish is not enough. This deep-sea walker mech is a bit useless. It feels like it can only walk on the seabed. Joe didn't know what to do with such a heavy mech. If he fought with people, it was too slow, and he couldn't catch up with them. If he fought with large creatures, the internal structure was made of steel ingots, and a collision with large creatures might cause it to be twisted and deformed. Joe was originally looking forward to driving a mech, but this deep-sea walker mech was not what he imagined at all. Disappointed, Joe put the deep-sea walker mech into the mech bar, and returned to the stomach wall space to continue smelting steel ingots. About an hour later, the flame of the blast furnace went out, and there were 10 red-hot metal ingots in the discharge port. After cooling, Joe picked up one of them, and the system prompt sounded in his mind immediately. Ding! Obtain steel ingot X1. It works as expected. Joe's face showed a trace of joy. Since the blast furnace can burn steel ingots, he doesn't have to collect steel ingots specially in the future. Chapter 361. When Joe was testing the deep-sea walker mecha, a big event happened in the World Communication Channel. Brothers, my transformed Leviathan has successfully grown scales, and the world system has also rewarded me with an armor blueprint. Damn, our transformed Leviathan has just entered the 2nd day of the scale transformation period, and you have already acquired enough white jade shells? Can I ask how many white jade shells are needed for transformed Leviathan to grow scales? Haha, this is not a big deal. I will tell you directly that a total of 1,000 white jade shells are needed. 1,000, fortunately it is not too much, but the white jade shells sold by the Black Knife Club Guild are a bit expensive. Now it seems that it is 500 basic materials per piece, so I can only save them slowly. Oh my god, if I succeed in making the Metamorphosis Leviathan grow scales, the world system will also reward armor blueprints? What blueprints are they? It's a blueprint made of the white jade scales grown by the Metamorphosis Leviathan. I just went out and tested the scales on the surface of the Metamorphosis Leviathan with a weapon. They are very strong. The weapon in my hand is made of 30-meter biological materials, but it can't leave any marks on the scales. Hiss, so hard. I also want to make the Metamorphosis Leviathan grow scales quickly. Brother, have you made your armor? Can you take a picture and send it to us? This? Not yet. The Metamorphosis Leviathan has just started to grow scales. There are not many. I can't peel it off now. How long will it take for the scales on the surface of your Metamorphosis Leviathan to grow all over its body? It may take 3 days. I just threw 1,000 pieces of white jade shells for growing scales into the digester, and they have already started to grow. The speed is still very fast. Thank you for sharing this important news. It seems that we ordinary survivors can also wear good equipment in the future. If you successfully make the transformed Leviathan grow scales, will the world system also send the corresponding scale armor blueprint? Joe murmured as he looked at the message in the World Communication Channel. After a brief thought, Joe took out the triangular firefly corpse he had obtained before, which could also be used as a material for growing scales on the Transfiguration Leviathan. Although the triangular firefly corpse is small, it is still very hard. When Joe first removed the insects from the body of the cloud-eating Leviathan, he used a giant bone shield to resist the triangular firefly, and the surface of the giant bone shield was pierced by a small hole by the triangular firefly. This shows that the hardness of the triangular firefly corpse is higher than the bone pieces of the giant bone Leviathan, that is, the bone scales grown by the Transfiguration Leviathan using giant bone Leviathan blood crystal are not as good as the scales grown by the triangular firefly corpse as a material. Joe has 8,000 triangular firefly corpses in his hand, which can make 8 Transfiguration Leviathans that have entered the scale transformation period grow scales. Now he can give these triangular firefly corpses to the guild members for use. After their Transfiguration Leviathan successfully grows enough scales, he will ask them to hand in a set of armor to test the hardness. Forget it, I won't give it to my own people. Zhou Wen thought about it. Although the hardness of the triangular firefly is stronger than that of the giant bone leviathan, it is definitely not as good as that of the steel armor leviathan. And it is not difficult for Zhou Wen to obtain steel armor leviathan blood crystal, and in the future, he can let all the transformed leviathans of his guild members use steel armor leviathan blood crystal as the material for growing scales, so that the armor blueprint set by the world system will be stronger. After making a decision, Zhou Wen sent these 8,000 triangular firefly corpses to Lung Liang, and asked Lung Liang to pass them to Bai Lan, and then let Bai Lan sell them. The price is 1,000 triangular firefly corpses for a bottle of plant instant growth liquid, or a characteristic steel seal. Then, Zhou Wen thought about it. Currently, he knew that there were 5 materials that could make the transformed leviathan grow scales. They were white jade shell, giant bone leviathan blood crystal, triangle firefly corpse, steel armor leviathan blood crystal, and thorny armored golden carp blood. Among them, thorny armored golden carp blood should be the strongest scale material, but Zhou Wen had the ultimate formula for transformed leviathan scale transformation, so he would definitely not use this thorny armored golden carp blood, so he was going to ask Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian who wanted it. But in the end, neither of them wanted it, because they might encounter better scale materials in the future, so they wanted to wait a little longer. Their leviathans were protected by honeycomb bone pieces on their bodies, which were stronger than white jade shell scales, so they were not in a hurry to grow scales on the transformed leviathan. Who should I give this blood of the golden bream to? Will it go bad if I keep it there? Zhou Wen had obtained the blood of the golden bream for 11 days, but because of the temperature drop and the special nature of the blood of the golden bream, there has been no sign of corruption so far, but it can't be left there forever. Lung Liang, I have a relatively strong material for the scale transformation of Leviathan. Do you want it? Zhou Wen sent a message to Lung Liang. What material? Lung Liang asked curiously. It's the blood of the golden bream, you know. Lung Liang had eaten the meat of the golden bream in the previous deep-sea escape trial, so he naturally checked the biological information of the golden bream. No, Lung Liang refused directly. Lung Liang also has the Leviathan honeycomb bone sheet blueprint, and now, with the Black Knife Society providing enough biological skeletons, his Leviathan has already been covered with honeycomb bones, so there is no rush to make the Leviathan grow scales. If Zhou Wen had extremely rare materials in his hands, he might consider it. Although the thorny golden bream is a relatively special creature, it is not even a Leviathan. He thinks that he will definitely encounter other better materials in the future. Then ask Zhang Dongyang if he wants it. He wants it. Lung Liang answered after asking. Then you can give it to him. After his transformed Leviathan grows thorny golden scales, make a set of armor and hand it in. Zhou Wen said, and then sent all the meat of the thorny golden bream to Lung Liang. He was very excited and asked me to thank you for your gift. Yes, I know. After dealing with the meat of the thorny golden bream, Zhou Wen continued to check the world communication channel and found that Yang Xian was selling stone statue core. 1. Stone statue core in exchange for a characteristic steel stamp, or burning core, colorful core. After so many days, Yang Xian heard that this deep-sea escape trial produced a large number of cores and feature stamps, and he had a stone statue core that others did not have, so he quickly used it to exchange for other types of cores and stamps. Add 100 points of physical fitness. Where did you get such a strong core? Didn't you not participate in the trial? Some survivors were stunned after seeing the characteristic effects of the stone statue core and asked in confusion. Hee, I'm lucky, it comes from the organisms that Leviathan eats. Yang Xian said proudly. Chapter 362. Not long after Yang Xian sent out his message, someone sent him a private message, and there were quite a few people. After a while, he successfully traded for 3 characteristic seals, 5 colorful cores, and 1 burning core. In Zhou Wen's eyes, it was definitely not worth it to exchange burning core for stone statue core, but this was because he already had a core that increased his physical fitness, and those who traded did not have the physical fitness feature. Moreover, the increase in physical fitness could also increase the duration of other features in disguise. Therefore, stone statue core was very important in the eyes of those who had no way to obtain physical fitness. As long as there were extra burning cores in their hands, some people were willing to exchange them for the weaker stone statue core. Haha, I am really the chosen one. The cores they fought so hard to get, I can easily get them just by sitting at home. Yang Xian laughed loudly in his wooden hut, and he was full of energy, as if he had been blessed by heaven. Now that I have these 3 characteristic stamps, I can also add characteristics to my 3 attributes. Yang Xian said, and directly used the 3 characteristic stamps, together with burning characteristics, stone statue characteristics, and colorful characteristics, and added all 3 characteristics at once. At this moment, he felt that he was invincible, and qualified to be among the top strongmen. It's time to break away from Chen Xian and establish my own guild. Yang Xian's current strength has reached 85 points. With a set of 60-meter level biological armor and weapons, and the ability to stably obtain stone statue cores, there is no problem in establishing a guild. However, Yang Xian did not rashly establish a guild, as he was afraid that all guilds would challenge him to a duel. Although he had a backup plan to replace Leviathan, the only 2 Leviathans that could be replaced with insect removal coupons were Giant Bone Leviathan and Steel Armor Leviathan, so he would not be able to obtain Stone Statue Core. If possible, he still did not want to lose the Doju Leviathan. So before establishing a guild, he had to win over the 3 major guilds and let them support him, and his bargaining chip was naturally Stone Statue Core. Finally, Yang Xian gave the 3 major guilds Stone Statue Core in exchange for a message from the 3 major guilds in the World Communication Channel supporting him to establish a guild, at a cost of 26 Stone Statue Cores. The Jiangge Guild was the first guild, and Yang Xian gave 8, and the Tingfei Guild was the third guild, and he also gave 8, because Zhao Teng's reputation was not very good, and he was afraid that Zhao Teng would find trouble with him after knowing that he gave too few. In the Survivor Guild, Yang Xian gave the most, a total of 10. No matter what, it was Chen Xian who helped him gain a foothold in the Doju Leviathan stomach wall space. Although he was not originally a member of Chen Xian's guild, he was indeed protected by Chen Xian at the beginning. Now that he has left, he is afraid that Chen Xian will cause trouble for him in the future if he does not give enough benefits. With the clear support of the 3 major guilds, Yang Xian's guild was successfully established. The name is Qiyun, and it is initially planned to recruit 1,000 guild members. Hee, brother, I just established a guild. You gave me an iron axe when I was down and out. Now I am the leader of a guild, so I invite you to be my vice president. As soon as Yang Xian established the guild, he sent a message to Zhou, inviting him to be the vice president. Congratulations, President Yang, and thank you for your invitation, but I don't have any management skills, so I just be the vice president. Zhou declined. You can't do that. By the way, what's your name? Yang Xian suddenly realized that he didn't know Zhou name at all. The survivors in the World Communication Channel just called him the boss. But in Yang Xian's eyes now, what kind of boss is Zhou? My name is Zhou. Zhou replied, Oh Zhou, you can't think like that. You have to seize the opportunity. Look at me. I was so miserable before, but I seized the opportunity, and I'm still on my way up now. Look at you again. You had 2 rare blueprints in your hand before, but what happened? At the beginning, so many people established guilds, but you didn't. Now you're being challenged by medium-sized guilds, and can only ask large guilds for help. The Wooden Foundation blueprint is also lost. I'm inviting you to be the vice president now, and it's also your chance to turn things around. Don't miss it again. No, I like to be free and easy by myself. Managing a guild is too troublesome. Zhou continued to decline. Why can't I make sense to you? Do you think that your strength of 60 points is strong enough? Let me tell you, you are wrong. You probably don't know the amplification effects of various characteristics. Burning characteristics, stone statue characteristics, colorful characteristics, especially burning characteristics, can double the strength after being activated. Your 60 points of strength are not enough in front of people with characteristics. Really, Zhou, your 60 points of strength are nothing at all. You are just a little stronger than those ordinary survivors. Don't be a frog in the well anymore. Thank you very much for President Yang's invitation, but I really don't have any big ambitions. The current state is very good. Zhou declined again. You? Okay, everyone has their own ambitions, but I can exchange your algae oxygen tank blueprint with a feature stamp and a stone statue core. You can keep this blueprint yourself, and it may be exchanged by other guilds in the future. It is better to use it to improve your own strength. This? No, I still need to use the algae business tank to obtain basic materials stably, so I can't trade it to you. Zhou said, Humph. It's really nonsense. After sending this message, Yang Xian stopped communicating with Zhou. People are really different. There are still few people in this world who can seize opportunities, like me, and have courage. This Zhou is really ungrateful. Those ordinary survivors still call him Big Brother, which is ridiculous. Yang Xian's face showed a trace of disdain. Originally, Yang Xian was going to invite Zhou to the guild and find a reason to ask for the algae oxygen tank blueprint. At present, due to the reduced activity time of the transformed Leviathan, the oxygen in the stomach wall space is sometimes in a thin state. At the same time, the sea surface was frozen, and the survivors could not go out to breathe air, so the algae oxygen tanks became popular again. Has Yang Xian changed so much after his development? When Yang Xian was down and out before, he was so humble. Now that he has just established a guild, he is being taught by a superior. Zhou laughed dumbly, and shook his head helplessly. In the following time, the transformed Leviathan swallowed 3 supply boxes one after another, but they were all ordinary items. At this time, Chen Xian sent him a message, which seemed to be a good thing. Boss Zhou, I got a reclamation certificate, and sent it to you. After reading the message, Zhou extracted the reclamation certificate. Ding. Obtain the Warm Ocean Seaweed Forest Reclamation Certificate X1. Is this a reclamation certificate for growing seaweed? Chapter 363. Zhou thought for a moment, and sent this Nuanyang Seaweed Forest Reclamation Certificate back to Chen Xian, and then asked her to start the cleanup task. Because reclamation certificate can invite 10 people to participate, but Zhou has no one to invite, and reclamation certificate is the same as mining certificate. As long as others also get the reclamation certificate of the same area, they can start a battle, and Zhou's identity will be exposed. After Chen Xian got the Nuanyang Seaweed Forest Reclamation Certificate, again, she immediately started the cleanup task. In addition to inviting Zhou and Jiang Haitao, the rest of the 10 invitations are the core members of her guild. Ding. The Nuanyang Seaweed Forest cleanup task is on. You have been invited. Do you want to participate? Participate. After Zhou changed his equipment, he chose to agree. Immediately, Zhou's body turned into a blue light and disappeared. The next second, he appeared in a large bubble, and Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian had arrived in advance. Because they needed to hide their identities from the core members of Chen Xian's guild, the 3 of them wore the same equipment, all platinum crystal armor. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian each held a platinum crystal sickle, and Zhou held a diamond-long sword, which matched the platinum crystal armor. Soon, the 8 core members of Chen Xian's guild also came. Each of them wore a set of sailfish armor, and held a sailfish sword in their hands. Their strength was also above 90 points. Let's go! Chen Xian's words were simple and clear, without much communication with Zhou and Jiang Haitao. Then, a group of 11 people walked out of the big bubble and entered the seawater. The seawater here was not cold, indicating that this sea area was no longer frozen, but because it was night, the sea water was dark without a trace of light. The specific area that needed to be cleared for the land reclamation proof needed to be found. All 11 people turned on their headlamps, but Chen Xian's headlamp was special. The headlamps of others could only illuminate a range of 2 or 3 meters, while Chen Xian's could illuminate a range of more than 10 meters. That special headlamp was the strong headlamp that Zhou temporarily lent to Chen Xian. As the president of the guild, Chen Xian naturally had to be different from others in front of the core members of his guild at all times, so as to show his majesty. Zhou, as Chen Xian's subordinate at this time, naturally could not use a strong headlamp himself, as that would be too eye-catching. Moreover, Zhou actually no longer needed to use a headlamp for illumination. If he wanted to understand everything around him, he only needed to release his mental power to understand it clearly. Turning on the headlamp was just a pretense. Not long after swimming forward, a hollow transparent crystal wall appeared in front of him. After observing it closely, he found that it was a kind of coral. This hollow coral wall extended all the way around. Zhou swam around this coral wall, and found that the coral wall covered a large area. It was impossible to know the full picture of this coral wall in a short time. President Chen, the place that needs to be cleaned up is probably inside this coral wall. Zhou said to Chen Xian after returning from the investigation. Well, let's go in and take a look. Chen Xian said, and directly waved the platinum crystal sickle in his hand. 3 silver lights flashed across, cutting a triangular entrance on the coral wall. The coral wall was not thick, only about 10 centimeters. The group of people passed through the cut triangular hole one by one and entered the coral. The inside of the coral was very empty, and a large amount of seaweed grew. These seaweeds seriously blocked the illumination range of the headlights. Chen Xian immediately ordered 8 guild members to harvest the seaweed. At this time, red lights appeared in the dense seaweed forest. Upon closer inspection, these red lights were clearly hideous human heads. These hideous human heads emitting red lights were particularly obvious in the dark environment, and their number was increasing. They kept swimming and gathering, as if they had piled up a blood-colored jingwan, which looked extremely terrifying. President, what is this? A core member of the guild asked Chen Xian with a fearful tone. Don't be afraid, this is a survival world, not a weird world. This should be just some kind of mimic creature, Chen Xian said in a very calm tone. Chen Xian's calm words reduced the fear in the hearts of the 8 core members of the guild. Thinking carefully, even if these creatures were demons and monsters, they had nothing to be afraid of, because their powerful giant beast hunter President Chen was still here, and these weird creatures could not be the president's opponent. After those terrifying red heads gathered to a certain number, they began to rush towards Chen Xian and his party. Everyone, be careful, make defense first, explore the situation and find an opportunity to attack. Chen Xian gave the order. The 8 core members of the guild immediately obeyed Chen Xian's order, and each of them had a 6-sided fish scale shield in their hands, and placed it in front of them. In this dark environment, and in the case of not knowing what kind of creature is on the other side, it is natural to focus on defense at the beginning to minimize the unknown risks. However, Chen Xian, Zhou Wen, and Jiang Haitao did not do any defense, because the defense power of the platinum crystal armor on them was far greater than the 6-sided fish scale shield, and with the strength of the 3 of them, there was no need to deliberately defend. A hideous head was about to rush to the 3 people. Zhou Wen immediately released his mental power to cover the 20-meter range around him, and instantly knew the true appearance of the hideous head. It was a creature similar to a clownfish, about 30 meters long. The hideous head emitting red light was actually the pattern on its scales. Swish! Zhou Wen went straight up and swung the diamond sword in his hand, easily cutting the head of the creature. In an instant, the red hideous head disappeared, and the clownfish creature died completely. This creature is only 30 meters long. Kill one by yourself, and let the guild members come forward to clean it up. Zhou Wen sent a message to Chen Xian through the system interface. More and more redheads attacked. After receiving Zhou Wen's message, Chen Xian immediately stepped forward and swung the platinum crystal sickle in his hand, easily killing one, and then followed Zhou Wen's instructions to let the guild members give up defense and start cleaning up these clownfish creatures. Although this clownfish creature is very weak, there are a lot of them, as many as tens of thousands. They killed them from the evening until the morning of the 72nd day. Rays of sunlight penetrated the seawater and fell on the seaweed forest, completely dispelling the surrounding darkness. At this time, the clownfish creatures were almost killed. The seawater in the area where Chen Xian and his party were located was dyed red with blood, because too many clownfish creatures were killed. Zhou Wen handed the remaining hundreds of clownfish creatures to the guild members to deal with, and he swam up alone, leaving the area covered by blood. Then he looked up and found that the wall formed by the coral was like a huge dome, covering the entire seaweed forest area. Because the view was blocked by a large amount of seaweed, Zhou Wen did not know how large the area of this seaweed forest was, but through the translucent coral dome with almost no boundary above his head, he could roughly judge that the area of this seaweed forest was definitely not small. Chapter 364. Soon, the clownfish creatures were cleaned up by Chen Xian and his team, but the system prompt sound did not sound in their minds. With doubts in their hearts, the group walked into the seaweed forest again. Gradually, the number of seaweeds became less and less, replaced by a large number of anemones. These anemones are colorful and of different shapes. Driven by the seawater, their soft tentacles sway gently. The bright light shining from above looks extremely beautiful, but in the eyes of Zhou Wen and his team, these anemones are invaders who invade their seaweed forest land. The group immediately began to clean up these anemones. Some anemones with spikes on their tentacles are also aggressive, but for them, who are wearing hard armor all over their bodies, there is no threat at all. This, warm ocean seaweed forest reclamation proof, the cleaning task is actually not difficult, but the area that needs to be cleaned is very large. After cleaning up all the anemones, it was already noon. At this time, the prompt sound finally sounded in their minds. Ding! The cleanup mission has been completed. All survivors who participated have obtained the Land Reclamation Certificate. Survivors with a Land Reclamation Certificate can invite 10 additional companions to help with the land reclamation. It's finally done. A core member of the guild heard the system prompt in his mind and took a deep breath. They had been swinging their swords since last night and had been swinging until noon the next day. During this period, except for going to the big bubble to breathe, they hardly stopped, which made them exhausted. Okay, you have all obtained the land reclamation certificate and have been fighting for so long. You are all tired. Go back and rest, Chen Xian said to the 8 guild members. Afterwards, the 8 core members of the guild left. Without outsiders, Zhou Wen came to the coral wall, put away the platinum crystal armor for a short time, and contacted the coral wall and clownfish creatures one after another to obtain their biological illustrations. Cage coral polyp, body length, 5 centimeters. Weight, 10 grams. Food, plankton, oxygen. Introduction, a coral polyp that lives in warm waters. Its body is transparent. Because it needs oxygen, it will specifically seek areas where a large amount of seaweed grows to settle down, and then cover the entire seaweed forest through the accumulation of corpses from generation to generation. In order to promote the growth of seaweed, it will secrete a growth hormone that can increase the growth rate of seaweed by 10%. Only 10%, not good enough. Zhou Wen frowned slightly after reading the introduction. The fertile oil secreted by Zhujianyang's fertile soil leviathan can also increase the growth rate of crops by 20%. I wonder if I can keep the glowworms in here. The excrement of glowworms can increase the growth rate of algae by 30%, which is much stronger than the growth hormone secreted by the spherical coral polyps. Ghost-face clownfish, body length, 30 meters. Weight, 50 tons. Food type, seaweed. Introduction, a clownfish with scary patterns on its body. It will cultivate some anemones as its nest, which are edible. After reading the illustrations of the 2 creatures, Zhou Wen took a circle in the seaweed forest covered by the spherical corals. It can be roughly determined that the diameter of the entire seaweed forest is about 1,000 meters, and the area is about 800,000 square meters. And 10 seaweeds can be planted in 1 square meter, so the entire seaweed forest can plant 8 million seaweeds. With such a large area, the seaweed planted in the future will be enough for the 3 of them. Zhou Wen currently has 3 types of seaweed that can accelerate the growth of the transformed leviathan, namely, crimson kelp, bamboo sea mushroom, and golden seaweed. Among them, crimson kelp and bamboo sea mushroom grow by spreading through rhizomes. As long as some are planted, the entire seaweed forest can be covered with them over time. However, golden seaweed is a bit difficult to plant. Golden seaweed not only has a long growth cycle, but also reproduces through fruits. Currently, Zhou Wen only has 6 golden fruits, which are produced by the 2 golden seaweeds planted before. Zhou Wen naturally doesn't need to worry about planting seaweed. He directly gives the rhizomes of crimson kelp and bamboo sea mushroom to Chen Xian and asks her to send the core members of the guild to plant them. However, considering that the glowworms will be cultivated in the seaweed forest in the future, and in order for the excrement of the glowworms to cover all the seaweed, crimson kelp and bamboo sea mushroom must be planted crosswise. Because the ghost light worms eat bamboo seaweed, only by planting the 2 types of seaweed crosswise can the ghost light worms be evenly distributed in the seaweed forest. Because there are too few seeds of golden seaweed, Zhou Wen is not ready to plant it in the seaweed forest. There are only 6 golden fruits, so there is no need to plant it here. If the ghost light worms think it is a new taste and eat the golden seaweed directly, then he will lose a lot. It is safer to plant it in the seaweed planting box for the time being. After explaining these trivial matters to Chen Xian, Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space. It was already noon. Seeing that Zhou Wen was not in the stomach wall space, the illusion leviathan did not go to find food and waited there. Zhou Wen quickly took out the seaweed crusher and crushed 400,000 portions of seaweed and 200,000 portions of bamboo seaweed, and fed them to the illusion leviathan. The full illusion leviathan directly entered the material box stage. Oh, there's one more thing I forgot. After Zhou Wen and Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao had fed their transformed leviathans with seaweed and watermelon, he summoned them to the seaweed forest again and asked Chen Xian's core guild members to leave temporarily. Have you all worn the shield fish fat hat? Zhou Wen said to the 2. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian both nodded, but they were a little confused in their hearts, because their intelligence had reached 12 points now, and they didn't need to wear fat hats at all. Yeah. Zhou Wen nodded, and the next moment, he silently activated the vibration characteristic in his heart, and in an instant a spiritual force vibrated out to the surroundings. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian were immediately enveloped by this spiritual vibration wave, and both felt a sharp pain in their brains at the same time. They only struggled a little, and then they both fell to the ground unconscious. You can still struggle. It seems that you 2 will have to continue wearing this shield fish fat hat in the future, Zhou Wen said after thinking for a while. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian both have only 12 intelligence points, while Zhou Wen has 20 intelligence points. Shock characteristics, can make survivors with 14 intelligence points or less lose consciousness. Under normal circumstances, the two of them with 12 intelligence points should be directly unconscious after suffering from the shock wave. However, under the reduction of mental shock waves by the Fat Hat, they can struggle briefly, which means that the Fat Hat is equivalent to raising their intelligence to 14 points. To be on the safe side, we still have to make a set of fishbone armor for them as soon as possible. Not all suits can be worn with Fat Hats. Usually you may wear some suitable equipment and then put the Fat Hat inside, but when facing some fierce battles, you have stronger equipment, so you naturally have to switch to stronger equipment to fight, and then the Fat Hat will be squeezed out. Zhou didn't know how long the two would be unconscious, but there was an offline gathering of the guild president tonight. As the host, Jiang Haitao had to start preparing now. So, Zhou stepped forward and tried to slap Jiang Haitao twice, successfully waking Jiang Haitao up. Seeing that it worked, Zhou also slapped Chen Xian twice. As their boss, he couldn't be partial to one and ignore the other. Chapter 365. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian got up from the ground. Their heads still felt a faint tingling sensation, and their minds were in a trance. At the same time, their cheeks were still burning. They had no idea what had just happened. Brother One, what happened to me? Jiang Haitao was still a little drowsy and asked with a confused expression. Boss Zhou, did you release any mental attacks just now? Chen Xian's brain was more flexible. Based on the situation, then Zhou asked them to put on the fat caps again, and then felt a tingling sensation in their heads. She roughly guessed this possibility. After all, she also played two characteristics now, the burning characteristic of the strength attribute and the colorful characteristic of the speed attribute, and she also knew that the physical attribute had the stone statue characteristic, so the same intelligence attribute should also have corresponding characteristics. Well, it's a characteristic of intelligence. I asked you to wear the Fat Hat to see if the Fat Hat can reduce some attacks of intelligence characteristics. Zhou did not tell them the specific effect of his shock characteristics. After all, it was also a trump card. He just briefly said it to keep it mysterious. Oh, is it effective? Chen Xian knew that Zhou was unwilling to say more, so he did not ask about the effect of intelligence characteristics in detail, but asked whether the Fat Hat was useful for mental attacks. It has a certain effect, so if you go to duel or meet with others in the future, it's best to wear this Fat Hat to avoid being attacked by the mind, which will cause you to not be able to use the travel ticket. Zhou reminded. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian were just stunned by Zhou's mental attack, so they naturally knew the seriousness of the situation, so they nodded very seriously. Chen Xian, find a way to buy some more golden seaweed fibers, buy 200 copies, and then I will make a set of fishbone armor of the same type as the black crystal armor for both of you, so that you don't have to wear fat caps all the time in the future. Zhou said to Chen Xian. Black crystal armor. Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao's faces showed joy. They had seen Zhou wearing black crystal armor a long time ago. Not only is it handsome, it has high defense, and it has a shock absorption effect that other armors don't have. It is definitely the strongest armor they know at present. Okay, the experiment is done, I go back, and let the core members of the guild come back to grow seaweed. Zhou was about to leave after he finished speaking, but was stopped by Chen Xian. Boss Zhou, does your intelligence also have a damaging effect on the body? No, why do you ask? Then why do I feel a little pain on my face? Chen Xian looked at Jiang Haitao beside him with some doubts. Jiang Haitao nodded. He also felt a burning sensation on his face. Oh, when you were unconscious just now, you fell on your face. You must have fallen. Zhou left quickly after saying that. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou put the ghost face clown fish meat he had just obtained on the hot stove and fried it. While turning the fish meat, he drank the black shell powder solution. Last night, although Zhou had been killing Ghostface Clown Fish, he would pretend to go to the big bubble to breathe from time to time, and at the same time drink a cup of black shell powder solution. After a night, 10 of his teeth had been dyed black. The speed of dyeing teeth black is a bit slow. It only takes 1 day to turn fingernails and toenails black, but from last night to noon today, it has been 1 night and half a day. According to Zhou's idea, even if he can't dye all 30 teeth black, it should be no problem to dye more than 20 teeth black, but now only 10 teeth have been dyed black. When my teeth are all black, I wonder if I can just hold the black shell and chew it. After studying black fingernails for the past few days, Zhou found that the hardness of blackened fingernails is extremely high, and they can be used as metal claws. The strength is just weaker than that of a 2 steel long knife. The hardness of teeth is naturally higher than that of fingernails, so the strength of blackened teeth must be comparable to that of a toothed steel long knife, and it may be even stronger. With such high-strength black teeth, it is not impossible to hold the black shell and chew it directly. Soon, the ghost-faced clownfish meat was fried, and Joe immediately ate it in big mouthfuls. Then, the system prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding! Eat the clownfish meat, strength +2, constitution +1, speed +1. Not bad, it's comprehensive, strength is still the biggest. Joe said lightly after eating the fish meat. At this time, Zhuo Junyang sent a message to ask Joe about his current state. After all, in the survival world, it is impossible to spend every day peacefully. If you are not careful, you will encounter some unexpected events. Tonight's guild competition is very important to him. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, he will ask in advance. It's okay, just invite me directly after the offline party starts. Zhou replied, Oh okay boss. Zhuo Junyang got the answer, and didn't say anything more. In fact, he was very uneasy. The land of Leviathan was too important to him. If possible, he really didn't want to give it away, but asking too much would make Zhou think that he didn't trust him. After finishing the communication with Zhuo Junyang, Zhou took out the golden positioning card and abyssal straight positioning card as a matter of routine, and then used them one after another. Ding! The golden positioning card has been used successfully, and the location of the golden sea has been located for the transformed Leviathan. According to the current speed, it will arrive in 3 days. Success? Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Zhou face was surprised, and even a little bit unbelievable. 42 days, it can be considered a success. After Zhou reacted, the expression on his face was immediately replaced by ecstasy. He was finally able to obtain the third material required for the transformed Leviathan scale transformation period ultimate formula. Put the abyssal straight positioning card in the locker and then wait for the supply box. Time passed quickly, and it was already night. The transformed Leviathan swallowed 2 supply boxes today. The first supply box only contained some basic materials, but the second supply box opened a blueprint, and it was the blueprint that Zhou currently needed. Ding! Get the silk quilt blueprint. Silk quilt blueprint requires 1,000 cotton and 200 silk. After getting this blueprint, Zhou directly dismantled the simple quilt he made, and then used the 1,000 pieces of cotton inside to make a silk quilt. After the silk quilt was made, Zhou lay on it to try it out. It was really silky and soft, and it was many times better than what he had made before. Boss, the offline party is about to start. Please get ready. I will bring you over later. Zhuo Junyang sent a private message. Okay. Zhou replied simply. What equipment should I wear? This time, he was going to help Zhuo Junyang get the first place. He didn't need to hide his strength too much. He must wear a stronger armor, but he couldn't overlap with Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, so as not to attract attention and cause unwarranted associations. Chapter 366. At night, in the stomach wall space of a steel-armored Leviathan, Jiang Haitao and his guild members quickly cleaned up all the parasites, leaving only the large solar spherical worms on the top for lighting. Then, in the middle of the stomach wall space, a 3-meter-high and stepped arena was built with an iron foundation. The bottom side of the arena was 12 meters long, and the top side was 10 meters long. Before the competition began, the arena was naturally used for the gathering of the guild presidents, so a circle of wooden tables were placed on it at this time, and the surface of the tables was covered with a layer of silk. Seeing that everything was almost ready, Jiang Haitao began to use peer voucher to invite all the guild presidents in the guild president chat group one by one. This time, more guild leaders participated in the gathering than last time. Last time, there were only 33 guilds, but this time there were 55 guilds. Many of them became medium-sized guilds and entered the guild leader chat group because they had obtained a lot of benefits by participating in the deep sea escape trial, and their strength was greatly improved. After a while, blue light flashed in the stomach wall space of the steel armor Leviathan, and all 55 guild leaders came together as invited. The guild leaders, who participated in the offline gathering for the first time, were quite nervous. The first thing they did when they were accompanied was to stay away from the crowd, and then start to accompany their own guild members. The guild leaders who had participated in an offline gathering before praised Jiang Haitao's arrangement. Although the venue of the gathering was not so gorgeous, it was much better than the one arranged by Zhao Teng last time. Moreover, when they found that the arena was built with an iron foundation, it caused a wave of commotion. Jiang Haitao has the stone foundation drawings, which the guild leaders knew, but they didn't expect that he now has the Iron foundation drawings. You know, foundation drawings are very rare now. The guild leaders don't even have the wood foundation drawings, but Jiang Haitao already has 2 foundation drawings in his hands. How can they not be shocked? In the stomach wall space of the steel armor Leviathan, blue light is still flashing continuously. It is the guild leaders who are using the peer voucher to accompany their guild members. Bai Lan also participated in this offline gathering, but he knew that he was weak, so he immediately brought Lung Liang and Zhang Dongyan with him. President Zhou, you are the protagonist this time. What are you doing standing down there? Hurry up and take a seat. Dong Bo shouted to Zhou Junyang, who was still standing under the ring. Xiao Tang didn't come this time, and it was still Dong Bo, the vice president, who participated in this offline gathering as a representative of the Tingfei Guild, but the person competing was Wan Long. After Dong Bo shouted, the guild presidents who were already seated on the stage all looked at Zhou Junyang, as if they were looking at a dish that was about to be served. What's going on? Why hasn't the boss come yet? Did something happen? Zhou Junyang thought anxiously. As soon as Jiang Haitao came over, he had already sent an invitation to Zhou Wen, but Zhou Wen hasn't come yet. President Zhou, it's useless to continue delaying. Rules are rules. Come up quickly, and don't waste everyone's time. Dong Bo continued. Oh, President Zhou, don't be reluctant. Didn't you share my coal mine before? At that time, you were very supportive of the allocation of coal mine quotas. Now it's your turn. Why are you unwilling? He Yue said in a somewhat yin and yang tone. He Yue was very dissatisfied with Zhou Junyang, or rather, he was dissatisfied with the guild that took away his coal mine quota. It was obviously his coal mine, but a group of people forced him to take it out and divide it, and no one spoke for him. Now it was Zhou Junyang's turn, and he naturally had to mock him. Yes, President Zhou, you don't have to feel reluctant. If one of us gets the certificate of land reclamation, in the future, you will also have the opportunity to get a quota. This is a good thing for mutual benefit and common development. Cheng Yongming, the president of the Land Guild, persuaded. Yes, yes. Many presidents of medium-sized guilds with average strength followed suit. That was 7,000 square meters of land. Among the 100 quotas, they only needed to get 1 quota, which was equivalent to getting 70 square meters of land. Moreover, the environment was warm, and the growth of crops was not affected by the temperature drop. Under the current circumstances, it was much better than a coal mine. Just as all the guild leaders were waiting to divide up Zhou Junyang's Leviathan, a blue light flashed around Zhou Junyang, and then a person wearing black scale-like armor appeared from the blue light. Seeing this armor, the medium-sized guild leader who just echoed the voice immediately shut his mouth, and most people's faces were horrified, because the armor worn by the person who came with Zhou Junyang was a complete set of scale steel armor. The 3 major guilds have been helping various medium-sized guilds to eliminate insects, and the 3 major guilds generally only took away the 2 steel long sword, so many medium-sized guild leaders have 1 or 2 scale steel armor in their hands. Based on the weight of 1 or 2 scale steel armor in their hands, they can roughly infer that the weight of the whole set of armor is more than 3,000 kilograms. Such heavy armor, most of the guild leaders present can't wear it at all. The man who came with Zhou Junyang could easily wear a full set of scale steel armor, which shows how terrifying his strength is. Not only the presidents of medium-sized guilds were terrified, but even the 3 strongest guilds, Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Wan Long, all showed surprised expressions on their faces. The 3 of them actually had a set of scale steel armor in their hands, but because the armor was too heavy and affected their movements, they did not wear it. Suddenly, the originally lively steel armor Leviathan's stomach wall space became solemn when this full set of scale steel armor appeared. But there was one person who was out of tune with this solemn atmosphere, and that was naturally Zhou Junyang. When he saw Zhou Wen wearing a full set of scale steel armor, he couldn't believe it for a while. It was only when Zhou Wen sent him a private message to tell him to hide his identity that he reacted. Then, Zhou Junyang felt a burst of ecstasy. He guessed that Zhou Wen might be very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. In an instant, the worries in his heart were swept away. The first place in this competition was no longer a suspense. Clang! Clang! Zhou Wen stepped onto the 1-meter-high iron foundation step, and the scale steel armor on his body rubbed against each other, making a dull and heavy collision sound. Please sit down, please sit down. Coming to the ring, Zhou Junyang quickly and respectfully placed a wooden chair for Zhou Wen and invited him to sit down. But Zhou Wen didn't sit down, but looked at Zhou Junyang. Zhou Junyang immediately reacted and replaced the wooden chair with a stone foundation. In this way, Zhou Wen sat on it. Just kidding. The whole set of scale steel armor weighs 3,500 kilograms. Sitting on the wooden chair, it will be crushed if you move a little. When he falls on his butt, his dignity, as a strong man, will be gone. Haha, okay, the people I invited are here, and the party can begin. Zhuo Junyang glanced at everyone present, then said with a smile on his face. Chapter 367. Okay, everyone is seated, so let's officially start this offline gathering. Jiang Haidao took a deep look at the scale steel armored man, then scanned everyone and said. All the guild leaders fell into silence. The purpose of their participation in this offline gathering was to divide up Zhuo Junyang's Leviathan, but now Zhuo Junyang didn't know where he found a super strong man, so what's the point of this competition? If the Leviathan Guild won first place, there would be no need to divide it directly. I, Jiang Haidao, am the organizer of this offline gathering. Let me first talk about the two rules of this guild competition. First, the share that each ranking can get is changed. In the previous event hosted by Zhao Teng, because there were fewer guilds, every guild that participated had a share. But this time, the number of guilds has increased. If everyone has a share, as the number of guilds continues to increase in the future, the share that everyone gets will only get smaller and smaller. So I set a limit for this guild competition. Only the top 25 can get a share. Jiang Haidao said this rule and looked at the presidents of each guild. Almost no guild objected. Because among the presidents who came to the offline gathering this time, only about 20 people participated in the previous session. As old medium-sized guilds, their strength is definitely not weaker than that of new guilds, so they are already included in the 25 rankings, so there is no need to object, which is in their interests. The rest are guild presidents, who are participating in the offline gathering for the first time. Seeing that no one from the old medium-sized guilds objected, they naturally would not rashly oppose the decision of Jiang Haidao, the first guild president. Second, you cannot use special features in this competition. Seeing that no one objected to the first rule, Jiang Haidao continued. This second rule caused a low discussion among the guild leaders, but no one objected, because this rule is actually a rule that is beneficial to everyone. Everyone present has participated in the Deep Sea Escape trial, and 1 or 2 special features should have been marked on the character attribute panel. Then everyone must know that once the effect of the special feature is over, people will fall into weakness, which is very dangerous. Jiang Haidao's meaning was understood by all the guild leaders. If you turn on the special feature in public and your identity is known to outsiders, once you fall into a weak state, you will definitely be remembered by others. After the offline party is over, there will definitely be many people who secretly challenge him to a duel, so it is extremely dangerous to turn on the special feature in the competition. Okay, I want to say these 2 points. If you have anything to add or are dissatisfied, you can also raise it. Jiang Haidao said. The presidents of the medium-sized guilds looked at each other, and there was nothing to add. But just when Jiang Haidao was about to announce the start of the guild competition, he was interrupted by a voice. I think there is no need to waste time on the guild competition. The first place can be given directly to our guild. This voice was extremely arrogant. When the other guild presidents heard it, they were shocked. They didn't expect that someone would dare to offend Jiang Haidao now. These guild presidents subconsciously thought that the person who spoke was Zhuo Junyang. After all, Zhuo Junyang found a super strong man, and he did have the confidence to say this. But when they looked for the voice and looked, they were stunned for a moment, because the person who said this was Bai Lan, the president of the Black Knife Club, who had just established the guild not long ago. How dare you? This was the voice of the presidents of the medium-sized guilds at the same time. This behavior was completely an open challenge to the 3 major guilds, and it was undoubtedly courting death. Humph! Bai Lan, you are just a new medium-sized guild. Don't think that you are invincible just because you killed a president of a medium-sized guild when the guild was just established. I advise you to be more careful when you speak. A president of an old medium-sized guild said with some dissatisfaction. What should I pay attention to? Just you little soldiers and crabs. My boss can crush you to death with just a flick of his finger. Today I'm putting my words here. The title of the first guild must be given to us, the Black Knife Society, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Bai Lan stood up from the chair at the end, looking at everyone with a very tough and domineering tone. This scene made Zhou Wen on the side dumbfounded. What's wrong with Bai Lan? Why is he so arrogant? Even if you have someone to lean on, you can't cause trouble to him. This is also the disadvantage of letting subordinates know their own strength. Knowing that they have a backer, they can be as arrogant as they want outside, completely disregarding the consequences. Bai Lan, you are looking for death. Dong Bo said angrily. Bai Lan's words just now scolded all the guilds. As the vice president of the Tingfei Guild and a loyal supporter of President Zhao Teng, he naturally couldn't pretend not to hear it, so he came out and scolded Bai Lan immediately. Humph! How dare you! Bai Lan was not afraid of Dong Bo's threat at all, and held his head high with an attitude of being indifferent to the crowd. Then he turned around and faced Leng Liang, and immediately became very respectful, nodding and bowing, looking a little funny. Big brother, teach them a lesson. Bai Lan originally wanted to call him Brother Liang, but he remembered Leng Liang's previous advice not to reveal his name outside, so he changed it to Big Brother. Leng Liang's chest rose and fell, and he took a deep breath, showing some reluctance, but he finally sighed and nodded, then looked at the others and uttered 2 words lightly. Kneel down. As soon as the voice fell, an invisible mental force spread out, covering everyone present, and immediately an inexplicable fear rose from everyone's heart. Plop! Plop! In an instant, almost everyone present felt their hair stand on end and trembled all over. Those guild members, who were accompanied by the presidents, all knelt down on the ground because of the sudden fear. Their limbs were numb, and their legs were weak. Many presidents sitting on chairs also lost control of their bodies because of the fear and fell off the chairs. For a moment, the stage where all the guild leaders gathered was in a mess, and some people were even scared to death, but there were still 5 people who were not obviously affected. These 5 people were Jiang Haitao, the leader of the Brother Jiang Guild, Chen Xian, the leader of the Survivor Guild, the Scale Steel Armored Man invited by Zhou Junyang, the leader of the Leviathan Guild, and the boss of the behind-the-scenes organization and one of his men. Zhou Junyang almost fell off the chair, but was pulled back by Zhou Wen. However, Leng Liang also had intelligence characteristics, which surprised Zhou Wen. No wonder Bai Lan is so arrogant. It turns out that he has this trick. Zhou Wen thought lightly in his heart, and then looked at the few people who were not affected. Chapter 368. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian were also affected, but not seriously. They were wearing fat caps in their armor, which was equivalent to 14 intelligence points. Leng Liang's intelligence was 15 points, so the deterrence feature was not very effective for them. What Zhou Wen paid extra attention to was the 2 people from the behind-the-scenes organization. The subordinates standing in the back were trembling slightly, and they were obviously affected to a certain extent, similar to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. But the boss sitting on the chair was completely calm and unaffected. It seems that this behind-the-scenes organization is not simple. Zhou Wen thought to himself. When Zhou Wen looked at the boss of the behind-the-scenes organization, the other party was also looking at him. After all, people who are not affected by the attack of intelligence characteristics must have high intelligence. What's going on? I said you are, shrimp, soldiers, is there any problem? Bai Lan said, but his voice was a little trembling, and his legs were shaking uncontrollably. If Leng Liang hadn't held him up with one hand, he would have been kneeling on the ground. Leng Liang held Zhang Dongyang with his other hand. There was no other way. The range covered by his deterrence characteristics was not under his control, and his own people would also be affected. After a while, the people affected by the deterrence characteristics slowly recovered. The guild leaders who were scared and fell down all lowered their heads and sat back in their chairs silently, not daring to refute Bai Lan. It was too embarrassing just now. Among all the guilds, the most embarrassing ones were naturally the 2 people from the Tingfei Guild, Dong Bo, and Wan Long. Dong Bo's intelligence attribute had never been improved, so he was directly scared to the ground. Wan Long's intelligence was 12 points. Although he was not scared to the ground, he was also in a state of trembling. The most important thing is that they are still one of the 3 major guilds, while the presidents of the other 2 major guilds are sitting steadily, not as miserable as them. Huh? Not long after the presidents of the medium-sized guild sat down again, a wooden table suddenly flew towards Bai Lan at a very fast speed, and almost instantly arrived in front of Bai Lan. Bang! However, just when the wooden table was about to hit Bai Lan, Leng Liang next to him punched in time, and the wooden table was immediately broken into pieces under the huge force. I said before that you are not allowed to use the characteristics. Did you, the Black Knife Society, ignore my words? Jiang Haitao shouted. His figure was in a trance, leaving only a residual image, and his real body had already flashed in front of Bai Lan, and the iron fist with huge power whistled straight to Bai Lan's chest. Everything happened too fast. Bai Lan was still immersed in the joy of intimidating everyone, but who knew that Jiang Haitao suddenly attacked? Before he could react, Jiang Haitao had already arrived in front of him. Feeling the power coming at him, he was terrified. If this punch landed, he would definitely be seriously injured. Just when Jiang Haidao's fist was about to hit, Bai Lan's body was kicked away by Leng Liang, and at the same time, he punched to compete with Jiang Haitao. Bang! The collision of the two fists made a deafening sound, and the air wave of the explosion shook around like a shock wave. The moment the two fists touched, a dazzling fire burst out, just like a blacksmith hitting a hot iron ingot, sparks flying everywhere. Because Leng Liang responded hastily, he fell behind in strength and retreated half a step backward. Jiang Haitao immediately seized this opportunity, flashed in front of Bai Lan again, and then raised his leg and kicked Bai Lan in the chest, directly kicking Bai Lan's whole body backwards. You? Leng Liang's face darkened. In fact, he did not agree with Bai Lan's arrogant behavior, but he was a member of the guild after all. He could not just let it go when the president was attacked. With a thought, a long steel knife appeared in his hand. Jiang Haidao glanced at Leng Liang coldly, and a long steel knife appeared in his hand with a flip of his palm. Suddenly, the atmosphere between the two sides became tense, as if a real battle would break out at any time. Calm down, it's useless to fight now. It's not too late to fight again when we meet in the competition later, Chen Xian hurriedly advised. You must have the strength to be arrogant. If you don't have the strength, you will have to pay the price. Jiang Haidao said this, then put away his weapon and sat down again. Jiang Haitao's sudden attack on Bai Lan was naturally instructed by Zhou Wen. Bai Lan was so arrogant outside, and he immediately aroused public anger. How could this work? Then he will always cause trouble for himself in the future. He must be taught a lesson. He should let him know that even if he has backers, he should be restrained. Otherwise, no matter how many backers he has, it will be useless if he dies. Zhang Dongyang has gone to check Bai Lan's injuries. Fortunately, the injuries are not serious. He just vomited blood due to internal organ damage. This kind of injury is nothing for people with good physique. He will recover after a few days of recuperation. Bai Lan, who was kicked hard, is no longer as arrogant as before, because he also saw the scene of Leng Liang and Jiang Haidao fighting. His current reliance is Leng Liang, but Leng Liang was at a disadvantage just now. If he is arrogant at this time, he will really be looking for death. Okay, let's start the competition, Jiang Haitao officially announced. The tables and chairs on the iron-based arena were all cleared, and everyone walked down the arena to watch the battle from below. This time, the guild competition was not as casual as the last time. After all, only the top 25 could get a share, so it was a 2-on-2 duel by drawing lots. The winner entered the next round, and the loser entered the loser group. Zhou Junyang went to draw lots, and drew a new medium-sized guild. When it was Zhou Wen's turn to compete on stage, the other parties surrendered directly. The next few rounds were the same, and the three major guilds were treated the same way. The strength of the two sides was too different, and basically surrendered directly, otherwise the other party accidentally killed you, and it would be too unfair to die. But there are also strong people in the medium-sized guilds, such as Wu Bing, the helper found by He Yue of Current City, Leng Liang of Black Knife Society, and the subordinate of the behind-the-scenes organization. Yes, the boss of the behind-the-scenes organization did not go on stage in person, but sent his subordinates to compete. After 2 or 3 hours, there were only 7 people left in the winner group, namely Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, Wan Long, Zhou Wen, Wu Bing, Leng Liang, and members of the behind-the-scenes organization. The draw continued 2 by 2, 3 groups in total, 1 person was a Bai, and the Bai was a member of the behind-the-scenes organization. The 3 groups of duels were Zhou Wen versus Leng Liang, Jiang Haidao versus Wan Long, Chen Xian versus Wu Bing. The first match was Zhou Wen versus Leng Liang. Both sides stepped onto the ring one after another. Zhou Wen had never fought so far. When the opponent saw that it was Zhou Wen, he gave up directly. Leng Liang did the same, so this match was the first time for both of them to fight. Chapter 369. Zhou Wen swung his arm, and a 2-steel long sword appeared in his hand. Leng Liang also used a 2-steel long sword. I wonder how this man's strength compares to Wang Wen. Leng Liang thought secretly in his heart. In Leng Liang's eyes, this scale steel armored man can move freely in scale steel armor, which means he is already stronger than him in terms of strength. Just now, when he used deterrence characteristics, this man was also not affected, which means that the other party's intelligence is at least equal to his own. That's why Leng Liang compared the scale steel armored man with Zhou Wen, because in the deep sea escape trial, Zhou Wen's strength was completely superior to his, and the extreme reaction shown by Zhou Wen and Lu Zhuang in the late stage of the battle, after his intelligence reached 15 points, he also knew that Zhou Wen used 15 points of intelligence to perform bullet time. The competition begins. After announcing the start of the competition, the members of the Brother Jiang Guild immediately jumped off the stage. He knew that these two people were not simple, so as not to be affected by the air waves generated by the battle. The moment the competition started, Zhou Wen disappeared. Leng Liang was shocked and immediately activated the bullet time. However, after activating the bullet time, Leng Liang's pupil shrank suddenly, because the opponent had already come in front of him, and the two-steel long knife was slashing down at him. Bang! Leng Liang was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately waved the two-steel long knife to resist, but at the moment, when his two-steel long knife collided with the opponent's two-steel long knife, a terrifying force was transmitted from the blade to his palm. He only felt a tearing pain in the tiger's mouth, and the two-steel long knife slipped out of his hand. Leng Liang was horrified and didn't want the two-steel long knife anymore. He wanted to retreat quickly to distance himself from the opponent, but before he could act, he was kicked in the abdomen by the opponent. Suddenly, a piercing pain spread throughout his body. His body flew into the air under this kick, flew directly out of the ring, and fell on the stomach wall. At the moment of life and death, Leng Liang was tense, and he stood up immediately despite the pain. At the same time, a shield that looked very hard appeared in his hand. He was afraid that the opponent would kill him. However, the opponent did not chase him down. He just stood at the edge of the ring and glanced at him lightly, then turned and left. Only then did Leng Liang breathe a sigh of relief. Cough, cough, cough. After relaxing his nerves, Leng Liang's blood surged, and he began to cough violently. Hiss. The competition ended so casually that everyone watching the fight below the ring took a breath of cold air. Although they didn't know how strong Leng Liang was, he had actually caught Jiang Haidao's punch before, which showed that his strength was definitely not weak. They thought that the two could show their true strength in this battle, but they didn't expect Leng Liang to be killed instantly, and many people didn't even see the process clearly. Bai Lan, who was watching the battle from below, seemed to be cast into a spell, and the whole person was frozen in place. In his eyes, although Leng Liang was not as good as Boss Wang, he was definitely a top-notch warrior, but now, he was defeated, and he was defeated without any chance to fight back. Bai Lan was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. A sentence, there are always people who are better than you, appeared in his mind, and Boss Wang might not be the strongest one. Brother, are you okay? Bai Lan hurried forward to help Leng Liang up from the ground, and Zhang Dongyang went on stage to pick up the two-steel long sword that Leng Liang dropped to prevent it from being taken away by others. The first match ended, Zhou Wen won, and the second match was Jiang Haidao versus Wan Long. The two of them were opponents in the last offline gathering, and this time they faced each other again, with a sense of fate. Last time you relied on that injection to win me by chance. Today I will let you know what an irreparable gap is. After Wan Long finished speaking, a two-steel long knife appeared in his hand. Jiang Haidao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He also had a two-steel long knife in his hand. After his guild members announced the start of the competition, he rushed up directly. Bang! The moment the two steel long knives collided, the two-steel long knife in Wan Long's hand almost slipped out of his hand. Impossible. How could your strength be improved so much? Did you use that injection in advance? Wan Long's expression changed drastically, and he said in disbelief. His current strength has reached 144 points, which is 39 points higher than the last competition. With such a huge improvement, he doesn't think Jiang Haitao can surpass him. I won't waste the injection on you. Jiang Haitao simply responded and continued to attack Wan Long. His current strength is 164 points, far exceeding Wan Long. So why does he need to use the meteorite burst injection? Wan Long's strength was completely insufficient to fight Jiang Haitao. He could only hold the sword with both hands to barely prevent the long steel sword from falling out of his hand. But if he continued to fight like this, he would definitely lose. So Wan Long decided to take the blood seaweed in his mouth directly, increase his strength by 10 points, and then use all his strength to shoot down Jiang Haidao's weapon, while he was not paying attention. But his sword, which he swung with both hands, was still blocked by Jiang Haitao with one hand. At this time, he realized that the power gap between him and Jiang Haitao could not be made up by 10 points of strength. I admit defeat. Wan Long lost his fighting spirit all of a sudden, admitted defeat directly, and then turned around and jumped off the ring. He was afraid that Jiang Haitao would kill him. Jiang Haitao wanted to kill him last time. This time, he wanted to take revenge, but he didn't expect this result. However, Wan Long was overthinking. Last time Jiang Haitao wanted to kill Wan Long because of Zhou Wen's order. This time Zhou Wen did not order him. Moreover, as the organizer of this offline party, killing people in public would affect his reputation. It was not worth it to kill a guy who posed no threat. The third match was between Chen Xian and Wu Bing. Wu Bing surrendered directly because he felt that he could not win. In this way, the three groups of competitions ended. The winners were Zhou Wen, Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and members of the behind-the-scenes organization, a total of 4 people. Another round of drawing lots, Zhou Wen versus Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian versus members of the behind-the-scenes organization. The first match was between Zhou Wen and Jiang Haitao. The guild presidents, who were watching the match, could not help but look forward to it. Judging from the current situation, Jiang Haitao should not be the opponent of the Scale Steel Armored Man, but Jiang Haitao has that kind of mysterious injection, and there may be hope of winning. The guild leaders naturally hoped that Jiang Haitao would win, so that they would have a chance to get a share of Zhui Juanyang's Leviathan. If Zhui Juanyang's guild won first place, then this offline gathering would be in vain. As soon as Jiang Haitao entered the ring, he injected a dose of meteorite burst injection directly into his thigh, increasing his strength by 20 points, bringing his own strength to 184 points. The reason why he fought now was because he was afraid that he would not have a chance to use it after the competition began. The competition begins. As soon as the voice fell, the two sides of the competition turned into a residual image at the same time, and met in the center of the ring in the blink of an eye. The two steel long knives collided with each other in an instant, sparking a large area of sparks. There is a chance. Jiang Haitao was delighted, because he felt that the opponent's strength was comparable to his own at this time. Next, pairs of residual images flashed on the ring. Every time the residual images of both sides met, a large number of sparks and terrifying air waves would burst out, and the deafening sound of metal clashing would explode in turns. Chapter 370. Looking at this situation, President Jiang really has a chance to win. A veteran medium-sized guild president stared at the fight on the ring intently. Although he couldn't see the specific situation of the two people's fight, it didn't prevent him from making a judgment. It would be best if we can win, and we can still have a share of the spoils. Another medium-sized guild president continued. I think it's a bit difficult. The injection that greatly increases President Jiang's strength has a time limit, and this Scale Steel Armored Man is still fighting with President Jiang, who is blessed by the injection, but he still doesn't fall into a disadvantage. Once the injection time is over, President Jiang will lose. He Yue analyzed. I think there is still a chance. Even if President Jiang loses, there is still President Chen. President Chen's strength is not weak. President Jiang is equivalent to consuming the physical strength of the Scale Steel Armored Man. As long as one of them defeats the Scale Steel Armored Man, we can get a quota, Cheng Yongming said. A group of medium-sized guild leaders below the ring were expecting Jiang Haitao to win, but Jiang Haitao, who was fighting on the ring, was becoming more and more unsure. He had been fighting fiercely with the Scale Steel Armored Man for 3 minutes, but the opponent's strength showed no sign of weakening, and he even became more and more courageous. And his injection time was limited. If he continued to fight so bluntly, he would definitely lose. In fact, he would lose, but Brother Wen told him to keep his position as the first guild, and Zhui Juanyang's fields were indeed needed by their two guilds in the current cold environment. Whether for Brother Wen's advice or for the interests of the two guilds, he could not lose. Bang! 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 The afterimages of the two collided with each other again, and the violent collision of metals rippled in the stomach wall space of the steel-armored Leviathan. At this time, Zhou Wen and Jiang Haitao rushed towards each other again, and the two steel long swords in the hands of both sides slashed at each other. Just when the two steel long sword in Jiang Haitao's hand was about to collide with Zhou Wen's weapon, he suddenly put away the two steel long sword and let Zhou Wen's two steel long sword chop at him. Huh? Zhou Wen was a little confused, but did not stop, because there must be armor in Jiang Haitao's equipment column that can take the two steel long sword. Bang! Sure enough, when Zhou Wen's two steel long sword was about to hit Jiang Haitao's chest, Jiang Haitao instantly put away the hill armor on his body, and then a scale steel breastplate appeared on his body. The two steel long sword chopped heavily on the scale steel breastplate, leaving only a string of sparks. Jiang Haitao had a two steel long knife in each hand, and then stabbed Zhou Wen's neck quickly from the left and right at the same time. Because the scale steel armor is not a one-piece armor, there is a gap between the scale steel helmet and the scale steel breastplate. Jiang Haitao chose to put away the two steel long knife at the moment when the opponent swung the knife, and then used the scale steel breastplate to block the attack, just to take advantage of the gap when the opponent attacked but had no time to dodge, and stab this fatal blow. As long as one of the two steel long knives can stab into the opponent's neck, it will be fatal. Even if the opponent does not die, he will definitely choose to disband, so that he will win the battle. If he can kill the opponent, it will be the best, which can be regarded as eliminating a potential threat for Brother 1. But just when Jiang Haidao thought that the attack of the two steel long knives would hit, the opponent actually reacted very quickly and tilted his head to avoid the two steel long knife in his left hand, and the two steel long knife in his right hand was directly caught by the opponent's left hand. Even if he stabbed forward with all his strength, it would be difficult to advance an inch. Jiang Haidao was shocked. The opponent could react instantly to such an unexpected double attack. How did he do it? Jiang Haidao's intelligence is only 12 points at present. When his intelligence is increased to 15 points, he will naturally know how Zhou Wen did it. Jiang Haidao thought that the attack was unexpected, but in Zhou Wen's eyes, it was slow motion, surprisingly slow. In the moment when Jiang Haidao was stunned for a short time, Zhou Wen suddenly pulled the two steel long knife that he had caught, causing Jiang Haidao to lean forward and lose balance, and then raised his leg and kicked his scale steel armor. Bang! The power of this kick was very strong, and Jiang Haidao was kicked directly out of the ring. However, because the scale steel armor was very hard, Jiang Haidao was not seriously injured. He turned over and landed steadily in the process of falling from the ring, and did not look too embarrassed. Lost? How did he lose? Many people did not see clearly what happened, but saw Jiang Haidao suddenly fly down from the ring. It's over. President Jiang has lost. We won't get anything from this offline gathering. Some of the top 25 guild presidents said in frustration. Jiang Haidao hadn't figured out how the other party reacted at this time. He was stunned on the spot. It was really a bit unclear what he lost, and the amplification effect of the meteorite burst injection had only lasted for 4 minutes. The strength he showed now was the strongest state he could show in front of others, but even so, he couldn't last 10 minutes on the stage. He lost this competition too thoroughly. Jiang Haidao sighed, then put down a stone foundation on the spot and sat down, and even didn't want the two steel long knife that was snatched away by the opponent. Zhou Wen won the competition, and got a two steel long sword. After stepping down from the ring, Zhou Wen directly handed the two steel long sword to Zhuo Junyang. This is not good. Zhuo Junyang refused, but his hand had already reached out. This is a two steel long sword, a powerful weapon monopolized by the 3 major guilds. To get one is what the presidents of medium-sized guilds dream of. Zhuo Junyang took the two steel long sword with both hands and touched it lovingly, but he would look at Jiang Haidao from time to time. If Jiang Haidao showed dissatisfaction, in order not to provoke him, he could only return the two steel long sword. However, what made Zhuo Junyang relieved was that Jiang Haidao didn't even look at him, but just lowered his head, and was stunned, not knowing what he was thinking. Zhuo Junyang didn't know what Jiang Haidao was thinking, but Zhou Wen knew that Jiang Haidao didn't think anything. He was directly sending a message to Zhou Wen, telling him that a powerful person with extremely terrifying strength had appeared at the offline gathering, and that the position of the first guild was lost. It can only be said that there are always people who are better than you. If you can't keep the position of the first guild, then you can't keep it. It seems that there are many powerful people hiding in the dark in this survival world. In the future, you should try to hide your strength and keep more cards. Yes, I know, Brother Wen. Soon, the second battle began. Chen Xian fought against the members of the behind-the-scenes guild. Chen Xian was still wearing a swordfish armor and holding a two steel long knife. Chapter 371. The member of the organization behind the scenes was wearing a blue jade armor. Zhou Wen only needed to take a glance to know that it was several levels higher than Chen Xian's swordfish armor. The weapon in his hand was a fiery red crystal-shaped axe. It was unknown which one was stronger than the two steel long sword. The competition begins. The competition officially began. Chen Xian knew that the opponent was not simple, so he took the lead and took the initiative. He flashed and turned into a white shadow, rushing directly to the opponent, and swung the two steel long sword in his hand. But the member behind the scenes seemed to have seen through Chen Xian's actions and attack methods. He swung the crystal axe calmly, and collided with the two steel long sword. Ka! A crisp metal shattering sound came from the two steel long sword. The moment the two steel long sword came into contact with the crystal axe, the blade directly shattered. Chen Xian frowned and immediately distanced herself from the opponent. President Chen, if you don't have a better weapon, just admit defeat. The member behind the scenes said indifferently. Chen Xian certainly has a better weapon. The platinum crystal scythe should be able to compete with the opponent's weapon, but her boss Lao Lu doesn't let her use it in front of outsiders. In a battle, it is basically impossible to win if the weapon is not as strong as the opponent, so Chen Xian hesitated for a while and chose to admit defeat. Anyway, there is the scaled steel armored man invited by Zhuo Junyang. This offline gathering may be in vain. She doesn't need to take the risk of fighting the opponent with inferior equipment. Where did this behind-the-scenes organization come from? The weapons and equipment are so good, but Chen Xian from the second guild was defeated like this? This battle can be said to be a big upset. The presidents of these medium-sized guilds thought that in the end, Chen Xian and the scaled steel armored man would compete for the first place, so the first place would really be no suspense, but they didn't expect that another guy who was incomprehensible would appear, and his equipment was terribly strong. No matter what, as long as it's not the Leviathan guild that wins first place, we should support it, said a medium-sized guild president. That's true. I don't know which of these two guys is stronger. Offline gatherings are actually not bad. Even if you can't get any benefits, you can watch the battle of such strong people, which is also a broadening of your horizons, said a new medium-sized guild president. Get lost. Your guild is outside the top 25. No matter who wins between these two people, you have no chance. You talk so easily. A medium-sized guild within the top 25 said somewhat dissatisfiedly. No matter how broad your horizons are, it is not as real as benefits. The third match is about to begin. There are only 2 people left. There is no need to draw lots. Zhou Wen will fight against the behind-the-scenes members. Boss, I feel like we are going to win first place. Isn't it a bit too high profile? A member of the behind-the-scenes organization whispered in his boss's ear. No way, the land of Leviathan is too important. The boss of the behind-the-scenes organization whispered. Besides, I don't think you can necessarily beat the opponent. The boss of the organization behind the scenes continued. As long as the opponent doesn't have a better weapon than the 2 steel long knife, I feel there is still no suspense, but to be safe, why don't you do it yourself? The member of the organization behind the scenes said. The boss of the organization behind the scenes shook his head directly, obviously unwilling to do it himself, and just gave a warning. In short, you should be careful, and admit defeat directly if you find that you can't win. Okay, boss. The member of the organization behind the scenes nodded helplessly. Soon, the third match was about to begin. Both sides walked onto the ring, and stood on the left and right sides of the ring. This battle made many people present unconsciously nervous, especially Zhuo Junyang. Originally, Zhuo Junyang felt that he had secured the first place, but he did not expect that the behind-the-scenes organization, which had been unknown in the guild president's chat group, had a very powerful guy, which made him feel uneasy. Because the overall strength of the people behind the scenes seemed to be stronger than Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's equipment was scale steel armor, and his weapon was a 2 steel long sword. In the second match just now, Chen Xian's 2 steel long sword was easily destroyed by the opponent's weapon. If he could destroy the 2 steel long sword, it meant that he could also destroy the scale steel armor. In this way, Zhou Wen's equipment was already 1 level lower than the opponent. Can we win? Zhuo Junyang muttered subconsciously with nervousness. The competition begins. The third match officially started, but neither side made any rash moves. Seeing that Zhou Wen was still holding a 2 steel long sword, the members of the behind-the-scenes organization kindly reminded him. If you don't have better equipment, just admit defeat like President Chen. Zhou Wen glanced at the 2 steel long knife in his hand, thought about it, and put it into the equipment column, otherwise it would cost materials to repair it if it was cut off. At the moment, when the 2 steel long knife was put into the equipment column, the scale steel gloves worn on Zhou Wen's palm were also put into the equipment column, replaced by a pair of black metal claws with blood-colored veins on the metal claws that looked like meridians, which were tungsten bone gloves. Suddenly, Zhou Wen's figure disappeared directly on the spot, and the next second, he appeared in front of the behind-the-scenes member, with the black claws in his hand, drawing 5 black lines in the air, grabbing towards the chest of the behind-the-scenes member. The member behind the scenes breathing stagnated, and his expression suddenly changed. Zhou Wen's speed was too fast. He didn't see him clearly when he disappeared just now. It was too late to dodge at this time, so he moved his mind, and a shield shaped like a turtle shell appeared in his hand. The hard turtle shell shield was immediately scratched with 5 deep claw marks when it met the tungsten bone claws. The member behind the scenes' eyes widened, and he was shocked. This was his strongest defensive shield at the moment, and it was made of a Leviathan-level biological shell that looked like a turtle. He thought he could easily block the attack, but he didn't expect it to be penetrated. Fortunately, the turtle shell shield was thick enough. Although it was shocking, the turtle shell shield did successfully block the attack. The member behind the scenes immediately seized the moment when the opponent paused, swung the crystal axe in his hand, and chopped it from top to bottom. The behind-the-scenes member deduced that the opponent was equipped with scale steel armor, so it was impossible for him to use the armor to catch his axe. He would most likely retreat to avoid the attack, so this was his chance to attack. Bang! However, the behind-the-scenes member deduced wrongly, because the opponent directly grabbed the crystal axe that he chopped down with all his strength, and the sharp black claws were deeply embedded in the axe blade. You? The behind-the-scenes member looked horrified. His strength reached 171 points. The axe that he chopped down with all his strength was just caught by the opponent's hand, but the opponent didn't give him time to be shocked. After grabbing the crystal axe, he immediately raised his leg and kicked. In this lightning moment, his mind turned quickly, and he thought of a way to dodge this kick. I give up! The behind-the-scenes member shouted loudly. Chapter 372. Through his previous observation of the scale steel armored man, he found that the other party was a relatively disciplined person. He would basically kick the person out of the ring, and stop attacking when he was sure of his victory. He had no killing intent during the fight. In the current situation, he was sure that he would lose. The other party had better equipment and much higher strength than him. In this case, why did he still take this kick? Wouldn't it be better to just admit defeat? However, he was wrong again. After hearing that he admitted defeat, the other party did not stop kicking at all. He kicked him in the chest and kicked him off the ring. The third match ended just like that. At first, everyone thought that this match would be a battle of the century between the strongest opponents, but the result was shocking. Jiang Haitao persisted on the ring for 4 minutes, but this guy who seemed to be stronger was kicked down in 1 round. Is this reasonable? Damn it, did this behind-the-scenes organization secretly accept benefits from Zhuo Junyang and hold a fake match here? Such an unbelievable result broke the defense of many guild leaders ranked within the top 25. What the hell, the behind-the-scenes organization must give us an explanation. You have powerful equipment, but this is the result? It must be a fake match. You shouted to admit defeat at the beginning. Isn't this a deliberate loss? Because the battle just now happened in an instant, many medium-sized guild leaders didn't know what happened. They just saw the members of the behind-the-scenes organization being kicked off the stage. But is this right? Let's go! Seeing that a group of guild leaders were going to cause trouble, the boss of the behind-the-scenes organization directly led the members to leave. Anyway, the Leviathan Guild won the first place in this competition, and they didn't get anything. What are they waiting for? Ha ha, thank you so much. Among the group of guild leaders, Zhuo Junyang was the happiest. Their guild won the first place in the guild competition, so they didn't have to share the anointed Leviathan. Seeing Zhou Wen walk down the stage, he hurried forward to thank him. Zhuo Junyang originally wanted to go directly to the stage and mock other guilds for overestimating their own guild's property, but he thought about it, and decided not to do so, because Zhou Wen was an external aid after all, and was not fundamentally considered their own strength. Well, this guild competition is over. The guild that won the first place is Leviathan. Because the first place has privileges, it does not need to share the certificate of land reclamation, so please help yourself. Jiang Haitao said a few words and ended his journey. As for the steel armor Leviathan blood crystal in the large solar spherical insect, let the guild members kill it and hand it over to him. The guild competition came to an end, and Zhou Wen also ended his companionship and returned to the stomach wall space. It was late at night, and he had to go to bed quickly, but before going to bed, Zhou Wen took out the explosive gun bubble shrimp gene potion from the locker. Because he had things to do at night these 2 days, Zhou Wen had no time to take the explosive gun bubble shrimp gene potion. Now that everything is settled, he naturally has to take it quickly. Explosive gun bubble shrimp gene potion does not require a high physique, and only 100 points are required to take it. Zhou Wen took a deep breath, tilted his head, and poured the potion into his stomach, and then immediately lay on the bed covered with a silk quilt, waiting for the potion to work. After a while, a strong pain spread throughout his body, but to Zhou Wen's surprise, the pain this time was not as unbearable as when he took the blood vein worm gene potion and pelvic tungsten snail gene potion before. Is it because my physique is 300 points, but the potion only needs 100 points? When Zhou Wen took bloodworm gene potion and pelvic tungsten snail gene potion before, his physique was the same as the potion's requirements, but this time it exceeded 200 points. But I can't sleep even if it hurts so much, Zhou Wen suddenly realized. On Zhao Teng's side, Dong Bo was reporting to him the details of this offline gathering. Did the people of the Black Knife Society have a conflict with Jiang Haitao? Zhao Teng had already learned from Dong Bo that the people of the Black Knife Society used a strange ability to scare most people to the ground. So his eyes lit up when he heard that Jiang Haidao had a conflict with the other party. There are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the guild president's chat group. The Black Knife Society and behind the scenes are not simple. And that's with Junong. He actually found a hidden super strongman to help him. I'm afraid he paid a lot of price. Zhao Teng said lightly. Jiang Haitao is no good. He spent so much money to hold the second offline gathering, but he didn't get anything. He also lost the title of the first guild. Zhao Teng sneered. You go to contact Black Knife Club and behind the scenes tomorrow to see if you can establish a cooperative relationship. Remember, even if you can't cooperate, don't make enemies. Xiao Ting ordered. Yes, boss. Dong Bo replied. On the 73rd day, Zhou Wen sat up from the bed with a listless look. The transformation effect of the potion made him feel pain all night, and it has not ended yet. But this pain did not affect Zhou Wen's actions, so he simply got up and inspected the stomach wall space. Not long after, the metamorphosis Leviathan entered the feeding stage. Zhou Wen cleaned up the parasites that followed the seaweed into the stomach wall space, crushed the seaweed and bamboo sea antlers, and fed them to the metamorphosis Leviathan, and then went to the seaweed forest to check. After a night of growth, the scarlet kelp and bamboo sea antlers planted yesterday have sprouted. After a few days, when these seaweeds grow up, Zhou Wen will put the ghost light insects in and cultivate them together with the seaweed. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen received a private message from Long Liang. Just now, Dong Bo, the vice president of the Tingfei Guild, found Bai Lan and wanted the two guilds to establish a cooperative relationship, help each other, and cooperate for a win-win situation. Bai Lan was also an ordinary survivor before. He didn't have a good impression of the Tingfei Guild and couldn't make up his mind, so he asked Long Liang to ask Zhou Wen, you can cooperate. If the other party gives you benefits, take it. If you ask for help, tell me first. Yesterday, Zhou Wen had Jiang Haitao and Bai Lan clash, firstly to teach Bai Lan a lesson, and secondly to show it to Zhao Teng. After all, Long Liang showed great strength. Zhao Teng would most likely try to win him over if he knew about it. In this way, if Zhao Teng has any major actions in the future, he can also know about them through Long Liang. Yes, I know. By the way, a very strong person appeared in the guild competition yesterday. His strength may not be inferior to yours. Long Liang told Zhou Wen about the competition yesterday. Really? There is such a strong person? Zhou Wen replied pretending not to know. By the way, Bai Lan's behavior is too arrogant. Isn't this causing trouble for me? Let him restrain himself. He deserves to be beaten this time. I know. Chapter 373. Around noon, the transformation effect of explosive bubble shrimp gene potion ended, and the pain in the body slowly disappeared. So Zhou Wen opened his character attribute panel to check. Zhou Wen, Leviathan Hunter plus 10. Blood Veinworm gene. Pelvic Tungsten Snail gene. Explosive Bubble Shrimp gene. Normal human attribute is 10. Intelligence. 20. Shock property. Strength. 234.5. Burning property. Blood Vein property. Explosive property. Constitution. 300. Upper limit. Tungsten Gold property. Speed. 197. Arc Light property. Evaluation. A Superman who doesn't train his legs. The evaluation has changed to not training his legs again, alas. Zhou Wen was a little helpless, but he did get the explosive bubble shrimp gene, so as long as his strength and speed can reach 1,000 points, he can release the bubble. 1,000 points may seem like a lot, but in fact, with Zhou Wen's current various characteristic effects, as long as both strength and speed attributes reach the upper limit, he can increase the two attributes to more than 1,000 points with the blessing of the characteristics. The amplification effect of arc-like characteristics may be worse, and can only be increased by 2 times. The speed attribute reaches the upper limit, and the total is only 900 points, but Zhou Wen still has the meteoric burst injection. Using the meteoric burst injection for heart injection can increase strength and speed by 50 points at the same time, and it can last for 1 hour. With the 50-point speed attribute blessing of the meteoric burst injection, Zhou Wen's speed will break the upper limit and reach 350 points, plus the twofold increase, which is 1,050 points. In this way, the speed attribute can meet the release requirements of the gun bubble. After looking at his own character attributes, Zhou Wen took another look at the biological illustration information of the transformed Leviathan. Transformed Leviathan age, 73 days. Stage, scale transformation. Body length, 152 meters. Weight, 6,100 tons. Food type, algae. Eating method, filter feeding. Evaluation, A 6,100-ton baby that is about to grow scales. It's already 6,100 tons? It grows so fast, Zhou exclaimed. When he just entered the scale transformation period, it was only more than 2,000 tons. Next, Zhou had nothing else to do, so he cleaned up the various things in the stomach wall space. Because he could already use the blast furnace to smelt steel ingots, Zhou stopped breeding the 2 small fine steel worms himself and directly gave them to Jiang Haitao as items that guild members could exchange with contribution points. Then, there was the crystal sea view box. 2 high-pressure porcupines had already entered the deep-sea walker mecha as power creatures, and the crystal sea view box was also empty. Zhou thought about it, and transplanted 2 negative oxygen ion mushrooms into the crystal sea view box. According to the system introduction before, negative oxygen ion mushrooms will release negative oxygen ions, and people can keep growing in an environment rich in negative oxygen ions. Zhou wanted to create a closed space to create an environment rich in negative oxygen ions. But the crystal sea view box is too large, and placing 2 in the stomach wall space is really too space consuming. The only one was needed to breed high pressure porcupines before, and now it is finally empty. Zhou's idea can be realized, but his physique has reached the upper limit and cannot be further improved. Let's grow the negative oxygen ion mushrooms a little bigger first, and then try the effect after the physique attribute breaks through the upper limit. Zhou transplanted 2 negative oxygen ion mushrooms into a 5-meter high crystal sea view box, and then added a lot of oxygen crystals in it to provide oxygen for the negative oxygen ion mushrooms. I don't know what Jiang Haitao and Shen Xion's physical fitness is, but it should be close to 300. Zhou would basically give the biological meat he obtained to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xion. His physical fitness attribute has reached the upper limit for a long time, so they should be close to it. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xion also cultivate negative oxygen ion mushrooms, so maybe they can try the effect of negative oxygen ions in continuously improving physical fitness. So Zhou sent a message to ask about their physical fitness. The physical fitness attributes of the 2 were similar. Jiang Haitao's was 268 points, and Shen Xion's was 265 points. Zhou made 2 crystal sea view boxes, sent 1 to each of them, and then asked them to transplant the negative oxygen ion mushrooms they planted into the crystal sea view boxes. When Jiang Haitao and Shen Xion received the negative oxygen ion mushrooms Zhou gave them, they also learned about the effect of negative oxygen ions in improving physical fitness through the system prompt sound, so they did not have any questions, and did what Zhou told them directly. After a while, the 2 transplanted the negative oxygen ion mushrooms into the crystal sea view box according to Zhou's instructions, and then covered the crystal cover to allow the negative oxygen ions to accumulate slowly inside. After that, it was just waiting to see how much Jiang Haitao and Shen Xion's physical fitness would improve after absorbing the negative oxygen ions. This would take time, so Zhou stopped paying attention to it for the time being. At about 1 p.m., the transformed Leviathan swallowed the first supply box of the day. Zhou opened it, and found 5 gold ingots, which he directly put into the seaweed planting box where golden seaweed was planted. At this time, 6 golden seaweeds were planted inside. The pain caused by the genetic medicine to transform the body had almost disappeared, so Zhou went to the aromatic Leviathan. In the second guild competition, Zhou helped Zhujianyang's Leviathan guild win the first place. The land of the aromatic Leviathan did not need to be divided, so Zhou naturally had to continue to plant some crops. When he came to the back of the aromatic Leviathan, Zhou found Zhujianyang here. He held a 2-steel long knife in his hand, and waved it from time to time. It was obvious that he liked this 2-steel long knife very much. "Boss, you are here. What crops are you going to plant?" Zhujianyang put away the 2-steel long knife after seeing Zhou, and then immediately came to Zhou and asked, "Well, 2,000 square meters for cotton, 1,000 square meters for peppers, and 1,000 square meters for sweet potatoes," Zhou said, and through the system interface, he sent all the seeds to Zhujianyang in a private message. "What are you planting?" Zhou saw that there was a field of green seedlings that looked like grass growing in Zhujianyang's field. "It's wheat. One of my guild members got it from the supply box, and I planted it here immediately," Zhujianyang said. "Oh, give me some seeds after the wheat is planted," Zhou said. "Wheat can be used to grind flour, and then you can make some pasta by yourself, further enriching the food variety." "Okay, big brother." Zhujianyang nodded directly without any hesitation. He can continue to have the control of the aromatic Leviathan now, all thanks to Zhou. Just asking for some wheat seeds is not a big deal at all. After explaining the matter of planting crops, Zhou stayed on the aromatic Leviathan to bask in the sun. Now the sea surface on the side of the Transfiguration Leviathan was frozen, and he could only bask in the sun here for a while. 2 hours later, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space. After a while, the Transfiguration Leviathan swallowed the second supply box of the day and opened it directly. Ding! Get the refined copper Leviathan remains exploration voucher X1. New item. Zhou said in surprise. Ding! Fine copper Leviathan remains exploration ticket. After using it, you will go to the remains of the fine copper Leviathan, which contains a large number of treasures. You can invite 10 companions to go with you. Chapter 374. Use it at night. Zhou thought for a while. The current itinerary of the transformed Leviathan would affect the time to reach the Golden Sea. Naturally, he could not leave the transformed Leviathan for a long time during the day, so as not to delay the speed of the transformed Leviathan. While Zhou continued to wait for the next supply box, a triangular firefly flew out of the triangular firefly nest and flew directly towards Zhou, and then began to circle around him. Need a floating factor? Under normal circumstances, the triangular firefly would not fly around him. This situation can only mean that the triangular firefly needs a floating factor. After Zhou took out a floating factor from the locker and put it in his palm, the triangular firefly flying around him immediately fell into his hand, and then the body emitted light and began to absorb the floating factor. 6. Zhou saw that there were 5 triangular fireflies flying around the electric light ball on the other side, plus the one that absorbed the floating factor in his book. That was 6. When he was removing insects yesterday, there were still 5 triangular fireflies. Huh? Why is this triangular firefly a little different? Zhou looked at the triangular firefly in his hand, and suddenly found that there was a bright white line in the middle of the white triangular body of this triangular firefly. It was not easy to distinguish, and might not be found if you didn't look carefully. To confirm, Zhou caught another triangular firefly flying around the electric light ball, and there was no bright white line on the body of these triangular fireflies. Does it only happen on newly hatched triangular fireflies? Then, Zhou caught a few other triangular fireflies, and looked at them carefully. It was true that only the triangular fireflies that absorbed the floating factor had bright white lines on their bodies. What's going on? Evolved? Zhou was a little puzzled. He went to Xianzhen Leviathan to remove insects twice, and encountered thousands of triangular fireflies, but he had never seen this kind of triangular fireflies with bright white lines. Wait! Zhou suddenly thought of something and looked up at the Qianyuan Leviathan white light factor, hanging in the middle of the top of the stomach wall space, which was used as a lighting bulb. The changes in the triangular fireflies could not have evolved autonomously. It was very likely that they were affected by some external factors, which could only be the Qianyuan Leviathan white light factor. The most special thing in the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan is the Qianyuan Leviathan white light factor. The triangular firefly mother was probably affected by its white light energy, so it produced this triangular firefly with bright white lines. In fact, Zhou could get the answer quickly by checking the triangular firefly mother, but the mother had been wrapped in the nest. He couldn't dismantle the nest that the mother had built with great difficulty in order to verify his idea. This special triangular firefly flew directly back to the nest after absorbing the floating factor. Zhou checked all the creatures cultivated in the stomach wall space and found that one creature had also changed, that is, the electric light hair ball. I didn't notice it before because the hair of the electric light hair ball was also white, but among these white hairs, some bright white hairs appeared, as if they were glowing. If these two creatures continue to irradiate the light of the white light factor, will their whole bodies emit white light in the future? Zhou asked curiously, but this conjecture can only be verified slowly as time goes by. At this time, Lung Liang sent him a private message, which contained 8 bottles of instant plant growth liquid, which was exchanged for 8,000 triangular firefly corpses. Now there is enough growth liquid, but there is no new Leviathan biological meat. Together with the previous 3 bottles, Zhou had a total of 11 bottles of instant plant growth liquid in his hand. As long as he could get new Leviathan biological meat, his attributes would rise rapidly, but the premise was that the added attributes could not be physical. 3 hours later, the Phantom Leviathan swallowed the last supply box of the day. Zhou opened it directly, and there were some basic materials inside. After a simple dinner, Zhou used a mirror-skinned barracuda mirror to look at his teeth. After a day, his 30 teeth were all black. The teeth are all dyed black. What will be dyed black next? Zhou thought carefully. There was nothing left to dye black. According to the accumulation of tungsten from bottom to top, if tungsten can continue to accumulate, it will only be accumulated in his hair. If it really accumulates in my hair, will my hair be as hard as a needle? Zhou would imagine the scene of his hair standing up stiffly, which was not very beautiful anyway. After everything was ready, Zhou would put on the explosive heavy armor with a thought, and then use the refined copper Leviathan remains exploration ticket, and his body immediately turned into blue light and disappeared. The next second, Zhou would appeared in a dark space full of sea water. The moment he appeared, he felt the explosive heavy armor suddenly shrink inward. The water pressure here was obviously not small. Zhou turned on the strong headlight and wanted to see the surrounding environment, but after the light shone around, he could not observe anything, because the sea water was extremely turbid, almost completely blocking his vision. There was no way, he could only release his mental power outward, covering 20 meters around him, to explore the surrounding environment. After exploring with his mental power, Zhou found that the environment he was in was extremely dilapidated, just like being in a huge rotten shipwreck. After making sure that there was no danger around, Zhou shrank his mental power to 3 meters, otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the maximum range of exploration. Is this the flesh and blood of the refined copper Leviathan? Zhou came to a huge piece of rotten meat based on the memory of the mental power exploration just now, and then touched it with his hand, and found that the meat was extremely hard like metal. Even the meat has been metallized? Zhou suddenly found that this refined copper Leviathan was a little unusual. You know, even the flesh of the pelvic tungsten snail Leviathan is not metallized, and the pelvic tungsten snail is a large Leviathan. If it weren't for the high water pressure around, Zhou really wanted to take off the explosive heavy armor and touch it with his hand to check the illustrated information of this refined copper Leviathan. Oh, just cut a piece and send it to Jiang Haitao to unlock the illustrated information, and then ask him to send me a screenshot of the biological illustrated information. Thinking of this method, Zhou cut a piece of rotten meat with a tungsten bone knife and sent it to Jiang Haitao. Soon, Jiang Haitao sent a picture, which was the illustrated information of the refined copper Leviathan. Refined copper Leviathan, stage, adult. Body length, 10,000 meters. Weight, 1.5 billion tons. Food type, copper or meat. Introduction. A large Leviathan living in the deep blue sea, mainly feeding on copper ore. Under normal circumstances, it will cover its body on a copper mine, and the refined copper source crystal will condense in its body, which can be used to break through the upper limit of physical fitness. Chapter 375. If I can find this refined copper source crystal, I will have 2 materials to break through the upper limit of my physical fitness. Zhou tone was full of excitement and joy. Although Zhou did not obtain the formula for breaking through the physical fitness attribute, he had the formula for breaking through the strength attribute. To break through the upper limit of strength, 3 materials are needed. If the materials needed to break through the physical fitness attribute are also 3, he has now collected 2. I wonder if the meat of this refined copper Leviathan can grow blood vein fruit. After closing the system interface, Zhou thought, while observing the large piece of rotten flesh and blood in front of him through his mental power. Take some back and try. Zhou felt that it was not possible, but it did not prevent him from trying. Even if it could not grow, it would only waste a bottle of growth liquid and a blood vein fruit seed. He now has plenty of instant plant growth liquid. Then, Zhou cut off several large pieces of rotten metal flesh and blood with a tungsten bone broadsword and put them into the deep blue treasure chest. After doing all this, Zhou continued to move forward along the route he had just detected with his mental power. The simple appearance picture on the bronze Leviathan creature illustration looked like a hat buckled on the ground, with a large number of small tentacles on the surface and edges of the hat. With such a huge body, Zhou didn't know where the world system had placed him in the remains, so he could only move forward along the gaps in the flesh and blood. His goal was naturally the stomach wall space of the bronze Leviathan. A Leviathan creature of this level should have a pure gold treasure chest inside. Zhou's mental power could only detect 20 meters. In an unfamiliar environment, in order to ensure his own safety, he would expand his mental power once every 20 meters to detect the route ahead clearly, so his mental power was consumed seriously. Huh? Suddenly, Zhou felt something rushing towards him at high speed, so he immediately released his mental power to the maximum distance, and then found 3 tentacles with saw blades and spikes on their heads stabbing at him. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou immediately took out the tungsten bone shield to block it. The spikes on the heads of the 3 tentacles hit the surface of the shield heavily, making a sound like a bell. Zhou's body retreated more than 10 meters after 3 collisions. Although the impact force of the 3 tentacles was very strong, Zhou's body was not hurt by the impact. The shock absorption effect of the explosive heavy armor was stronger than that of the black crystal armor. After determining that the destructive power of the three tentacles was not strong, Zhou removed the tungsten bone shield and attacked with a tungsten bone broadsword. The three tentacles seemed to realize that the spikes on their heads had no effect on Zhou, so they changed their attack method from stabbing to whipping, and their jagged bodies, like saw blades, cut towards Zhou fiercely. Zhou directly used the tungsten bone broadsword to meet it. At the moment of intersection with the jagged tentacle, the blade easily cut into the inside, and then Zhou's arm burst out with strength, swung the blade violently, and directly cut the jagged tentacle into two pieces. The tentacle found that it was no match for Zhou, and began to shrink rapidly, and soon left Zhou's mental coverage. After Zhou confirmed that there was no danger around for the time being, he checked the severed half of the tentacle. It was about 2 meters wide, with a brass surface, and the hole was flat. The surface was covered with a layer of metal shell, and the two sides of the tentacle were jagged. Let's go back and look at the biological illustration information. Zhou put this half of the tentacle into the deep blue treasure box. This time, he did not send it to Jiang Haitao for help to check, because it was unnecessary. The reason why he asked Jiang Haitao to help him check the biological illustrations of the refined copper Leviathan was because he was exploring the remains of the refined copper Leviathan, and needed to know some relevant information about the refined copper Leviathan. After a short rest and resting his mental strength, Zhou continued to move forward, and then he was attacked by the serrated tentacles again, but this time he saw the body of the tentacles, which looked like anemones, and had a brass-colored body surface. The body diameter of this brass-colored anemone was about 15 meters, and it had a large number of serrated tentacles, as many as more than 30. After discovering Zhou, it attacked again. Knowing the opponent's body, Zhou no longer held back. 2 tungsten bone broadswords appeared in his left and right hands, and then swung them quickly. Suddenly, the knife shadows in front of him flew, and the surrounding turbid seawater was driven up. More than 30 tentacles of the brass-colored anemone were cut off in half at a glance, and the tentacles were seriously damaged. The frightened brass-colored anemone immediately shrank its body, and its body and tentacles were all put into a metal tubular shell made of brass. But the brass metal tubular shell couldn't stop Zhou's tungsten bone sword. He cut a big hole with 2 or 3 cuts, and then drilled into it, killing the brass anemone inside. Zhou felt that the behavior of the brass anemone was very similar to that of the enthusiastic tubeworm, so after killing it, he carefully checked the corpse with his mental power to see if there was anything like a core, but the result was nothing, so he could only put the corpse into the deep blue treasure chest and continue to move forward. Zhou's route forward had no goal at all. He would go wherever he went, as long as it was not the route he had taken before. On the way, Zhou encountered many brass anemones, all of which he killed and put into the deep blue treasure chest. Slowly, Zhou found that the route ahead became much wider, from more than 10 meters wide to 40 or 50 meters wide. His mental power could no longer cover it completely, and the water quality became much clearer, so the strong headlight could be used. So Zhou put away his mental power, and began to use the strong headlight to illuminate. As he continued to move forward, the space ahead became larger and larger, and he entered a very empty area. Is this the stomach wall space of the refined copper Leviathan? Zhou thought to himself, otherwise there should be no other empty areas in the body of the refined copper Leviathan. At this moment, a strong sea current squeezed from above, and Zhou immediately expanded his mental power and found that there was a metal spike with a maximum diameter of 10 meters above, stabbing him. Zhou dodged quickly, but then he found that the metal spike he detected was just a spike on a giant thorn ball. The size of the giant thorn ball was beyond the detection range of his mental power, and the diameter was at least 40 meters. Boom! The giant thorn ball with a lot of spikes fell heavily to the ground, like a falling meteor. For a moment, the space shook and the sea was churning. Zhou's tiny body was swept away by the turbulent sea current formed by this impact. What is this? After Zhou stabilized his body, he quickly found a gap and hid in it. But there was no light in this space. The range of the strong headlight was limited, and it was impossible to see what kind of creature this giant thorn ball was. However, the giant thorn ball was definitely not the main body, because there was a tentacle full of spikes at the end of the thorn ball. If this giant thorn ball is just a tentacle, then this creature might be a Leviathan-level creature. The huge impact force generated by the giant thorn ball, when it fell just now, its diameter is likely to reach 100 meters, so its body must be even larger, and it is most likely a Leviathan-level creature. Chapter 376. Boom boom boom. Dozens of giant thorn balls of 100 meters in length hit Zhou in turn. Each hit caused the space to shake. The torrents formed by the impact force spread around like layers of tsunamis. Although the destructive power of these giant thorn balls was amazing, the speed of hammering was not fast. Zhou could know the landing point of the giant thorn balls in advance by relying on mental detection, so he could always dodge in advance. The attack of the giant thorn balls was not threatening in his eyes. The most troublesome thing was the shock wave of the sea current generated by the giant thorn balls hitting the ground. Zhou was in the seawater, and his body was very small. He was easily washed away by these sea currents. So in order to reduce the impact of the sea current on himself, every time Zhou noticed that the sea current was about to rush over, he would extract the remaining half of the 190-meter meteorite Leviathan corpse from the system interface, and put it in front of him to resist the impact of the seawater. In this way, Zhou kept dealing with these giant thorn balls, and then approached the direction of the tentacles connected to the back of the giant thorn balls. After spending some time, he finally came to the body of the giant thorn ball. Because the creature was too huge, Zhou couldn't see what it was at all, and his mental power could only peek into a corner of it. He felt as if a mountain stood in front of him. However, Zhou didn't care what the other creature was. As long as the shell or scales on the surface of this giant creature could be cut by his tungsten bone sword, it would be useless no matter how big it was. Zhou held two swords in his hands, and rushed to the body of this giant creature. Shua shua, he easily cut the shell on its surface with two knives, and then plunged into the body of this giant creature. After entering the body of this giant creature, Zhou had no scruples. Anyway, the opponent could not take its tentacles with giant thorn balls into the body to attack him, so he went all out and swung them recklessly. At this time, Zhou only hated that the tungsten bone sword was too small, only 3 meters long. If it was more than 10 or 20 meters, he could cause more damage. After about 3 hours of slashing, the twisting of the giant creature's body gradually stopped, and then the system prompt sounded in Zhou's mind. Ding! Kill a Leviathan creature, strength, constitution, speed, each increased by 1 point. Is this really a Leviathan creature? Zhou was a little surprised when he heard the news of the attribute increase, and then he quickly drilled out of the body of this Leviathan creature. At this time, the Leviathan creature was completely dead, and more than a dozen tentacles connected to the giant thorn ball were drooping on the ground. Zhou simply surveyed the Leviathan creature. The size was about 400 meters, and the shape was similar to that of a sea anemone. The body was fixed in the ground, so it could not escape. I don't know how long it will take to decompose it. Zhou was a little embarrassed. When he explored the Leviathan creature just now, he also looked for a pure gold treasure chest, but he didn't find it. He felt that this might not be the stomach wall space of the refined copper Leviathan. In this way, he had to decompose the body of the Leviathan, and continue to explore the remains of the refined copper Leviathan. He was afraid that one night would not be enough. Just when Zhou was a little embarrassed, the surface of the Leviathan creature was wrapped in a layer of blue light, and then began to shrink rapidly, and finally became a glass ball the size of a bowling ball. Seeing this scene, Zhou was delighted. He had seen this situation before in the deep sea escape trial. He didn't expect that this time's refined copper Leviathan remains exploration ticket also had this function, and it automatically helped him shrink. Ding! Obtained the Thorn Hammer Anemone Leviathan Corpse X1. Zhou took the glass ball in his hand, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. Okay, this is much more convenient. I will find time to decompose it after I get out, so it won't delay the Leviathan transformation journey. Zhou was very happy to put the shrunken Thorn Hammer Anemone Leviathan corpse into the deep blue treasure chest, and then carefully explored this empty area. After making sure that there was nothing missing, he found a gap, and continued to explore forward. After entering the gap, Zhou took a short rest. Just now, he had been relying on his mental power to discover the attack direction of the Thorn Hammer Anemone Leviathan in advance, which consumed a lot of his mental power. The space in the gap is relatively narrow, and there will be no giant creatures. It is also safer to rest here. After resting for about half an hour, Zhou continued to move forward. After swimming for about a kilometer, the gaps between the flesh and blood in front of him began to spread downwards, and he could only continue to swim down along the gaps. Is this coral? Not long after swimming down, a long copper object appeared between the gaps between the flesh and blood, and it stretched across the gaps. Zhou approached and took a closer look, and found that there were some coral polyps on the long object. As he continued to swim down, there were more and more of these corals, and they intertwined with each other, as if they were weaving a metal net. When Zhou encountered an area that he really couldn't bypass, he used a tungsten bone knife to clear the way, and by the way, he also put some of the cut corals into the deep blue treasure chest. The main body of this coral is made of copper, which means that the coral polyps on the coral can absorb copper elements. Collecting some of these special coral polyps may be useful in the future. After a while, the creatures in the gaps between the flesh and blood became more and more abundant. In addition to corals, there was also a kind of seaweed made of copper. The length of the seaweed was about 3 meters, and a bunch of soybean-sized fruits grew on the top. A small fish with a body length of only about 20 centimeters, and a sharp mouth, like a nail, was pecking at the fruits of the seaweed with its sharp mouth. Zhou was about to catch some sharp-mouthed fish, but as soon as he started, the small fish swam away quickly. He had no choice but to collect some seaweed first. On the way back, there were more and more seaweeds, and the number of sharp-mouthed fish also increased. They swam back and forth among the seaweeds. This kind of fish swam very fast. Zhou relied on his current swimming speed. Although he could catch some, it would take a long time to catch them one by one. So he took out the non-burning yarn directly, used the non-burning yarn as a fishing net, and then relied on his own speed to shuttle back and forth between the seaweeds. Soon he caught hundreds of sharp-mouthed fish, and put them all into the deep blue treasure box. There were enough sharp-mouthed fish to eat, so Zhou didn't waste any more time and continued to dive. After diving for a full kilometer, he entered an open area. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the dark environment below, and then a big mouth with a diameter of 30 or 40 meters suddenly appeared in Zhou's mental detection range. This big mouth was extremely ferocious, and the upper and lower jaws were full of tall and thin fangs, like a dense forest. Chapter 377. Zhou saw the unknown creature open its mouth wide to him. He originally wanted to enter its mouth and destroy its body from the inside to kill it, but he didn't expect the teeth in the mouth of the creature to be so dense, and the material seemed to be hard. Zhou didn't want to take risks, so he immediately released half of the body of the meteorite leviathan and threw it towards the unknown creature. The unknown creature bit the body of the meteorite leviathan, and there was a crackling sound, and the shell of the meteorite leviathan was directly bitten to pieces. The teeth are so hard. Zhou was shocked. Although the shell of the meteorite leviathan was not as hard as it was before it exploded, it was still hard enough to withstand the attack of the two steel-long knife. Now it was bitten to pieces. Zhou felt a sense of crisis, because the explosive armor he was wearing might not be able to withstand the bite of the unknown creature. While the unknown creature was attracted by the corpse of the falling star leviathan, Zhou immediately seized this opportunity and swam down to the bottom of the space. He was now in a state of swimming, his feet were not on the ground, and his speed could not be fully exerted. If the unknown creature attacked him again, he would definitely not be able to dodge. Huh? As soon as Zhou landed, a swift sound of seawater surging suddenly came from the darkness. The next second, a tail covered with a layer of crystal-like scales on the surface of the body quickly whipped towards him. The diameter of the tail reached 15 meters, and it was sweeping close to the ground. Zhou had no possibility of dodging at all, unless he turned on the characteristics, but if he turned on the characteristics now, he would have to end this exploration immediately after this battle, but he didn't want to do that, because he hadn't found the refined copper source crystal that broke through the upper limit of his physical fitness. Zhou retreated quickly, trying to reduce the impact as much as possible. At the moment when the tail was about to hit him, he extracted the meteorite protective shell of the star meteorite leviathan from the system interface, and then placed the tungsten bone shield in front of him to further weaken the impact. Boom! The terrifying force hit the meteorite protective shell, causing the elliptical meteorite protective shell to be hit like a rugby ball. The surrounding sea water was boiling under the pressure of this terrifying force. Zhou's body was almost attached to the meteorite protective shell, with only a tungsten bone shield in the middle. His body was also pulled out with the meteorite protective shell. The powerful impact force directly passed through the meteorite protective shell, and hit the tungsten bone shield, and the explosive heavy armor. Even with double shock absorption, Zhou was shocked by this terrible impact. The attack of this giant creature really can't be taken head-on. Zhou thought secretly in his heart. The power of this unknown creature may not be as strong as the previous Thornhammer Sea Anemone Leviathan, but he could dodge the attack of the Thornhammer Sea Anemone Leviathan, but he couldn't dodge this one, because it was faster. After Zhou landed on the ground, he immediately collected the meteorite protective shell, and ran on the ground at the fastest speed. Immediately, another strong sea current squeezed in. The unknown creature had given up biting the body of the meteorite leviathan at this time, and opened its mouth again, biting Zhou. Bang! Zhou narrowly avoided the bite of the unknown creature with his own speed advantage, but the huge body of the unknown creature stirred up another sea current, which once again affected his movement speed in the sea water. Seeing that it had missed its target, the unknown creature attacked Zhou Wen again. This time, Zhou Wen was affected by the ocean current, and his speed was not fully utilized. His whole body was directly covered by the unknown creature's big mouth. As long as the big mouth closed, he would be crushed into pieces by these scattered fangs. Arc Light feature, turn on! Zhou Wen shouted in his heart. Zhou Wen still turned on the feature. There was no other way. If he didn't turn on the feature, he would be dead. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Wen's figure was drawn into an orange arc light and instantly disappeared from the range covered by the unknown creature's big mouth. The unknown creature's big mouth directly hit the empty space and bit the rotten flesh on the ground, leaving a big hole. Arc Light feature, time is limited. Since it has been turned on, Zhou Wen must end the battle as soon as possible, so after avoiding the unknown creature's bite, he immediately returned and quickly climbed onto the head of the unknown snake creature, while the unknown creature's big mouth was biting the ground. Two tungsten bone broadswords, wielding left and right, with a speed of nearly 600 points, the tungsten bone broadsword swung rapidly like a torrential rain, slashing vigorously on the crystal scales on the head of the unknown creature. Bang! 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 In just a few breaths, a series of fine iron knocking sounds rang out in this space. Zhou Wen's sword swinging power was very strong. Even underwater, when the blade of the tungsten bone broadsword chopped on the scales of the unknown creature, sparks burst out. But what he didn't expect was that the crystal scales of this unknown creature were as hard as the bones of the pelvic tungsten snail Leviathan. It took dozens of cuts to cut out a deep pit. At this time, the unknown creature had raised its head. Zhou Wen did not stay any longer, and immediately went down from the head of the unknown creature to the ground. The amplification time of Arc Light characteristics is 20 points of physical fitness per second. Zhou Wen did not activate tungsten gold characteristics at this time. With 300 points of physical fitness, it can only last for 15 seconds. After the attack just now, the amplification time is almost over. But if the Arc Light characteristics ends now, then this exploration can only stop here, so Zhou Wen directly bit a seaweed bag in his mouth, which contained a total of 200 Arc Light factors. After taking these 200 Arc Light factors, the duration of Arc Light characteristics directly increased by 200 seconds. After that, Zhou Wen began to trick the unknown creature to attack him as before, and then when its mouth bit the ground, he took the opportunity to come to its head and continue to chop in the previous pit. The crystal scales on the surface of the unknown creature are not thick. After successfully destroying the crystal scales, without the protective flesh and blood, it is much easier to chop. Soon Zhou Wen successfully drilled into the brain of the unknown creature, destroyed the brain at the fastest speed, and successfully killed it. But this time, Zhou Wen did not hear the system prompt sound of killing the Leviathan creature in his mind, which meant that this unknown creature was actually a Leviathan creature. The amplification effect of Arc Light characteristics ended, and Zhou Wen became sluggish, but with 300 points of physical strength, he could barely walk. The body of the unknown creature was also shrunk into a glass sphere by the world system at this time, and Zhou Wen picked it up directly. Ding! Obtain the body of copper crystal oarfish X1. It's really not a Leviathan, Zhou Wen thought to himself. He put the glass sphere into the deep blue treasure chest, and then put the half of the Starfall Leviathan body that he had thrown out before into the system interface, but the body, which was originally only half left, was bitten into two pieces by the copper crystal oarfish this time. Chapter 378. Zhou Wen searched the space as usual and found a silver-rimmed supply box. Just a silver-rimmed supply box? Or is this still not the stomach wall space of the refined copper Leviathan? Zhou Wen guessed in his heart, and then directly opened the silver-rimmed supply box. Ding! Get the blueprint of the copper crystal oarfish sharp-toothed broadsword. Ding! Get the blueprint of the copper crystal oarfish copper crystal scale armor. Just two exclusive blueprints? Zhou Wen can now be sure that this space is indeed not the stomach wall space. Directly using the two blueprints, Zhou Wen took a short rest, and then continued to find a flesh and blood gap to move forward. But now Zhou Wen's movement speed is very slow, because of the weak period brought by the activation of the Arc Light characteristic. His whole body is full of fatigue. If I encounter a giant creature with a faster speed later, I don't know if the Arc Light characteristic can be activated again with the 10 times physical blessing of the tungsten gold characteristic. Zhou Wen suddenly thought while walking. During the activation of tungsten gold properties, Zhou Wen's physical strength was extremely abundant, and all fatigue was swept away. In this state, Arc Light properties should be able to be activated again. However, to be on the safe side, Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao for colorful core and property stamp and then engrave the two items into colorful stamp. If he encountered a situation where the speed was not enough, he could only put colorful properties to make up for it. This property stamp is a bit wasted, because Zhou had two colorful stamps in his hand, which were obtained from the previous duel, but he put them in the locker and didn't bring them here, so he could only make a new one in case of emergency. After walking forward for about an hour, Zhou encountered another downward route. At this time, based on the simple drawing of the refined copper Leviathan he had seen before, he roughly knew that he should have been placed in the uppermost area by the world system at the beginning. According to the proportion of the drawing, the next layer should be the stomach wall space. Zhou thought after a little calculation based on the distance he had dived before. He continued to dive. Because of his poor physical condition, Zhou dived very carefully to avoid being attacked by some unknown creatures. However, he did not encounter other creatures along the way, not knowing whether it was because he was about to reach the stomach wall space or because of the excessive water pressure. After wandering around in the intricate cracks of rotten flesh and blood for another hour, Zhou finally entered a huge space again. This space was no longer pitch black. There were many luminous algae plants on the flesh wall. With the light of these luminous seaweeds, Zhou found that this space was larger than the two spaces he had encountered before, and there were scattered hills made of copper ore. At the innermost part of this space, Zhou also saw a huge creature corpse, which looked like a worm, and its body seemed to be made of copper. The tail end of this creature corpse was missing a piece, as if it was eaten by some creature. Zhou guessed that this space should be the stomach wall space of the refined copper Leviathan, but judging from the fact that part of the symbiotic creature corpse was eaten, there should be some giant creature here. Zhou forced his tired body to move, speed up his swimming speed, and quickly landed at the bottom of the stomach wall space. Bang! At this time, the largest copper mine in the stomach wall space exploded, and a giant creature appeared from it, which looked like a mantis shrimp. The huge body reached more than 200 meters, with a thick carapace shining with metallic luster, a pair of chelicerae shaped like a sickle, and the crystal-like blade flashed a cold light under the light of the glowing seaweed. After the mantis shrimp found Zhou, it suddenly rushed forward, and 3 pairs of slender thoracic legs moved quickly, and came to Zhou at a very fast speed. Swish! The huge sickle that was more than 30 meters long was swung towards Zhou in an instant. With such a fast attack speed, Zhou naturally couldn't face it with his current tired body, so he immediately turned on the tungsten gold property, and the fatigue immediately disappeared, replaced by extremely abundant physical strength. Arc light property, open. Zhou muttered in his heart, but there was no response. It seemed that the property could not be used continuously. So, Zhou immediately turned on the burning property, and a red energy spread throughout his body in an instant, and the surrounding area of his body burst into a scorching high temperature. The seawater close to the surface of the body quickly boiled, and countless bubbles rose around him. With his strength improved and the weight of the explosive heavy armor on his body reduced, Zhou's speed improved to a certain extent. He immediately retreated at the fastest speed, and narrowly avoided the mantis shrimp's destructive blow. In the interval between dodging the attack, Zhou used the colorful seal and marked colorful characteristics behind his speed attribute. Zhou knew that his current speed could only barely match that of the mantis shrimp, but his characteristics were time limited, and he had no ability to delay time with the mantis shrimp, so he could only mark colorful characteristics and then turn on the characteristics to increase his speed to 298 points. For a moment, Zhou's whole body was wrapped in colorful and dazzling light, and his speed suddenly increased. The moment he dodged the mantis shrimp's attack, his body turned into a ray of light and shot directly towards the mantis shrimp's body. Facing this giant creature, Zhou still used the same attack method, climbing up to the mantis shrimp's head through the mantis shrimp's thoracic feet, and then began to swing the tungsten bone sword frantically. However, at the moment when the tungsten bone sword collided with the mantis shrimp's carapace, Zhou was dumbfounded. The tungsten bone sword did not cut it. A closer look showed that there was a layer of crystal protection on the surface of the mantis shrimp's carapace, and the tungsten bone sword did not leave any traces on it. After learning that the tungsten bone sword could not cause damage to the mantis shrimp, Zhou immediately changed his attack method, extracted a large amount of corrosive agent from the system interface, and sprinkled it all on the mantis shrimp's carapace. In order to avoid being affected, he temporarily ran down from the mantis shrimp's head. The duration of Wakai characteristics is 1 point of constitution for 1 second, and 3,000 points of constitution is equivalent to 50 minutes. It is completely fine to use it to pull with the mantis shrimp and wait for the corrosive agent to take effect, but the premise is that the corrosive agent can corrode the mantis shrimp's crystal shell. I hope it works, otherwise. Zhou kept distance from the mantis shrimp, and from time to time, he would look at the innermost part of the stomach wall. There was a golden light flashing in a pile of copper, or it was very likely a pure gold treasure chest. If the corrosive agent was useless, he could only choose to leave with the pure gold treasure chest. He had never used the corrosive agent after obtaining it, and he didn't know how effective it was. He could only prepare for the worst. Chapter 379. Schwa. The giant mantis shrimp's sickle-shaped claws drew an arc in the seawater. The huge blade drove the surrounding seawater, forming a crescent-shaped impact current, which looked like a knife aura, and rushed toward Zhou Wen, who was fleeing in front at a very fast speed. At this time, Zhou Wen's whole body was flashing with colorful light, and his movement speed was several points faster than the impact current. The giant mantis shrimp kept chasing him, but it couldn't attack him at all. It circled in the stomach wall space for about a minute. If the corrosive agent really worked, the crystal protective layer on the surface of the giant mantis shrimp would show signs of corrosion to some extent. In order to confirm it, Zhou Wen climbed up to its head again through its thoracic feet when the giant mantis shrimp attacked. Zhou Wen came to the place where the corrosive agent was splashed before, and observed it carefully, and found that the crystal protective layer did show signs of corrosion. Bang bang bang. Zhou Wen tried to chop a few more times with a harder diamond sword, but it was still difficult to destroy the crystal protective layer. Obviously, the degree of corrosion was not enough. When removing the insects from the brain of Yevon Leviathan, Zhou Wen killed the brain cavity nematodes and collected a lot of corrosive agents, so the amount must be sufficient. Since the corrosive agent can work, and his tungsten gold characteristics still has enough time, Zhou Wen naturally wants to try to corrode the crystal protective layer, so he extracted a large amount of corrosive agent from the system interface and splashed it on the crystal protective layer that had been partially corroded, and then left again and ran in the stomach wall space. Next, every minute, Zhou Wen would find a way to climb onto the head of the giant mantis shrimp to check whether the crystal protective layer was completely corroded. If it still can't be broken, continue to use the corrosive agent. Repeat this 3 times. His tungsten gold characteristics has a total of 7.5 minutes, and 4.5 minutes have passed, leaving only 3 minutes. Bang! The 4th time he came to the giant mantis shrimp's back, the protective crystal at the head position had been corroded into a pit. Zhou Wen chopped it with a diamond sword again, but still couldn't break it. Not enough time. Although there were still 3 minutes left, Zhou Wen had to be on the safe side. He had to make sure he had enough time to get the pure gold treasure chest buried in the copper ore. Just when Zhou Wen was about to give up, the giant mantis shrimp's sickle-shaped claws suddenly turned around and slashed at Zhou Wen. Obviously, Zhou Wen always climbed on its head and then ran away, which annoyed the giant mantis shrimp, so this time it suddenly turned its claws around, wanting to kill Zhou Wen in one fell swoop. A current immediately rushed over with a huge impact force, and the shadow of the huge sickle blade directly enveloped Zhou Wen. The sharp crystal sickle tip, flashing with crystal luster, cut through the blocking seawater in front and chopped down at Zhou Wen fiercely. Zhou Wen seemed to be stunned. At such a critical moment, he did not leave immediately, but stood there in a daze, as if he was shocked by the huge sickle blade. When the giant mantis shrimp's sickle blade was about to fall, Zhou Wen left at the fastest speed. The sharp and hard crystal sickle tip hit its own head heavily, but the surface of the carapace was protected by a hard crystal protective layer, and the head carapace of the giant mantis shrimp was basically not damaged. Only a part of the crystal protective layer that had been corroded 4 times by Zhou Wen with corrosive agents was cracked by this knife. Zhou Wen just ran down from the giant mantis shrimp's head to avoid being affected by the impact of the seawater, but when he left, he clearly heard the sound of the crystal protective layer breaking. The reason why he didn't dodge at the beginning was to allow the giant mantis shrimp's sickle blade to more accurately chop the corroded crystal protective layer. In fact, he was just trying it out. If it still didn't work, he would have to give up killing the giant mantis shrimp and take the pure gold treasure box and leave. But from the results, Zhou Wen was obviously successful. Tungsten gold characteristics, there was not much time left. He didn't dare to delay, and came to the head of the giant mantis shrimp again. The giant mantis shrimp had no way to deal with Zhou Wen. He was like a flea, so fast that he couldn't catch him at all. Seeing that the crystal protective layer corroded by the corrosive agent had been destroyed, Zhou Wen immediately took out 2 tungsten bone swords and began to chop the giant mantis shrimp's carapace. Although the carapace was still very hard, Zhou Wen's storm-like rapid slashing still cut a hole in a short time and successfully entered the giant mantis shrimp's body. Finally, I'm in. Zhou Wen looked at the various flesh and blood tissues around him, grinning and showing a mouthful of black and white teeth. Time was running out. The burning property could only be activated for 5 minutes with the blessing of 3,000 points of physical fitness, and it was over now. However, because of the tungsten gold property, Zhou Wen's current state was not affected at all. Zhou Wen immediately began to destroy, and the 2 tungsten bone swords leapt after images, and the moving speed was extremely fast, shuttling back and forth in the body of the giant mantis shrimp. 2 minutes later, the giant mantis shrimp's brain tissue was destroyed, and its body, which had been struggling violently, gradually stopped. When a system prompt sounded in Zhou Wen's mind, it also meant that the giant mantis shrimp was completely dead. Ding! Kill this leviathan creature, and increase strength, constitution, and speed by 1 point each. It's finally dead, and the time for tungsten gold characteristics is running out. After hearing the system prompt, Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly got out of the giant mantis shrimp's body to avoid falling directly into the giant mantis shrimp's body in a weak state. After Zhou Wen came out, the giant mantis shrimp's body quickly shrank into a glass sphere, and Zhou Wen picked it up directly. Ding! Obtained Red Copper Crystal Armor Leviathan Corpse X1. After putting the Red Copper Crystal Armor Leviathan Corpse into the deep blue treasure chest, Zhou Wen hurried to the pile of copper ore and turned out a box. It was indeed a pure gold treasure chest, and he opened it directly. Ding! Obtained Gold Order X1. Ding! Obtained the Bronze Fish Nest Copper Mining Certificate. Ding! Obtained the Refined Copper Shell Gene Potion. Ding! Obtained the formula for breaking through the physical limit. Ding! Obtained the Refined Copper Shell Leviathan Refined Copper Round Shield Blueprint. Ding! Obtained Refined Copper Ingot X100. Is that all? Where is the Refined Copper Source Crystal? Zhou Wen's expression changed. The things in this pure gold treasure chest are actually good, but the things he needs most are not there. It won't be in the corpse of the symbiotic creature. Zhou Wen looked at the worm, whose body was made of copper. Is there enough time? Zhou Wen didn't care so much. He immediately rushed to the front of the symbiotic creature, and then chopped it with a tungsten bone broadsword. The worm's body had a layer of hard refined copper shell, which was as hard as the shell of the red copper crystal armor Leviathan. It could be chopped, but it took time. Chapter 380. Explosive Property, Activate. If time is insufficient, strength will be used. The moment Explosive Property is activated, Zhou Wen's strength attribute surges to 946 points. With such a terrifying power, when the diamond sword chops on the shell of the symbiotic creature, a lot of flames are immediately aroused, just like electric welding. In a few seconds, the shell of the symbiotic creature is successfully split open. After entering the interior, Zhou Wen finds that the flesh and blood in the symbiotic creature has also been metallized. Although these metallized flesh and blood are not hard and easy to clean, he has no time. Next, Zhou Wen races against time and quickly searches for the refined copper source crystal in the symbiotic creature, but the body length of this worm reaches more than 200 meters. It is almost impossible to find it in the remaining few seconds. 7.5 minutes should have passed. Why hasn't the tungsten gold property ended yet? Zhou Wen silently calculated the duration of various properties. After all, being caught off guard and entering a weak state is very fatal, but at this time, the duration of the tungsten gold property exceeded the 7.5 minutes he had guessed before. I'm still conservative. It seems that the tungsten element that teeth can store should be more than fingernails. Although Zhou Wen was thinking about these questions, his hands did not stop moving. After searching back and forth in the symbiotic organism for another 3 minutes, he successfully found a core. Ding! Obtained Refined Copper Core X1. I don't want a core, I want a refined copper source crystal. Zhou Wen shouted in his heart, and after putting the refined copper core into the deep blue treasure chest, he continued to search. 2 minutes later, Zhou Wen found a sphere in the symbiotic creature's head that looked like copper and crystal. The sphere was about 3 meters in diameter. Ding! Obtained 1 refined copper source crystal. After Zhou Wen touched the sphere, a prompt sounded in his mind. Finally found it. Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face uncontrollably. While the amplification effect of tungsten gold characteristics was still continuing, Zhou Wen hurriedly left the symbiotic creature's body. I don't know if the entire refined copper Boliviathan remains have been explored. But even if the exploration was not completed, Zhou Wen would leave. He had almost activated all the characteristics. Once the tungsten gold characteristics ended, he would immediately lose the ability to move and could not continue to explore. End the exploration. Zhou Wen silently said in his heart, and his body immediately turned into a blue light and disappeared from the remains of the refined copper Leviathan. As soon as he returned to the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan, Zhou Wen's body softened and collapsed to the ground. One tooth can provide 20 seconds of tungsten consumption for tungsten gold properties. Zhou Wen thought to himself. From the time he activated tungsten gold properties to now, a total of 12.5 minutes, and the fingernails and toenails only lasted 2.5 minutes, which means that 30 teeth lasted for 10 minutes, 600 seconds for 30 teeth, and each tooth lasted for 20 seconds. Not long after, the stomach wall space vibrated. It was the transformation of Leviathan that began to move, and today was already the 74th day. Zhou Wen lay on the ground and couldn't move at all. When the transformation of Leviathan entered the feeding stage, the cold sea water repeatedly washed over him. However, because the crystal sponge inside the explosive heavy armor has a heat-insulating effect, he didn't feel anything. It was just that the dozen parasites kept attacking him, which made him a little annoyed. The hardness of the explosive heavy armor was not something that these parasites could destroy, so the parasites' attacks were completely ineffective. They just disgusted Zhou Wen, but Zhou Wen had no way to deal with it. Although the triangular fireflies would kill these parasites, the number they could kill was limited because of the cold sea water. However, what surprised Zhou Wen was that the special triangular firefly with bright white lines on its body killed more than a dozen parasites with one insect, which was much stronger than those ordinary triangular fireflies. Moreover, this special triangular firefly seemed to be able to restore its own energy by absorbing the light of the white light factor. As long as there was white light factor radiation after launching an attack, it almost didn't need to return to the insect nest. It could fly around the white light factor a few times, and the energy would be restored. But I don't know if the insect mother had specifically told me that the triangular fireflies always ignore the parasites on Zhou Wen, which led to more and more parasites on Zhou Wen. The little diamond sea snake would have helped clean up the parasites, but because it was too big, Zhou Wen had let it stay on the cover of the crystal sea view box, so it didn't help with the pest control now. Zhou Wen couldn't move his body, and couldn't command the little diamond sea snake. He could only shout at the little diamond sea snake, but the little diamond sea snake couldn't understand him at all. As a result, it was very likely that the little diamond sea snake would press its body on him and stare at him with curiosity. This won't work. After the entire feeding phase, Zhou Wen's body was already covered with parasites. In fact, the parasites didn't matter. The main thing was that the seaweed couldn't be fed to the transformed Leviathan, which would delay the transformed Leviathan's journey. Zhou Wen thought about it, and used the travel voucher to bring Chen Xian over. "Boss Zhou, what happened to you?" As soon as Chen Xian came over, he saw Zhou Wen wrapped in parasites, so he immediately started to clean up the parasites. "I used the characteristic, and now I feel weak all over." After cleaning the parasites in the stomach wall space, Chen Xian built a stone chair with a stone foundation, trying to help Zhou Wen up, but Zhou Wen was wearing a flaming heavy armor at this time, weighing 3,000 kilograms, and it was a bit difficult to help him up. Zhou Wen directly put away the flaming heavy armor. Without the heavy armor, Chen Xian easily helped Zhou Wen onto the stone chair. "Boss Zhou, this is the first time I see you. You look pretty handsome," Chen Xian said with a grin. "It's okay. Go and crush the seaweed and bamboo sea mushrooms, and feed them to the transformed Leviathan. The seaweed crusher is in the locker," Zhou Wen ordered. "Oh!" Chen Xian agreed, and took out the seaweed crusher from the locker, and began to crush seaweed and bamboo sea mushrooms. This snake is not a diamond crystal sea snake, right? When Chen Xian crushed the seaweed, she found a small diamond crystal sea snake on the cover of the crystal sea view box. Because Zhou Wen had given her the blood of a small diamond crystal sea snake before, she knew that Zhou Wen raised a special sea snake. When Chen Xian connected the knife leaf fish power device and the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer, 6 triangular fireflies began to fly around the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer. What kind of creature is this? Chen Xian found that Zhou Wen seemed to have raised many strange creatures, and there were also hair balls flying in the air. After absorbing negative oxygen ions, did your physical fitness increase? Zhou Wen asked. Chapter 381. It has increased, but it only increased by 1 point in one night. Chen Xian replied. 1 point of physical fitness is not a small amount. After all, it can be continuously increased. Zhou Wen said that his physical fitness reached the upper limit and wasted a lot of physical fitness attribute points. Since absorbing negative oxygen ions can indeed improve physical fitness, he can slowly improve his physical fitness after breaking through the upper limit of physical fitness. How are the 2 kinds of seaweed in the seaweed forest growing? Joe asked Chen Xian to help and also to ask about various aspects. They have grown to about 1 meter, and the growth rate is quite fast. Chen Xian went to take a look in the morning. After all, the scarlet kelp and bamboo sea mushrooms growing in the seaweed forest are very important to them. Then take the glowworms here, and release them directly in the seaweed forest. When catching glowworms before, Joe also gave some to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, but he cultivated the most here, so it was just right for Chen Xian to take them away. The two chatted casually. After crushing the seaweed and feeding it to the transformed Leviathan, Joe asked Chen Xian to leave with the ghostlight bug. Joe rested until the evening, and then he was able to move his hands and feet a little, and then began to check the gains this time. Refined copper core. After use, you will gain the refined copper characteristics. After the refined copper characteristics are activated, the physical attributes can be increased by 7 times, and the duration depends on the refined copper elements in the body. Another physical improvement, I can't use it. Zhou Wen's tungsten gold characteristics can be increased tenfold, and the characteristics of the same effect cannot be superimposed. This, refined copper characteristics, is obviously inferior. Copper Shell Gene Potion. After use, you will obtain the Copper Shell Gene, which can absorb copper elements. You can only use it when your physical fitness reaches 300 points. It is a gene potion that matches the copper characteristics. Zhou thought about it for a while, and didn't know who he should give these 2 items to. He didn't use them himself, so he must give them to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. So far, neither of them has achieved physical characteristics. I have a powerful core, but the physical fitness needs to reach 300 points to use it. Because there is only one, there is no way to distribute it evenly. You two can compete. Whoever reaches 300 points first will get this core. Zhou felt that it would not be good for him to give it to anyone on his own initiative. As a boss, he could not favor one over the other, so he thought of a way to let them compete. Even if one of them failed to obtain the copper core, they could only blame themselves. After sending the message, Zhou also sent the information about the copper core to the 2 of them to make them more motivated. Refined copper Bolithiathan refined copper round shield blueprint. Requires 1 refined copper Bolithiathan shell fragment, 5 refined copper ingots. Shell fragments. Where can I find them? This blueprint is useless. Zhou walked through the remains of refined copper Bolithiathan. He saw a lot of rotten flesh and blood, but he never saw any shell fragments. Physical fitness limit breakthrough formula, Mountain Sea Clam Leviathan Mountain Sea Pearl, refined copper Bolithiathan refined copper source crystal, White Tower Snail Leviathan White Tower Gel. Sure enough, there are 3 types. Now I have the first 2, and I'm just short of White Tower Gel. Zhou was unconsciously a little anxious, wanting to quickly gather the materials and break through the physical fitness limit. Zhou didn't look at the Bronze Fish Nest Copper Mine Mining Certificate, but just by looking at the name, he knew it was a mining certificate for a copper mine. When his body recovered, he would find a time to use this mining certificate. These were the items in the pure gold treasure box. The rest were refined copper ingots as materials. They were useless for the time being because there were no corresponding drawings. In the future, when Jiang Haitao or Chen Xian obtained the refined copper shell gene, they could be used to absorb refined copper elements. The last item was the Golden Order. Because Zhou intelligence had reached the upper limit, he was not going to use it at the moment. Although the Golden Order could also be used to improve other attributes, the difficulty of obtaining the intelligence attribute was completely incomparable to the other 3 attributes. In Zhou opinion, it was a waste to use the Golden Order to improve 3 attributes. It would be better to keep it and use it to quickly improve intelligence after breaking through the intelligence upper limit in the future. Brass coral polyp, body length, 3 mm. Weight, 0.1 g. Food type, copper element. Introduction. A type of coral polyp that lives in areas rich in copper. After death, its body will be piled up into a copper coral. Brass coral can be used directly as a copper ingot. Not bad, it is equivalent to skipping the smelting process of copper or directly. It still has some value in the current environment. Now, because the sea surface is frozen, the survivors cannot let the transformed Leviathan float to the surface of the sea, and can no longer continue to smelt metal in the furnace. The coral formed by the corpse of the brass coral polyp can be used as a copper ingot, but there is no place that needs copper ingots at present. Copper skin nail mouth fish, body length, 20 centimeters. Weight, 25 kilograms. Food type, copper leaf seaweed fruit. Introduction. A type of fish that lives in areas rich in copper. The skin on the surface of the body is made of copper, and has a long, pointed snout that is edible. It's edible. Zhou was a little surprised. The copper in his body must be excessive. But thinking about the creature meat he got in the submarine volcanic area before, they also had excessive sulfur in their bodies, so it's okay for him to eat it. Brass sawtooth sea anemone, body length, 30 meters. Weight, 600 tons. Food type, copper, meat. Introduction. A sea anemone that lives in areas rich in copper. The brass serrated tentacles are extremely lethal, and will hide immediately after being attacked. After looking at these creatures, Zhou took out the copper leaf seaweed again, and then picked a fruit from it. Ding! Get copper leaf seaweed fruit X1. Ding! Copper leaf seaweed fruit. After eating, the physical fitness increases by 1. It increases the physical fitness, so I won't eat it. Zhou directly sent some to Jiang Haitao, and gave the rest to Chen Xian, asking her to find an open space in the seaweed forest and plant some copper leaf seaweed. The corpse of the thorn hammer sea anemone leviathan, the corpse of the copper crystal oarfish, the corpse of the red copper crystal armor leviathan, these 3 huge creature corpses, Zhou was temporarily unable to decompose because of his weak body. Among them, there were 2 leviathan creature corpses, and there should be 2 exclusive material boxes in the stomach wall space in the body. This, refined copper Boliviathan remains exploration ticket, really gave him a lot of good things. After looking at the harvest this time, Zhou took out some of the rotten flesh and blood of the refined copper Boliviathan, and tried to plant blood veins. After planting the blood veins fruit of the steel armor leviathan before, a seed was left. Zhou now directly planted this blood vein fruit seed into the rotten flesh and blood, and poured in a bottle of instant plant growth liquid. After waiting for a long time, the blood vein fruit seed did not react at all, so it was confirmed that the rotten flesh and blood of the refined copper Boliviathan could not make the blood vein vine grow. However, the blood vein fruit seeds did not show any abnormality, and perhaps they could be planted in other leviathan flesh and blood next time. I don't know what attribute the blood vein fruit planted from the flesh and blood of these 2 leviathans, the thorn hammer anemone leviathan and the red copper crystal armor leviathan, will add, but it must not be physical fitness. It was already night, Zhou thought while lying on the bed, and the result could only be revealed tomorrow. Chapter 382. On the 75th day, Zhou got up from the bed. His physical weakness had been alleviated a lot. So, before the transformed leviathan started to move, he went out to cut some flesh and blood of the thorn hammer sea anemone leviathan and the red copper crystal armor leviathan. Don't add physical attributes, Zhou said with some trepidation. Make 2 small aquariums. Put the 2 kinds of leviathan biological meat into the 2 small aquariums respectively. Put the blood vein fruit seeds that failed to grow in the rotten flesh and blood of the refined copper Boliviathan yesterday into the flesh and blood of the thorn hammer sea anemone leviathan, and then pour in a bottle of instant plant growth liquid. The blood vein fruit seeds germinated successfully, and began to grow wildly. After a while, a blood-red fruit was produced on the complex and intertwined blood vein vines. It was the thorn hammer leviathan blood vein fruit. Zhou picked it immediately. Ding! Obtain thorn hammer leviathan blood vein fruit X1. Zhou hesitated for a moment. He was really afraid that this blood vein fruit would increase his physique, but even if it did, he couldn't refuse to eat it. After all, in addition to increasing his attributes, the blood vein fruit could also provide him with blood vein energy. The blood vein fruit he was eating was all produced by instant plant growth liquid. It can be said that if he ate 1 less, he would lose 1 blood vein energy and waste a bottle of growth liquid. Ding! Eat the blood vein fruit of the thorn hammer anemone leviathan, and increase your strength by 11. Ha ha! Increase strength, great! Zhou laughed out loud when he heard the system prompt in his mind. As long as it didn't increase his physique, he could accept it. It would be better if it could increase his strength. Next, Zhou planted the blood vein fruit seed he had just obtained into the flesh of the red copper crystal armor leviathan and poured in a bottle of growth liquid. Soon, the blood vein vines began to grow out at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the blood vein fruit also expanded rapidly until it matured. Ding! Obtained red copper crystal armor leviathan blood veins fruit X1. This time, Zhou did not hesitate, and ate the blood veins fruit directly. After swallowing all the fruit pulp, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Eat red copper crystal armor leviathan blood veins fruit, strength increased by 11. It's another strength increase. In just a few minutes, I increased my strength by 22 points. I feel that my strength will reach the upper limit soon. Zhou couldn't suppress the smile on his face. With these 22 points of strength added, his current strength attribute reached 258.5 points. You know, Among the 3 giant creature corpses, there is also a copper crystal oarfish corpse that is not a leviathan. This copper crystal oarfish is also a relatively special creature. After eating its meat, it will definitely increase some strength. His strength attribute is really not far from reaching the upper limit. After a while, the transformed leviathan began to move, and Zhou Wen used the copper crystal oarfish meat and brass nail mouth fish meat to make breakfast on the warm stove. Today is already the 75th day. The Golden Sea is almost here. Zhou Wen successfully used the Golden Positioning card on the 72nd day. The system prompted that it would take 3 days for the transformed leviathan to arrive. During these 3 days, all the other things he did were done at night, just to minimize the impact on the transformed leviathan's daytime travel speed. According to the normal travel speed, it should arrive at the Golden Sea today. Zhou Wen felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. You know, the Golden King algae alone in the Golden Sea is already extremely valuable. What's more, he also has some rare drawings and materials in the formula, which also need to be obtained in the Golden Sea. How can he not be excited? After breakfast was ready, Zhou Wen ate the fish meat and the black shell solution. After eating almost all the fish meat, 2 prompts sounded in his mind. Ding! Eat brass nail mouth fish meat, Constitution +2. What the hell? Just 2 points, or Constitution? Zhou Wen actually knew that the attribute Constitution added by the brass nail mouth fish meat might be a big head, but he didn't expect it to only add Constitution. Ding! Eat copper crystal oarfish meat, Strength +8, Constitution +12, Speed +11. This is not bad. Although the Constitution attribute is still a big head, the attributes of the other 2 items are also increased a lot. Today, Zhou Wen's character attributes can be said to have soared, with the strength attribute reaching 266.5 points, and the speed attribute reaching 210 points. Afterwards, Zhou Wen began to patrol the stomach wall space as usual. After confirming that everything was fine, the transformed leviathan also entered the eating stage. During the feeding phase, Zhou Wen followed the routine, quickly cleaned up the parasites, crushed the seaweed and bamboo sea mushrooms, and then put them into the digestion pool. At the fastest speed, he ended the feeding phase of the transformed leviathan and entered the material box phase, not wasting any time, just to reach the Golden Sea as soon as possible. 3 large biological corpses. Zhou Wen was not going to decompose them today. 2 of the 3 corpses were leviathans. Not only were they huge, but there must be a large number of parasites in the stomach wall space that needed to be cleaned up. It would take too much time to deal with them. He planned to wait until the transformed leviathan arrived at the Golden Sea before starting to decompose. There was nothing to do next, so Zhou Wen drank the black carapace solution to replenish the tungsten element in his body, while opening the world system to check the news of the survivors. At the beginning, everyone was worried about not being able to get fresh water. Why didn't anyone think about the food problem? There was only 1 supply box every day, and most of the time it was basic materials. I was almost out of food. Who would have thought that the drop in temperature would affect the speed of the transformed leviathan? I have been eating sweet potato leaves for 2 days, and only a small planting box is really not enough. Have you found that your appetite has increased? At the beginning, 1 piece of bread a day could sustain life, but now 3 pieces of bread are not enough. Otherwise, your strength, physique, and speed are all improving. You think they are added out of thin air. It must be that the higher the attribute, the more energy is consumed, and the food required naturally increases. Fortunately, the Leviathan Guild will sell some sweet potatoes from time to time, and they didn't take the opportunity to increase the price. It's still good. Zhou Junyang has never grown sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes he sells are naturally grown by Zhou Wen, and Zhou Wen asked him to help sell them. Just when Zhou Wen was about to criticize the erotic novel written by Shi Kongyun, the phantom Leviathan suddenly stopped swimming and made a puzzled sound. What's wrong? Did you find another creature? Zhou Wen thought to himself, put on a black crystal armor, and then left the stomach wall space by slapping the esophageal diaphragm. Just after swimming out of the phantom Leviathan's mouth, Zhou Wen found that the phantom Leviathan tilted its head to the back. He followed the phantom Leviathan's body to the tail, and then looked back. In the cold sea water, a huge black shadow was approaching little by little. Chapter 383. Zhou Wen frowned, but he did not return to the stomach wall space and let the phantom Leviathan escape, because the outline of this huge black shadow looked like a phantom Leviathan. As the huge black shadow got closer and closer, Zhou Wen's eyes also showed surprise, because this huge black shadow was really a phantom Leviathan. Can survivors already meet in the ocean? Zhou Wen certainly thought that in the future, there would be a situation where survivors would meet in the ocean, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. The Phantom Leviathan stopped swimming when it was 40 or 50 meters away from Zhou, and then opened its mouth, and a survivor in armor swam out and began to approach Zhou. Zhou saw the other party approaching directly, and his brows frowned deeply. He didn't know how the other party dared to approach a strange survivor so openly, which was no different from seeking death. Of course, Zhou didn't have the hobby of killing people for no reason, so he swam forward and prepared to negotiate with the other party. I didn't expect that I could meet another survivor in this vast ocean. It's fate. Zhou stopped about 10 meters away from the other party, and spoke first. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. How about going to sit in my transformed Leviathan? The other party seemed to have no vigilance at all. While speaking, he continued to approach Zhou. Zhou frowned again, and controlled his body to swim backwards, to keep a distance from the other party. No, I have something else to do. Zhou refused, and his eyes kept observing the approaching survivor, and the other party's transformed Leviathan, because he felt very strange. The opponent's Phantom Leviathan kept its eyes closed for some reason, and Zhou observed carefully, and found something even more bizarre. The length of the opponent's Phantom Leviathan was only about 80 meters. In Zhou's opinion, this was impossible. It was already the 75th day. According to the speed of the Phantom Leviathan growing 1 meter a day, it was impossible to be only more than 80 meters. Moreover, the way this person spoke was somewhat counterintuitive. How could he directly invite a stranger into the stomach wall space? Zhou suddenly felt that there was something wrong with this person. Oh, have you eaten? The other party continued to get closer to Zhou, and continued to say words that did not conform to behavioral logic. If you haven't eaten, I give you something to eat. The other party said, and handed a piece of raw meat in his hand directly to Zhou. Zhou took a look at the unknown creature meat in the other party's hand, narrowed his eyes, and stopped retreating. The long steel knife in his hand appeared and chopped down at the other party vertically. Bang! What Zhou didn't expect was that the opponent actually blocked the attack of the two steel long knife with his arm, and the opponent didn't rely on the armor outside his arm. The armor was easily cut by the two steel long knife, and it was the opponent's arm that blocked the two steel long knife. What's wrong? Don't you want to eat? Even though he was attacked, the opponent's tone was still very calm. You can't not eat, you have to eat. The opponent's tone did not change, but his words became tough. The next moment, the Phantom Leviathan behind the opponent suddenly opened his eyes. It was a pair of weird blue eyes, and immediately an invisible mental force enveloped Zhou. Zhou suddenly felt something was wrong. With a thought, the heavy armor appeared on his body's surface, and then he released his mental power. However, the moment he met the opponent's mental power, his mental power was squeezed back into his brain. For a moment, Zhou felt as if his brain was hit by a sledgehammer. A feeling of dizziness and tingling made him temporarily lose the ability to move. And the blue-eyed Phantom Leviathan immediately opened its mouth and rushed towards Zhou, who was in a dizzy state, obviously wanting to swallow him in one bite. Woo! At this critical moment, a cry came, and then a sound wave hit the blue-eyed Phantom Leviathan, causing the blue-eyed Phantom Leviathan's sprinting figure to stagnate, and under the skin of the whole body, it began to wriggle strangely, as if there were a large number of insects hiding under the skin. Damn it, don't rob my little man. The voice of the Phantom Leviathan sounded in Zhou's mind. Then, the Phantom Leviathan rushed towards the blue-eyed Phantom Leviathan fiercely, and used the half of the horn on its head to hit it hard, directly piercing a bloody hole in the body of the blue-eyed Phantom Leviathan. A large amount of blood flowed out of the wound, but it stopped quickly. What stopped the bleeding was a large number of long parasites. Zhou had seen these parasites before. They were vascular worms that had the ability to replace the blood vessels in giant organisms. The mental power released by the blue-eyed Phantom Leviathan stopped directly under the impact of the Phantom Leviathan, and Zhou also recovered from the dizziness. Is this mental power an alien brain? Zhou felt that this powerful mental power was similar to the mental power of the alien brain he encountered in the brain of the Yogwan Leviathan. The survivor also recovered from the sound waves of the Phantom Leviathan. He seemed to realize that his disguise was exposed, so he stopped pretending. Several tentacles stretched out from the armor on his legs. The tentacles grew tissues similar to fish fins, and they swung like a fish tail. With these tentacles, the survivor's swimming speed in the water increased dramatically. Two black spikes like sharp knives stretched out from his two arms, and slashed directly at Zhou. Zhou saw that the other party was not a human at all, so he stopped hiding. Two tungsten bone swords appeared in his hands, and went straight up. Bang! Bang! But the survivor easily used the black spike stretched out from his arms to take Zhou, Wen's tungsten bone sword. This is. Zhou Wen saw that the black spikes looked familiar. The appearance was very similar to the teeth of the bone-through worms he encountered in the White Bone Sea before. The tooth material of the bone-through worm is the material for making bone-through tungsten ingots, so it can compete with the tungsten bone sword. Not only that, the survivor was stronger than Zhou Wen. When the tungsten bone broadsword collided with the opponent's black spikes, he could clearly feel the pressure on his wrist. Bang, bang, bang. After several rounds of fighting, Zhou Wen found that he had no way to deal with the opponent. Not only did he not have a strength advantage, but he could not even use his own speed underwater. The opponent, relying on several tentacles with fins, could swim around him at a very fast speed. Sometimes Zhou Wen could not attack the opponent, but the opponent could use mobility to attack him. After these rounds of fighting, Zhou Wen's explosive heavy armor was damaged. At this time, the opponent used the same trick again. When Zhou Wen launched an attack, he suddenly pulled away, and then relied on his own speed to quickly go behind Zhou Wen, and the black spikes swung directly at him. Clang! Just as the opponent's black spikes were about to hit the explosive heavy armor, a tungsten bone shield suddenly appeared to block the attack. Then Zhou Wen immediately seized the opportunity, replaced the tungsten bone broadsword in his other hand with a diamond sword, and turned around and stabbed. Chapter 384. The diamond sword hit the opponent's head directly, and the sharp tip of the sword easily penetrated the opponent's head armor and stabbed towards its head. Zhou Wen's sudden attack, the survivor had no time to turn the black spikes on his arms to defend, and could only watch the diamond sword pierce its brain. Bang! Then, Zhou Wen's swiftly stabbed diamond sword suddenly stopped, as if it had stabbed into something hard, and it was difficult to advance an inch for a while. Zhou Wen's expression changed, and he immediately turned his wrist, changed the horizontal blade of the diamond sword to vertical, and then cut it down with force. A string of sparks flashed, and the opponent's armor was cut open, revealing its body. Zhou Wen's pupil shrank suddenly, because under the armor was a person covered with black spikes, and the opponent's pupils were also blue. At the moment the armor was cut open, he opened his mouth and showed a ferocious smile to Zhou Wen, and his mouth was full of black jagged fangs. The whole body is metallized? Not only metallized, but also hard tungsten metal. Zhou Wen's heart sank. He knew that it would be difficult for him to kill the opponent underwater without the speed advantage. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise came from not far away. Zhou Wen looked with his peripheral vision, and found that after the Transfiguration Leviathan pushed the blue-eyed Transfiguration Leviathan with its horn, it hit the ice layer above hard, and the ice layer had large cracks. Zhou Wen immediately made a gesture, asking the Transfiguration Leviathan to hit the ice layer a few more times with the blue-eyed Transfiguration Leviathan. He wanted to go above the ice layer and fight this metal monster. Above the ice layer, there is still a world of ice and snowflakes are falling in the dim sky. This snow seems to have no end. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from the thick snow. The moment it came out, it immediately moved away from the current position, and placed a huge corpse out of thin air, blocking the way he came, as if to stop something. The black shadow was naturally Zhou Wen. He extracted a quarter of the body of the meteorite Leviathan from the system interface, just to delay the speed of the survivor's pursuit. But not long after he left, a cutting sound came from the body of the meteorite Leviathan. After a while, the outer shell of the meteorite Leviathan was cut open by a black spike, and the weirdo covered with black spikes walked out. The wind was howling, the snowflakes were flying, and the spike monster found Zhou Wen in the first time. He immediately flashed and rushed towards Zhou Wen at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, leaving a long gully on the thick snow. Zhou Wen immediately swung the tungsten bone broadsword in his hand, and just as it was about to collide with the black spikes of the spike monster, he directly activated the feature. Burning feature, open. Zhou Wen's whole body was suddenly filled with red energy, and at the same time, a scorching high temperature emanated from his body surface, vaporizing all the snowflakes that fell on the armor. Bang! The next second, the tungsten bone broadsword collided with the black spikes, and under the huge force, dazzling sparks burst out. The terrifying air wave was like a tornado, with the two as the center, and quickly spread to the surroundings. The falling snowflakes were blown away from this area, as if they encountered a barrier. The power of the spike monster was stronger than Zhou Wen before, but after Zhou Wen activated the burning feature, the power doubled to an astonishing 533 points. The moment the black spikes collided with the tungsten bone broadsword, they were bounced away by the huge force. The arm of the spike monster was thrown back by the force, and his body fell backwards. Zhou Wen immediately raised his leg and kicked the spike monster in the chest, but who knew that the spikes on the spike monster's chest could actually stand up, and they were extremely sharp, and the explosive heavy armor obviously couldn't defend against them. Zhou immediately reacted and threw a tungsten bone sword at the spike monster's chest. This kick directly hit the tungsten bone sword. Under this huge force, the spike monster flew backwards. Tungsten gold properties open. At the moment when the tungsten gold properties was turned on, Zhou also removed the explosive armor on his body. At this time, his whole body was black, and the meridians emitting red light were reflected on the black skin. The pupils of his eyes seemed to be burning, emitting a fiery red light. Arc light properties open. In an instant, Zhou whole body burst into an orange light. Boom! Zhou leg suddenly exerted force, and the ice under his feet exploded. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot, turning into a flashing arc of light, and appeared next to the flying spike monster as if flashing. He directly grasped the tungsten bone sword attached to his chest, swung the sword and chopped the opponent's head heavily. Bang! Crack! The head of the spike monster took this terrifying blow abruptly. Under this huge force, the head part directly smashed into the ice layer below, and the smooth ice surface instantly exploded with spiderweb-like cracks. Zhou moved his mind, put on tungsten bone gloves with both hands, and before the spike monster could react, he grabbed the opponent's ankle, pulled it out of the ice layer, and then threw it forward again with great force. Explosive combustion characteristics open. Instantly, a flame energy burst out from Zhou body, and his whole body seemed to be burning with flames. The ice layer under his feet was directly vaporized by this energy, and a large amount of white steam enveloped his figure. Swoosh! Suddenly, a circular hole appeared in the white steam, and a red and orange light flashed like lightning in the blink of an eye. On the ice layer without the constraints of armor and sea water, Zhou burst out with his true strength at this moment. In the ice and snow world, he was like a ray of hot sunshine, melting ice and snow wherever he passed, and white smoke was steaming. Boom! Zhou flashed to the landing point of the spike monster, clenched the tungsten bone gloves into a fist, and at the moment when the spike monster flew over, he punched out with a force of up to 1066 points. At this moment, it seemed to be able to destroy the world, and the heat wave that was swirling vaporized all the snow in this area. When the fist hit the black spikes on the head of the spike monster, the black spikes had tiny cracks, and then flew out again like a cannonball. In the next minute, the spike monster did not fall from the sky. Zhou figure flashed like light, shuttling back and forth at the point where the spike monster fell backwards, and he continuously punched hundreds of times. The spike monster had no power to fight back at all, and the black spikes on his head were almost broken. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying mental force emanated from the spike monster's chest. Zhou eyes condensed, and he immediately activated the shock property to resist. At the moment he successfully resisted this mental force, his body appeared in front of the spike monster, and the tungsten bone gloves opened, and the sharp claws directly grabbed the spike monster's chest. Blood vein property open. Chapter 385. Blood vein characteristics open. Zhou 5 fingers were claw-shaped, and the red lines on the surface of the tungsten glove immediately emitted a blood-red light. A dark red energy seeped out from the red lines, and quickly wrapped the entire tungsten claw. Crack! The tungsten claw wrapped in blood vein energy pierced into the thorn monster's chest with great ease, and the black spikes on the surface of his chest seemed to be non-existent. She! After the claws pierced into the thorn monster's chest, Zhou swung his arms violently, and the 5 claws cut directly from the thorn monster's chest to the abdomen, completely throwing away its upper body. Just in case, Zhou also swung another tungsten claw, grabbed the thorn monster's head fiercely, and instantly cut its head into pieces. Bang! The headless body of the spike monster fell heavily on the ice, creating a dent. Then, under the impact of the huge force, it rolled and slid on the ice for a while before it completely stopped. Zhou 2 attacks with blood energy seemed to work. After the spike monster fell to the ground, there was no movement. Zhou didn't have much time left, because he was in a weak state most of the time yesterday, and his body absorbed tungsten elements very slowly. Before turning on the tungsten gold property, just now, he only dyed his fingernails and toenails black, which means that the tungsten gold property can only last for 2.5 minutes. In a flash, Zhou appeared in front of the body of the spike monster. The spike monster's head was crushed, and there was a hideous wound between the chest and the abdomen. The internal organs and bones were completely destroyed by Zhou's claw just now, and some brain tissue could even be seen in it. Is this alien brain hidden in the chest? Zhou thought to himself, and was about to check it out. Suddenly, the chest of the spike monster moved, and a half-destroyed human brain suddenly rushed out from the wound on the chest, accompanied by a strong mental force. Zhou Wen immediately released his own mental power to fight, but the mental power just released was rapidly compressed, and would soon be compressed back into the brain, but the time bought for this short confrontation was enough. Zhou Wen's mind moved, and the explosive heavy armor appeared on the surface of his body. The black crystal armor had a certain weakening effect on mental power, and the effect of the explosive heavy armor was naturally stronger. But even so, his mental power still felt dizzy after being compressed back into the brain. But it didn't matter anymore. The tungsten bone broadsword in Zhou Wen's hand appeared at the same time as the explosive heavy armor, and it had already slapped the human brain rushing towards him. Pa! The tungsten bone broadsword fell, like slapping garlic cloves, and slapped the alien brain heavily on the ice, and the alien brain was directly slapped into meat paste. The powerful mental power disappeared instantly, and Zhou Wen also recovered from the dizzy state. At this time, the time of tungsten gold characteristics was almost up. The next second, Zhou Wen's body seemed to have been drained of all strength, and he fell to the ground with a thump. This time, because the shock characteristics was turned on, and in order to fight against the mental power of the alien brain, his own mental power was severely consumed. Therefore, in this weak state, not only was his body completely powerless, but his mind was also drowsy. After a fierce battle, this ice and snow world returned to normal. The snowflakes in the sky fell like goose feathers, and soon covered Zhou Wen's battle traces, and also dragged Zhou Wen along with him. Boom boom boom! Just when Zhou Wen was about to fall asleep, the ice layer not far away suddenly shook violently, as if there was some creature below that was violently hitting the ice layer. I don't know if the Phantom Leviathan can beat the Phantom Leviathan infected by the alien brain, Zhou Wen said with some worry, but he had no way out now. Crack! Bang! The ice layer that was hit broke into large areas, and then exploded with a bang. A Phantom Leviathan with vascular worms twisting all over its body broke through the ice layer and rushed out of the ice surface, staring at him with a pair of blue eyes. Rip! Immediately afterwards, the skin and flesh on the head of the blue-eyed Phantom Leviathan were torn apart, and a huge head covered with blue tentacles slowly crawled out of it. Because the outside world was cold, the head was still steaming when it crawled out. This was also a foreign brain. Because it was infected with the brain of the Phantom Leviathan, it was very large. A large number of tentacles crawled on the ice layer, and quickly crawled towards Zhou Wen, obviously trying to infect Zhou Wen. Bang! Suddenly, under the ice layer that the blue-eyed transformed Leviathan had just knocked open, a huge transformed Leviathan covered with thorny armor suddenly jumped out of the ice layer. Its huge body directly jumped out more than 10 meters, and then slammed heavily on the big alien brain. Pa! The big alien brain was like tofu crushed by a truck tire. It was directly smashed to pieces by the huge body of the transformed Leviathan, and it was dead. Villain, villain! The transformed Leviathan discovered Zhou Wen buried in the snow through the biological radar, and quickly twisted its body to come to Zhou Wen, trying to pick Zhou Wen up in its mouth, but it tilted its head and tried but failed, because its size was too large and its mouth could not touch the ground at all. Huh? The Phantom Leviathan decided to clear the snow off Zhou Wen first, so he blew at Zhou Wen. The snow on Zhou Wen was successfully blown away, and Zhou Wen was also blown away, and his body rolled directly on the ice. After rolling on the snow for more than 10 rounds, Zhou Wen was covered with a lot of snow again, and the Phantom Leviathan hurriedly caught up with him, with a puzzled look in his eyes. Huh? Why is there more? So the Phantom Leviathan started blowing again, and after blowing several times in a row, the snow on Zhou Wen's body became more and more, and he rolled directly into a snowball. Ha ha, fun! The Phantom Leviathan also forgot what it came up for, and started blowing snowballs everywhere. Zhou Wen, who was wrapped in the middle of the snowball, had a headache from being turned around, and he was speechless. What was he doing? Save him. Why was he playing? Aren't you cold? This is the question Zhou Wen wanted to ask the transformed Leviathan at this time. After all, at the end of the deep-sea escape trial, the transformed Leviathan was very afraid of the cold, but thinking of the heat furnace in the transformed Leviathan, this might be the reason why it is not afraid of the cold now. Zhou Wen's spirit was originally drowsy, and he was even more drowsy after rolling like this, and he almost fell asleep. But at this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind, which shocked Zhou Wen, who was about to fall asleep. Ding! A survivor challenged you to a duel, please be prepared. Zhou Wen immediately perked up, opened the system interface, and checked the world communication channel. In a red dual message, the other party's avatar was displayed. He had some impression of this person, who seemed to be an ordinary member of the Tingfei Guild. Chapter 386. Xiao Tung is lucky. He found someone to test me, and happened to meet me when I was weak. Zhou Wen thought indifferently. Soon, the preparation time was over, and Zhou Wen's body turned into a blue light and disappeared from the snowball, which stunned the phantom Leviathan, who was happily rolling the snowball. The villain is gone? The next second, Zhou Wen appeared in the dual space. He had come here many times, but this was the first time he came in lying like this. At this time, he didn't even wear armor on his body, just a set of blue clothes, and then lay on the ground motionless. After a while, the two blue light films met and gradually merged together. As soon as the light film in the middle disappeared, 11 people on the opposite side came over. They were very cautious in their movements, as if they knew that Zhou Wen was not simple. Among the 11 people, except for the initiator of the duel, the other 10 people came together, and they were all core members of the Tingfei Guild, with strengths of about 70 or 80. The main purpose of sending these 10 core members of the guild is to test Zhou Wen's true strength. Once they find that the situation is not good, they will immediately end their journey and leave. Of course, it would be best if they can kill Zhou Wen directly. The 11 people who were originally vigilant, after seeing Zhou Wen lying on the ground, one of them looked happy. Did he just activate the characteristic? A core member of the guild, who had heard about the effect of the characteristic, said, "Haha, this luck is too good. The president just specifically told us to be careful and end the journey if the situation is not right. I didn't expect to encounter this guy's weak period directly." The mentality of another core member of the guild was also much more relaxed. However, since he has the trait, it means that this guy has indeed hidden his strength before. Boss Zhao's guess is indeed correct. This guy is indeed not simple. Another core member of the guild said. While discussing, these people approached Zhou Wen's position. Of course, they did not completely relax their vigilance. The system interface always displayed the option to end the trip. As long as Zhou Wen made any unusual movements, they would leave immediately. If we kill this guy directly, we will have made a great contribution. I wonder if Boss Zhao will reward each of us with a trait. One person said, and a weapon appeared in his hand, ready to attack Zhou Wen. However, just as these people surrounded Zhou Wen, a silver light suddenly passed through their heads in the air. In an instant, all 11 people died, and the silver light flew back to Zhou Wen's hand and disappeared directly. Hiss, my head hurts. Zhou Wen's mental power was overconsumed. After controlling the diamond flying knife, his mental power was completely exhausted. Ding! You have won the duel, and all the opponent's items will belong to you. The world system prompt sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. The duel ended and Zhou Wen's body was teleported back to the stomach wall space. Zhou Wen's spirit could no longer hold on. Before he fell into a coma, he put on his explosive heavy armor again to avoid unexpected dangers after falling into a coma. When Zhou Wen woke up, it was already night. His mental strength recovered a little, but his body was still unable to move. The phantom Leviathan had also returned to the sea and stopped blowing snowballs on the ice. However, Zhou Wen's brain did not receive the news of entering the Golden Sea. It should be that the phantom Leviathan stopped swimming after fighting with the alien brain. I don't know why. This weak state lasted until the morning of the 76th day, when Zhou Wen could barely move his body. The first thing he did when he could move his body was to drink the black carapace solution to replenish the tungsten element in his body, and then he had a hearty breakfast to replenish his physical strength. After a short rest to digest the food, he left the stomach wall space and came outside. Zhou Wen first checked the body of the phantom Leviathan to see if there was anything abnormal. After confirming that everything was normal and there was no injury, he broke through the ice area that was knocked open by the blue-eyed phantom Leviathan yesterday and came to the ice again. After a night, the bodies of the spiked monster and the blue-eyed phantom Leviathan were buried by thick snow. Zhou Wen first went to see the bodies of the two alien brains. After confirming that the bodies were all there, he was relieved. He was afraid that the vitality of this strange creature was too tenacious. The phantom Leviathan did not leave, probably because there was something here that Zhou Wen could obtain. Then the most likely location for such an item was naturally in the stomach wall space of the blue-eyed phantom Leviathan. At this time, the body of the blue-eyed Leviathan had been frozen stiff, and a large number of vascular worms under the skin had also been frozen into icicles. Zhou Wen, wearing a heavy explosive armor and holding a tungsten bone broadsword, chopped at the body full of vascular worms and moved towards the stomach wall space. After entering the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen smelled a rotten smell. There were a large number of parasites attached to the stomach wall of the entire stomach wall space. The stomach wall of this leviathan had already ulcerated. These parasites were also frozen to death, and even those that were not frozen to death were half dead, and Zhou solved them with one knife. After a quick search in the stomach wall, Zhou saw a supply box. The appearance of this supply box is very special. It is a treasure box with a blue body and many brain-like folds on the surface. Is this a treasure box exclusively for the alien brain? Zhou said with some surprise. I wonder what will be inside. Zhou would open the alien brain treasure box expectantly. Ding. Get the recipe for making genetic medicine. Ding. Get the blueprint for the mecha brain. Ding. Get the source of intelligence X1. There are only these 3 items in the alien brain treasure box. Zhou first took a look at the recipe. Gene medicine recipe. Alien brain factor X1. Any biological cerebrospinal fluid X1. Gene chimera X1. The alien brain factor should be the blue light in the alien brain tentacles last time. Biological cerebrospinal fluid is easy to get, but I don't know how to get the gene chimera. Zhou found that this formula was a bit against the sky. If he had the gene chimera, could he directly make the gene medicine of the Starfall Leviathan? Mecha Brain Blueprint. Zhou checked it after using it. The materials needed were not available at present. He could only deal with it when he encountered the corresponding materials in the future. Intelligence Essence Source. Ding! Intelligence Essence Source. After using it, the upper limit of your own intelligence attribute is increased by 1. It seems that the method of breaking through the upper limit of intelligence attribute is different from the other 3 attributes. Zhou thought that breaking through the upper limit of intelligence attribute also requires obtaining a formula, and then collecting items from the 3 large leviathans. Since there is an item that breaks through the intelligence upper limit, Zhou naturally can't keep it and directly use the intelligence essence source. Ding. Use the intelligence essence source. The intelligence upper limit is increased by 1. Chapter 387. After hearing the system prompt, Zhou opened his character attribute panel and found that the word upper limit behind the intelligence attribute was indeed gone. However, Zhou then used a golden order on himself, and the intelligence upper limit that had just been broken reached the upper limit again. Ding. Use the golden order, intelligence plus 1. In this way, Zhou's intelligence reached 21 points, and his mental power increased immediately, and the range that could be covered by releasing mental power also increased from a radius of 20 meters to a radius of 50 meters. When he released mental power, a radius of 100 meters was under his control. It's just an increase of 1 point of intelligence, but the mental power has increased so much. It seems that it is the reason for breaking through the upper limit. Zhou sighed. Zhou was particularly satisfied with the gains from this battle with the 2 alien brains. Although 2 of the 3 items obtained cannot be used at present, they will definitely play a significant role in the future after collecting the corresponding materials. After obtaining the alien brain treasure box, Zhou left the stomach wall space of the blue eyes transformed Leviathan, and then came to the 2 smashed alien brain corpses, wanting to see if he could collect some alien brain factors, but he did not find any blue light in the tentacles. If I had known earlier, I should have brought back the alien brain corpse I got from the Yogwang Leviathan's brain. Zhou regretted it a little. When he was in the Yogwang Leviathan's brain, Zhou was a little scared because the alien brain behaved too strangely, so he did not bring the alien brain corpse back, but just threw it there. Forget it, I should encounter it again in the future, and I will find a way to collect the alien brain factors then. Zhou has encountered this strange creature, the alien brain, twice, which means that there are not many of them, and there will definitely be opportunities to encounter them again in the future. Zhou was just about to return to the stomach wall space, when he suddenly remembered that there were still 2 Leviathan corpses, whose stomach wall spaces had not been explored. Anyway, time had already been wasted, so he might as well take the exclusive supply boxes in the 2 Leviathans now. Zhou first explored the Thornhammer Sea Anemone Leviathan, took out the glass sphere and crushed it, and a giant corpse of more than 400 meters appeared on the ice. Thornhammer Sea Anemone Leviathan, stage, adult. Body length, 410 meters. Weight, 500,000 tons. Food type, copper element meat. Introduction. A Titan variant of the brass anemone, abnormal growth reaches the Leviathan level, the body surface is metallized, and the end of the tentacles has a thorn hammer like a meteor hammer, which is amazing when swung. Zhou first looked at the biological illustration information of the Thornhammer Sea Anemone Leviathan, and then began to decompose the corpse. It took 3 or 4 hours to decompose the dozen tentacles of the corpse almost completely, and then he entered the corpse to find the location of the stomach wall space. Because Zhou had destroyed the body of the thorn hammer anemone leviathan before, but he did not encounter any parasites, which meant that there was no stomach wall space in the area he destroyed at that time. So at this time, he directly bypassed the areas he destroyed and searched in other areas. Soon, Zhou successfully entered the stomach wall space of the thorn hammer anemone leviathan, where there were many parasites. He used the rockfall technique to clean them up and walked directly to the innermost part of the stomach wall space. A silver-rimmed material box was placed on a brass platform. Ding. Obtained the thorn hammer anemone leviathan meteor hammer blueprint. Ding. Obtained 20 refined copper ingots. That's it. There were only 2 items in the silver-rimmed material box, one of which was a material, which made Zhou frown. After using the blueprint, Zhou checked the materials for making it. He had all the materials, so he made it and used it. He found that it was 1 level lower than the 2 steel long sword, and it was very heavy overall, far inferior to the 2 steel long sword. It was a very useless weapon, and had no value to him. Then, Zhou continued to decompose the body of the thorn hammer sea anemone leviathan, and then found a core. Ding. Get the brass core. Ding. Brass core. After use, you can get the brass property. When the brass property is turned on, the physical fitness is doubled. The duration is related to the original physical fitness, and 1 point of physical fitness lasts for 1 second. Double physical fitness, some value. This core does not need to be used with genetic medicine, and can be given to some guild members, or used to exchange precious items. After decomposing the thorn hammer sea anemone leviathan, Zhou continued to decompose the red copper crystal armor leviathan, but because its body surface is protected by a crystal protective layer, the tungsten bone broadsword can't cut it at all, so Zhou decided to decompose it from the inside, but before that, he had to explore the stomach wall space. Red copper crystal leviathan, stage, juvenile. Body length, 230 meters. Weight, 100,000 tons. Food type, copper or diamonds meat. Introduction. A small leviathan that lives in the deep blue sea. It has a carapace as hard as diamond, and its defense is extremely strong. A pair of sickle-shaped caliceri made of copper-diamond alloy is indestructible. The carapace can be made into armor, and the caliceri can be made into weapons. This red copper crystal leviathan is quite strong. It actually has 3 types of food, including diamonds. Zhou was very surprised after reading the biological illustrations. After reading the biological illustrations, Zhou began to look for the stomach wall space, and found it in a short while, because the red copper crystal leviathan looks like a mantis shrimp, and half of its body of more than 200 meters is the tail, so it is easy to find the stomach wall space. After entering the stomach wall space, Zhou continued to use the rockfall technique to clean up the parasites, but at the innermost part of the stomach wall space, there was a worm about 15 meters long, and its body surface also had a layer of crystal protection. This is a bit troublesome to deal with. Because of this crystal protection layer, Zhou had no weapons to break it, and it was too big. Even if he used the blood vessel characteristics, it would not be very effective. It can only be corroded slowly. Zhou could only use the method he used to deal with the red copper crystal armor leviathan to deal with this worm, using corrosive agents to corrode it little by little. The speed of this worm was very slow, and it could not catch up with Zhou at all. After about 10 minutes of effort, the crystal protection layer of the worm was successfully corroded. Without the crystal protection, it was finally killed by Zhou with a diamond sword. At the innermost part of the stomach wall space, there was a gold-rimmed material box. Zhou opened the box directly with a happy look on his face. Ding! Obtained red copper crystal armor worm gene potion X1. Ding! Obtained red copper crystal armor leviathan red copper crystal armor blueprint. Ding! Obtained the blueprint of the red copper crystal armor leviathan caliceri. Ding! Obtained red copper crystal armor worm egg X1. Ding! Obtained copper diamond alloy X20. There is a genetic medicine. It seems that the worm has a corresponding core in its body. Zhou immediately decomposed the body of the red copper crystal armor worm, and actually found a core between metal and crystal. Ding! Obtained copper diamond core X1. Ding! Copper diamond core. After use, you will obtain the copper diamond feature. When the copper diamond feature begins, the body surface will condense a red copper crystal armor defense layer, and the duration depends on the content of the copper diamond alloy element in the body. Chapter 388. Red copper crystal armor worm gene potion. After use, you can obtain the red copper crystal armor worm gene, thus having the ability to absorb copper diamond alloy elements. It can only be used when the physical fitness reaches 300 points. Red Copper Crystal Armor Worm Gene Potion is used in conjunction with Copper Diamond Core. Zhou Wen directly uses a characteristic Steel Seal to absorb the energy of Copper Diamond Core and engraves it into a Copper Diamond Steel Seal and hits it behind his physical attributes. When Zhou Wen fought with the Red Copper Crystal Armor Leviathan before, he deeply felt the strength of its crystal protective layer on the surface of its body. Even if it relied on corrosive agents, it was finally successfully destroyed by the Red Copper Crystal Armor Leviathan's own Calicity. It can be seen how hard this Red Copper Crystal Armor defense layer is. As long as Zhou Wen can store enough Diamond Copper alloy elements in his body, then after he uses the Diamond Copper characteristic, the hardness of his body will be even harder than all the armor he currently has. This is definitely a very strong life-saving characteristic. Red Copper Crystal Armor Worm Egg. This egg is very simple and clear. It can hatch a small Red Copper Crystal Armor Worm. Zhou Wen also obtained its biological illustration information by touching the corpse of the Red Copper Crystal Armor Worm he just killed. Red Copper Crystal Armor Worm, body length, 16 meters. Weight 30 tons. Food type, copper or diamond. Introduction. The symbiotic organism in the Red Copper Crystal Armor Leviathan secretes a digestive enzyme that melts copper and diamond to produce copper-diamond alloy. The crystal protective layer on the surface can be used to make armor. As long as this egg successfully hatches a Red Copper Crystal Armor Worm, Zhou Wen will have the copper-diamond alloy elements needed for copper-diamond characteristics, so he collected the egg and waited to hatch it after returning to the stomach wall space. What remained were 2 exclusive blueprints for the body materials of the Red Copper Crystal Armor Leviathan. Zhou Wen used the 2 blueprints directly and then checked the production requirements. Red Copper Crystal Armor Leviathan Red Copper Crystal Armor Blueprint requires Red Copper Crystal Armor Leviathan Shell X10, Silk X100. Red Copper Crystal Armor Leviathan Kelliser Blade Blueprint requires Red Copper Crystal Armor Leviathan Kelliser Crystal Fragment X1, Copper Diamond Alloy X1. Zhou Wen had all the materials required for these 2 blueprints, and with these 2 blueprints, he could directly make equipment and use the world system to peel off the hard-to-destroy shell of the Red Copper Crystal Armor Leviathan corpse, which would save a lot of decomposition time. After exploring the stomach wall space of the Red Copper Crystal Armor Leviathan, Zhou Wen collected the symbiotic worm corpse and came outside. Then he made a lot of equipment using the 2 blueprints and peeled off all the hard shells on the surface of the Red Copper Crystal Armor Leviathan. A total of 200 sets of armor and 10 weapons were made. The reason why only 10 Calicity were made was because there were only 20 pieces of copper diamond alloy. He was going to absorb the remaining 10 pieces after he obtained the genes of the Red Copper Crystal Armor Worm to activate the characteristics. Zhou Wen tried both of these equipment and found that they were very strong. The Red Copper Crystal Armor had a red copper appearance, but there was a crystal protective layer on the surface of the armor, which was extremely hard. His current strongest equipment, the Diamond Sword, could only leave a trace on it. But there was a problem, that is, this set of armor was too heavy. The weight of a set of Red Copper Crystal Armor exceeded the weight of scale steel armor, reaching about 4,000 kilograms. Currently, among Zhou Wen's team, only he could wear it. Therefore, although many sets were made, they could not be used by guild members for the time being. The appearance of the Red Copper Crystal Armor Calicity blade is similar to that of a boning knife. The blade near the handle is nearly 1 meter wide, and then the blade gradually narrows until it completely overlaps with the tip of the blade. The handle is made of copper diamond alloy, 40 centimeters long, and the blade is about 4 meters long. It looks like a red copper crystal, and the blade is extremely sharp, even leaving deep marks on the tungsten bone shield. The weight of the whole knife is about 800 Gene. Zhou Wen's current strength is 266.5 points. There is no pressure to swing it with one hand. It is considered the strongest of all his weapons. Without the crystal protective layer, Zhou Wen was much easier to decompose the red copper crystal armored Leviathan corpse. It took him 3 hours to decompose it. He then began to decompose the copper crystal oarfish corpse. Copper crystal oarfish, body length, 190 meters. Weight, 50,000 tons. Food type, meat, refined copper ingots. Introduction. Titan variant of the knife-finned yellow ribbon fish, with refined copper crystal scales growing on its body surface, extremely high defense, and a mouth full of thorny fangs, which are edible. The scales can be made into equipment, and the fangs can be made into weapons. Zhou Wen had obtained the material drawings of the copper crystal oarfish before, and he also had the materials required for the drawings, so he also used the drawings to peel off the hard scales and teeth on the surface of the copper crystal oarfish. The overall strength of the copper crystal oarfish's armor and broadsword is also very good. The armor can withstand the attack of the tungsten bone broadsword, and the hardness of the Fong broadsword is comparable to that of the tungsten bone broadsword. The weight of the copper crystal oarfish armor is relatively light because it is made of tiny scales, about 2,000 kilograms. The overall balance of the copper crystal oarfish sharp-toothed broadsword is quite good. It is 3 meters long and 50 centimeters wide. The width of the blade is basically the same from front to back. Only near the tip of the blade narrows a short distance and connects to the tip of the blade. The weight is about 600 kilograms, and the handle is made of refined copper ingots. After the entire copper crystal oarfish corpse was decomposed, it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The other parts of the corpse had been put into the deep blue treasure chest, leaving only the skull. Although Zhou had opened a hole in the skull of the copper crystal oarfish before, its hardness was still very high. At that time, Zhou turned on the arc-light characteristic, and the speed of his arm swinging the knife increased several times, so he split the skull in a short time. The copper crystal oarfish is not a leviathan creature, but also a fish, which can be used to make higher strength fishbone armor. Although the shock absorption effect may be weaker than the deflagration armor, and it also has no heat insulation effect, the armor's defense is definitely much higher. Next, Zhou directly decomposed the black crystal armor, extracted the materials in it, and then replaced the abyss dragonfish skull, which was the main material, with a copper crystal oarfish skull. After a burst of blue light, a brass-colored one-piece armor appeared in front of Zhou. Zhou immediately chopped it with a tungsten bone broadsword, leaving only a shallow knife mark on it. The hardness was much higher than that of the black crystal armor. But when Zhou put on the copper crystal armor through the equipment bar, he found that this set of copper crystal armor was very heavy, at least more than 5,000 kilograms. Although he could still move at this weight, it greatly affected his speed and flexibility. For the time being, I use the explosive heavy armor. Zhou thought to himself. If he wanted to move freely in this set of copper crystal armor, his strength would probably need to reach the upper limit, which is 300 points. Chapter 389. All the corpses have been decomposed. Zhou returned to the stomach wall space of the Phantom Leviathan, and then gave Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian a set of equipment and weapons made from the materials of the copper crystal oarfish. At the same time, he reminded them that if they encounter other Phantom Leviathans and survivors in the ocean in the future, they must not contact them, and just let their own Phantom Leviathan run away. In order to distinguish the fish bone armor made of copper crystal oarfish skulls from the armor made of copper crystal oarfish scales, Zhou gave the two sets of armor a simple and easy to identify name. The fish bone armor is called copper crystal armor, and the armor made of scales is called oarfish scale armor. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou made a small aquarium, then put the eggs of the red copper crystal armor worm in it, and also placed some copper or in diamonds around it. Why is there no diamond mining certificate in the gold-rimmed supply box of the red copper crystal armor Leviathan? Are the few diamonds I have enough to feed the red copper crystal armor worms? Zhou only had more than 100 diamonds left. If the hatched little red copper crystal armor worms have a large appetite, then these more than 100 diamonds may not be enough. Afterwards, the transformed Leviathan stopped swimming for a while. It was already evening. Zhou had dinner and prepared to go to bed directly, but before going to bed, he had to take the red copper crystal armor worm gene medicine. But just when Zhou opened the bottle cap of the gene medicine and was about to take the medicine directly, a system warning sounded in his mind. Ding! Warning! The current survivor's gene embedding has reached its limit. If you continue to take gene drugs, unpredictable mutations will occur. There is also a limit on the number of biological gene embedding? Then, wouldn't the copper diamond core be in vain? Without the genes of the red copper crystal armor worm, Zhou would definitely not be able to absorb the diamond copper alloy element. Without the copper diamond alloy element in his body, the copper diamond characteristics could not be activated. Do we need to break through the limit, or can each person only embed 3 biological genes? Zhou frowned deeply. This limit made him feel very uncomfortable. He clearly obtained a powerful characteristic, but he couldn't use it. This feeling of gap was really torture. But Zhou couldn't forcefully use the red copper crystal worm gene agent. If there was any unpredictable mutation, he might turn into a monster. Okay, let's go to sleep. Zhou didn't think about it anymore. He put the gene agent in the locker, and went to sleep directly. On the 77th day, Zhou sat up from the bed suddenly, his eyes full of regret. I should have known that I shouldn't have embedded the explosive gun bubble shrimp gene first. Zhou was upset all night because he couldn't use the copper diamond characteristics, and couldn't sleep at all. And the gun bubble attack of the explosive gun bubble shrimp gene can't be used at present, because the speed attribute needs to reach the upper limit, and then it can be released by injecting the heart with a meteorite burst injection, but his speed attribute is the slowest to improve among all the attributes, and it is really hard to say when it will reach the upper limit. After getting up, Zhou first drank a cup of black carapace solution, and then began to patrol the stomach wall space. Soon after, the transformed Leviathan began to move, and soon entered the feeding stage. Zhou decomposed the seaweed and bamboo sea mushrooms at the fastest speed, and put them into the digestion pool, allowing the transformed Leviathan to enter the material box stage. It was delayed for a day yesterday. As long as there are no accidents today, the transformed Leviathan should be able to enter the Golden Sea. Zhou left the stomach wall space, and went to the seaweed forest to observe. After 2 days, the crimson kelp and bamboo sea mushrooms have reached 7 or 8 meters in height. More than 100 ghost-like insects are also swimming around in the seaweed forest. They are living a good life, at least better than in the narrow crimson oxygen tank. Seeing that there was no problem with the seaweed forest, Zhou went to the Leviathan again, confirmed that Zhou Junyang had planted the corresponding crops according to his previous instructions, and then returned directly to the stomach wall space. Next, Zhou had nothing to do, just waiting for the supply box, so he opened the World Communication Channel and checked the survivors' messages to kill time. Then he found a very serious problem, that is, some survivors in the World Communication Channel met other survivors in the offline ocean. These survivors were similar to the ones Zhou had met before, and they all gave meat to eat when they met. Many survivors originally had little food, and when they saw the other party giving them food directly, they were basically very happy to accept it. Are there so many alien brains? Zhou's heart rose with a trace of solemnity, and he immediately sent a message to Chen Xian, and sent her the information of the alien brain, asking her to post it in the World Communication Channel. Soon, Chen Xian followed Zhou's instructions, posted the information of the alien brain in the World Communication Channel, and also issued a warning message. The survivors you meet in the offline ocean are likely to have been infected by the alien brain. It is best not to contact them when you meet them. Let the transformed Leviathan take you away. If someone has already accepted the other party's food, do not eat it, and throw it away immediately. The alien brain cannot give food for no reason. Zhou guessed that this is probably a means of spreading the alien brain factor. As long as the survivors eat the food without knowing it, they will be infected with the alien brain factor. Wait, should I buy some food from the alien brain? A small number of people in the World Communication Channel accepted the alien brain's food. If these foods contain the alien brain factor, he can take the opportunity to collect some. However, Zhou thought about it for a while, and gave up this idea, because he didn't know enough about the alien brain yet. If he took the initiative to contact it rashly, it would greatly increase the risk of being infected with the alien brain factor, which was too dangerous. In the World Communication Channel, after seeing the message sent by Chen Xian, the survivors were furious, especially those who accepted the food from the stranger survivors and ate it. It's over. Why didn't President Chen send it earlier? I have already eaten the food given by the alien brain. Brother, don't worry too much. Maybe you met a real survivor? In this vast ocean, it is not impossible for survivors to meet each other. But I just looked at my character attribute panel, and the evaluation shows that I have been infected with the alien brain factor. As soon as the survivor's message was sent, those who comforted him were silent, and many people began to check their own evaluations, fearing that they would be infected with the alien brain factor inexplicably. Zhou counted that there were more than 130 people infected with the alien brain factor in the World Communication Channel, and they are all normal at present. However, this also provided Zhou with a piece of information, that is, the alien brain cannot use the system interface, otherwise the alien brain would not have to send food to the survivors offline, and directly send meat for free online, which would probably infect thousands of survivors in an instant. Just when the World Communication Channel was in chaos, Zhou remembered the system prompt sound he was looking forward to. Chapter 390. Ding! We have arrived at the Golden Sea. Positioning completed. Finally, we have arrived. Zhou immediately put on the flaming heavy armor, and left the stomach wall space with the deep blue treasure chest. Swimming out of the mouth of the phantom Leviathan, what came into view was a golden seaweed forest. These seaweeds had thick trunks and wide leaves. They were more like vines than seaweed. Zhou felt the squeezing force of the flaming armor contracting inward, and roughly knew that he might be 3,000 meters underwater. At such a depth, It was impossible for him to directly see the Golden King seaweed forest. This is because there are many fish emitting golden light in the Golden King seaweed forest. These luminous fish look similar to large yellow croakers, about 30 meters long, and their scales on the surface emit golden light. Zhou had seen the introduction of this fish in the Illusionary Leviathan Accelerated Growth Food Guide, and the name was consistent with its image, and it was called golden light fish. There are many golden fish in the Golden King kelp forest, almost all of them appear in groups, so the golden light emitted can illuminate the entire Golden King kelp forest. According to the introduction in the Accelerated Growth Food illustration, the Golden King kelp forest grows on a gold vein, and the golden nematodes mentioned in the ultimate recipe for the scale transformation of the Phantom Leviathan are in the body of the gold mining crab living at the root of the Golden King kelp forest. Wow! There is something delicious. The Phantom Leviathan was also very excited, and his two round eyes were full of golden light, and he wanted to pounce on it and start eating. The Phantom Leviathan was about to take action, but was stopped by Zhou, because this golden sea area was very dangerous, and there lived a species called Golden Leviathan, which was more than 300 meters in size, and had a number of about a dozen, which was not something the Phantom Leviathan could provoke at all. This kind of Golden Leviathan usually lives in the upper part of the Golden King kelp forest, because their main food is the golden fruit on the top of the Golden King kelp, and the golden fish everywhere. So Zhou wants to take the Phantom Leviathan to the bottom of the Golden King kelp forest, which can not only avoid danger, but also find golden crabs, killing two birds with one stone. However, there is a problem, that is, Zhou is currently in the upper part of the Golden King kelp forest. If he wants to dive to the bottom, the water depth may reach 6 or 7 kilometers. Even if he has the explosive heavy armor to help reduce the water pressure, he can't bear such a depth. The deep-sea walker mech should be able to withstand the water pressure. Zhou thought to himself, but he couldn't be sure of this, after all, he hadn't tried it before. So Zhou prepared to test it. First, he placed the deep-sea walker mech on the back of the Phantom Leviathan, then wrapped the bone silk rope around the wheel on the arm of the mech, and then tied the other end of the bone silk rope to the beard plate of the Phantom Leviathan. This bone-piercing silk rope is 2 kilometers long. Zhou first dived with the Phantom Leviathan. When he reached a depth of 5,000 meters, his body could no longer withstand the squeeze of the seawater. At this time, Zhou entered the deep-sea walker mech, kept the Phantom Leviathan at a position of 5,000 meters, started the deep-sea walker mech, connected the power gear to the wheel, made the wheel rotate, and slowly lowered the mech into the depths. If the mech leaked or even disintegrated during the lowering process, Zhou would immediately go to the seaweed forest to get himself out of danger, then return to the stomach wall space, let the Phantom Leviathan float up, and take the mech back. As the wheel turned, the depth became deeper and deeper, and the water pressure became higher and higher, but the deep-sea walker mech did not have any problems. When the water depth reached about 7,000 meters, Zhou saw the seabed below, which showed that the deep-sea walker mech could indeed withstand the water pressure of the deep sea. After confirming that the deep-sea walker mech could be used to move at the bottom of the Golden King kelp forest, Zhou reversed the arm wheel of the mech and retracted the mech little by little. After rising to the position of the Phantom Leviathan, Zhou drove the mech, stayed in the mouth of the Phantom Leviathan, and then let the Phantom Leviathan dive to the bottom. After reaching the bottom, he drove the mech out of the mouth. Bang bang bang. The deep-sea walker mech took heavy steps, and slowly walked between the roots of countless thick Golden King kelp. The Phantom Leviathan began to bite the Golden King algae, but it didn't have sharp teeth. It usually ate seaweed by tearing it apart directly. The trunk of the Golden King algae was extremely tough. The Phantom Leviathan couldn't tear it apart after pulling it for a long time, so it was angry, and came to Zhou directly. "I can't eat it, villain." The Phantom Leviathan's voice sounded in Zhou's mind. "If you can't pull the trunk, eat the leaves." Zhou stood in front of the observation window of the cockpit, and gestured to the Phantom Leviathan. The Phantom Leviathan's eyes were attached to the observation window of the mecha. After seeing Zhou's actions, he roughly understood what he meant, so he started to pull the leaves. These leaves were not as tough as the trunk, and basically fell off with a pull. The Phantom Leviathan also successfully ate the Golden King algae. The mecha's diamond circular saw should be able to saw through this Golden King kelp. The root of the Golden King kelp is very thick, with a diameter of 10 meters. After all, the overall length reaches more than 6,000 meters, so it is normal for the trunk to be 10 meters thick. Zhou came to the root of a Golden King algae, and connected the power gear of the mecha to the diamond circular saw chain of the mechanical arm. The chain drove the rotating shaft, making the diamond circular saw rotate rapidly, and then control the movement of the mechanical arm through the pull rod to move the diamond circular saw close to the root of the Golden King algae. The diamond blade of the circular saw easily cut into the root, and the mechanical arm was pulled back to the mobile room, successfully sawing off the 10-meter thick root. It's hard. If you can move outside, you can cut off one with 2 slashes of the calicity. In fact, Jowen had just thought about using the blood crystal of the abyss dragonfish to fix a calicity on the arm of the deep-sea walker mecha to cut the Golden King algae. But the reason why the circular saw cuts slowly is not because the diamond blade is not sharp, but because the movement speed of the mecha arm is too slow. Therefore, even if the calicity are fixed, it is still hard to cut the Golden King algae. Forget it, let's find the golden crabs first. Collecting the Golden King algae can be done slowly. Anyway, this Golden King algae forest can't run away. In this vast area, it is obviously very difficult to find golden crabs, especially when driving the slow-moving deep-sea walker mecha. This kind of thing is naturally easier to leave to the Phantom Leviathan. The Phantom Leviathan ate the Golden King algae just for the sake of trying something new. After all, it had already eaten enough before, so after eating some Golden King algae leaves, it returned to Jowen. Under Jowen's instructions, the Phantom Leviathan began to look for golden crabs. Relying on the biological radar, with a wide coverage area, it quickly brought back a lot of golden crabs. The size of the golden crab is not large, about 20 meters long, and it poses no threat to the Phantom Leviathan. After the Phantom Leviathan spit out the golden crab in its mouth, Jowen controlled the mechanical arm to launch a grappling hook, grabbed the spitted golden crab, and then pulled it in front of him and killed it with a diamond circular saw. Chapter 391. After a while, the deep-sea walker mech was surrounded by the corpses of gold mining crabs, about 30 in number. Because of the high water pressure outside, and the deep-sea walker mech without fingers, it was unable to finally decompose the corpses of gold mining crabs, making it difficult to find the golden nematodes parasitic in their bodies. So, Jowen first let the Phantom Leviathan swallow the mech and the surrounding gold mining crab corpses into its mouth. After the Phantom Leviathan drained the seawater in its mouth, he used the mech fence to collect the deep-sea walker mech, and he dealt with the corpses in the Phantom Leviathan's mouth. According to the introduction in The Ultimate Formula of the Phantom Leviathan Scale Transformation, the golden nematodes are parasites in the body of the gold mining crab. So Jowen was very careful when decomposing these gold mining crab corpses, and he wanted to cut all the crab meat in the shell into thin slices, but after searching for more than 30 corpses, he did not find a single golden nematode. Although the introduction does say that there are very few golden nematodes, it's too much to not find a single one among more than 30 golden crabs. Jowen spent a long time decomposing these golden crabs. It was already close to evening, but he didn't get anything after working for half a day. Who can bear this? So he could only continue to ask the transformed Leviathan to help catch golden crabs, and then slowly look for golden nematodes after killing them. However, the efficiency of one person was too slow after all. So later, after Jowen killed some golden crabs with the deep-sea walker mech, he would send them directly to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, asking them to help find golden nematodes together. After a lot of hard work, it was midnight. In the end, only Jiang Haitao found a golden nematode and sent it to Jowen. After Jowen extracted the golden nematode from the private message, a golden nematode with a slender body that looked like liquid gold when it moved appeared in front of him. Jowen tried to grab it with his hands. The body of the golden nematode was very smooth, just like a loach. In addition, its body was only as thick as noodles, so it could easily slip through his fingers. After many unsuccessful attempts to grab it, Jowen directly sent a private message to put the golden nematode into the system interface. It was late, so Jowen decided to take a rest and continue looking for the golden nematode tomorrow. At the same time, he asked Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to eat some golden crab meat to see what attributes it mainly added. He first took a look at the biological illustration information of the golden crab. Gold mining crab, body length, 20 meters. Weight, 300 tons. Food type, Golden King algae. Introduction. A crab that lives in the Golden King algae forest. It usually looks for gold ore, and then moves the gold ore to the roots of the Golden King algae. It is edible, and its golden shell can be used to make armor. Not long after reading the biological illustrations, Chen Xian sent the types of attributes that the golden crab meat adds: strength +1, constitution +5, and speed +1. The strength and speed attributes are very small, so Jowen doesn't plan to eat it. He will eat it after the upper limit of the constitution is broken. However, in order to prevent the golden crab meat from rotting after being left for too long, he plans to plant Golden King algae in the seaweed forest and raise some golden crabs in it. No words were spoken that night. When Joan woke up, it was already the 78th day. He had a simple breakfast and started feeding the transformed Leviathan. Since he had come to the Golden King algae forest, he naturally had to feed the Golden King algae. Golden King algae is the last type of accelerated growth food in the Leviathan Accelerated Growth Food Guide. It has a very strong effect of accelerating growth and can directly increase the growth rate of Leviathan by 100%. In other words, Leviathan originally grew 1 meter a day. After eating 10 tons of Golden King algae, it can grow 2 meters a day, which is much stronger than all other accelerated growth foods. The water pressure is too high when collecting Golden King algae on the seabed, and the efficiency of driving a mecha is too low, so Joan let Leviathan float to a position of about 4,500 meters, and personally collected Golden King algae with his claws. Schwa schwa schwa. Joan cut off a Golden King algae with 3 strokes of the claws. It took only a few seconds to cut one. The collection speed was very fast, and the Golden King algae was very long. Cutting dozens of them would be enough for 10 tons. Soon, Joan returned to the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan with the Golden King algae, and killed a few golden light fish by the way, and then directly let the transformed Leviathan return to the bottom seabed to avoid encountering the Golden Leviathan predating from above. Golden light fish, body length, 30 meters. Weight, 210 tons. Food type, Golden King algae. Introduction. A fish that lives in the scales of Golden King algae. It has a special organ in its body that allows the scales on its body surface to emit golden light. It is edible, and the golden fish scales can be used to make armor. After reading the biological illustrations of the golden light fish, Joan decomposed the corpse, and then found a bean-sized particle emitting golden light in the body. Ding. Obtain golden light factor X1. Ding. Golden light factor. Collect 100 to condense into a golden light core. Another core that needs to collect factors. Joan said lightly. He was not very interested in collecting the golden light factor, because it was very easy to catch the golden light fish just now, basically one cut at a time, so it was so easy to kill. This golden light core is obviously not a core that increases speed, and the golden light fish is not aggressive, so this golden light core is likely to increase physical fitness. The golden light fish is not a powerful creature, and the amplification effect of the golden light core will definitely not be too strong. At most, it can double the physical fitness, so Joan has no interest. Of course, if there is time later, he can bring Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian with him and let them collect some golden light cores to be used as exchange items for guild contribution points. Now, he has to do his own things first. The trunk of the Golden King algae is not only hard, but also the leaves have a certain toughness. The blade wheel of the human seaweed crusher is made of steel, and it can't be crushed at all now. Joan can only put out the deep sea walker mecha, then turn on the diamond circular saw, and then put the leaves of the Golden King algae on it to crush. It took 2 or 3 hours for Joan to crush enough golden algae leaves to feed the Phantom Leviathan. The reason why he fed them all leaves was because the trunk of the golden algae was too big and too long to be released in the stomach wall space. Moreover, the trunk of the golden algae is actually a material called golden wood. When Joan collected the golden algae, through the contact of his palm, the trunk of the golden algae had been decomposed into golden wood by the world system, and only the leaves were left. After feeding the Phantom Leviathan, Joan continued to let the Phantom Leviathan take him to the bottom of the sea in the mecha to continue looking for the golden nematodes in the body of the gold crab. Chapter 392. The process of searching for the golden nematodes was very boring. When it was noon, Joan had only collected 5 in total. Because the quantity of each material was not mentioned in the ultimate formula for the scale transformation of the transformed Leviathan, he could only collect as many as possible. Villain. Around 1 p.m., Joan was driving a mecha, waiting for the transformed Leviathan to bring the golden crab on the seabed of the Golden King algae forest. Suddenly, the voice of the transformed Leviathan sounded in his mind. He knew that the transformed Leviathan might have encountered some dangerous creature. When letting the transformed Leviathan go out to search for golden crabs, Joan specifically reminded him that if he encountered a creature larger than it, he should not fight with it but return directly. This should be the case now. Joan immediately turned off the rotating diamond circular saw. Soon, the transformed Leviathan swam over from a distance. Behind it was a giant creature, which was about 180 meters in size, and seemed to be covered with a layer of golden thorns and bone armor. Is this a thorny golden bream? Joan recognized it at first sight when he saw this giant creature. He had encountered a 40-meter long one in the deep-sea escape trial before and was killed by him with a few slashes. He also obtained a golden core, which has an amplification effect that can increase physical fitness by 3 times, but because there is no corresponding gene medicine, it cannot be used. I wonder if there are relevant gene medicines in the exclusive supply box of this large thorny golden bream. Zhou thought to himself. The phantom leviathan swam directly in front of the mecha where Zhou was, swallowed the mecha in one gulp, and then began to float up. The thorny golden bream followed closely behind and floated up with the phantom leviathan. When the depth rose to about 4,000 meters, Zhou, wearing a heavy explosive armor and holding a large calicary knife, swam out of the mouth of the phantom leviathan, then grabbed the iron thorn armor of the phantom leviathan with his hands and swam with it. The thorn-armored golden bream is a bottom-dwelling fish, and its whole body is covered with armor. Its swimming speed is not very fast. After the phantom leviathan received Zhou's attack instructions, it immediately turned around and used the half-cut ramming horn on its head to draw an arc in the sea water with its own extremely fast swimming speed, and hit the body of the thorn-armored golden bream from the side. However, this rapid collision did not cause any damage to the thorn-armored golden bream. The bone armor on its body was too hard, and the iron ramming horn could not break the defense at all. But it doesn't matter, because Zhou has already come to the body of the thorny golden bream by the time of the collision of the phantom leviathan. As long as the shell of this giant creature can be cut by him, and there is no ability to shake it off the body's surface, he basically doesn't care. Not long ago, the thorn-hammer sea anemone leviathan, the copper crystal oarfish, and the red copper crystal armor leviathan were all like this, not to mention that Zhou now has the help of the phantom leviathan, so it is even easier to deal with. The thorny golden bream is still chasing the phantom leviathan, and it has no idea that there is an uninvited guest on its body. Zhou came to its head, and swung the calicary in his hand. Ka! The calicary easily split the thorn armor on the body of the thorny golden bream, and Zhou went straight in. After a while, the thorny golden bream, which was chasing the transformed leviathan, suddenly twisted its body in pain, gave up the chase, and turned around to dive. It didn't know why it felt a tingling pain in its body, so it wanted to return to its nest and hide as soon as possible. But how could the phantom leviathan allow it to dive to a depth of 7,000 meters? So it began to use the ramming horns on its head to swim down, and hit the body of the thorny golden bream from bottom to top to prevent it from diving. The thorny golden bream was annoyed by the collision and wanted to attack the phantom leviathan, but the phantom leviathan was faster and did not fight head-on, with the thorny golden bream covered with thorns. An hour later, the brain of the thorny golden bream was completely destroyed by Zhou and died completely. After Zhou came out of the head of the thorny golden bream, he let the phantom leviathan start to dive with the body. The current depth of the water they are in is about 3,000 meters. This area is not safe, and there is a high possibility of encountering the golden leviathan. In fact, if there was only one golden leviathan in this golden king algae forest, he could easily kill it with the method of killing this golden leviathan with the help of the transformed leviathan, but there were more than a dozen of them here, and it would be too dangerous if the transformed leviathan was besieged. After arriving at the bottom of the sea, Zhou did not rush to decompose the golden leviathan, because the blood would probably attract golden leviathan, so he temporarily left it on the bottom of the sea. It would not be too late to slowly decompose it after all the golden leviathans were dealt with. Zhou first let the transformed leviathan take him to the nest of the golden leviathan, and then drove the mecha into the nest, and found a silver-rimmed material box inside. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou opened the silver-rimmed material box. Ding! Obtained Golden Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Obtained Golden Leviathan Thorn Armor Blueprint. Ding! Obtained Gold Ingot X100. With this gene potion, the gold core can also be used. However, Zhou himself could not use it. After all, the genes he could embed were full. He would give this golden core to Jiang Haidao or Chen Xian for use later. Before, he stipulated to the two that whoever reached the upper limit of 300 points of physique could obtain the refined copper core, and the lagging party could only get this golden core. Through the system prompt, Zhou knew that the physique required for the use of this spiny armor golden card gene potion was 100 points, which was a standard that could be easily achieved. Zhou had already obtained a spiny armor golden carp thorn armor drawing before, so there was no need to check the production requirements again. After putting the 3 items into the locker, Zhou left the stomach wall space and continued to collect the flowing golden nematodes. Soon it was night, and the number of flowing golden nematodes stored in Zhou's system interface increased to 10, and he killed nearly 500 gold crabs, which was too difficult to collect. After dinner, Zhou left the stomach wall space. This time, he did not let the phantom leviathan follow him, because he wanted to go to the top of the Golden King algae forest to pick some golden fruits. Golden fruits are the seeds of Golden King algae. The earlier they are obtained, the earlier they can be planted in the seaweed forest. Moreover, the survivors can eat golden fruits. Eating one can increase 10 points of strength. He did not let the phantom leviathan follow him, because he was worried about being discovered by the golden leviathan. Zhou had many ways to escape: traveling coupon, pest control coupon, seaweed forest, and fertile soil leviathan. He could teleport to these places instantly. Even if he was discovered by the golden leviathan, he could leave safely. Chapter 393. And if possible, Zhou wanted to try to kill a golden leviathan. If he succeeded, he would kill all the golden leviathans in the same way. Otherwise, there would always be these dangerous creatures hovering over his head, and he would not be able to take away all the Golden King algae forest. Zhou came out of the body of the phantom leviathan at a depth of about 4,000 meters. If he wanted to swim to the top of the Golden King algae, he needed to float up about 3,000 meters. He looked up and saw the Golden King algae around him like trees that could support the sky, spreading upwards to no end. However, the distance of 3,000 meters was nothing to Zhou now. When he swam up 1,000 meters, he directly replaced the bloated and incendiary heavy armor on his body, and put on the lighter oarfish scale armor, and his swimming speed was much faster. In a few minutes, Zhou had already reached the top of the Golden King algae forest. Perhaps because he was on the periphery, he did not encounter any biological attacks along the way. Next, Zhou slowly walked through the leaves at the top of the Golden King algae forest, looking for golden fruit. Soon, he saw a round golden ball hanging between the leaves of a Golden King algae, the size of a watermelon, and this was the golden fruit. Zhou quickly stepped forward and cut off the branch connecting the golden fruit to the trunk of the Golden King algae with a toothed steel long knife, and put it directly into the deep blue treasure chest. One golden fruit is definitely not enough. Let's not talk about planting it. With the bonus of 10 points of strength, Zhou must eat one first, so he continued to search deeper into the Golden King algae forest. 2 hours later, Zhou had collected 10 golden fruits in his deep blue treasure chest. This number was still not enough, but as he went deeper, the probability of encountering the Golden King algae with results also increased greatly. So many? Zhou saw that there were golden fruits on the top of almost all the Golden King algae in front of him. Roughly counting, there were at least more than 100. But just as Zhou went forward to pick them on time, a golden light flashed in the distance, and then Zhou felt a strong impact current coming from the front. After a while, a giant creature with a body length of about 300 meters, golden all over, and shining with dazzling golden light on its body surface appeared in Zhou's field of vision. Zhou quickly found a dense golden leaf to hide, and then secretly observed the giant creature. This giant creature is naturally the golden leviathan mentioned in Transfiguration Leviathan Accelerated Growth Food Guide. Its overall appearance is similar to that of a sturgeon, with a slender body and a large number of golden bone pieces on its surface. Each bone piece has sharp corners on its surface. Its head is triangular and covered with a whole piece of bone armor. The golden leviathan opened its mouth to reveal rows of serrated fangs. With one bite, it swallowed all the golden fruits in the area that Zhou saw. The opportunity was missed. If I had been in the golden fruit area just now, I could have directly entered the body of this golden leviathan. Zhou thought with some regret. This golden leviathan has only 2 rows of teeth, upper and lower. It is completely no problem for Zhou to enter its body through its mouth. Even if he encounters danger, it doesn't matter. He can directly teleport to the seaweed forest to avoid danger. The golden leviathan was very fast. After eating all the golden fruits in this area, its body turned into a golden light and disappeared. The golden fruits in this area had been eaten up, and there would definitely be no golden leviathan coming here. Zhou was going to find another place where a large number of golden fruits grew, and then hide in it and wait. But 3 hours passed, and Zhou did not find an area where golden fruits appeared in large numbers. He collected more than 100 golden fruits in this period of time. So Zhou no longer wasted time looking for it. He directly scattered the collected golden fruits among the leaves of the surrounding Golden King algae, and then hid in the middle of this area. He didn't know if this would work, but it didn't hurt to try. After that, Zhou waited for a long time, until the morning of the 79th day, when Zhou was about to teleport back to feed the transformed Leviathan. A golden light swam towards him quickly, and it was a golden Leviathan. Zhou's face lit up with joy. When the golden leviathan opened its mouth to cover the area, he concentrated his mind and slowed down everything in front of him. In the slowed down perspective, the golden leviathan's mouth slowly closed, and its sharp teeth cut the trunks of the golden king algae, swallowing the golden fruit and the golden king algae into its mouth. The moment Joe entered the golden leviathan's mouth, the most defensive red copper crystal armor appeared on his body's surface, just in case. Joe began to swim towards the golden leviathan's esophagus. After swimming for a few seconds, the golden leviathan's mouth closed, and two suction forces came from the left and right sides, and the seawater in its mouth was instantly emptied. The two suction forces were so strong that Joe didn't get expelled with the water by grabbing the leaves of the golden king algae. I help you get rid of the bugs. Without the seawater, Joe's speed was faster, and he went straight through the esophagus of the golden leviathan and was about to enter the stomach wall space. But before entering the stomach wall space, Joe had to check the biological illustration information of this golden leviathan. Golden leviathan stage, adult. Body length, 320 meters. Weight, 500,000 tons. Food type, golden fruit meat. Introduction: a leviathan creature living in the golden king algae forest, with a corrosion-resistant and hard golden bone armor on its body. Because it needs to constantly look for golden fruits to eat, it swims very fast. The golden bone armor can be used to make the golden bone slices of the leviathan. Golden bone flakes, I don't know if gold ingots are needed to make them. Joe currently has no way to obtain a large number of gold ingots. Ordinary survivors cannot smelt metals, and they can only rely on acquisitions. The price must be high, and the weight of the golden bone flakes is not light. He doesn't know if the transformed leviathan can carry them. After reading the biological illustration information, Joe immediately entered the stomach wall space. But the stomach wall space was pitch black, and there was no large heliospheric worm lighting. What's going on? Just as Joe was puzzled, a gust of wind suddenly blew in front. Joe immediately released his mental power, directly covering a radius of 50 meters, and then found a 50-meter-long, golden crustacean creature rushing towards him, with a pair of giant claws in its mouth opening like pliers, clamping towards him fiercely. Joe didn't take the 50-meter-long creature seriously at all, but just in case, he chose to dodge first and then counterattack to avoid a setback. There was no water in the space of the stomach wall, so Joe could fully exert his speed and easily dodge the attack of the crustacean. Then he swung the calicity knife with his backhand, and the blade instantly broke through the armor on the surface of the crustacean, leaving a wound more than 10 meters long on the golden shell. Chapter 394. Confirming that the calicity can easily cut the body of the golden crustacean, Joe no longer hesitated and replaced his copper crystal armor with explosive heavy armor, and directly fought the golden crustacean head-on. A few minutes later, Joe successfully chopped off the head of the golden crustacean and killed it completely, then touched the corpse, and checked the biological illustration information. Golden beetle, body length, 50 meters. Weight, 1,000 tons. Food type, golden fruit, parasites. Introduction: a crustacean that coexists with the golden leviathan. Its entire shell is made of gold, and it will clean the parasites in the stomach wall space for the golden leviathan. No wonder the stomach wall space is pitch black. It turns out that it was all cleaned up by this golden beetle. Joe thought to himself, and then walked towards the deepest part of the stomach wall space. Through mental detection, no parasites were found in the stomach wall space, which saved the time of cleaning the parasites and went directly to the supply box. In the innermost part of the stomach wall space was a silver-rimmed supply box, which Joe picked up and opened. Ding! Obtained Golden Leviathan Genetic Medicine X1. Ding! Obtained the Transformed Leviathan Golden Bone Fragment Blueprint. Ding! Obtained Gold Ingot X100. There is a genetic medicine, so the Golden Leviathan must have a corresponding core. Joe guessed in his mind, but there is another possibility, that is, the core is in the Golden Beetle, so he has to see if there is a core in the Golden Beetle first. After completely decomposing the Golden Beetle corpse, nothing was found, so it can be confirmed that there is a core in the Golden Leviathan. Afterwards, Joe put the items in the silver-rimmed material box into the deep blue treasure box he was carrying, and then left the stomach wall space and came to the mouth of the Golden Leviathan. He used the wooden foundation to reach the upper jaw of the Golden Leviathan. Joe waved the calicity in his hand and easily cut the upper jaw of the Golden Leviathan, and then drilled into the wound at a very fast speed. The Golden Leviathan felt the sudden pain in its mouth and immediately opened its mouth. While swimming, it was washed with sea water, but it didn't work at all, because Zhou had already drilled deep into the golden leviathan's brain. Because he was drilling from the mouth to the brain, Zhou didn't need to split the hard bone armor, so the process of drilling into the golden leviathan's brain was extremely easy, and he entered the brain cavity in a few minutes. Zhou used his mental power to observe the brain in front of him. The whole head was very large, and the whole was golden, as if it was carved out of a huge piece of gold. Zhou didn't waste time. 2 tungsten bone swords appeared in his hands, and he slashed at the brain in front of him. Next, Zhou drilled in and out of the golden leviathan's brain like a borer. The golden leviathan outside was in great pain, but there was nothing it could do to Zhou. About 10 minutes later, the golden leviathan's brain was completely destroyed by Zhou, and the golden leviathan was completely dead. Ding! Kill a leviathan creature, and increase strength, physique, and speed by 1 point each. It's still very simple. In Zhou's opinion, the process of killing this golden leviathan was easier than those leviathan creatures killed before, mainly because the golden leviathan swallowed him into its body, and Zhou didn't have to work hard to break the golden leviathan's shell. Later, Zhou searched for the core in the golden leviathan's body, but because the golden leviathan died, the body was slowly falling to the bottom of the sea, and the water pressure outside was getting bigger and bigger, constantly squeezing the flesh and blood of the golden leviathan. Therefore, Zhou did not have much time to find the core. He had to leave the golden leviathan's body before the body sank to a depth of 5,000 meters. In order to increase the speed of searching, Zhou roughly calculated the location of the golden leviathan's heart, and the core was usually in the heart. When the body sank to a depth of about 4,000 meters, Zhou successfully found the golden leviathan's heart and found the core in the heart. Ding! Obtained golden core X1. Huh? Why is it the same core as the golden scorpion? Zhou checked the characteristic effect of the golden core, again with doubts. It was indeed the same as the golden scorpion. The golden core, found in the 2 organisms, did belong to the same core. Are all the cores of the large organisms in this golden sea area golden cores? Zhou guessed. After all, the area where the golden king algae forest grows is on a gold vein. The gold element here is rich, so it is not strange to have the same core. After getting the core, Zhou cut off a lot of the flesh and blood of the golden leviathan, and then his figure flashed and appeared in the seaweed forest. Then he left the seaweed forest and successfully returned to the stomach wall space of the transformed leviathan. Zhou couldn't deal with the body of the golden leviathan for the time being. The body was too large to be taken away through the system interface, so he could only leave it there first, and then collect the golden bone armor of those golden leviathans after cleaning up all the golden leviathans. It was now around 11 o'clock on the 79th day. Zhou first fed the transformed leviathan, and then took out the flesh and blood of the golden leviathan to plant the blood veins fruit. After pouring a bottle of instant plant growth liquid, the blood veins fruit seeds immediately sprouted, and the blood veins vine began to grow wildly. Soon, a blood red fruit grew out. It's not golden. Because the flesh and blood of the golden leviathan were all golden, Zhou thought that this blood veins vine would grow a different blood veins fruit like the flesh and blood of the meteorite leviathan before, but it turned out to be an ordinary blood veins fruit. Ding! Obtained golden leviathan blood veins fruit X1. Zhou quickly ate the golden leviathan blood veins fruit. Although the appearance did not change, the taste was somewhat different from the previous blood veins fruit, and the bloody smell was not so strong. Ding! Eat the golden leviathan blood veins fruit. Speed increased by 11. 11 points of speed, not bad. Anyway, as long as it does not increase physical fitness, Zhou can accept it. Then, Zhou took out the golden fruits he had collected last night, a total of more than 100. The golden fruits that were used as bait and swallowed by the golden leviathan were picked up again by Zhou one by one after he killed the golden leviathan. Zhou cut the golden fruits into pieces with a knife, like eating watermelons. The golden fruits were not only golden on the skin, but also golden inside. There was a bright golden seedling in the middle. The overall structure of the golden fruits was very similar to lotus seeds. Zhou's appetite was very large now. The golden fruits the size of watermelons were not enough to fill his teeth. He finished them quickly, and a reminder sounded in his mind. Ding! Eat golden fruits, strength increased by 10. Chapter 395. This golden fruit is probably the food that increases the most strength attribute, except for the blood vein fruit planted by Leviathan's flesh and blood. Zhou sighed. In fact, the strength increased by the golden fruit is the same as that of the blood vein fruit. If Zhou does not have the blood vein worm gene, the increased attribute when eating the blood vein fruit is 10 points. Only with the blood vein worm gene can an additional 1 point be added. Zhou Wen gave one of the remaining golden fruits to Jiang Haitao, and the rest were given to Chen Xian, asking Chen Xian to plant the golden fruit in the seaweed forest personally, and not allow guild members to approach without permission. There is no way. The Golden King algae is too precious, and the whole body is full of treasures. The golden leaves can increase the growth rate of the transformed Leviathan by 100%, and the golden wood of the trunk is also an important material. The golden fruit can increase 10 points of strength. It is completely like a treasure. It is hard to guarantee that no one will be greedy. After doing all this, Zhou Wen took out a recipe, gold fertilizer recipe, from the locker. This recipe was obtained from the pure gold treasure chest of the mountain sea clam Leviathan. Because one of the materials is the golden feces of the Transfiguration Leviathan, he immediately thought that he needed to feed the Transfiguration Leviathan with Golden King algae to obtain it, so he didn't look at it carefully at the time. Now that the most important golden feces are already available, this gold fertilizer recipe can almost be made. Gold fertilizer recipe requires golden feces, golden biological flesh, golden sawdust, and golden compost bucket. The other materials are normal, but what's the matter with this golden compost bucket? Can't an ordinary compost bucket work? Must it be a golden one? Zhou Wen only had the blueprints of an ordinary compost bucket, and he didn't have the blueprints of a golden compost bucket at all. Zhou Wen wanted to make this golden fertilizer quickly to see how much it could shorten the growth time of crops, so he searched for the golden compost bucket blueprint on the World Trade Channel, and he actually found it. The price was not expensive, just 100,000 basic materials. Zhou Wen did not buy it himself, but asked Jiang Haitao to trade and then pass it to him. Ding! Get the golden compost bucket blueprint. Golden compost bucket blueprint requires gold ingots x 10. The materials only required gold ingots, and Zhou Wen directly made one. The appearance of the golden compost bucket and the ordinary compost bucket is not much different, that is, the whole body is made of gold. Next, it is to make golden fertilizer. Zhou Wen chopped up the excess golden Leviathan flesh and blood and threw some into the golden compost bucket. Anyway, the recipe mentioned the golden biological flesh and blood, and the golden Leviathan's flesh and blood also belonged to this category. The golden sawdust was obtained by Zhou Wen driving the deep-sea walker mecha outside and crushing the golden wood with a diamond circular saw. Finally, there is the golden feces. This is the simplest. Just use a feces scoop to scoop it out from the digestion pool of the Metamorphosis Leviathan. Because the ratio of these three materials is not mentioned in the recipe, Zhou Wen assumes that the same ratio is used. The weight of the three materials is based on the size of the gold compost bucket, and 1/3 of each is added. Finally, the gold bucket lid is closed, and then it is just a matter of waiting for the gold fertilizer to ferment successfully. For the rest of the time, Zhou Wen still asked the Metamorphosis Leviathan to help catch the gold crabs, and continue to look for the golden nematodes in the bodies of the gold crabs. An hour later, Zhou Wen did not find a single golden nematode. Just as he was about to let the Metamorphosis Leviathan catch the gold crabs, Yue sent him a private message with a special item in it. Ding! Obtain the Water Lily Leviathan cleaning ticket. Ding! Water Lily Leviathan cleaning ticket. After using it, you will go outside the Water Lily Leviathan and clean the attachments on the surface. You can return after completing the task. Looking at the system introduction, it seems to be the same type as the deworming ticket. The introduction of this Water Lily Leviathan cleaning ticket is indeed very similar to the deworming ticket, but it is slightly different. It has never appeared on the market. It is indeed a very special item. This Water Lily Leviathan cleaning ticket was traded privately by Yue, a guild member of the inner city, from an ordinary survivor. Because Zhou Wen had told him before to collect the deworming ticket that was not available on the market, now that he encountered it, he naturally sent it to Zhou Wen as soon as possible. Zhou Wen thought about it and sent the two items, the genetic medicine of the thorn-clawed golden scorpion and the golden core, to Yue. Boss, these two items are. After receiving the two items sent by Zhou Wen, Yue naturally heard the system prompt in his mind, golden characteristics, 3 times the physical fitness improvement. Such a terrifying increase can be said to be the strongest iron characteristic he knows at present, and his heartbeat accelerated involuntarily at this moment. In fact, Yue probably already knew the meaning of Zhou Wen sending him these two items, but he was a little bit unbelievable, because these two items are really too precious. Don't refuse the reward given to you. After all, you have also paid the cost to purchase this cleaning voucher. I can't take it directly. If you think it is too valuable, you can send it to me first if you find any new items in the future. Zhou Wen replied. Okay, big brother, thank you so much. Yue sent a message quickly, and his hands, holding the spiny armored golden bream genetic medicine and golden core, respectively, were shaking with excitement. Golden characteristics, how terrifying it is to triple the physical fitness. You should know that the physical fitness characteristics currently on the market are mainly the stone statue core, sold by Yang Xian. After the stone statue characteristics are activated, they can only increase physical fitness by 100. Even so, they are often out of stock. Now he has directly obtained a powerful characteristic that can increase physical fitness by 3 times. How can he not be excited? By the way, if your physical fitness is more than 100 points or less than 200, it is best to use the genetic medicine at night. Zhou reminded. Got it, thank you for the reminder. Yue didn't know what Zhou meant by this sentence, but since he reminded him, there must be a reason. After the conversation with Yue, Zhou looked at the Water Lily Leviathan cleanup voucher in his hand, thought about it, and decided not to use it for the time being, because the Golden King Algae Forest was not a safe area. If he left for a long time, it would be troublesome for the transformed Leviathan to be attacked by other Leviathan-level creatures. At least, he had to kill all the dozen or so golden Leviathans before he could leave with peace of mind. After that, Zhou took out the Bronze Fish Nest Copper Mine Mining Certificate, obtained from the Pure Copper Boliviathan Pure Gold Treasure Box. He definitely didn't have time to use this mining certificate at the moment, so he sent it to Jiang Haitao and asked him to occupy the copper mine. Chapter 396. Continue to kill the gold mining crabs with a diamond circular saw on the mechanical arm of the deep sea walker mecha. Soon, there were many corpses of gold mining crabs piled up around him. At this time, the transformed Leviathan caught another gold mining crab. Zhou used the same method as before. After the transformed Leviathan spit out the gold mining crab from its mouth, he fired the mecha's grappling hook to catch the gold mining crab, and then pulled it in front of him and killed it with the diamond circular saw. But this time, before Zhou used the grappling hook to pull the gold mining crab to his body, he found that there was a round object clamped on the claws of the gold mining crab. The diameter was about 1 meter, the whole body was golden, and the body was flat, like a golden cake. What is this? After killing the collecting crab, the flat golden round cake fell to the ground and began to move slowly. Out of curiosity, Zhou fired a grappling hook directly at the golden round cake. The grappling hook made of bone tungsten ingots directly penetrated the body of the golden round cake, and then retracted the rope made of bone silk rope to fix the golden round cake on the mechanical arm. Some of the gold mining crabs have been collected, and the next step is to find the golden nematodes in the body. So Zhou asked the Phantom Leviathan to swallow the mecha and the surrounding gold mining crab corpses into its mouth. After the Phantom Leviathan closed its mouth, it quickly discharged the seawater in its mouth. Zhou came out directly from the inside of the deep sea walker mecha, came to the front of the mechanical arm, looked at the golden round cake, and found that it was indeed some kind of creature. Because there are many small tentacles on the surface of the golden round cake, it was able to move slowly on the ground before, relying on these tentacles. Zhou didn't know if the tentacles of this strange creature were dangerous, so before touching it, he used a tungsten bone broadsword to split the golden round cake in half, and also scraped off some of the tentacles on the surface. After scraping off the tiny tentacles, the golden round cake revealed a metal body made of gold inside. Zhou reached out and touched it, then checked the biological illustration information. Gold ingot sand coin, body length, 1 meter. Weight, 300 kilograms. Food type, gold element. Introduction. A creature that lives in an area rich in gold elements. Its body is completely made of gold elements. It can be used as a gold ingot after being killed. Natural gold ingot? Zhou looked happy. If there are many such creatures, then there will be enough gold ingots to make them after replacing the golden bone pieces for the transformed Leviathan. It's just that the name doesn't sound very good, it sounds like cursing. Zhou muttered, and then put the gold ingot sand coin cut in half into the deep blue treasure chest. After dealing with the body of the gold crab, he went out to ask the transformed Leviathan where the gold ingot sand coin was found, and then went to collect some. Zhou divided a pile of gold mining crab corpses into 3 parts, giving one to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, and keeping one for himself. The 3 of them worked together to decompose the corpses and look for the golden nematodes. It took about 2 hours, and only Chen Xian found one and sent it to him. This golden nematode is really hard to find. I hope the ultimate formula of the scale transformation period doesn't need much. Zhou sighed in his heart. It was a waste of time to find the golden nematode. After dealing with these gold mining crab corpses, Zhou drove the mecha out of the mouth of the Phantom Leviathan again, and then took out the two halves of the body of the gold ingot sand coin in front of the observation window, and showed it to the Phantom Leviathan. The Phantom Leviathan blinked, understood Zhou meaning, and swallowed the mecha directly into his mouth. After a while, the Phantom Leviathan opened its mouth, and Zhou drove the mecha out of it. After checking the surroundings, Zhou found that this area was very strange, because this area was very empty, with an area of at least 10,000 square meters. The Golden King algae grew densely in this Golden Sea area, and it was reasonable that such a large area would not be inexplicably vacant. However, there were indeed a large number of gold ingot sand coins living on the ground here, which were stacked layer by layer, like a pile of scattered gold coins. Since he had come here, Zhou naturally had to collect some. It was too slow to collect them with his mecha, so he returned directly to the stomach wall space and let the Phantom Leviathan swallow these gold ingot sand coins into his body. Soon, with the influx of seawater, a large number of gold ingot sand coins were rushed into the stomach wall space. Zhou now only needed to put them into the deep blue treasure box, and then kill them one by one when he had free time. The Phantom Leviathan swallowed more than a dozen times in a row. Zhou collected more than 2,000 gold ingot sand coins in total, and the number of gold ingot sand coins swallowed by the Phantom Leviathan later became less and less. He knew that the gold ingot sand coins in this area should have been swallowed up. When Zhou drove the mecha outside to check, he found that the empty area just now had a deep pit, and there were many gold ingots and sand coins in the deep pit. Is this a gold mine? Zhou saw some gold exposed on the rock wall of the deep pit. It was getting late today, and the gold mine became narrower and narrower as it went down. The big head of the transformed Leviathan could not reach it at all. Zhou's speed of collecting gold ingots and sand coins with his mecha was too slow. He could only wait until he had time to catch these gold ingots and sand coins later, and explore the gold mine at the same time. At night, Zhou continued to float up to the top of the Golden King algae forest alone to look for golden fruits. After collecting enough golden fruits, he would use them to lure and kill the golden Leviathan. Zhou was lucky today. He used more than 100 golden fruits repeatedly, and lured and killed 3 golden Leviathans in one night. Zhou now felt that he was terribly strong. He easily killed 3 Leviathan creatures of more than 300 meters. Moreover, after killing 3 golden Leviathans, the number of more than 100 golden fruits did not decrease but increased, reaching more than 200. This was because one of the 3 golden Leviathans had just eaten nearly 100 golden fruits not long ago, and was lured and killed by Zhou before it began to digest. The strength is 280 points, and it is not far from the upper limit, Zhou said while looking at his character attribute panel. Zhou's current title of Leviathan Hunter has been increased by 16. He has killed 16 Leviathan-level creatures in total, which is equivalent to increasing his strength, physique, and speed by 16 points. I have killed 4 golden Leviathans in total. I wonder how many golden Leviathans are left. When he first came to the Golden Sea, Zhou was actually very afraid of the golden Leviathan population. It would be troublesome if they besieged the transformed Leviathan. Now it seems that they will not dive to a deeper position. After all, they need to eat enough golden fruits every day, so he hopes that there will be more golden Leviathans, so that he can brush more attribute points. After killing 3 golden Leviathans, Zhou also obtained 3 exclusive silver-rimmed material boxes, but the material boxes all contain the same items: a transformed Leviathan golden bone slice blueprint, a bottle of golden Leviathan gene potion, and 100 gold ingots. In addition to the items in these silver-rimmed supply boxes, there are naturally 3 gold cores. Zhou himself does not think highly of the characteristics of the gold core, but it is definitely the strongest core on the market. Chapter 397. Zhou plans to exchange gold core for Leviathan instant growth energy crystal later. He doesn't exchange it now, because his 2 subordinates don't have strong physical cores yet. It's not good to sell gold core directly. Wouldn't that increase the strength of outsiders? Bang! After Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, he just finished feeding the Leviathan, and the stomach wall space vibrated violently. The next second, there was a loud noise outside. Zhou frowned. This movement was obviously a giant creature attacking the Leviathan, but the Leviathan reacted quickly enough and accelerated to avoid the attack. Zhou slapped the esophageal diaphragm to make the Leviathan float up. When the water depth rose to a depth he could bear, he put on the explosive heavy armor and swam out of his mouth. Zhou was clinging to the iron thorn armor of the Phantom Leviathan. He saw the creature chasing the Phantom Leviathan from behind. It looked very similar to the thorn armor golden bream, but it was huge, at least 300 meters long, and there was a round bulge on the surface of its bone armor, which was covered with golden three-edged spikes. These bulges were like golden shields with thorns, almost covering the entire back of this golden giant creature. The lethality seemed much stronger than the thorn-armored golden bream with only short thorns on its body. Could this creature be a Leviathan-level creature evolved from the thorn-armored golden bream titan after mutation? Because this golden giant creature was indeed very similar to the thorn-armored golden bream, but its overall appearance was much more ferocious than the thorn-armored golden bream. This giant golden creature is faster than the thorny golden bream, but after all, it is a creature covered in heavy armor. No matter how fast it is difficult to keep up with the speed of the transformed Leviathan. Zhou used the same trick again, letting the transformed Leviathan use its speed advantage to hit the golden giant creature with the horns on its head, and then he used it to come to the surface of the golden giant creature, passing through the dorsal armor with spikes like a forest, and came to the head of the giant creature at the fastest speed. The Caliceri in his hand directly chopped the golden bone armor on the head of the giant creature. The hardness of the bone armor was much harder than that of the thorny golden bream, but it still couldn't stop the sharp Caliceri. After a while, Zhou successfully split the thick golden bone armor and drilled into the brain cavity of the golden giant creature. The ending of this golden giant creature was no different from that of the previous thorny golden bream. The only difference was that this golden giant creature struggled longer. Ding! Kill a Leviathan creature, strength, constitution, speed, each increased by 1 point. Just over 300 meters away, dare to come and provoke me. Zhou has killed a lot of Leviathan creatures recently, and his mentality has been a little floating. Golden armor Leviathan stage, adult. Body length, 300 meters. Weight, 800,000 tons. Food type, gold ore, gold ingots, sand coins, meat. Introduction. Titan variant of the thorny golden bream, abnormal growth reaches the Leviathan level, fierce temperament, bone armor all over the body, thorns, sharp fins like blades, sharp bone spurs like spears, the whole body is like a killing machine, the golden shield can be made into armor, and the spikes can be made into weapons. It's really a Leviathan creature evolved from the Titan variant of the thorny golden bream. After reading the biological illustration information of the golden armor Leviathan, Zhou immediately penetrated the skull and entered the mouth of the golden armor Leviathan, and then went down the esophagus into the stomach wall space. The stomach wall space of the golden armor Leviathan was very bright, because there was a large solar spheroid worm lighting it. Zhou quickly cleared out the parasites in the stomach wall space, but he didn't know if it was affected by the gold element in the golden armor Leviathan's body, and some parasites with a faint golden color on their bodies appeared. The most obvious ones were the white beetles and bone trematodes, which were parasites with shells. Because Zhou had the bone armor mask blueprint, he deliberately kept some bone trematodes with golden shells, and then used the golden bone armor to make a golden bone armor mask. After spending some time cleaning out these parasites, Zhou came to the innermost part of the stomach wall space. Because the golden armor Leviathan evolved from the thorny golden bream, there were no symbiotic organisms in its body, and he easily got the exclusive silver rim supply box. Ding! Get Golden Armor Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Golden Leviathan Gene Potion. After use, you will obtain the Golden Leviathan Gene, which can quickly absorb gold elements. It can only be used when the physical fitness is 300 points. It requires 300 points of physical fitness. It seems that the core effect in the Golden Leviathan is not weak. Since the Gene Potion was seen in the silver rimmed material box, the Golden Leviathan must have a core. The requirements of Golden Leviathan Gene Potion are the same as Spiny Armored Golden Shrimp Gene Potion, both of which require 100 points of physical fitness. This Golden Leviathan Gene Potion requires 300 points of physical fitness, so the corresponding core effect must be much stronger than the Golden Core. Ding! Get the Golden Leviathan Golden Armor Round Shield Blueprint. Ding! Get the Golden Leviathan Golden Spike Spear Blueprint. Zhou used these two blueprints directly, but he did not check the production requirements immediately. He was still inside the Golden Armor Leviathan, and the body of the Golden Armor Leviathan was gradually sinking. Because it was too heavy, the transformed Leviathan could not carry it at all. He had to find the core later, so he had no time to waste. Ding! Obtain Gold Ingot X100. These are the only items in the Silver Rim supply box. After Zhou put the genetic medicine and gold ingot into the deep blue treasure chest, he began to look for the core of the Golden Armor Leviathan. Because Zhou had searched for cores in the corpses of many Leviathan creatures in the past 2 days, he was quite experienced. He soon found the core in the heart of the golden armor Leviathan. Ding! Obtained golden armor core X1. Golden armor core. After use, you can obtain the golden armor feature. When the golden armor feature is turned on, a layer of hard golden bone armor will appear on the body surface. The duration depends on the gold content in the body. Another defensive core. After Zhou got the core, he returned directly to the stomach wall space. As soon as he returned to the stomach wall space, Zhou found that the red copper crystal armor worm eggs had hatched. A small red copper crystal armor worm with a body length of 1 meter and the thickness of 2 fingers was eating the copper or in diamonds in this small aquarium. After Zhou approached, the small copper crystal armor worm suddenly drilled into the copper or pile and hid directly. Well, another one that can't be tamed. However, Zhou didn't care much. After all, he didn't need the small copper crystal armor worm to fight. He just needed to make copper and diamond alloy for it. After watching the small copper crystal armor worm, Zhou put the harvest this time into the storage cabinet and then went to see the gold fertilizer made yesterday. Chapter 398. Based on his previous experience of making low-level fertilizers, Zhou tried to open the lid of the gold compost bucket with his hands. If the lid was difficult to open, it meant that the gold fertilizer was not made. If the lid was easy to open, it meant that the gold fertilizer had been made successfully. Bang! Zhou held the handle of the lid and lifted it lightly, and 10 golden balls flew out of the gold compost bucket. After these golden balls fell to the ground, they all fell into a pool, like soft mud. Zhou picked up a ball with a smile on his face. Ding! Get gold fertilizer, Leviathan X1. Gold fertilizer, Leviathan. After using it on plants, it can shorten the growth time of plants by 80%. Shorten the growth time by 80%. After reading the introduction of gold fertilizer in the world system in his mind, Zhou almost exclaimed, because the effect was too strong. At present, the blood vein fruit planted with various Leviathan flesh and blood is what he needs to shorten the growth time the most. It takes about 20 days for a blood vein vine to produce a blood vein fruit. Now with the golden fertilizer, it can be reduced to 4 days. I don't have to worry about blood vein energy in the future. Zhou has plenty of materials for making golden fertilizer, so the growth cycle of blood vein fruit in the future is equivalent to only 4 days, which is faster than the growth cycle of crops. Zhou grabbed a portion of golden fertilizer in his hand, and he was so excited that he quickly picked up the remaining 9 portions of golden fertilizer on the ground, and then he quickly added materials to the golden compost bucket again to continue making golden fertilizer. After covering the lid of the golden compost bucket, Zhou came to the blood vein vines planted with the flesh and blood of various Leviathan creatures. There were a total of 7 blood vein vines planted with the flesh and blood of different Leviathan creatures. They are Wave-Ridden Leviathan Blood Vine, Transformed Leviathan Blood Vine, Giant Bone Leviathan Blood Vine, Steel Armor Leviathan Blood Vine, Thorn Hammer Sea Anemone Leviathan Blood Vine, Red Copper Crystal Armor Leviathan Blood Vine, and Golden Leviathan Blood Vine. Zhou added 7 portions of gold fertilizer to the small aquariums of these blood vines in turn, shortening the growth time by 80%. At the same time, he also did not forget to add some corresponding Leviathan flesh and blood to prevent the blood fruit from growing too fast and causing nutrient deficiency. After adding the gold fertilizer, Zhou made another small aquarium, then put the flesh and blood of the golden armor Leviathan in it, then planted the blood fruit seeds, and poured in a bottle of instant plant growth liquid. 3 minutes later, the 8th Leviathan blood vine grew out of the small aquarium, and a blood fruit quietly hung on the vine. Zhou reached out and picked it. Ding! Get golden armor Leviathan blood vine fruit X1. I wonder what attribute this blood vein fruit adds. Zhou actually felt that this golden armor Leviathan blood vein fruit was most likely to increase physical fitness. Before, because there was no way to quickly grow blood vein fruit, Zhou would eat it directly in order to obtain blood vein energy, regardless of whether it was a blood vein fruit that increased physical fitness or not. After all, they were all grown with plant instant growth liquid, and the blood vein fruit had a long growth cycle, so he didn't want to waste blood vein energy. The armor-breaking effect of blood vein energy can be said to be his strongest trump card. Even if the opponent has armor that is 10 times harder than his, he can still rely on blood vein energy to crush the opponent's head with one claw. But now with the golden fertilizer, the growth cycle of blood vein fruit is directly shortened to 4 days. In this way, he doesn't need to worry about the problem of not being able to replenish blood vein energy in his body in time, so he doesn't need to force himself to eat this Leviathan blood vein fruit with uncertain attributes. Who should I give this blood vein fruit to? Zhou Wen looked at the portraits of Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian in the system interface and fell into thought. There is only one blood vein fruit. If it increases strength or speed, it is fine. If it increases physical fitness, it will affect the physical fitness competition between the two people, which is obviously unfair to the other party. What is your physical fitness now? Zhou Wen sent messages to the two people separately. Brother Wen, my physical fitness is 288 points now. Jiang Haitao replied, Boss Zhou, I am 290 points. Chen Xian replied. Chen Xian has surpassed Jiang Haitao? When Zhou Wen asked before, Jiang Haitao's physical fitness was a few points higher than Chen Xian's. But it is normal to think about it. Chen Xian has a better relationship with the presidents of various guilds. Jiang Haitao behaved too domineeringly in front of the presidents of various guilds. In addition, some of the biological corpses collected by Zhou Wen in the past were given to Chen Xian for sale. By selling these rare biological meats, Chen Xian must have made friends with some hidden strongmen. Now, in order to improve the physical fitness, as long as these connections are activated, it is easy to get biological meat that increases physical fitness attributes. I now have a fruit that can increase 10 attributes, but I don't know what attribute it increases. Chen Xian's physical fitness has reached 290 points. This fruit will be given to her. If it increases physical fitness, then Chen Xian will win this competition. Zhou Wen sent this message to both of them at the same time, and then sent the golden armor Leviathan blood vein fruit in his hand to Chen Xian. After Chen Xian received the golden armor Leviathan blood vein fruit, she was surprised for a moment. This was the first time she had seen this kind of fruit, and then she immediately ate it according to Zhou Wen's instructions. Ding! Eat the golden armor Leviathan blood veins fruit, and increase your physical fitness by 10. In an instant, Chen Xian's physical fitness increased from 290 points to 300 points, reaching the upper limit. Boss Zhou, the golden armor Leviathan blood veins fruit increases physical fitness, and my physical fitness has reached 300 points. Okay, then this, refined copper shell gene potion, and refined copper core, will be yours. Zhou Wen sent the two matching items to Chen Xian. However, Jiang Haitao, you also have one. Zhou Wen tried his best to be fair and sent both the golden armor Leviathan gene potion and golden armor core to Jiang Haitao. Thank you, Boss Zhou. After Chen Xian learned about the 7-fold physical fitness improvement effect of the refined copper core, she was very excited, but at the same time she was very surprised, because Boss Zhou would actually give her such a terrifying core. What does this mean? It means that Boss Zhou himself uses a more powerful core. Thank you, Brother One. Jiang Haitao was also very excited. Although he didn't know how good this golden armor core was, it was definitely not weak if it could be used with genetic medicine. After all, the two cores he played, burning core and colorful core, did not require genetic medicine. Okay, that's it, Jiang Haitao. Genetic medicine must be used after the physical fitness reaches 300 points. Zhou Wen reminded, got it, Brother One. Boss Zhou, the physical fitness has reached the upper limit. Is it the upper limit? Chen Xian looked at the word upper limit behind the physical fitness on his character attribute panel and sent a message to ask. No, there is a breakthrough formula, but the materials are not easy to find. Zhou Wen didn't say much, just told Chen Xian that the upper limit can be broken. Oh, I see. Chen Xian didn't ask much. Chapter 399. Finally, Zhou Wen told Chen Xian to help Jiang Haitao quickly improve his physique to 300 points, and reminded her to find a safe time to use the genetic medicine, and then ended the conversation with the two. Does the Leviathan in the brackets after this golden fertilizer mean that it is of a higher level? When Zhou Wen first got the information about the golden fertilizer, he had already noticed the 3 words Leviathan, but was surprised by the effect of shortening the growth time of plants by 80%, and then he was busy adding fertilizer to various Leviathan blood vines and temporarily ignored it. Now that I think about it, the effect of golden fertilizer shortening the growth time of plants by 80% is indeed a bit too strong, which is probably related to the 3 words Leviathan in the brackets. Is it because the material I used to make the fertilizer is the flesh and blood of the golden Leviathan? Zhou Wen felt that it was most likely a material problem. In order to confirm his guess, Zhou Wen specially used 10 gold ingots to make another gold compost bucket, and then replaced the golden Leviathan flesh and blood among the 3 materials with the meat of the golden crab. He now has too much golden crab meat in his hands, and there will be more later. Even if all of it is given to the guild members, it is probably not enough. If it can be used to make gold fertilizer, it can be regarded as a way to deal with the golden crab meat. Put the lid on the second golden compost bucket, and then wait for the results tomorrow. Then, Joe found a relatively empty corner in the stomach wall space, placed a 3 by 3 meter iron foundation platform, and then moved all 9 types of Leviathan blood vines to this iron foundation platform. Previously, these Leviathan blood veins were very valuable, so Joe placed them in a scattered manner to avoid any unexpected situation when they were gathered together and destroyed. But now with Leviathan-level gold fertilizer, these Leviathan blood veins are not so valuable. As long as he has blood veins fruit seeds in his hand, even if these Leviathan blood veins are all destroyed, they can be replanted in the shortest time. Gathering them all together like this, when these blood veins are ripe, they can be harvested together, which is more convenient. After adjusting the positions of the 9 types of Leviathan blood veins, Joe opened the blueprint interface, and opened the 2 blueprints he had just obtained from the exclusive material box of the Golden Armor Leviathan. Golden Armor Leviathan Golden Armor Round Shield Blueprint. Requires Golden Armor Leviathan Shield Cap Bone Armor X1, Golden Wood X3. Golden Armor Leviathan Golden Spike Spear Blueprint. Requires Golden Armor Leviathan Golden Spike X1, Golden Wood X2, Gold Ingot X1. Just now, Joe found the Golden Armor Core in the Golden Armor Leviathan and brought back some materials from the Golden Armor Leviathan. He had all the materials required in the 2 drawings, so he made these 2 pieces of equipment directly. The Golden Armor Round Shield is a raised golden round shield, but it is not wide, with a diameter of only 2 meters. There is a layer of golden wood behind the shield, which weighs about 800 kilograms. Joe tried to hit it hard with the thorn hammer, and the spikes of the thorn hammer pierced the Golden Armor Round Shield. There was not even a trace left, and the defense was still very high, and the layer of golden wood behind it also had a certain effect of reducing the impact. Of course, the shock absorption effect is definitely not as good as the tungsten bone shield. Then, Joe chopped it with a toothed steel long knife, but there was still no mark on the surface of the Golden Armor Round Shield. The test weapon continued to upgrade, and then chopped it with a tungsten bone broadsword. The Golden Armor Round Shield could still withstand the slash of the tungsten bone broadsword, but a knife mark about 1 centimeter deep would be left on the surface. The Golden Armor Round Shield can withstand the slash of the tungsten bone broadsword, and the defensive effect is already top level. Moreover, Joe also tested it with corrosive agents. The Golden Armor Round Shield is completely immune to corrosive agents, and there is no mark left on the surface of the shield. In terms of corrosion resistance, it is stronger than the tungsten bone shield. The Golden Spike Spear is 3 meters long, with a spear head of 80 centimeters long, flat and slender, and a spear handle of 2.2 meters long. It is made of golden wood. The joint between the spear head and the spear handle is covered with a layer of golden ring decoration. The whole spear is relatively light, about 500 kilograms. With Joe's current strength, it can be used for throwing. Afterwards, Joe also tested the sharpness of the Golden Spike Spear, which could easily pierce the scale steel armor. Like the roundness of the golden armor, it was 1 level lower than the tungsten bone equipment. After testing the 2 pieces of equipment, Joe began to do what he had to do every day, which was to continue collecting the golden nematodes. Today was the 80th day. At noon, Joe received a private message from Zhuo Junyang. The content of the private message was that the crops that Joe had asked Zhuo Junyang to plant before had matured and were all harvested. Cotton and peppers were sent together in the private message, and the sweet potatoes were still given to Zhuo Junyang for sale. Boss, the wheat planted before has matured. There are a total of 100 seeds. How many do you need? Zhuo Junyang asked. Joe thought about it, and decided to go to the fertile soil Leviathan first. So he divided the undecomposed gold crab corpse into 2 parts, and sent them to Jiang Haitao, Anshan Xian, and then directly transmitted it to the back of the fertile soil Leviathan through the system interface. It was still sunny on the side of the anointed soil Leviathan. After Zhou appeared, Zhuo Junyang immediately came to greet him. Are all the wheat grain seeds? Zhou asked Zhuo Junyang in the warm sunshine. Yes, they are all seeds, and it is easy to plant them on a large scale. Zhuo Junyang replied. Well, then I will exchange 50 pepper seeds with you. Zhuo Junyang had mentioned before that he wanted to get some pepper seeds, and now it is just right to exchange for wheat seeds. Okay. Zhuo Junyang was very happy. Originally, he planned to give as many pepper seeds as the boss wanted, but he didn't expect that the boss was willing to exchange pepper seeds, which was naturally better. During this period of time, he got along with the boss, and felt that it was good to follow the boss to do things. Although the boss was very powerful, he never forced him to ask for anything. It was always an exchange of interests. The most important thing is that there is a strong man like the boss sitting in charge, which is really full of security. There is no need to worry about someone coming to grab the anointed soil Leviathan. You are still smelting iron ingots. Zhou walked slowly around the edge of the back shell of the aromatic Leviathan. Of Zhuo Junyang's 3,000 square meters of land, 2,000 square meters were still being used to smelt iron in furnaces. Yes, the price of iron ingots is high now, and our guild is the only one that can still produce iron in large quantities. Iron ingots can also be used to exchange for some relatively rare items. Recently, I plan to stock up some iron ingots, and then ask President Jiang to exchange them for a stone statue core. Zhuo Junyang said. Isn't stone statue core sold by Yang Xian? Why did you find Jiang Haitao to trade? Zhou asked while walking. Chapter 400. I heard that Yang Xian gave a lot of stone statue cores to the 3 major guilds in order to establish the guilds, and President Jiang has iron foundation blueprints, and he must need iron ingots. I think it is easier to exchange stone statue cores with him, Zhuo Junyang explained. When Zhuo Junyang spoke, he would carefully glance at Zhou from time to time. In his eyes, Zhou was not only powerful, but also very mysterious. He might have a better physical core in his hand. If possible, he wanted to exchange one from Zhou, so he followed Zhou's question and told him his original plan. Oh, so that's it. Zhou thought for a while and continued. The characteristic effect of stone statue core is not too strong. There is no need to exchange it with Jiang Haitao. Don't smelt iron anymore. Smelt 200,000 gold ingots for me. Zhou heard the meaning of Zhuo Junyang's words. Since he wanted a better physical core, he would exchange it with gold ingots. The materials for making Transfiguration Leviathan Golden Bone Slice Blueprint, in addition to the bone armor on the surface of the Golden Leviathan, also require 30 gold ingots to make it. At present, if you want to cover the entire body of the Transfiguration Leviathan with them, you need to make at least 10,000 gold ingots. 10,000 gold ingots require 300,000 gold ingots. Although gold ingots and coins can also be used as gold ingots, one is equivalent to 5 gold ingots at most. More than 2,000 gold ingots are only more than 10,000 gold ingots, which is obviously not enough. Let Zhuo Junyang smelt 200,000 gold ingots. For the remaining 100,000 gold ingots, he will grab some gold ingots and coins later, and then let Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian buy some, and the number will be about the same. Okay, boss, I will definitely smelt 200,000 gold ingots for you as soon as possible. Thank you so much. Zhuo Junyang's face showed surprise. He was just trying it out, but he didn't expect that the boss really had a better physical core. Although the boss didn't directly tell him to give him the core, it was already obvious. Then plant the 50 wheat seeds on my part of the land later, Zhou said, and prepared to leave. This time, his 4,000 square meters of land were all planted with sweet potatoes. Cotton and peppers were enough, and there was no need to plant them again. But just as he was about to leave, Zhou's mind sounded a system prompt. Ding! Survivors with the Leviathan Land Reclamation Certificate, please note that other survivors have obtained the same land reclamation certificate and have launched a battle against you. Do you want to join the battle? Boss, this. Zhuo Junyang looked at Zhou and asked Zhou what he meant. You go first, I change my equipment and go. At this time, Zhou didn't wear any strong equipment at all, just a set of Leviathan white jade scale armor. This set of white jade armor was bought by Zhou, who asked Jiang Haitao to find survivors of the Phantom Leviathan who had grown white jade scales. This kind of popular armor is easier to hide one's strength in front of outsiders. Although he has very strong armor in his equipment column, it is not suitable to show it to outsiders. After returning to his own Phantom Leviathan stomach wall space, Zhou directly put on a full set of scale steel armor. Using this set of armor to fight other survivors at the moment is enough for him. Join the battle. As soon as the voice fell, Zhou's figure changed into a blue light and disappeared, and then appeared on the body of the Ointment Leviathan, but not on the back of the Ointment Leviathan, but on its head. At this time, the anointed soil Leviathan raised its head. The two sides were in a large bubble. The two large bubbles began to merge, and soon merged into one. The battle officially began. Blue armor, and a fiery red crystal axe, are they from the behind-the-scenes organization? Zhuo Junyang recognized the armor of one of the opponents at a glance. It was the member of the behind-the-scenes organization who competed in the previous offline guild competition. My friend, and President Zhuo, how about we each take half of this anointed soil Leviathan? The behind-the-scenes member wearing blue armor first glanced at Zhou, and then shouted to Zhuo Junyang. Zhuo Junyang did not speak, but glanced at Zhou. After Zhou shook his head to refuse, Zhuo Junyang stepped forward to reply. No. Zhuo Junyang's answer was simple and clear. Then I can only offend you. The behind-the-scenes member wearing blue armor took a step back after shouting. Obviously, it was not him who led the team this time, but a person wearing gray-black bone armor beside him. This gray-black bone armor is not simple at first glance. It is several levels higher than the behind-the-scenes member in blue armor, but this person does not seem to be the boss of the behind-the-scenes organization. Swish. The behind-the-scenes member just took a step back, and a golden light suddenly shot towards him, almost reaching him in an instant, as if it would penetrate his head in the next second. However, at this life-and-death moment, the gray-black armored man next to him suddenly opened his eyes. A faint blue light appeared in his pupils, and a cyan light burst out from the surface of his body. His figure flashed like a breeze, and instantly appeared in front of the behind-the-scenes member. Bang! The golden light hit a silver bone shield, sparking a dazzling spark. The huge power of the golden light caused the gray-black armored man to move half a meter backward. This golden light was the golden spike spear thrown by Zhou Wen, but he did not use his full strength, only 230 points of strength. The golden spike spear was balanced by the opponent's silver bone shield. Zhou Wen moved to the position where the spear was about to fall, and reached out to catch the spear. Third brother, are you okay? The behind-the-scenes member asked hurriedly. Didn't you say that the opponent's strength was only about 200 points? The power of that attack just now was at least 220 points. The gray-black bone armored man first shook his head to show that he was fine, and then said that in fact, his hand holding the silver bone shield was a little numb when he caught the golden spike spear just now. When he competed on the ring before, the power he showed was indeed around 200 points. Has his strength increased again these days? Said the behind-the-scenes member. How is it possible? It's only been a few days. How could his strength increase so quickly? He must have hidden his strength before. The gray-black bone armor man said. We can't win. Let's retreat. The gray-black bone armor man roughly estimated Zhou Wen's strength. The power of the thrown weapon can reach 220 points, so his own strength must be higher, probably around 230 points. This is not something they can defeat. In order to save the members of the organization, the gray-black bone armor man just turned on the speed type feature, which is equivalent to being at a disadvantage before the battle even started. This battle is impossible to fight. In an instant, all 11 people on the other side withdrew from the battle, and Zhuo Junyang successfully saved the anointed Leviathan. You run pretty fast. Zhou Wen was originally going to kill someone to establish his authority. After all, the other party knew that he was in charge of Zhuo Junyang's side, but they dared to start a battle. Chapter 401. Zhou Wen's target was naturally the behind-the-scenes member he had seen in the offline gathering before. The golden spike spear he threw was aimed at killing the other party, but was blocked by the gray-black bone armor man next to him with a shield. Since the other party had withdrawn tactfully, Zhou Wen was naturally too lazy to kill him. There was no need, because after obtaining the same proof of land reclamation, basically everyone would try to fight for it. After all, fighting can be withdrawn at will, and it does not require a life-and-death struggle. Then, Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space, and continued the boring work of looking for the golden nematodes. It was not finished until the evening. Today, he only found 2 golden nematodes, and he now has a total of 13. In the evening, Zhou Wen still swam to the top of the Golden King algae forest to collect golden fruits, and by the way, lured and killed the golden Leviathan. Tonight, Zhou Wen had better luck. He successfully lured and killed 4 golden Leviathans, and obtained 4 golden cores. Zhou Wen has currently lured and killed 8 golden Leviathans. The Illusionary Leviathan Accelerated Growth Food Guide does not specifically mention how many golden Leviathans there are in the Golden Sea, but with the loss of 8, there should not be many golden Leviathans left. After luring and killing for 2 or 3 more nights, the golden Leviathans in the Golden King algae forest should be almost all killed. Zhou Wen thought to himself, and returned to the stomach wall space through teleportation. Today is the 81st day. Last night, in addition to searching for golden fruits and luring and killing golden Leviathans, he also killed some golden light fish. After finding all the golden light factors in the bodies of these golden light fish, the number reached more than 100, enough to condense into a core. Zhou Wen put 100 golden light factors together, and these golden light factors immediately emitted dazzling golden light. After merging with each other, they became a fist-sized core. Ding! Get Golden Light Core X1. Ding! Golden Light Core. After use, you can get the Golden Light feature. When the Golden Light feature is turned on, the physical attribute is increased by 100 points. The duration is related to the original physical fitness. 1 point of physical fitness lasts for 1 second. It really increases physical fitness. Just as Zhou Wen guessed before, Golden Light Core does increase physical fitness, and the amplification effect is only to increase the physical attribute by 100 points, which is as rubbish as Stone Statue Core. Put this harvest into the locker, give the more than 300 golden fruits collected last night to Chen Xian for planting, and Zhou Wen began to feed the transformed Leviathan. After feeding, Zhou Wen tried to open the lid of the second bucket of gold compost made yesterday. The lid opened easily, and 10 lumps of golden fertilizer flew out of it. Ding! Get golden fertilizer X1. Ding! Gold fertilizer. After using it on plants, it can shorten the growth time of plants by 50%. The gold fertilizer made with ordinary gold biological meat is really weak, but the effect is not too bad. It is very good to shorten the growth time by 50%. It can be used for some crops with only a small number of seeds. By shortening the growth time by half, the number of seeds of crops can be increased quickly. Because of the Leviathan, Zhou Wen has no crops planted in the stomach wall space now. There is only a mango tree and a bursting fruit tree. The mango tree does not need to shorten the growth time because the flowering and fruiting time is not long, so he added a portion of ordinary gold fertilizer to the bursting fruit tree. The bursting fruit tree grows very slowly. After so many days, the whole tree has just started to produce bursting fruit. Adding a portion of ordinary gold fertilizer can speed up the growth of the bursting fruit. After collecting all the ordinary gold fertilizers, Zhou Wen opened the first gold compost bucket and stored the 2 different grades of gold fertilizer separately. Next, Zhou Wen opened the World Communication Channel and checked the more than 100 survivors infected with the alien brain factor that he had followed before. In the past 5 days, the avatars of these survivors have disappeared from the World Communication Channel. Obviously, their brains have been replaced by alien brains, and they have died. It's okay if they disappear. Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief. If there are survivors infected with the alien brain factor who have not disappeared until now, that would be a big problem, because that would mean that the alien brain can use the world system, so the spread of the alien brain would be difficult to curb. Zhou Wen glanced at the upper right corner of the system interface. The number of survivors has dropped to more than 19 million. Hundreds of thousands of people die every day in the survivor world. Most of them died for unknown reasons, and a small number were killed by the meteoric Leviathan. How many of these deaths have become alien brains? Just as Zhou Wen was looking at some photos uploaded by those who were attacked by the meteoric Leviathan before they died, Chen Xian sent him a private message. Boss Zhou, a member of my guild encountered a meteoric Leviathan. Do you want to help her? You can try. Zhou Wen now has only 6 falling sky meteoric crystals, and the splitting flame blade blueprint requires 10. Since the members of his guild have encountered the meteoric Leviathan, if they can kill it, it is just right to collect the falling sky meteoric crystals. Zhou Wen is not sure of winning against the meteoric Leviathan now, because the screenshots posted by the survivors who died in the attacks of the meteoric Leviathan in the past few days in the World Communication Channel have proved that the meteoric Leviathan is constantly evolving. The meteoric Leviathan that Zhou Wen met at Jiang Haitao before burned him directly because it released energy all over its body, but now it won't. The shock wave that releases hot energy all over its body is actually just a defensive measure of the meteoric Leviathan. After a while, Zhou Wen received an invitation from Chen Xian to go with him. After transferring all the necessary items to the system interface through Jiang Haitao, he clicked to agree. In an instant, Zhou Wen appeared on a phantom Leviathan covered with a thermal insulation sponge board. This was temporarily given to this guild member by Chen Xian. Otherwise, with the swimming speed of the phantom Leviathan in hibernation, it is impossible to compete with the meteoric Leviathan that emits hot energy all over its body. In order to prevent Chen Xian's guild members from knowing his existence, Zhou Wen asked Chen Xian to drive the guild member into the stomach wall space of the metamorphic Leviathan before his companions came, and specifically emphasized that she could not come out. Chen Xian, continue to follow the metamorphic Leviathan forward, and then send me an invitation to go with you. Because the symbiont of the metamorphic Leviathan was not outside, Zhou Wen and his companions could not command the metamorphic Leviathan at all, so Zhou Wen could only leave the back of the metamorphic Leviathan and stay in place to face the meteoric Leviathan swimming behind. Gulu, gulu, gula. Not far behind, a huge black shadow was swimming towards this side at a very fast speed. The black shadow's body surface exuded fiery red energy. When the surrounding cold seawater came into contact with this energy, it instantly boiled, and a large number of bubbles rose up, wrapping the whole body of the meteoric Leviathan, making its huge body blurred, and only a pair of fiery red and murderous eyes could be seen. Chapter 402. Arc Light Feature, On. Zhou is currently in the seawater, and his own speed can hardly be exerted, so he turns on the Arc Light feature, in advance, increases his own speed to 690 points, and forces himself to swim faster in the water. While turning on the feature, Zhou also swallowed 600 Arc Light factors, extending the feature time from 30 seconds to 10.5 minutes. Schwa. Zhou, wearing a light oarfish scale armor, swung his hands and feet quickly in the water, and his body turned into an orange shadow, shuttling back and forth a few hundred meters away from the meteoric Leviathan. Zhou's figure was very small in front of the meteoric Leviathan, and the meteoric Leviathan could not see it at all. But when Zhou turned on the Arc Light feature, the surface of his body flashed with light, and then after swimming in front of it, he immediately attracted the attention of the meteoric Leviathan. ZZ. The meteoric Leviathan opened its mouth wide, and a lava fireball, with a diameter of 30 meters suddenly spewed out of its mouth. The huge lava fireball, even in the cold seawater, still did not completely extinguish, but continued to evaporate the surrounding seawater, and shot towards Zhou's position at a high speed. Zhou's swimming speed increased again, and he quickly left the coverage of the 30-meter lava fireball, and then immediately changed direction, moving away from the meteorite Leviathan at the fastest speed, and approaching the ice layer above. The meteorite Leviathan saw that the lava fireballs it spewed did not kill the tiny creature, so it directly spit out more than a dozen in succession. More than a dozen lava fireballs shot towards Zhou one after another, and the seawater in the area where the fireballs passed was all boiling, and Zhou swam back and forth near the ice layer above, and put on the explosive heavy armor that isolated the heat, constantly dodging these lava fireballs. Among these lava fireballs, one was launched obliquely upward. The lava fireball carrying hot energy rushed into the ice layer above, and the ice layer instantly melted into an ice road with a diameter of 30 meters. This lava fireball rushed forward for nearly 100 meters, before it was gradually blocked by the ice layer in front due to the dissipation of heat. Suddenly, an orange arc of light passed through the 100-meter ice road in an instant, and then began to break through the ice layer above quickly. Bang! Above the sea ice layer, an ice surface exploded with a bang, and an orange arc of light flashed out from the broken ice layer, and rushed rapidly towards the distance. ZZ! Not long after the orange arc of light left, a huge dark red shadow suddenly emerged under the ice layer, and then the ice layer covered by the shadow melted completely, and the steaming white smoke instantly covered nearly 1,000 meters in radius. A large amount of rising white smoke was like a thick cloud in the sky, and everything inside was covered by white smoke. The orange arc light was naturally Zhou who had activated the Arc Light feature, and the huge dark red shadow was the Starfall Leviathan that was chasing him. Tut tut tut! In the steaming white smoke, there was a flash of fire, and under the reflection of the fire, the huge body of the Starfall Leviathan was looming. Zhou heard the movement behind him, turned his head quickly and looked back, and his pupils shrank immediately. In the gray sky, hundreds of huge lava fireballs, burning with blazing flames, fell towards the direction he was running like a meteor shower. Bang! A lava fireball fell heavily on the ice surface not far from Zhou, and a huge pit was immediately smashed out of the ice surface. The ice surface around the pit was shattered, but then the broken ice layer was melted by the scorching high temperature, and a huge steam mushroom cloud broke out. Boom boom boom. Then, hundreds of lava fireballs in the sky kept falling, and the originally flat ice surface was smashed and cracked. Zhou was no longer in the water at this time, and his own speed could be fully exerted. He released his mental power to cover a radius of 50 meters around his body. When his mental power detected that the lava fireball entered his coverage area, he immediately changed direction and moved away from the falling area of the lava fireball. With his own speed and the detection of mental power, even if these huge lava fireballs fell like raindrops, Zhou could easily avoid them. Huh? Thick white steam suddenly churned up, and a huge creature with a black body and spike-like scales poked out of the steam. White water vapor brushed between its scales, like fog in a dark forest. The star meteor Leviathan found that it could not kill the tiny creature by spewing lava fireballs, so it immediately twisted its huge body, rushed out of the white smoke, and chased after the tiny creature. The nearly 50-meter thick body left a canal-like gully on the ice, and a pair of fiery red eyes stared at the orange light in front. Zhou looked up, and found that there were no lava fireballs in the sky. Then he looked back and found that the huge figure of the meteorite Leviathan, like a giant cruise ship, was chasing him quickly like a bulldozer, with hot red energy wrapped around the whole body, melting the ice, and snow wherever it passed. I don't know if it's because of the hundreds of lava fireballs just now. There was heavy snow in the sky before, but now it seems like the sky is clear and there is no snowflakes. Zhou Wen suddenly changed his direction and rushed straight towards the meteoric leviathan behind him. The time of the characteristics is limited, and he doesn't have that much time to fight a protracted war with the meteoric leviathan. Zhou Wen didn't attack before because the ice surface before was riddled with holes by hundreds of lava fireballs spit out by the meteoric leviathan, which was not suitable for his high-speed movement. Now he has entered a new ice surface with the meteoric leviathan, so he doesn't need to run away anymore. Burn characteristic, open. For a moment, red energy spread all over his body, and a heat was released from Zhou Wen's body. The increase in strength reduced the weight of the armor on the surface of the body, and Zhou Wen's speed suddenly increased, just like a flashing light spot, and appeared in front of the meteoric leviathan in the blink of an eye. He flipped his palm and a Caliceri broadsword appeared in his hand, and then the straight spread route suddenly drew an arc, avoiding the head of the meteoric leviathan and rushing to the side of the meteoric leviathan. He still used the old method of killing giant creatures before, climbing up from the side of the meteoric leviathan, coming to the head of the meteoric leviathan, and then swinging the claws and broadsword vigorously, chopping the carapace on the head of the meteoric leviathan. Bang! A crisp sound came, and the sharp claws and broadsword only left a 4 or 5 centimeter knife mark on the carapace of the meteoric leviathan. For the meteoric leviathan with a body diameter of 50 meters, it can be said that it didn't even break the skin. So hard. Zhou Wen's heart was shocked, but there was no more time for him to continue slashing, because the fiery red energy on the surface of the meteoric leviathan was flashing violently. He had encountered this move before, and it was very dangerous. Zhou Wen's figure flashed, and he instantly got off the head of the meteoric leviathan, and then quickly moved away from the meteoric leviathan, just running less than 200 meters. Buzz! A sound of energy vibration came from behind. In order to increase the speed as much as possible, Zhou Wen had replaced the explosive heavy armor with Orfish scale armor. At this moment, he clearly felt that the air around him suddenly rose by more than 10 degrees. Chapter 403. While Zhou Wen was running away at an accelerated speed, he looked back and saw a fiery red energy suddenly released from the surface of the meteorite leviathan, spreading rapidly in all directions. Looking at the expanding fiery red energy, Zhou Wen suddenly thought of something, so he slowed down a little. When the fiery red energy was about to catch up, he extracted the 150-meter meteorite leviathan's meteorite protective shell from the system interface. The meteorite protective shell is extremely hard and cannot be broken by ordinary weapons at all, but the tungsten bone gloves with blood energy can easily scratch 10 centimeters claw marks on it, which shows that the meteorite protective shell cannot defend against energy attacks. And the fiery red energy of the meteorite leviathan is naturally an energy attack, just to see if it can break the hard meteorite protective shell. Because Zhou Wen has been concentrating, at this time, everything around him is in a slow motion state in his eyes. The surface of the meteorite protective shell showed signs of being burned the moment it came into contact with the fiery red energy spreading from the back. The fiery red energy eroded the meteorite's protective shell bit by bit. When the burnt area reached 1/3, Zhou Wen immediately retracted the meteorite's protective shell into the system interface. Swoosh! Having achieved his goal, Zhou Wen's speed suddenly increased, turning into an orange light, and leaving the coverage of the fiery red energy in the blink of an eye. The fiery red energy released by the meteorite leviathan was like a scorching energy shield. As it continued to spread, it vaporized all the ice and snow in the covered area, and even the ice layer hundreds of meters thick below was melted to form a hole with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Boom! The seawater in the cave boiled, and a large amount of steam rose up. A huge steam mushroom cloud rose from the bottom to the top and approached Yun Xiao. Zhou Wen was more than 1,000 meters away from the range of the fiery red energy. He looked at the rising steam cloud and waited for the star meteor leviathan to rush out of the steam cloud and continue to attack him. However, after waiting for more than 10 seconds, the star meteor leviathan did not rush out of the steam cloud, but there was movement under the ice surface. Crack! Bang! A huge black shadow suddenly appeared on the ice layer under Zhou Wen's feet, followed by a large number of cracks on the ice surface. The next second, a terrifying big mouth rushed out from under the ice layer, obviously wanting to swallow Zhou Wen in one bite. But this sudden attack had no effect on Zhou Wen, who was extremely fast and had mental detection. When the black shadow just appeared, he had already quickly moved away from here. Huh? The attack of the meteoric leviathan failed again. A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly condensed, and the fire in the throat flickered, and a mouthful of flames immediately sprayed out of the mouth. The scorching flames, like a soaring fire dragon, directly covered Zhou Wen, who was fleeing. The dazzling flames, like sunlight, projected Zhou Wen's shadow on the ice surface, and the ice surface below even reflected the shape of the flames like a mirror. Zhou Wen immediately changed the direction of movement, and put on the explosive heavy armor that could isolate the temperature. Bang! The long strip of flames hit the ice surface, and suddenly spread around like a surging flood. The terrifying high temperature instantly evaporated the ice surface into water vapor. When the water vapor met the scorching flames above, it was like hot oil, making the flames burn more violently. For a moment, the flames on the ice layer surged like a sea of fire. Zhou Wen had already escaped the spread of the flames, and continued to move away. In this situation, Zhou Wen had no choice but to escape. He could not activate other characteristics because the surface of the meteoric Leviathan could burst out destructive energy shock waves, and he could not get close at all. His current situation was really a war of attrition with the meteoric Leviathan. The energy in the meteoric Leviathan could not be infinite. Zhou Wen was just dragging it out until the meteoric Leviathan consumed all the energy in its body. Only then would it be his turn. However, he could not drag it out for too long. He had just activated the burning characteristic, and now the amplification time has ended. However, because the burning characteristic is not a very strong characteristic, the resulting weak state does not have a significant impact on Zhou Wen now. But the problem is that he also activated the arc-light characteristic at the same time. Although the arc-light characteristic can rely on the arc-light factor to extend the time, as long as the characteristic is activated, it will consume a certain amount of physical strength. In Zhou Wen's current state, the maximum amplification time of arc-light characteristics can be increased to 20 minutes. If the time is longer, he can only activate tungsten gold characteristics. Therefore, Zhou Wen wants to make the star meteorite Leviathan release the energy in his body as much as possible, so he has to constantly deceive the star meteorite Leviathan. Bang! The ice layer below broke, and the star meteorite Leviathan once again dived into the ice layer, and then suddenly rushed out, trying to sneak attack Zhou Wen, but was once again dodged by Zhou Wen with his own speed. The murderous intent in the eyes of the star meteorite Leviathan became more and more intense. A creature as small as plankton was not killed after several large-scale attacks in a row, which made the star meteorite Leviathan a little irritated. The next second, a layer of fiery red energy was attached to the surface of the star meteorite Leviathan. Unlike the energy shock wave, this energy did not spread to the surroundings, but only attached to the surface of the spike-like scales on the surface of the body. Boom! The speed of the star meteorite Leviathan suddenly increased. After sprinting forward for a distance, it plunged into the thick ice layer below. The hard ice layer melted immediately when it came into contact with the scales attached with fiery red energy, and it could not slow down the movement speed of the star meteorite Leviathan at all. The movement speed of the star meteorite Leviathan in the ice layer was faster than the movement speed on the ice surface, just like a dragon entering the sea. Bang, bang, bang. The star meteorite Leviathan moved at a very fast speed in the ice layer, and soon caught up with Zhou Wen, and then like a burrowing worm, it kept jumping out of the ice layer to attack Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was nearly swallowed by the meteoric Leviathan that rushed out from under the ice layer several times, or hit by the huge body of the meteoric Leviathan, but he managed to escape safely by relying on his own speed. Roar! The meteoric Leviathan suddenly roared and stopped chasing Zhou Wen, but then violent energy flashed all over its body, and then the meteoric Leviathan opened its mouth, and a fiery red energy ball quickly condensed in its mouth. Every time the light on the surface of the meteoric Leviathan flashed, the fiery red energy ball in its mouth would expand a circle, until the diameter of the energy ball reached 10 meters, and the next moment, a fiery red energy beam suddenly shot out from the mouth of the meteoric Leviathan. The fiery red energy beam with a diameter of 10 meters instantly crossed a distance of several hundred meters, and shot towards Zhou Wen. Chapter 404. The speed of the fiery red energy beam was extremely fast. It arrived 50 meters behind Zhou Wen in almost the blink of an eye. After Zhou Wen's mental power sensed the energy beam, his heart shrank suddenly. The speed of the energy beam was too fast. Even if he had discovered it in advance, it would be difficult to avoid it at his current speed. Tungsten gold property, open. Explosive property, open. Zhou Wen instantly opened two powerful properties, and also put the explosive heavy armor on the surface of his body into the equipment column to reduce the weight of his whole body. The 3,000 points of physical fitness made the weakening effect caused by the previous opening of the burning property completely disappear. With 1,142 points of terrifying power, and no armor to restrain him, Zhou Wen's speed suddenly increased. He immediately changed the direction of movement, and narrowly avoided this light carrying destructive energy. Shwa! The fiery red energy beam missed, and drew a straight gully on the ice in front. Several hundred meters of ice were cut flat in an instant. Afterwards, the star meteorite Leviathan released 2 more energy beams, but Zhou Wen was already at full strength at this time, and was still prepared, so the next 2 attacks also failed. The spray of fiery red energy beams consumed the star meteorite Leviathan severely. After firing the 3rd energy beam, the star meteorite Leviathan's head, which was raised high, fell heavily on the ice surface as if it had lost its strength, and a lot of black smoke continued to come out of its mouth. This was obviously a manifestation of excessive energy consumption in the star meteorite Leviathan. Zhou Wen had already activated the explosion characteristic before, which lasted only 150 seconds, and now there were 100 seconds left. He had to drill a hole in the head of the star meteorite Leviathan within these 100 seconds. Zhou Wen turned around and rushed towards the meteoric Leviathan in the distance. His red and orange figure left only a flickering light mark. In an instant, he came to the head of the meteoric Leviathan, and 2 of the strongest Caliceri swords appeared in his hands. Bang, bang, bang. A series of rapid chopping sounds rang out. With the blessing of 1142 points of terrifying power, the 2 Caliceri swords could cut into the 1 meter thickness of the meteoric Leviathan's shell with one knife. Then the knife shadow flashed, and in a few seconds, Zhou Wen had swung hundreds of knives, and the hard shell of the meteoric Leviathan was smashed to pieces. At this time, the meteoric Leviathan shook its head violently, trying to throw Zhou Wen off, but Zhou Wen had already entered the shell, like a nail stuck in the bone, and could not be thrown off at all. Zhou Wen raced against time to chop the carapace of the meteorite Leviathan. Once the explosive characteristic amplification effect ended, his chopping speed would slow down. Without the blessing of 3 times the strength, it would be difficult for him to get into the head of the meteorite Leviathan. But just as Zhou Wen had just split the nearly 6-meter thick carapace of the meteorite Leviathan, and was about to start cutting the flesh and blood of the meteorite Leviathan, a burst of energy suddenly filled the whole body of the meteorite Leviathan. Can you still release energy shock waves? Zhou Wen's expression changed, and he immediately left the head of the meteorite Leviathan, and began to move away. Zhou Wen looked back at the meteorite Leviathan while running. This energy shock wave must be the only energy left in the body of the meteorite Leviathan. After releasing it, he had to go back quickly. After all, his characteristics were also time-limited. However, the state of the energy shock wave released by the meteorite Leviathan this time was a little different. The previous time, the surface of the body was red energy, but this time the body was emitting red light. Just when Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised, the red energy of the star meteorite Leviathan suddenly shrank inwards, and then a dazzling white light flashed out from the heart of the star meteorite Leviathan. Immediately, the whole world seemed to be covered by this white light, and a destructive energy was released from the heart of the star meteorite Leviathan. The next second, the body of the star meteorite Leviathan disappeared in the white light. Boom! The white light exploded, and the shock wave generated instantly covered an area of 10,000 meters. All the ice in the range broke, and a fireball as high as a kilometer rose high in the center of the explosion, like a fiery red sun rising slowly. The fireball expanded rapidly, and then suddenly broke, and the terrifying flames wrapped in it soared into the sky, and the clouds in the sky were all broken by this flame. In an instant, the flames roared, the flames rolled, and the sea of fire covered the sky. A flaming mushroom cloud rose from the ground in just a few seconds. If Zhou Wen was still here at this time, he would definitely be shocked to see this scene. This was like a nuclear bomb explosion. Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat when he saw the white light, and he immediately ended his journey, and turned into a blue light to return to his stomach wall space. Then he accepted Shen Xian's journey, and appeared beside Shen Xian again. At this time, the entire ocean was shaking, and cracks in the ice layer above were spreading rapidly. The cold seawater was extremely powerful, and kept washing the 2 people. If there was no wall built with a stone foundation behind them, they would have been washed away by the torrent. Boss Zhou. What's going on? Just now, there was a loud noise in the distance, and then the entire sea surface shook. Shen Xian looked at Zhou Wen in surprise and said she felt that this movement was probably caused by Zhou Wen. It seems that the meteorite Leviathan exploded. Zhou Wen did not see the process of the meteorite Leviathan's explosion, but the dazzling white light was obviously the prelude to the explosion. The meteorite Leviathan exploded? Such a powerful force. Shen Xian was shocked, because her current location was already 20,000 to 30,000 meters away from where Zhou Wen left before. The self-explosion of the meteorite Leviathan could affect such a long distance. So how powerful would the self-explosion be? Zhou did not speak. The power of the self-explosion was so great that the body of the meteorite Leviathan might not even have a slag left. Then could the meteorite treasure chest in its stomach wall space still be preserved? I'm leaving first. You call out the guild members later, and ask them to stop transforming into Leviathan. When the ocean returns to calm, ask them to command the transformed Leviathan to return to the previous location and find a treasure chest in the shape of a meteorite. Zhou said at the end, and took out an empty meteorite treasure chest for Chen Xian to take a look. Zhou was not sure whether the meteorite treasure chest would be destroyed in the explosion, so he still had to look for it, otherwise his work would be in vain. Oh, I see. Chen Xian nodded. The time for tungsten gold characteristics was almost over, so Zhou ended his journey and returned to the stomach wall space again, then laid down on the wooden bed. 1 minute later, the amplification effect of tungsten gold characteristics ended, and a feeling of weakness spread throughout the body. Although it was daytime, the body was in an extremely weak state. It was definitely impossible to do anything today, so he just went to sleep. Chapter 405. Around night, Zhou received a private message from Chen Xian, which contained a meteorite treasure chest. A smile appeared on Zhou face. The whole day was not wasted. The reason why Chen Xian found the meteorite treasure chest only now was because the seawater in the area where the meteorite Leviathan exploded was boiling. It was not until an hour ago that the seawater temperature dropped to a level that could be entered. After resting for most of the day, Zhou still had difficulty moving and could only continue to sleep. On the 82nd day, Zhou slowly sat up from the bed. After such a long time, his physical weakness had been alleviated a lot. The first thing he did after getting off the bed was to extract the meteorite treasure chest from the private message and open it directly. Ding. Obtain Falling Star Meteorite Crystal X3. Ding. Obtain Mecha Bar X1. Ding. Obtain Gene Reducing Agent X1. There were only 3 items in the meteorite treasure chest. Zhou already knew what the first 2 were, so he picked up the Gene Reducing Agent. Ding. Gene Reducing Agent. After use, you can specify to remove a chimeric gene and then restore it to your own gene. It can remove chimeric genes. What a good thing. Zhou looked happy. He regretted obtaining the explosive gun bubble shrimp gene before, and now he can finally clear it out and replace it with the red copper crystal worm gene. But just as Zhou was about to drink the gene reducing agent, he suddenly thought of a problem. That is, after removing the explosive gun bubble shrimp gene, he would not be able to obtain it again. Isn't this a direct waste of a gene medicine? Forget it, there's no rush for now. Anyway, I already have the gene reducing agent, and the upper limit of my physical fitness is about to break through. If I break through the upper limit, I can embed more genes. It would be a waste to remove 1 gene now. Zhou thought about it, and put the gene reducing agent into the locker. It won't be too late to use it when needed in the future. In this meteorite treasure chest, there are still only 3 falling star meteorite crystals, plus the 6 he got from the other 2-star meteorite leviathans before. There are only 9 in total, 1 less than the 10 required for the splitting flame blade blueprint. After putting all these items into the locker, Zhou let the transformed leviathan float to a depth of about 4,000 meters. Then he left the stomach wall space and came to the back of the transformed leviathan and took out the meteorite protective shell of the 150-meter star meteorite leviathan before. 1/3 of the meteorite shell had been scorched. Zhou used his claws to chop the scorched areas a few times. The previously extremely hard meteorite shell could be easily shaved off, but only in the scorched area. Zhou carefully shaved off the scorched part of the meteorite shell bit by bit. The reason why the energy shock wave only scorched 1/3 of the meteorite shell was mainly to avoid damaging the core inside. After a while, Zhou successfully removed all the scorched parts, and the inside of the meteorite shell was exposed to the seawater. A lava fireball with a diameter of 1 meter was quietly embedded in the meteorite shell. Seeing this lava fireball, Zhou's heart was unconsciously excited. Wearing the heat-insulating heavy explosive armor, he tried to put his hand on it. The next second, Zhou's face showed ecstasy. Ding! Obtained Explosive Flame Core X1. Ding! Explosive Flame Core, the initial core of Meteorite Leviathan. After using it, you can obtain the Explosive Flame feature. When the Explosive Flame feature begins, the whole body bursts into hot flames, and the power increases by 10 times. The duration is related to the flame ion content in the body. Initial core. These words attracted Zhou's extra attention. Does it mean that explosive flame core is not the final core of Meteorite Leviathan? Just like Meteorite Leviathan itself will continue to evolve, the core in its body must also continue to evolve with the growth of Meteorite Leviathan. Just the initial core can increase the power tenfold. How strong will the evolved core be? Zhou couldn't help but exclaimed. Putting away the explosive flame core and the remaining meteorite protective shell, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space. For the use of explosive flame core, Zhou has two choices. The first is to engrave the core into a corresponding steel seal, and then hit it on his character attribute panel. The second is to use it as a material for making splitting flame knife. Zhou would certainly prefer to engrave it into a steel seal to give himself a powerful characteristic, but the problem is that he does not have the genes of the star meteor Leviathan, and there is no flame ion in his body. Even if he is marked with the explosive flame characteristic, he does not know when he can really use it. If it is made into a flame-splitting blade, it can be converted into his own combat power more quickly. After all, among the several materials of the flame-splitting blade, he is now short of a falling star meteor crystal. Although the flame-splitting blade may be very heavy, so heavy that he cannot lift it even if his strength reaches the upper limit, it can still be used as a killer through the weapon transfer in the equipment column. After thinking about it, Zhou chose to give up. Anyway, he still needed one meteorite crystal, so he would consider it after collecting them all. After that, Zhou looked at the remaining meteorite protective shell and fell into deep thought. The meteorite protective shell was hard in texture. If it could be made into protective gear, it would be difficult for any weapon to damage it except energy attack. Zhou suddenly had an idea, which was to cut the meteorite protective shell into pieces of armor with blood vein energy, and then use the abyss dragonfish blood crystal to glue the armor pieces to the armor or shield. The defense power would be absolutely terrifying. Now that there is Leviathan level gold fertilizer, there is no need to worry about blood vein fruit, and blood vein energy is naturally endless, so this idea is completely feasible. Thinking of this, Zhou put the meteorite protective shell into the system interface, and then came to the iron platform, where the 9 kinds of Leviathan blood vein vines were placed. On the afternoon of the 79th day, he added Leviathan level gold fertilizer to these Leviathan blood vein vines. Now 2 days have passed. On the 84th day, he can harvest 9 different Leviathan blood vein fruits. Afterwards, Zhou fed the phantom Leviathan and continued to look for the golden nematodes. However, just after finding one golden nematode, the seabed suddenly shook inexplicably. Zhou felt that the earthquake source was not far from him. It seemed to be the gold mine area where he encountered a large number of gold ingots and sand coins before, because his current location was not far from the gold mine. Is there something in the gold mine? Zhou asked the phantom Leviathan to take him to the gold mine. At this time, many gold ingots and sand coins crawled out of the gold mine. It should be caused by the vibration just now, indicating that there are a large number of gold ingots and sand coins living under this gold mine. Should I go down and take a look? Zhou thought to himself. To be on the safe side, I'd better go down tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Zhou fought with the meteorite Leviathan yesterday, and now the tungsten content in his body has only recovered to the level of fingernails. It is better to keep himself in full condition when exploring unknown areas. Chapter 406. Ignoring the cause of the vibration for the time being, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, and then asked the phantom Leviathan to capture the gold ingots and sand coins that crawled out of the gold pits. In the end, he captured more than 1,000 gold ingots, which was not a wasted trip. In the following time, he would naturally look for the golden nematodes, but while decomposing the gold crabs, Zhou would check the news in the World Communication Channel to kill time. At this time, the survivors were discussing a photo. This was a photo from the perspective of standing on the ice layer on the sea surface. The perspective in the photo was facing forward, and it was a vast ocean, which was incompatible with the frozen sea surface on both sides of the perspective. Is the temperature rising? Is the sea surface starting to thaw? Many survivors will have this thought in their minds the moment they see this photo. There is no way they hope that the sea surface will thaw. Life is too difficult now. Not only do they have to endure the cold, but they are also hungry every day because of food shortages. It shouldn't be. Don't you see the ice around? It's snowing in the sky. This thawed sea surface may be in some special area. Some survivors denied it. The thawed sea surface in the photo is still steaming. There is probably an underwater volcano below. The heat of the underwater volcano makes this sea area a hot spring, so the sea surface is not frozen. The survivors speculated. Hot spring sea area, this luck is too good, why can't I encounter it? What hot spring sea area, underwater volcano, and rising temperature. You all guessed wrong. This is the scene after our President Chen fought with the Starfall Leviathan. A survivor with the prefix of the name of the Survivor Guild said. This survivor was, of course, the guild member who was hunted by the meteoric Leviathan yesterday. When she went to look for the meteoric treasure chest, she came to the ice and saw a huge hole in the ice layer several hundred meters thick, and the hole was full of cracks. She was shocked and took this photo using the system interface. There is no doubt that President Chen is very powerful. As a member of President Chen's guild, there is nothing wrong with you praising President Chen, but you can't brag. You also took a picture of the scene after the battle with the meteoric Leviathan. Are you serious? Of course I am serious, and this is true. This unfrozen sea area was created by the self-explosion of the meteoric Leviathan. At the beginning, the seawater in this area was boiling. I waited for a long time before I could barely enter. Why don't I believe it? Are you like Sher Kongyun, who used to write novels? What you wrote is even more outrageous than his. The longest Starfall Leviathan is only about 300 meters long. The self-detonation can affect such a large area. Why don't you say that it was caused by President Chen's handmade nuclear bomb? The words of this member of the Survivor Guild were too outrageous, and no one believed them. Don't talk about such irrelevant topics. It's been more than 10 days. How are your insulation sponges? I have grown them to about 1 meter. I don't know if I can ask President Chen to make insulation sponge boards. I am also about 1 meter long. Why don't I ask? When Chen Xian sold insulation sponge fragments at a low price before, almost all survivors bought them. Today is the 82nd day. In the past 12 days, the insulation sponges they cultivated have grown a lot. Many survivors began to send private messages to Chen Xian, and Chen Xian was in a depressed state at this time, because she used refined copper shell gene potion last night, and the suffocating pain made her faint, and she didn't wake up until noon today. Although the gene chimera has ended now, the pain still exists, but it is not enough to make her faint. Chen Xian endured the tingling pain all over her body. Just after feeding the Phantom Leviathan, she received a lot of private messages from survivors, all asking her if the 1 meter insulation sponge can be made into an insulation sponge board. So she sent a message in the World Communication Channel. 1 meter insulation sponge can be used as a material for making insulation sponge boards, but 2 are needed to make it. Chen Xian's message excited the survivors in the World Communication Channel. At present, due to the slow swimming speed of the Phantom Leviathan, they can only get 1 supply box every day. They have had enough, so they want to quickly lay insulation sponge boards on the Phantom Leviathan. The guild leaders were naturally the happiest to see this news. The 10,000 insulation sponge boards that Chen Xian had sold before were all exchanged by Zhao Teng. Their current transmogrified Leviathan also had 1 supply box per day, which was no different from those ordinary survivors. How could this be possible? So, the guild leaders began to send messages in the communication channel to purchase a large number of insulation sponges. Under the mutual bidding of these guild leaders, the price of an insulation sponge reached 10,000 basic materials, and it could also be exchanged for equivalent physical objects. This price was already very good for ordinary survivors, who did not have the ability to cover their transmogrified Leviathan with insulation sponge boards. So many people were willing to sell it. Chen Xian and Jiang Haihao also bought a lot. Although they had a passionate furnace, and did not need to lay insulation sponge boards for the transformed Leviathan, their guild members needed it. Zhui Junyang was also buying, and ordinary survivors were more willing to sell to him, because he used a trading method of half food and half basic materials. 10 sweet potatoes, and 5,000 basic materials were exchanged for 1 insulation sponge. Of course, these sweet potatoes used for exchange all belonged to Zhou. While Zhui Junyang bought for himself, he also helped Zhou buy. Zhou produced sweet potatoes, and Zhui Junyang produced basic materials. At present, food is more competitive among ordinary survivors. Zhou bought insulation sponges to prepare for the 2 guild members. Anyway, he had a lot of basic materials, and consuming some of them could save a few deep blue treasure chests. This trading activity of buying insulation sponges lasted until the evening, and the guild president, who bought enough, would find Chen Xian to make insulation sponge boards. At present, the transmogrified Leviathan of most guild leaders is about 112 meters long. To cover the whole body with thermal insulation sponge boards, it takes about 5,000 pieces, that is, 10,000 thermal insulation sponges. The guild members of these guild leaders must also raise some. Generally, the number of medium-sized guilds is around 1,000. Each guild member raises about 2, which is 2,000. It is enough for the guild leader to purchase 8,000. But Chen Xian must charge for making thermal insulation sponge boards, and the fee charged is thermal insulation sponges. For every 5,000 thermal insulation sponge boards, 2,000 thermal insulation sponges are charged, which is 20% of the production cost. Chapter 407. Some medium-sized guild leaders felt that it was too shady, but there was nothing they could do. Only Chen Xian had the drawings of the thermal insulation sponge board, and Chen Xian was one of the 3 major guilds, so he was extremely powerful. No matter which aspect, he was not someone that the medium-sized guild leaders could offend. This time, the thermal insulation sponge transaction slightly eased the survival pressure of ordinary survivors. The basic materials obtained by selling thermal insulation sponges could be exchanged for some food. In the next few days, at least they didn't have to worry about food. After Zhou Wen handed over the 20,000 thermal insulation sponges he had purchased to Chen Xian, he left the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan, floated to the top of the Golden King algae forest, and continued to lure and kill the Golden Leviathan. In one night, Zhou Wen lured and killed 4 Golden Leviathans again, and he found a rule, that is, the more golden fruits there are, the better the effect of attracting Golden Leviathans. 12. There shouldn't be many Golden Leviathans left. Zhou Wen put a golden core into the deep blue treasure chest and murmured, "Today is the 83rd day." After Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space, he said more than 500 golden fruits collected last night to Chen Xian. After receiving the golden fruit, Chen Xian sent him a message. Someone sent Chen Xian a private message last night, asking her to hand over the transformed Leviathan insulation sponge board drawing. The person who sent the message to Chen Xian was named Han Dong. This Han Dong was a leader who wanted to recruit Chen Xian as his subordinate a long time ago, but he gradually stopped contacting Chen Xian. He should have found that Chen Xian developed too fast and his strength surpassed him, so he cut off contact. Now he suddenly appeared and wanted to take the precious insulation sponge board drawing directly from Chen Xian. This is obviously not in line with his behavioral logic. He may have something to rely on. Chen Xian naturally rejected such an excessive request, and Han Dong left a sentence saying that he would take the consequences at his own risk, and did not send any more messages. Be careful. If the opponent challenges you to a duel, you better wear a fat hat. If you find that you can't deal with it, you can go with me. Zhou Wen reminded. Boss Zhou, can you make me a set of black crystal armor? The fat hat can only be worn in some bloated armor, but the defense of these armors is not very high, so Chen Xian wants a set of black crystal armor. Have you collected enough gold seaweed fiber? Yes, but there are only more than 100 copies. Then send it to me, I will make you a set first, and send the abyss dragonfish skull in your hand together. Although Zhou Wen has better materials for making fish bone armor, the armor made is too heavy. Chen Xian's current strength is only 200 points, and the 2000 gene black crystal armor is more suitable for her, and it will not be a burden to wear it. Thank you, Boss Zhou. Chen Xian was very happy. Finally she didn't have to wear the greasy shield fish fat hat every day. After Zhou Wen extracted the materials sent by Chen Xian, he came to the back of the Phantom Leviathan, quickly made the black crystal armor, and then sent it to Chen Xian. After that, Zhou Wen fed the Phantom Leviathan as usual, then drove the deep-sea walker mecha outside, killed the gold mining crabs captured by the Phantom Leviathan, and searched for the golden nematodes in their bodies. Boom! Boom! Just after killing 3 gold mining crabs, the seabed shook violently again, this time much more violently than yesterday, as if there was an earthquake. The vibration lasted for more than a minute before it stopped. During this time, Zhou Wen also vaguely heard a roar. He didn't know what creature made it. Is it the gold mine again? Today, the tungsten element in Zhou Wen's body has dyed his teeth black, and the duration of tungsten gold characteristics has reached the maximum. Since the gold mine has abnormalities again, he is going to drive the deep-sea walker mecha to check it out today. After a while, the transformed Leviathan came to the gold mine and opened its mouth. Zhou Wen drove the mecha out of the mouth, and then found that the gold mine had expanded a lot. The diameter was about 60 meters before, and it became narrower as it went down, but now it has reached 80 meters. The gold mine can no longer be called a pit at this time, but a large hole that is close to a circle. The big hole is very deep, and the inside is pitch black. There are a lot of piles of soil that have been lifted up around the big hole, and there are many gold ingots and sand coins in the soil. It seems that some giant creature has just rushed out of the gold pit. Are there other Leviathan-level creatures in the Golden Sea? Zhou Wen reopened the Food Guide for Accelerated Growth of Transformed Leviathan, and took a look. The guide only mentioned the Golden Leviathan population. However, if you think about it carefully, this is also normal. It is impossible for such a large area of Golden Sea to have only one giant creature living in it. The thorn-clawed golden bream is not a creature that lives exclusively in the Golden Sea, and it is not mentioned in the guide. Let's go and take a look. Zhou gestured to the transformed Leviathan. The biological radar of the transformed Leviathan must have detected the giant creature rushing out of the gold mine, but there was no fear in the transformed Leviathan's voice, which means that the unknown giant creature should not be very large. After the phantom Leviathan understood Zhou gesture, it swallowed the deep-sea walker mecha driven by Zhou in one gulp and began to float up quickly. When it floated up to a depth of about 3,000 meters, Zhou put away the deep-sea walker mecha, swam out of the mouth of the phantom Leviathan, and then grabbed the body of the phantom Leviathan with his hands and moved with the phantom Leviathan. The phantom Leviathan continued to go deeper into the Golden King kelp forest, and the depth also rose to about 1,000 meters. When it was almost reaching the center of the entire Golden King kelp forest, Zhou saw two giant creatures fighting each other. The two giant creatures were about 500 meters long. One of them looked very similar to the Golden Leviathan, but it was much larger. Not only was the bone armor on the surface of the body thicker, but the triangular head became sharper, similar to a swordfish. The other giant creature was about 550 meters long, but its body was slender and snake-like in appearance. It had a pair of side fins, like wings at 1/3 of its body. Its whole body was also golden yellow, and its surface was smooth without scales. This creature should be the giant creature that rushed out of the gold mine. The two golden giant creatures fought extremely fiercely, but the snake-shaped Leviathan gradually gained the upper hand, because the 500-meter golden Leviathan's attack could not hurt the snake-shaped Leviathan at all. Although the snake-shaped Leviathan had no scales on its body was extremely hard. The golden Leviathan's spike-like long snout pierced it, but at most it could only leave a shallow mark, and the root was not enough to hurt the snake-shaped Leviathan. The golden fangs of the snake-shaped Leviathan could easily bite through the bone armor on the surface of the golden Leviathan. As time went on, the injuries on the golden Leviathan became more and more serious, and finally lost the ability to resist, and was strangled to death by the snake-shaped Leviathan's body. Chapter 408. After confirming that the golden Leviathan was dead, the snake Leviathan began to bite the golden Leviathan's flesh and blood. Every time it ate a mouthful of flesh and blood, the golden color of its body surface deepened. Zhou frowned, because this snake Leviathan was not only eating the golden Leviathan's flesh and blood, but also seemed to be looking for the golden Leviathan's core. How could this be possible? These cores were all his. Zhou quickly put away all the iron thorn armor on the surface of the transformed Leviathan. He had seen the battle process just now. The bone armor of the golden Leviathan could not stop the teeth of the snake Leviathan, let alone the iron thorn armor. Instead of wearing the iron thorn armor to add burden to the transformed Leviathan, it is better to remove it to make the transformed Leviathan faster. Zhou clung to the head of the transformed Leviathan. When the transformed Leviathan approached the snake Leviathan, he took the opportunity to swim to the body of the snake Leviathan. Go! Zhou gestured, and the transformed Leviathan swam quickly, sprinting towards the serpentine Leviathan that was eating frantically. The serpentine Leviathan raised its head suddenly, and after seeing that it was only a creature less than 200 meters long, a trace of disdain appeared in its golden eyes, and then it directly ignored the transformed Leviathan and continued to look for the core of the golden Leviathan. Bang! The horn on the head of the transformed Leviathan slammed into the golden body of the serpentine Leviathan, but no trace was left. The serpentine Leviathan swung its tail impatiently, driving away the transformed Leviathan like a fly, and the transformed Leviathan evaded this random attack and left quickly. At this time, Zhou had already swam to the huge body of the serpentine Leviathan. He was not sure about it, because he was far away before, but now he was in front of it. The surface of this serpentine Leviathan did not have scales, only smooth and shiny skin. Zhou ran to the head of the snake-shaped Leviathan at the fastest speed, and the big knife with the calycery flashed in his hand. He used all his strength to chop fiercely on the smooth skin of the snake-shaped Leviathan. The knife easily cut into the flesh of the snake-shaped Leviathan, but what shocked Zhou was that the flesh of this snake-shaped Leviathan had been completely metallized and felt very hard, which was completely different from the soft golden flesh of the golden Leviathan. The snake-shaped Leviathan felt something on its head, but still did not make any big movements, but whipped its tail towards its head. The whipping tail seemed to be in slow motion in Zhou's eyes. Before he whipped the tail down, he quickly cut a hole in the flesh of the snake-shaped Leviathan and drilled directly into it. The snake-shaped Leviathan, who was originally looking for the core, suddenly stopped biting with his mouth, and then began to shake his head wildly, and kept whipping his head with his tail, trying to shock Zhou Wen inside to death. But Zhou Wen was wearing explosive heavy armor, plus 300 points of physical fitness. This vibration did not cause him any harm. Continuously drilling down, Zhou Wen soon came to the skull of the snake-shaped Leviathan, and the Calicere broadsword chopped it, encountering some resistance. Burning property open. Colorful property open. Zhou Wen immediately turned on the burning property, his strength increased, holding a Calicere broadsword in each hand, and then turned on the colorful property, increasing his own speed by 100 points, increasing his own knife swinging speed. In just a few seconds, a deep pit was chopped out of the golden skull of the snake-shaped Leviathan. Clang, clang, clang. But just when Zhou Wen was about to pierce through the skull of the snake-shaped Leviathan, the rapidly dancing Calicere broadsword suddenly stopped cutting. Because the surface of the snake-shaped Leviathan's skull was covered with complex bright golden light patterns, it was difficult to leave any traces when the cello limbs chopped on the bones wrapped in golden light patterns. Is this an energy protective layer? Zhou Wen was surprised, and then tried to slash a few more times. After confirming that the cello limbs could not damage the bones at all, he stopped, because if it was really a protective layer formed by energy, it would be a waste of effort to continue slashing. Can blood energy be destroyed? Zhou Wen thought to himself, and then immediately turned on tungsten gold characteristics to increase his physical fitness to 3,000 points. Tungsten bone gloves cannot be used with one-piece armor, and the snake-shaped Leviathan has been hitting his head with its tail. The vibrations generated cannot be reduced by the explosive heavy armor, so he can only use his physical fitness to resist. Blood vein characteristics. Zhou Wen muttered in his heart, and a layer of dark red energy immediately attached to the tungsten bone gloves. Zhou Wen swung his arm violently, grabbing the golden light pattern, with the tungsten bone claws carrying blood energy. The skull was still intact, but the golden light pattern on the surface became a little lighter. It works! Zhou Wen was happy, but then a look of worry appeared on his face, because he didn't have much blood energy in his body, only 11, and he didn't know if he could break through this layer of golden light before these 11 blood energy were used up. Swish, swish, swish. Zhou Wen kept turning on the blood vein characteristics. Blood energy continued to attach to the two tungsten bone claws, and then all attacked the golden light pattern. The golden light pattern became fainter and fainter under the repeated attacks of the blood energy. Although turning on the blood vein characteristics will also consume physical energy, the consumption is not large, because the blood vein characteristics has almost no burden on the body as long as it releases the blood energy in the body. At this time, the previously arrogant and indifferent snake-shaped Leviathan seemed to feel that the golden light pattern was about to dissipate, and became anxious. It stopped whipping its head with its tail, and began to frantically search for the core in the golden Leviathan. Sizzle! When only one blood energy in Zhou Wen's body was consumed, the tungsten bone claws wrapped in blood energy successfully penetrated the golden light pattern, and the golden light pattern also dissipated. Zhou Wen's spirit was suddenly lifted, and with a thought, he replaced the tungsten bone gloves in his hands with two Calicere and slashed vigorously again. Caw! After a few seconds, the golden skull of the snake-shaped Leviathan was completely penetrated, and Zhou Wen entered the brain cavity. Arc light characteristics open. Zhou Wen's knife swinging speed increased again, and shuttled back and forth in the brain of the snake-shaped Leviathan, causing the greatest damage as possible. The snake-shaped Leviathan outside twisted its body in pain, but its head was still searching for the core. Finally, it successfully found the heart of the golden Leviathan and swallowed it in one bite. About 10 seconds later, a layer of shining golden light patterns appeared on the surface of the snake-shaped Leviathan's brain. However, Zhou Wen had destroyed 90% of the snake-shaped Leviathan's brain at this time. Not long after the golden light patterns appeared, the snake-shaped Leviathan died, and the golden light patterns dissipated instantly. Chapter 409. Ding! Kill a Leviathan creature, increase strength, physique, and speed by 1 point each. Confirming that the snake-shaped Leviathan is dead, Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when the golden light pattern appeared on the surface of the snake-shaped Leviathan's brain, his heart twitched violently. At that time, he only had the last blood vein characteristic left. If the brain of the snake-shaped Leviathan was also protected by the golden light pattern, he would definitely not be able to break it. What level of Leviathan is this? Zhou Wen was very curious about the level of this snake-shaped Leviathan, but time was running out. There were only 8 minutes left for tungsten gold characteristics. Before the amplification ended, He had to rush to the stomach wall space of the snake-shaped Leviathan to find the exclusive material box and core. Zhou chopped at the skull below, and soon came to its mouth from the brain cavity of the snake-shaped Leviathan, and then followed the esophagus and entered the stomach wall space at the fastest speed. The stomach wall space was completely dark. Zhou started to detect with his mental power and checked the entire stomach wall space. There was no living creature, not only no parasites, but also no symbiotic creatures. After confirming that there was no danger, Zhou went directly to the innermost part of the stomach wall space, where there was a golden box. Pure gold treasure chest? Zhou was a little surprised. He didn't expect to get a pure gold treasure chest so easily, because in his opinion, this snake-shaped Leviathan was not very difficult to kill, but it had some special abilities, just like the Trading Wave Leviathan. Ding! Get the Golden Order X1. Ding! Get the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Get the characteristic Stripping Steel Seal X1. Ding! Get the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan Golden Sword Drawing. Ding! Get the Golden Potion Formula X1. There were many items in the pure gold treasure chest, and they were all new things Zhou had never seen before. However, time was limited, and he could not check them one by one. After putting all the items into his deep blue treasure chest, he prepared to look for the core of the brilliant gold sea dragon Leviathan. Just as he was about to leave the stomach wall space, Zhou's mental power suddenly detected something, so he came to a huge piece of golden flesh. Swish! Zhou swung the clawed knife in his hand quickly, and each knife cut on the golden flesh, and soon entered the flesh, and then saw a golden sphere in the center. It's the core. Zhou was in the brain cavity of the golden sea dragon Leviathan before, and he didn't know what happened outside, so he didn't know that the golden sea dragon Leviathan swallowed the core of the 500-meter golden Leviathan. Ding! Get Golden Bone Core X1. Ding! Golden Bone Core. After use, you can get the Golden Bone feature. When the Golden Bone feature starts, the physical fitness increases by 6 times, and the duration depends on the gold element in the body. Isn't it a golden core? Because of the previous behavior of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan looking for the core in the Golden Leviathan's body, Zhou roughly guessed that this core was the 500-meter Golden Leviathan, but listening to the system prompt sound, it was a different core. I have to go to the body of the Golden Leviathan to have a look. Zhou thought to himself as he put the Golden Bone Core into the deep blue treasure chest, and then raced against time to find the core in the body of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan. Because Zhou had killed the snake-shaped star meteor Leviathan before, and knew the location of the heart of the star meteor Leviathan, in order to save time, he looked for the location of the heart of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan according to the proportion of the location of the star meteor Leviathan's heart. About 5 minutes later, Zhou successfully found the heart of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan, and obtained the core inside. Ding! Obtained Golden Core X1. Ding! Golden Core. After use, you can obtain the golden characteristics. When the golden characteristics are turned on, the body's surface will flash with golden patterns. The duration depends on the gold energy in the body. The gold energy can be obtained from the Golden Leviathan biological core. Isn't this the energy protection layer? This core is great. Zhou looked at the introduction of the golden core, and wanted to directly engrave it with the characteristic stamp, and then print it on his character panel. After that, Zhou cut some of the metal flesh of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan, and immediately left the body of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan, and then entered the body of the 500-meter Golden Leviathan. First, he went to the stomach wall space of the Golden Leviathan to obtain the silver-rimmed materials, and then came to the position of the Golden Leviathan's heart. After confirming that there was no core, he immediately returned to the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan. Tungsten gold characteristics. The time is almost up. Zhou directly lay on the bed, and waited for the amplification time to end. At the same time, he opened the biological illustrations, and checked the biological information of the 2 Leviathans. Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan. Stage. Birth period. Body length. 580 meters. Weight. 1 million tons. Food type. Golden creatures. Introduction. A sea-level Leviathan that lives in the Abyss Sea, usually feeds on Golden Leviathan. After absorbing the golden core in its body, an energy protection layer golden pattern will be formed on the body surface. Golden pattern cannot be destroyed except by energy attacks, and the teeth can be used to make weapons. It's actually a Sea Abyss-class Leviathan. Zhou was stunned for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and then a sense of relief rose in his heart. Fortunately, I have been luring and killing Golden Leviathans these days. The 500-meter Golden Leviathan should be the leader of the Golden Leviathan population, and when it was fighting with the Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan, there were no other golden leviathans around it, which means that except for this leader, all other golden leviathans have been killed by Zhou. According to the Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan illustration, Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan can form golden patterns on its body surface as long as it eats a gold core. If Zhou had not killed all the small-sized golden leviathans in advance, Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan's target would probably be those small-sized golden leviathans. And with Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan having enough golden energy, Zhou would definitely not be able to break the skin of Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan with only his own 11 blood energy. Finally, when the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan eats all the Golden Leviathans and grows up completely, he and the Phantom Leviathan can only abandon the Golden Sea and flee quickly. Golden Bone Leviathan Stage, Adult. Body length, 520 meters. Weight, 800,000 tons. Food type, Golden Fruit, Golden Fish, Golden Crab. Introduction. A mutant of the Golden Leviathan, with a completely metallized skeleton and extremely strong defense. The spike snout can be used to make the Phantom Leviathan golden spikes, and the golden bone armor can be used to make golden bone slices. It turned out to be a mutation. I wonder if the blood vein fruit planted by the flesh and blood of the golden bone Leviathan can still increase my attributes. But as soon as this thought came up, Zhou shook his head helplessly, because the blood vein fruit planted by the flesh and blood of the golden bone Leviathan is likely to increase physical fitness. Chapter 410. After reading the biological illustrations of the two Leviathans, the amplification time of tungsten gold characteristics also ended. Zhou fell into a state of weakness and could not do anything, so he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Soon, a few hours passed, and it was night. Chen Xian was very busy today because there were too many insulation sponge boards to be made, more than 500,000 pieces to be made, but there was only one drawing, and she could not give the drawing to the guild members to make. After all, this drawing was too precious. Fortunately, Boss Zhou did not ask her to decompose the gold crab today, so she could focus on making insulation sponge boards. But just when Chen Xian was about to have dinner first and then continue to make insulation sponge boards, a system prompt sounded in her mind. Ding! A survivor challenged you to a duel. Please be prepared. You really challenged me to a duel? Chen Xian glanced at the avatar of the challenger, who was Han Dong. Chen Xian put some powerful equipment into the equipment column, then held a meteorite explosion injection and 3 companion vouchers in his mouth, and finally sent a message to Zhou, Boss Zhou, that Han Dong challenged me to a duel. If I am in danger, you must come to save me quickly. Oh, I see, you should be careful. Zhou was still lying on the bed at this time, with no strength in his body, but even in this state, he relied on shock characteristics and diamond flying knife to kill 99% of the survivors. The duel preparation time ended, and Chen Xian's figure disappeared from the stomach wall space of his own Leviathan transformation and appeared in the duel space. Soon, the two blue light film bubbles merged, and a group of 11 people on the opposite side appeared in Chen Xian's sight. Chen Xian, if you had just handed over the drawings of the thermal insulation sponge board, we wouldn't have bothered you, but you just didn't know how to appreciate it. The armor on the 11 people on the opposite side was colorful, but they were all very powerful equipment. The person who spoke was Han Dong, but he was obviously not the leader of the group. A man wearing silver armor stood at the front of the group next to him. He should be the leader. You came to rob my drawings, and now you say I don't know how to appreciate it. Chen Xian found this kind of robber logic funny. Is the drawings more important, or is life more important? This time it was the man in silver armor who spoke. Haha, I give you this sentence back. Is the drawings more important, or is life more important? It's not certain who will win or lose in this battle, and even if she can't win, she can still ask Boss Zhou to back her up, so she's not panicking at all. Huh, do you really think you're the president of one of the 3 major guilds, and your strength is unmatched? In this world, the strength of strength is ultimately based on luck. The man in silver armor said, and gestured to Han Dong beside him. Han Dong nodded to the man in silver armor, and retreated to the back of the crowd. This duel was initiated by Han Dong. Once Han Dong died, the duel would be over, so Chen Xian could not be given the opportunity to kill Han Dong. Go and test her strength. The man in silver armor said to his 5 men. The 5 men took out weapons of various shapes from the equipment column, then flashed, leaving a shadow, and all rushed towards Chen Xian. Chen Xian frowned slightly. She felt as if she was underestimated, and suddenly, her figure became blurred, and she came to the 5 people in an instant. Schwa! A silver light drew a circle among the 5 people. The next second, the armor on the heads of the 5 people was cut open by the silver light, and the 5 heads were immediately cut off and flew away, leaving only 5 headless corpses. Don't waste time. I still have a lot of insulation sponge boards to make, Chen Xian said impatiently, holding the platinum crystal sickle. Originally, Chen Xian was still vigilant. After all, she thought that the president of the 3 major guilds, who dared to challenge her, must have some support. Maybe the other party had the same intellectual attack as Boss Zhou, but after seeing the strength shown by these 5 people, she felt that she was overthinking this. Han Dong, who was standing at the back, saw that Chen Xian actually killed the 5 people on his side directly, and his expression changed. The strength of the 5 people was more than 150 points, but they were killed so easily. You 3. The silver-armored man did not fluctuate emotionally, and assigned the remaining 3 men again. After receiving the boss's signal, the 3 people activated their own characteristics one after another. Colorful feature open. Stone statue feature open. The 3 people's bodies radiated brilliant light, and their speed increased greatly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 figures disappeared from their original places, and turned into 3 rays of light, and rushed towards Chen Xian. Colorful feature open. Chen Xian saw that the 3 people were not slow, so he also opened the colorful feature to avoid being besieged. Burning feature open. When the 3 rushed in front of Chen Xian, they opened the burning feature at the same time, doubling their own strength, and slashed at Chen Xian with their weapons. Chen Xian was not stupid enough to fight the 3 people who had opened the burning feature, but relied on his speed advantage to directly distance himself from the 3 people. However, just as Chen Xian was about to dodge the attack of the 3 people, a terrifying silver shadow appeared beside Chen Xian, and at the same time, a silver broadsword chopped towards her head at an extremely fast speed. Golden armor round shield. Chen Xian's mind moved, and a golden shield appeared in her hand, blocking the fatal blow. Burning property open. Stone statue property open. After Chen Xian blocked the attack, she quickly pulled away, then shouted loudly, and opened 2 properties in succession, then put away the platinum crystal sickle in her hand, replaced it with a copper crystal cutlass fish sharp-toothed broadsword, and relied on her own speed to come in front of the 3 men, and quickly swung the sword to kill them all. Chen Xian, you lose. The silver figure appeared beside Chen Xian again, and the silver broadsword was swung again. This man was the silver-armored man, who opened a silver light property that could double his speed. Wait until you can destroy my shield. Although the silver-armored man was very fast, he was not so fast that Chen Xian could not even react with his mind. He relied on the golden armor round shield to block the attack again. Your characteristics are all activated, and I only activated 1 characteristic. When your characteristic effect ends, do you still have a chance to win? At this time, the silver-armored man was no longer in a hurry to attack Chen Xian. He just needed to delay time. Although your characteristic effect is strong, it lasts for a short time. I think you will enter the weak period faster than me. Although Chen Xian said so, the speed of attacking the silver-armored man increased a bit, obviously a little anxious. Haha, then I will let you know the gap between us. Silver characteristic, open. Rage characteristic, open. These 2 characteristics can increase my physique and strength by 2 times respectively. I said you have no chance of winning at all. The silver-armored man had a proud look on his face, and his eyes looked at Chen Xian's figure wantonly. Chapter 411. However, as long as you are willing to be my woman, I can let you go today, the silver-armored man said with confidence. The initiator of the duel was Han Dong. As long as Han Dong was killed, Chen Xian would win the duel and Chen Xian would not have to die. Han Dong was just an insignificant character for the silver-armored man, far less valuable than Chen Xian, the president of one of the 3 major guilds. Moreover, Chen Xian looked good and had a good figure, which made him very eager to conquer. As for whether Chen Xian would temporarily agree, and then wait for the duel to end, and let her guild members challenge him who was weak, the silver-armored man was not worried about this, because his identity was not exposed, and Chen Xian did not know who he was. After his body recovered, he would go to Chen Xian to fulfill his promise. If she did not agree, he would challenge her to a duel and kill her. As for Chen Xian's helpers, he did not think that anyone in this survival world would be his opponent. He would just kill as many people as he could. You will die here today. Chen Xian's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly. Then you go and die. The figure of the silver-armored man turned into a silver light, and suddenly appeared in front of Chen Xian. He swung the silver sword in his hand, and slashed it hard on the golden shield. But as soon as he slashed, the face of the silver-armored man suddenly changed. His strength was 210 points. With the blessing of rage characteristics, his strength could reach 630 points. With such a terrifying power, under normal circumstances, Chen Xian would definitely not be able to catch it with one slash. The golden shield in his hand should be chopped off. But Chen Xian only moved his body back 20 to 30 centimeters. His whole body seemed to be cast in copper and iron. The arm supporting the golden shield did not move at all under the impact of 630 points of strength. This is naturally because Chen Xian activated the fine copper characteristic, which increased her physical fitness by 7 times. 300 points of physical fitness, 7 times is 2,100 points, plus her original 300 points, it is 2,400 points, and the black crystal armor also has a strong shock absorption effect. The impact of the silver-armored man's power is useless to her. Just now, she shouted to activate the stone statue characteristic to deceive the silver-armored man. She didn't use the stone statue characteristic at all. The silver-armored man immediately realized that something was wrong and wanted to cancel the companion and leave directly. But just when he had this thought, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Chen Xian also fell to the ground. It's almost all killed. Zhou Wen can only move his neck now. He tilted his head and glanced at the battlefield. The silver-armored man had been stunned by the shock characteristic, but Han Dong in the distance was far away and was no longer within the mental shock range, so he was not unconscious. Zhou Wen was naturally accompanied by Chen Xian. Although Chen Xian had the fine copper characteristic and would not lose in the end, the silver-armored man was accompanied by her. If he found something wrong, he would definitely run away. She had no way to stop the silver-armored man, so she could only bring Zhou Wen with her. Zhou Wen could not move, and he had no way to deal with Han Dong, who was hiding in the distance, so he controlled the diamond flying knife and stabbed Chen Xian, who had fainted beside him. Chen Xian woke up quickly under the stimulation of pain. "Okay, you can handle the rest by yourself, right?" Zhou Wen said. "Boss Zhou, why are you lying on the ground?" Chen Xian asked in surprise. "Weak state, you can handle it yourself, I'm leaving." After saying that, Zhou Wen went back to sleep. Chen Xian didn't waste any more time, and chopped off the silver-armored man's head with a copper crystal sword, and then flashed in front of Han Dong. Han Dong wanted to beg for mercy, but before he could say anything, he was chopped in half by Chen Xian. Ding! The duel is won, and the loser's materials will belong to the winner. After the duel, Chen Xian returned to the stomach wall space, and then immediately lay on the bed, waiting for the fine copper characteristic amplification time to end. During this period, she sorted out the items in the mail, and sent the valuable ones to Zhou Wen. On the 84th day, Zhou Wen woke up from the bed, and the weakness of his body had been reduced a lot. He first checked the private message sent by Chen Xian, which contained some characteristic steel stamps and drawings. Zhou Wen first took a look at the drawings, which were 2 Leviathan-level equipment drawings, but they were far from the Leviathan equipment drawings he had obtained, so he sent them to Chen Xian again and let Chen Xian use them himself. There are many characteristic stamps, 15 in total, including 4 each of Burning Stamp, Stone Statue Stamp, and Colorful Stamp, and the remaining 3 are Violent Stamp, Silver Stamp, and Silver Light Stamp. Violent Stamp can double the strength, and the amplification effect is still good, but Zhou Wen already has explosive characteristics, and the same characteristic effects cannot be superimposed, so this Violent Stamp is useless to him, and Silver Stamp and Silver Light Stamp are even less in his eyes. In the end, Zhou Wen kept the Silver Stamp and gave the other 2 characteristic stamps to Chen Xian, asking Chen Xian to put them on to improve her strength. After all, these are all obtained by her. After looking at the items sent by Chen Xian, Zhou Wen took out the items he opened in the pure gold treasure box yesterday. Needless to say, Golden Order. Golden Sea Dragon Gene Potion. After use, you will obtain the Golden Sea Dragon Tan Gene. By absorbing gold elements, you can cast a golden body. It can only be used when the physical fitness reaches 500 points. Golden Body. The whole body turns golden. After it is completely golden, the physical fitness attribute increases by 100 points, and it also has the ability to absorb gold energy. The physical fitness attribute increases by 100 points. After reading the system introduction in his mind, Zhou Wen was shocked. The effect of this gene potion is really too strong. It is worthy of being a Leviathan of the Abyss. Zhou Wen exclaimed. It's a pity that my gene chimera is full, and I still need a physical fitness of 500 points. Zhou has not yet broken through the physical fitness attribute limit. Let alone 500 points of physical fitness, he can't even reach 301 points. Putting away the Golden Sea Dragon Gene Potion, Zhou continued to look at the next item, Characteristic Stripping Stamp. After use, you can specify a characteristic on your own character attribute panel, and then strip it off and restore it to the corresponding characteristic stamp. It's also a good thing. Zhou eyes lit up, and he put it away temporarily. He didn't have any characteristics that needed to be stripped at the moment. Although the Brilliant characteristics was weak, he didn't have a better speed characteristic yet, so there was no need to rush to strip it. Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan Golden Sword Blueprint requires 1 Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan Tooth, 1 Golden Wood. The material lacked the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan's tooth, so Zhou couldn't make it for the time being. He had to wait until he found the body of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan to make it. Gold Potion Recipe requires Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan Spinal Fluid, Golden Bone Leviathan Spinal Fluid, and Golden Leviathan Spinal Fluid. What type of potion is this? Is it for temporarily improving attributes? Because there was only a recipe but no physical object, Zhou didn't know the function of the gold potion. However, he had all 3 materials, so he just needed to find the bodies of these leviathans. Chapter 412. After looking at the items in the pure gold treasure box of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan, Zhou took out the silver rim supply box of the Golden Bone Leviathan and opened it to check. Ding! Get the blueprint of the transformed Leviathan Golden Spike Horn. Ding! Get the blueprint of the transformed Leviathan Golden Bone Flake. Ding! Get the gold mining certificate of the Golden Tooth Pomfret Nest X1. Ding! Get the Golden Bone Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Get the Gold Ingot X500. These are the only items in the silver rim supply box. Zhou used 2 blueprints to check the production requirements. Blueprint of the transformed Leviathan Golden Spike Horn requires Golden Bone Leviathan Golden Spike Long Proboscis Bone X1, Gold Ingot X50, 000. Blueprint of the transformed Leviathan Golden Bone Flake requires Golden Leviathan Golden Bone Armor X1, Gold Ingot X30. The Gold Bone Fragment Blueprint of the Golden Bone Leviathan seems to be of the same type as the Golden Leviathan. Zhou thought that there would be some difference between the Gold Bone Fragment Blueprint and the Golden Bone Leviathan, but after all, the 2 Leviathans are the same creature, so it is normal that the blueprints are the same. Golden Tooth Pomfret Nest Gold Mine Mining Certificate. Zhou took a rough look and put it away. These mining certificates all have similar contents. However, Zhou was still very happy to get a gold mine, because planting Golden King algae in the seaweed forest just needs a lot of gold ore. With this gold mine, the cost of planting Golden King algae will be greatly reduced. Ding! Golden Bone Leviathan Gene Potion. After use, you will get the Golden Bone Leviathan Gene, which has the ability to absorb gold elements and will turn bones into gold. This Golden Bone Leviathan Gene is not bad. After Zhou looked at the items in the silver rim supply box, he sent a message to Jiang Haitao, asking if his physique had reached the upper limit. It has reached it. The Gene Potion and core of the Golden Armor Leviathan have been used. Jiang Haitao's physique was not far from the upper limit. With the help of Chen Xian, it quickly reached 300 points. I will give you another set of genes and cores to increase your physique. Zhou said, and said both the Golden Bone Leviathan Gene Potions and a Golden Bone Core to Jiang Haitao. Chen Xian's refined copper characteristics can increase physique by 7 times, and this Golden Bone Core can increase physique by 6 times. The difference between the 2 is not big, and Jiang Haitao also has the Golden Armor Core, which can barely make up for the 1-fold difference. Thank you, Brother One. Jiang Haitao was very excited. He finally had a characteristic that could improve his physique, and the effect was not much worse than the refined copper characteristics. After the conversation with Jiang Haitao, Zhou came to the iron platform, where various Leviathan blood vines were placed. Today is the 84th day. The blood fruits on these blood vines have grown to the size of a fist, and will be almost ripe by the evening. Then, Zhou added 2 iron foundations, and placed 2 newly made small aquariums on them. First, he put the flesh and blood of the Golden Bone Leviathan into one of the small aquariums, and then poured in a bottle of instant plant growth liquid. The blood fruit seeds planted in the flesh and blood of the Golden Bone Leviathan quickly sprouted and grew wildly. In 3 minutes, a blood fruit was successfully produced. Zhou reached out to pick it, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Obtain Golden Bone Leviathan Blood Fruit X1. Who should this blood fruit be given to? Zhou guessed that this blood fruit was most likely to increase physical fitness, but Shin Xian and Jiang Haitao's physical fitness had reached the upper limit, so it would be a waste to give it to them. Lung Liang, how many points has your physical fitness reached? Zhou thought about it, and decided to let Lung Liang try. 273 points, what's wrong? Lung Liang asked in confusion. I give you a good thing, which can add 10 points to your attributes. Zhou just sent the message and sent the golden bone leviathan blood vein fruit, 10 points of attributes. Is it to increase physical fitness? After all, Wang Wen just asked him about his physical fitness, so he guessed it was to increase physical fitness. I think it is to increase physical fitness, but I'm not sure, so I let you try it first. Is there any side effect of this? Lung Liang suddenly realized that something was wrong. Such a good thing, you don't eat it yourself, but let me test it. Is that right? The physical fitness attribute has an upper limit, 300 points is full. If this blood vein fruit is to increase physical fitness, wouldn't it be a waste? Zhou explained that the upper limit of physical fitness is not an important secret, and it doesn't matter if it is told. Oh, so that's it. This makes sense. So Lung Liang ate the golden bone leviathan blood veins fruit directly. Ding. Eat the golden bone leviathan blood veins fruit, and your physical fitness will increase by 10. It does increase your physical fitness. Lung Liang replied. It increases your physical fitness again. Wang Jin Sea Dragon Leviathan should not increase your physical fitness again. Zhou said, as he put the metal flesh and blood of Wang Jin Sea Dragon Leviathan into a small aquarium, then planted the blood vein fruit seeds in it, and also poured in a bottle of growth liquid. Soon the blood vein vine sprouted successfully, which made Zhou relieved. He was afraid that Wang Jin Sea Dragon Leviathan's flesh and blood were metal, which would prevent the blood vein vine from growing. Now it seems that the blood vein fruit is still very special. As long as it is Leviathan's flesh and blood, it can absorb nutrients and grow. However, this time the blood vein vine grew slower than the normal Leviathan blood vein vine, and the blood vein vine surface showed a golden color. It took about 5 minutes for this blood vein vine, with a golden color to grow completely, and a blood vein fruit with tiny gold dots on the surface hung quietly on the vine. Ding! Obtained Huan Jin Sea Dragon Leviathan Blood Vein Fruit X1. This blood vein fruit is a little different. Zhou took the Huang Jin Sea Dragon Leviathan blood vein fruit in his hand, and looked at it carefully and said, this blood vein fruit was affected by the blood and flesh of Huang Jin Sea Dragon Leviathan. Some golden color appeared on the surface of the blood vein vine and blood vein fruit. Zhou felt that it was somewhat similar to the blood vein fruit grown by the flesh and blood of Xingyue Leviathan. Zhou was a little entangled whether to continue to find Lung Liang to try this blood vein fruit. Because this blood vein fruit is quite special, what if there are other effects? But if he ate it himself, and then increased his physique, wouldn't that be a big loss? After thinking about it, he finally gave this Huang Jin Hailong Leviathan blood vein fruit to Lung Liang. Lung Liang didn't hesitate this time, and ate the blood vein fruit directly. Ding! Eat Huang Jin Hailong Leviathan blood vein fruit, strength increased by 12. What are these fruits? They increase so many attributes? Hearing that this blood vein fruit actually increased strength by 12 points, Lung Liang was shocked. The previous golden bone leviathan blood vein fruit, although it also increased physique a lot, but Lung Liang just thought that Zhou happened to encounter a lot of the same type of blood vein fruit, so he was not very surprised. But now Zhou gave him a different blood vein fruit, which not only increased strength, but also increased more attributes, which made him have an incredible guess in his mind. Chapter 413. Wang Wen can't mass-produce these blood vein fruits. Thinking of this possibility, Zhou image in Lung Liang's mind became more mysterious and more terrifying. Then, Lung Liang responded to Zhou. When Zhou heard that it was to increase strength, and it was increased by 12 points, he fell into deep thought. The increased attribute increased by 2 points. Is it because the flesh and blood of the Huang Jin Sea Dragon Leviathan is special? Or is it because it is a Sea Abyss level Leviathan? The highest level Leviathan Zhou has come into contact with is only a large Leviathan, except for the Huang Jin Sea Dragon Leviathan, which is a Sea Abyss level. The Mountain Sea Clam Leviathan is a large Leviathan, but the increased attribute points are still 10 points. Therefore, before Zhou obtained the second Sea Abyss level Leviathan blood vein fruit, he was confused about the variable factors. It's a bit wasteful. If Zhou had known that it was to increase strength, he would have eaten it himself, mainly because he didn't have much plant instant growth liquid in his hand. Only 4 bottles were left. Then Zhou took a look at his character attribute panel. Zhou, Leviathan Hunter plus 26. Bloodworm gene. Plate Tungsten Snail gene. Explosive gun bubble shrimp gene, normal human attribute is 10, intelligence, 21, upper limit, shock attribute, strength, 290.5, burning attribute, blood vein attribute, explosive attribute, constitution, 300, upper limit, tungsten gold attribute, copper diamond attribute, speed, 235, arc attribute, brilliant attribute, evaluation, a non-human with intelligence beyond the limit but poor speed. I have become a non-human, but why is the speed so different? Zhou Wen looked at his various character attributes and found that his strength was almost full. Because he had the blood vein worm gene, the Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan blood vein fruit could increase his strength by 13 points, so 3 points would be wasted. Let Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan blood vein vine slowly grow a second blood vein fruit. Since the strength was almost reaching the upper limit, Zhou Wen would not waste plant instant growth liquid. Anyway, there was gold fertilizer that could shorten the growth time by 80%, and it would not take long to grow the second one. Well, I didn't eat any of the 2 ripened Leviathan blood vein fruits. Zhou Wen smiled helplessly and added 2 portions of gold fertilizer, Leviathan, to the 2 Leviathan blood vein vine. Next, Zhou Wen fed the Phantom Leviathan and asked the Phantom Leviathan to take him to find the various Leviathan corpses he had killed before. In the current Golden Sea area's Yellow King algae forest, the Golden Leviathan population has died out, and the transformed Leviathan can move more freely in the Golden King algae forest. Even if there are other unknown Leviathan creatures here, as long as they are not a group, Zhou Wen is not afraid. After a while, Zhou Wen successfully collected the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan spinal fluid, Golden Bone Leviathan spinal fluid, and Golden Leviathan spinal fluid. But the bodies of those Leviathans are still not collected. There is no way, because Zhou Wen cannot move freely on the seabed of 7,000 meters. He must drive a mecha, but the speed of using a mecha to decompose the Leviathan bodies is too slow. And these Leviathan bodies are very heavy, and the transformed Leviathan can't carry them at all, so there is no way to carry these Leviathan bodies to shallow places for decomposition. Zhou Wen collected the cerebrospinal fluids of the 3 Leviathans for the purpose of making the golden potion. At this time, the 3 cerebrospinal fluids have been placed in 3 glass test tubes respectively. The 3 cerebrospinal fluids are all golden, but the color of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan cerebrospinal fluid is brighter. There is no production requirement for this golden potion recipe. Zhou Wen directly mixed the 3 cerebrospinal fluids together according to the method of making the meteorite explosion injection before. Then, the 3 Leviathan myelitis began to slowly merge with each other. After a while, the system prompt sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. Ding! Get gold potion X1. Ding! Gold potion. After use, strength, constitution, speed, 3 attributes are increased by 10 points each. It turns out to be a potion that directly increases attribute points. Zhou Wen's face did not show too much surprise. It's not that this gold potion is not good, but he can't use it now, and it's a waste to use it. It would be nice if the speed increased by 30 points. Zhou Wen's speed attribute was a shortcoming, 55 points behind his strength attribute. He now longed for items that increased his speed. Later, Zhou Wen continued to collect the golden nematodes, but chose to kill the golden crabs next to the body of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan, so that he could kill the golden crabs and decompose the body at the same time. In order to have as much time as possible to decompose the Leviathan body, Zhou Wen gave all the killed golden crabs to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, and also sent some to Leng Liang. After eating 2 of his Leviathan blood veins fruits, he still had to do something. When it was night, Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space. The 9 kinds of Leviathan blood veins fruits he had planted before were ripe. Except for the golden armor Leviathan blood veins fruit, he had already eaten the other 8. After putting the golden armor Leviathan blood vein fruit into the locker, Zhou Wen directly ate the other 8 Leviathan blood vein fruits, which increased his blood vein energy by 8. Together with the remaining 1, there were 9 in total. At night, the transformed Leviathan began to rest. Zhou Wen used the traveling voucher to bring Jiang Haitao along, and then asked him to drive the mecha to decompose the body of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan. He himself used the Water Lily Leviathan cleaning voucher. Zhou Wen disappeared in a flash of blue light, and the next moment, he appeared on a flat land. Looking forward under the moonlight, the land was very vast. He found that the body of the Water Lily Leviathan was round, similar to the Water Lily leaf. This time, the task was to clean up the attachments on the Water Lily Leviathan. Zhou Wen directly opened his mental power and covered the radius of 50 meters, and then found some creatures. These creatures look like barnacles. There are many of them, but they are not big. One is only about 20 meters long. The shell on the surface of the body is made of rocks. It is not a difficult creature to clean up. Zhou thought about it, and realized that it would be too slow for one person to clean up, so he asked Chen Xian to come with him, and then he changed into the equipment of the core members of Chen Xian's guild, and asked Chen Xian to go with 9 core members to clean up the barnacles on the surface of the water lily leviathan. The surface area of the water lily leviathan is very large, with a diameter of 1 kilometer. It took a group of 11 people half a night to clean up the barnacles. What surprised Zhou was that after cleaning up the barnacles, he not only did not find the exclusive supply box, but the cleaning task was not over. "Don't you want me to clean up the dirt under my feet?" Zhou hurried to a pit left by the clean barnacles. The barnacles were attached to the body of the water lily leviathan. By touching the body of the water lily leviathan, you can get its specific information. However, at present he is only Chen Xian's subordinate, and he cannot take off his equipment in public to touch the body of the water lily leviathan, so he can only let Chen Xian touch it first. After she obtains the illustration, she will send the information to him through the system interface. Chapter 414. Water lily leviathan, stage, adult. Body length, 1,000 meters. Weight, 50,000 tons. Food type, photosynthetic sea slugs, photosynthesis. Introduction. A small leviathan that lives in the deep blue sea. Its water lily-like body stores photosynthetic cells on its surface, which obtain nutrients through photosynthesis. Photosynthetic cells are one of the materials for the ultimate formula of the scale-changing period of the illusionary leviathan. The last material of the ultimate formula of the scale-changing period was found just like that. Zhou was delighted, but also determined that they really needed to clean up the mud covering the surface of the water lily leviathan. After all, the water lily leviathan obtains nutrients through photosynthesis. If the surface of its body is covered by mud, it will definitely not be able to be exposed to sunlight. Afterwards, the group began to clean up the mud under their feet. Because the surface of the water lily leviathan is very large, and the mud covering it is also very thick, the group did not finish cleaning until the next morning. Finally, there was a small area left. Chen Xian asked the core members of the guild to end their journey and go back, so as to avoid the core guild members discovering the problem when the final cleanup task was completed and the golden phantom of the transformed leviathan was Zhou. Soon, after Zhou put the remaining soil into the deep blue treasure chest, the huge body of the water lily leviathan under his feet gradually turned, then sank below the sea surface, cleaned the whole body, and then slowly floated to the surface. The appearance of the water lily leviathan is indeed very similar to the water lily leaf. It is green all over, like a floating lotus leaf, and in the center of the lotus leaf, a silver-rimmed material box appeared at this time. Zhou excitedly stepped forward to open the silver-rimmed material box. The ultimate formula of the transformed leviathan scale transformation period only lacked this one material. Ding! Obtained photosynthetic cell X1. Ding! Obtained equipment bar X2. Ding! Obtained steel ingot X20. Except for photosynthetic cells, the other two are very common items, and were directly ignored by Zhou. After obtaining the silver-rimmed material box, this cleaning task was successfully completed, and Zhou returned to the stomach wall space. As soon as he returned to the stomach wall space, Zhou couldn't wait to take out the ultimate formula for the transformation of Leviathan scales, to check the material content. Ultimate formula for the transformation of Leviathan scales, unique. Material 1, flowing golden nematode X100, Material 2, photosynthetic cell X10000, Material 3, transparent factor X1, Material 4, abyss crystal X1000, Material 5, meteorite scale X1000. The formula has changed. It no longer displays the acquisition method, but the number of materials required, but these numbers make Zhou frown. 10,000 photosynthetic cells are needed. Zhou was dumbfounded. The other materials were fine. He needed 100 golden nematodes, and he could find more. He could find a way to get the scales of the meteorite from the meteorite leviathan. He already had the location card for the abyss crystal, so it should not be difficult to collect 1,000 copies, but the photosynthetic cells were too scarce. Do I have to carry out the water lily leviathan cleaning task 10,000 times? Zhou was really worried. After putting away the ultimate formula for the scale transformation of the phantom leviathan, Zhou fed the phantom leviathan and continued to decompose the body of the golden sea dragon leviathan, while killing the gold-collecting crabs. Today was the 85th day, and Jiang Haitao finished his journey in the morning and went back. 100 golden nematodes are needed. but Zhou Wen has only collected 20 so far, and needs to increase the efforts to find them. At noon, Zhou Wen received a private message from Zhui Junyang, which contained 200,000 gold ingots. In order to quickly obtain the strong iron properties, Zhui Junyang kept the fire in 2,000 furnaces burning for 5 days. The guild members worked in 2 shifts to smelt the gold ingots, and finally completed it today. Zhou Wen received the 200,000 gold ingots, and then sent the silver steel seal over. This silver steel seal was reserved for Zhui Junyang. After Zhui Junyang got the silver steel seal, the system prompt sound immediately sounded in his mind. After knowing the amplification effect of the silver steel seal, he was stunned. Twice the physical attribute improvement. Zhui Junyang laughed excitedly. He thought the boss would give him a core that doubled his physical fitness, and he would make a fortune. Although he spent a lot of basic materials to purchase gold ore and smelt iron ingots, there is no physical fitness core that doubles the effect on the market, and it is in a state of being priceless and unsaleable. Moreover, the effect of multiple enhancement is equivalent to being able to increase with the increase of one's own physical attributes, which is many times stronger than the stone statue core that can only increase 100 points of physical fitness. But what he didn't expect was that the boss actually gave him a steel seal that doubled his physical fitness. The boss is really generous. Zhui Junyang sighed. This level of powerful core was actually exchanged for him. In his opinion, the value of 200,000 gold ingots is far less than this silver steel seal. The steel seal that doubled the physical fitness was directly sent to me. It seems that the characteristics used by the boss are stronger. Is it 3 times or 5 times? Zhui Junyang was more and more shocked as he thought about it. He boldly guessed that the characteristics used by the boss might be 5 times. Boss, the steel seal you gave me is really too valuable. If you have any needs, I will definitely do it. Zhui Junyang sent a message, then smelt 100,000 gold ingots for me. In Zhou Wen's opinion, 200,000 gold ingots are enough to exchange for a silver steel seal. After all, this steel seal is easy to obtain, and he still has 12 gold cores with stronger effects. The silver steel seal can be said to be worthless to him. However, since Zhui Junyang thinks it is valuable, let him smelt some more gold ingots. Anyway, it takes 50,000 gold ingots to make the golden thorn horn. Okay, thank you boss. After finishing the communication with Zhui Junyang, Zhou Wen stopped decomposing the body of the golden sea dragon Leviathan, and came to the body of the golden bone Leviathan. He directly used the transformed Leviathan golden thorn horn drawing to peel off the golden thorn long kiss bone of the golden bone Leviathan, and spent 50,000 gold ingots to make the golden thorn horn. The length of the golden spike horn reached 80 meters, and it was cone-shaped with a maximum diameter of 25 meters. It was made of gold. As soon as it was made, Zhou Wen took off the half-iron horn on the head of the phantom Leviathan and replaced it with the golden spike horn. Because Zhou Wen suddenly thought of a way to quickly decompose the body of Leviathan, that is, he first used the mecha to cut open the hard bone armor shell of Leviathan, and then let the phantom Leviathan use the golden spike horn to pierce the body. After piercing several times, the body of Leviathan can be quickly decomposed into large pieces within 100 meters. He collected these decomposed large pieces into the system interface by touching, and then took them to the ice layer on the sea surface, and then slowly decomposed them into small pieces, and put them into the deep blue treasure chest. Chapter 415. There are no dangerous creatures in the entire Golden King algae forest at present, and Zhou Wen has been busy decomposing the corpses of various leviathans, and killing gold crabs. However, in this Golden Sea area, the Golden King algae that can increase the growth rate of the transformed leviathan by 100% also need to be collected. But Zhou Wen alone really doesn't have time, so he asked Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to come with him, and then arrange them on both sides of the Golden King algae forest. Then he asked them to go with the core members of their own guilds to collect these Golden King algae together. The members of their 2 guilds are very loyal to the guilds. The core members of the guilds have been tested round by round, and are trustworthy. As for the secrets of their own guilds, as long as the guild president does not allow them to say it, they will keep their mouths shut. There are a total of 100 core members of the 2 guilds, and their strength has reached more than 100 points. Relying on the weapons in their hands, although it is difficult to chop the trunk of the Golden King algae, they can cut the golden leaves. Moreover, due to the limitations of their physique and equipment, these core members of the guild could only dive to about 1,000 meters at most, and it was impossible for them to find Zhou Wen, who was decomposing the corpse of Leviathan at 7,000 meters on the seabed. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, the core members of the guild, collected golden leaves, while they went to the top of the Golden King algae to look for golden fruits. Golden fruits are also good things, so naturally they should collect as many as possible. It took the group 3 days to collect. On the 88th day, with the help of the golden thorn horns on the head of the transformed Leviathan, Jowen had decomposed all 12 golden Leviathan corpses in these 3 days, including the golden bone Leviathan corpse, the golden armor Leviathan corpse, and the thorn armor golden bream corpse. But if you want to store these large pieces of Leviathan corpses in the system interface, you still need to touch them. So after Jowen decomposed these Leviathan corpses, he activated the tungsten gold characteristics with 3,000 points of physical fitness, and then wore the explosive heavy armor to resist the water pressure, and stored all the corpse fragments in the system interface. During these 3 days, he killed a lot of gold crabs, and found a total of 80 golden nematodes. There are only 20 left to reach the 100 required by the ultimate formula for the transformation of Leviathan scales. At this time, Jowen drove the deep sea walker mech and decomposed the body of the golden sea dragon Leviathan. Because the golden sea dragon Leviathan was made of very hard metal, the golden spikes of the transformed Leviathan could not pierce holes at all, so he could only decompose it bit by bit. The core members of the 2 guilds collected golden leaves day and night for 3 days. They collected a total of 300 deep blue treasure chests. One deep blue treasure chest contains 200,000 golden leaves, which weighs about 100 tons. One box can feed the transformed Leviathan for 10 days. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian also searched for golden fruits day and night for 3 days. They found 2,000 in total. At the same time, they also killed golden fish to collect golden factors to synthesize golden core. Jowen looked down on golden core, but since there is only stone statue core on the market, this golden core is a good thing, and it can also be used as a reward for guild members. The members of the 2 guilds can accumulate contribution points by contributing to the guild, such as planting watermelons for the guild, handing in seaweed, smelting metals for the guild, and handing in some valuable drawings or items. The accumulated contribution points can be exchanged for various items from the guild leader, such as items that can increase attribute points, boiling blood coral powder, bone meal, ivory coral, wooden foundation, etc. Adding golden light core to the rewards can make guild members more motivated. Although the core members of the 2 guilds did not rest for the past 3 days, they were very happy because this was also considered to be a contribution to the guild, and the contribution value was not low. After the harvest, each person could get a golden fruit as a reward, which was a fruit that could increase 10 points of strength in one breath. But just as the core members of the 2 guilds continued to collect golden leaves, the entire Golden King algae forest suddenly encountered a strong water flow, and the water pressure around them suddenly increased a lot, squeezing them very uncomfortable, as if their bodies were about to be squeezed to burst. The next second, the core members of the 2 guilds ended their journey and disappeared on the spot. This was what their president had told them before, and they could stop traveling at any time if they encountered danger. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian also encountered this strange phenomenon. They also left their group and returned to their own stomach wall space. Jowen was taken by the Phantom Leviathan to quickly escape from the Golden King algae forest. Boom! After a while, a loud noise came from the entire Golden King algae forest. Jowen, who was in the Phantom Leviathan's stomach wall space, didn't know what was happening outside, but through the Phantom Leviathan's voice, he knew that a giant creature had come to the Golden Sea. The stomach wall space was always in a state of vibration, and it was shaking violently. It seemed that the sea current outside was very chaotic, affecting the movement of the Phantom Leviathan. About an hour passed before the chaotic current gradually stopped, and then another hour passed before Jowen learned from the voice of the Phantom Leviathan that the giant creature had left the Golden Sea. Through the voice of the Phantom Leviathan, Jowen determined that the Golden Sea was not in danger at present, so he asked the Phantom Leviathan to return to the Golden Seaweed Forest, because his body of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan was only half decomposed, and the golden nematodes were not collected, so he couldn't leave directly. However, when Jowen drove the mecha and walked out of the mouth of the Phantom Leviathan, he was dumbfounded. The entire Golden King Seaweed Forest was gone. The Golden Sea, which was originally shining with golden light, became dark at this time. Only a few scattered Golden King seaweeds and some golden fish could be seen. Is that giant creature here to eat the Golden King seaweed? In the current situation, this is the only possibility. Wasn't the body of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan also swallowed? That was the flesh and blood that could grow 12 points of strength, and it was also the only Leviathan flesh and blood of the abyss level that he had obtained. If it was lost directly, it would be a big loss. Zhou quickly asked the transformed Leviathan to use the biological radar to search for it. Fortunately, the body of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan was only washed away by the turbulent sea currents generated by the giant creature, and was not swallowed. But even so, his loss was also great. Such a large area of Golden King algae forest, not to mention collecting all of it, as long as a small part of it was collected, it would be enough for the transformed Leviathan to eat in the future, but now it was all gone. Chapter 416. But there is also good news, that is, the golden crab was not swallowed by the giant creature. At least Zhou can collect the remaining 20 golden nematodes. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian also sent concerned inquiries. Although they didn't know what happened, the sudden change in water pressure at that time made them know that some dangerous event had occurred, either a natural disaster or a giant creature approaching. Zhou simply replied to reassure them, and also informed them that the Golden King algae forest was gone, and the collection task was completed, and the 100 guild members could be rewarded directly. The reward is naturally golden fruit, but because golden fruit can grow Golden King algae, it cannot be sent directly to the core members of the guild like other rewards, so as to prevent someone from reselling the golden fruit and letting other guilds grow Golden King algae. Although this possibility is very low, it must be prevented, so Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian both deliberately used a pest control coupon, and then took the core members of the guild over, rewarded the golden fruit face to face, and asked them to eat it in person. Zhou divided the 300 boxes of Golden King kelp leaves he had collected in the past few days with Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, 100 boxes each. Because the seaweed forest can grow Golden King kelp, there is no need for him to keep more for himself. 100 boxes are enough for the transformed Leviathan to eat for 3 years. It is not certain whether he will still be alive by then. Next, Zhou continued to decompose the body of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan, while the transformed Leviathan looked for gold mining crabs everywhere. Because gold mining crabs live on the seabed, the giant creature did less damage to the seabed when eating the Golden King kelp, so there were still many gold mining crabs left. Villain. Good stuff. Zhou was decomposing the body of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan, when the voice of the Phantom Leviathan suddenly sounded in his mind, and he was very happy. What good stuff. Zhou was a little curious. Soon, the Phantom Leviathan came to Zhou, and while spitting out a gold mining crab, it also spit out a water drop-shaped substance. Zhou quickly killed the gold mining crab, then drove the mecha to grab the water drop-shaped substance, and then entered the mouth of the Phantom Leviathan. After the Phantom Leviathan emptied the seawater in its mouth, he left the mecha and checked the water drop-shaped substance. The whole body was translucent, with a maximum diameter of about 5 meters, and the translucent interior had a faint golden color. Zhou, wearing armor, stepped forward and touched it. As long as it was an item that could be collected, a prompt sound would sound in his mind. Sure enough, as soon as Zhou touched this droplet-shaped substance, a system prompt sounded in his mind, and after hearing the name of this substance, his face showed surprise. Ding! Obtained Brilliant Saliva Amber X1. Ding! Brilliant Saliva Platinum, one of the materials for breaking through the upper limit of strength. So that giant creature is the Brilliant Whale Leviathan. Because Zhou had previously obtained the Strength Upper Limit Breakthrough allocation, one of the materials required was the Brilliant Saliva Amber, which also showed the Leviathan creature it belonged to, the Brilliant Whale Leviathan, a large Leviathan. It can be considered a kind of compensation. It is not a loss to exchange a whole piece of Golden King algae forest for a material that breaks through the upper limit of strength. After putting away the Brilliant Saliva Amber, Zhou continued to decompose the body of the Golden Sea Dragon Leviathan. After that, while transforming into Leviathan to look for gold-digging crabs, he found several more Brilliant Saliva Amber. At night, the transformed Leviathan went to sleep, and Zhou began to decompose the body of the gold-collecting crab and look for the golden nematode. At this time, Zhuo Junyang sent a private message, saying that the 100,000 gold ingots had been smelted, and said directly to Zhou, "What characteristics do you currently have?" Zhou didn't want to take it for free, so he asked Zhuo Junyang what characteristics he had. If there were any missing, he would just give them to him. After all, he had quite a few characteristic stamps. There are 2 characteristics, boiling characteristics, and silver characteristics, both given by you, Big Boss. Zhuo Junyang said, burning core, and colorful core, are too few in number, and Zhuo Junyang doesn't have anything very rare to exchange, so he can't exchange these 2 cores at all. In fact, Zhuo Junyang can take out the land share of the aromatic Leviathan to exchange for the core, and there are still people willing to exchange it, but if he does so, it is likely to make the Big Boss unhappy, and he is likely to lose a powerful backer, so he didn't do it. This characteristic stamp is for you. Zhou sent the colorful steel seal that Shen Xian had won in the duel to Zhuo Junyang. Since he already had both strength and physique characteristics, he would give him a speed characteristic. Thank you, big brother. Zhuo Junyang was very grateful. He found that the big brother was really generous. Every time he sent him a characteristic steel seal, it was already engraved and he could use it directly. He didn't need to buy characteristic steel seal extra. The current price of characteristic steel seal was not low. After finishing the communication with Zhuo Junyang, Zhou continued to decompose the body of the gold mining crab and search for the flowing golden nematodes. Until noon the next day, that is, noon on the 89th day, 100 flowing golden nematodes were finally collected, and the body of the brilliant golden sea dragon had also been decomposed. After the golden sea was swept by the glorious whale Leviathan, there was nothing left to collect. Zhou had been in this sea for a long time, and it was time to leave. Tomorrow is the 90th day. Is the trial going to start again? Zhou thought to himself, and put the several glorious amber found by the transformed Leviathan today into the locker. He collected a total of 10 glorious amber. Zhou took out a piece of golden bone. He also had a lot of golden bone pieces in his hand, which were all made in the past few days, in order to quickly peel off the golden bone armor on the surface of the golden Leviathan. A piece of golden bone weighs about 1,000 kilograms. The current length of the transformed Leviathan has reached about 180 meters. Zhou also checked the biological illustrations of the transformed Leviathan. Transfiguration Leviathan age, 89 days. Stage, scale transformation stage. Body length, 181 meters. Weight, 11,000 tons. Food type, algae. Eating method, filter feeding. Evaluation, a 11,000-ton baby that is about to grow scales. At this body length, at least 12,000 pieces of gold bone pieces are needed to cover the whole body. Zhou currently has only more than 10,000 pieces in his hand. Because there were no gold ingots before, Zhuo Junyang sent another 100,000 gold ingots yesterday. All of them were made today, and then covered the whole body of the Transfiguration Leviathan. Then Zhou penetrated the thick ice layer on the sea and came outside. It was still snowing outside. He placed the decomposed body of the golden Leviathan, used the blueprint to peel off the bone armor, added 30 gold ingots, and made a golden bone piece. Soon, Zhou made the missing 2,000 pieces of golden bone pieces, and then covered the entire body of the transformed Leviathan with them. The transformed Leviathan was shining with golden light, as if it had turned into a golden Leviathan. The difference was that it had a golden horn on its head. Chapter 417. After exchanging the golden bone pieces for the phantom Leviathan, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space. He had hardly rested for so many days in the Golden Sea, and now he finally had some time for himself. By the way, the wheat seeds he exchanged from Zhuo Junyang had been planted for 2 rounds. In the first round, he obtained 5,000 grains of wheat, and then he used 2,000 grains to plant another round, and obtained 200,000 grains of wheat. Now he had time to grind the wheat into flour and make some pasta. Zhou first looked for the millstone blueprint on the World Trading Channel, then traded back one, used the blueprint directly, and checked the production requirements. Stone mill blueprint requires stone X100, wood X1. Spin materials to make a stone mill, and then start turning the stone mill to grind wheat. These wheats are somewhat different from the wheat on Earth. They are snow white all over, and even without shelling, they can grind snow white flour. Zhou ground wheat for about half a barrel of flour, and then stopped, then used fresh water to mix the dough. Since there was no yeast, there was no need to leaven the dough. After mixing the dough, he used the handle of the golden spear as a rolling pin to roll the dough into dough skin. Then he used a wooden cup to press out round dough skins on the dough skin. Yes, Zhou was going to make dumplings next. After making the dumpling skins, Zhou started to chop the dumpling fillings. The meat used was shrimp meat, the vegetables were cabbage, and some meat sauce was made from canned meat. There were not many seasonings in the current world, and the taste of canned meat was the richest. After making the dumplings, Zhou rolled the remaining dough into dough skin again, and then cut it into thin strips with an iron dagger to make noodles. After a while, the dumplings came out of the pot. Zhou dipped them in the dipping sauce made of beef can, sea salt, jellyfish, and chili peppers, and ate them deliciously. Really good. Spicy, salty, and fresh, with a very rich taste. In order to make the dipping sauce have a peppery aroma, Zhou also fried the chili peppers with beef oil in the beef can to make it fragrant. After eating the dumplings, Zhou boiled the noodles again, then added the beef dipping sauce and mixed it, so that the noodles were covered with the dipping sauce, and then ate it in big mouthfuls. The taste was also very good, but it was a bit salty. After all, it was a dipping sauce. When can I eat rice? Zhou couldn't help but sigh after eating the dumplings and noodles. After that, Zhou sent the extra dumplings and noodles to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian respectively, so that they could also taste this long-lost pasta. After a while, the transformed Leviathan swallowed an ordinary supply box. When Zhou opened it, there were 10 gold ingots inside. There was nothing to do next, so Zhou checked the creatures in the stomach wall space. The small copper crystal armor worm had grown a little after so many days, and produced a copper diamond alloy, but because it was not well trained, it always wanted to attack him. Zhou didn't tolerate it. If it dared to attack, he would just slap it twice. Anyway, the body of the small copper crystal armor worm was hard enough, and it couldn't be killed even if it was hit with some force. The body length of the small diamond crystal sea snake increased again, reaching 22 meters. The black crystal scales on the surface of its body showed signs of diamondization. But for some reason, the small diamond crystal sea snake always crawled under the white light factor recently, as if it was basking in the sun. Zhou thought that the white light factor also had an effect on the small diamond crystal sea snake, so he checked its body, but found nothing different. The most affected by the white light factor in the stomach wall space are the triangular fireflies and the electric light hairballs. The triangular fireflies can be said to be changing from generation to generation. Because Zhou has been in the Golden Sea these days, the transformed Leviathan does not need to eat, so the triangular fireflies have extra energy to reproduce. Now there are 12 triangular fireflies in the insect nest. One of them, almost all of its body emits a faint white light. This is only the latest generation, but whether the attack strength has increased, it needs to be killed later to know. The electric light hairballs emit white light in their hair, which is simply a floating light bulb. It feels that even if the white light factor is removed in the future, the stomach wall space can also rely on the electric light hairballs emitting white light for lighting. After confirming that there are no problems with the creatures in the stomach wall space, Zhou placed the deep sea walker mecha out, and then fed the high-pressure porcupine and vortex hairtail as power respectively. Both of these are power creatures, the same as the bladefish power device, and they also need to be fed at ordinary times. They are not integrated into the mecha and become permanent power. After feeding the 2 power creatures, Zhou put away the mecha and came to the iron platform, where various Leviathan blood vines were planted. There were a total of 11 kinds of Leviathan blood fruits. After about 5 days, 10 of them have matured again. Only the Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan blood fruit grew slowly. Zhou ate the 8 kinds he had eaten before, and replenished his body with 8 blood energy again, adding the previous 9 to a total of 17. Zhou was just about to put the Golden Armor Leviathan blood fruit and the Golden Bone Leviathan blood fruit into the locker, but thinking that the 90th day of the trial was about to begin, it would be better to put them away to improve the strength of his own people, so he sent 3 blood fruits to Lung Liang. 2 of them are Golden Armor Leviathan blood veins fruit, and 1 is Golden Bone Leviathan blood veins fruit. Lung Liang eats 1 Golden Armor Leviathan blood veins fruit to increase his physical fitness by 10 points. The other 2 blood veins fruits are given to Bai Lan and Zhang Dongliang 1 each. Anyway, they all increase physical fitness. Is it really mass-produced? Lung Liang took the 3 blood veins fruits in his hand with surprise on his face. He had eaten the Golden Bone Leviathan blood veins fruit, which also verified his previous conjecture. After Lung Liang sent the other 2 blood veins fruits to Bai Lan and Zhang Dongliang, he also ate the Golden Armor Leviathan, which increased his physical fitness by 10 points and raised his physical fitness attribute to 292 points. Boss Wang, do you have any items that can improve attributes? Lung Liang sent a message to Zhou. Of course, I don't want it for nothing. If I get good things in the trial, I will give it to you first. It will be the 90th day soon. There is a high probability that there will be a trial. Lung Liang wants to improve his strength as much as possible before the trial. Zhou thought about it, and gave Lung Liang 3 copies of Golden Potion and Golden Fruit, asking him to pass them to Bai Lan and Zhang Dongliang. Zhou had originally planned to wait until the world system announced the content of the trial before giving it to him, but since Lung Liang wanted it, he gave it to him directly. There was no time difference. Afterwards, Zhou gave Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian a bottle of Golden Potion each. Although their physical fitness was full and taking Golden Potion was a bit wasteful, it could increase their strength and speed by 10 points each, which was a significant improvement in strength. Zhou himself also planned to take a bottle of golden potion before the trial began to directly fill up his strength attribute and also improve his speed. Chapter 418. Ding! All survivors, please note that the time is about to reach 90 days. The Abyss Defense Trial will start on the 90th day. Please be prepared. At night, the world system prompt sounded in the minds of all survivors. However, everyone had already guessed the third trial, so they started to guess in the world communication channel before, and now they know the general direction. Defense trial? What does it mean? Are we asked to protect something? Please, brothers, can everyone live in harmony in this trial? There are only 17 million survivors left. If we continue to kill each other, everyone will die. What weak speech. Instead of asking others to live in harmony, you might as well find ways to improve your own strength. In this world of survival, people are selfish. I think what he said is right. We should indeed live in harmony. Don't forget that we still have mortal enemies. One is the Starfall Leviathan, and the other is those alien brains that can infect the brain. These two creatures are extremely dangerous creatures. Yeah, this defense trial might be a trial of mutual cooperation. We shouldn't kill each other anymore. We should make a rule this time to restrict those who kill people at will. Come on, we made rules in the last trial, but it was a joke. The number of survivors who died was higher than the first trial. We are still making rules here. If we make it again, everyone will die. Last time, it was a special situation. The Abyss Leviathans would merge with each other, and fighting was difficult to avoid. This time, it is a defense trial, and it is likely to be a cooperative one. This time, making rules will definitely work. Haha, you can make it or not, I can't abide by it. I think you just want to kill people and steal treasures, you beast. I think you want to die. Don't let me meet you in the trial. The survivors were communicating and quarreling because of different ideas. They didn't care about the content of this trial anymore. Before each trial begins, there is a trading conference. Each guild or some hidden strongmen who do not often appear in the world communication channel will sell some relatively rare items at this time in exchange for some items they need, so as to improve their own strength as much as possible and increase the probability of survival. Selling the meat of the thorny golden bream, which can increase 6 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, and 5 points of speed, in exchange for food that can increase speed. If you don't have it, you can exchange it with characteristic stamp or plant instant growth liquid. This message was sent by Chen Xian, and Zhou asked her to send it, just to exchange for some accelerated food to improve her speed attribute that was lagging behind too much. Selling Golden Light Core, the effect is to increase 100 points of constitution in exchange for characteristic stamp, plant instant growth liquid, transformed Leviathan stomach wall space expansion voucher, transform Leviathan instant growth energy crystal. This message was sent by Jiang Haitao. Although it is unlikely to exchange Golden Core for Leviathan instant growth energy crystal, the current situation is special. What if someone is eager to improve their own strength and is willing to exchange it? The survivors' mutual trading continued until the next day, which was the morning of the 90th day. Chen Xian traded back a lot of biological meat that Zhou had never eaten before, which increased speed. Zhou ate all of this biological meat, and his speed increased by 22 points, and the speed attribute increased to 257 points. Jiang Haitao traded back 5 characteristic stamps, 10 bottles of plant instant growth liquid, and 3 Leviathan stomach wall space expansion coupons. As expected, there was no Leviathan instant growth energy crystal. Ding! The Abyss defense trial will start in 10 minutes. All survivors, please be prepared. The world system prompt sounded again in the minds of all survivors, and Zhou directly raised his head and drank the gold potion. Ding! Take the gold potion, strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, speed plus 10. Zhou glanced at his character attribute panel, and his strength reached 300 points, which had reached the upper limit. The 0.5 points of strength that had accompanied him for 70 or 80 days disappeared at this moment, and the speed increased to 267 points. Then, Zhou gave 3 meteorite burst injections to each of his men. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian's constitution reached 300 points, and they could be injected into the heart. The strength and speed increased by 50 points each, which was still very terrifying. Soon, 10 minutes of preparation time passed, and Zhou disappeared directly from the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan, and then appeared on a familiar creature. Why is it the Abyss Leviathan again? That's right, Zhou appeared again on the Abyss Leviathan that he had raised in the previous deep-sea escape trial. There were Lung Liang, Bai Lan, Zhang Dongliang and others around him. They were all more than 100 people who completed the trial with him last time. Only the 20 survivors who lost the transformed Leviathan did not come. Boss Wang, is that you? Bai Lan asked Zhou Wen excitedly. Because the people around him were all members of Bai Lan's own guild, he spotted Zhou Wen at a glance. At this time, Zhou Wen was no longer wearing black crystal armor, but explosive heavy armor, so Bai Lan was a little unsure for a while. Yeah. Zhou Wen nodded. It's really Boss Wang. Haha, we can have another trial with Boss Wang this time. We have nothing to fear. The members of the Black Knife Club were all very happy after Zhou Wen nodded. They were a little nervous about the unknown trial, but now, with Zhou Wen in charge, they can put their minds at ease. Hee, Boss Wang, thank you for the blood and flesh of the golden bream. My transformed Leviathan has grown golden thorns all over its body after this period of time. Zhang Dongyang hurriedly stepped forward to thank him. In his eyes, this was Boss Wang's special care for him. How is the armor's defense? Zhou Wen asked, looking at the golden thorn scale armor Zhang Dongyang was wearing. When Zhou Wen gave Zhang Dongyang the blood and flesh of the thorny golden bream, he wanted to wait until his transformed Leviathan grew scales, and then send him a set of armor to see how defensive it was. But later, he got too many good equipment, and was too lazy to look at it. The defense is very high, about the same as the scale steel armor of the steel armor Leviathan. Zhang Dongyang said. That's not bad. Zhou Wen nodded. After all, Zhang Dongliang's transformed Leviathan is only about 130 meters long at present, and the thorny golden scales that grow out can be about the same as the scale steel armor of the 300-meter steel armor Leviathan, so the defense is indeed good. Chapter 419. And seeing that Zhang Dongyang can move freely in the thorn gold scale armor, it means that the weight of the armor is lighter than the scale steel armor. In general, the thorn gold scale armor is better than the scale steel armor. Therefore, Zhang Dongyang, Bai Lan, and Leng Liang, the 3 high-level members of the guild, all wear thorn gold scale armor. Did your transformed Leviathan also use the blood of the thorn gold scale? Leng Liang noticed that there was a giant transformed Leviathan, with a body length far exceeding that of other transformed Leviathans outside the umbrella-shaped body of the Abyss Leviathan. It was obvious that it was Zhou Wen's, but Zhou Wen's transformed Leviathan was also golden in color. That is a defensive bone piece of the same type as the honeycomb bone piece. Zhou Wen replied, and then took a look at Leng Liang's transformed Leviathan, which was still covered with honeycomb bone pieces. Oh, after a closer look, it is indeed somewhat different from Zhang Dongliang's scales. Leng Liang walked to the edge of the umbrella-shaped body, and observed the 2 transformed Leviathans separately. He found that the golden bone armor on the surface of Zhou Wen's transformed Leviathan was indeed thicker than the thorny golden scales on the surface of Zhang Dongliang's transformed Leviathan. In the following time, the group chatted casually, because they didn't know what was going on for the time being. The Abyss Leviathan also kept swimming at a high speed, as if it was going somewhere. As time passed, other Abyss Leviathans gradually appeared near Zhou Wen's group's Abyss Leviathan, and the number was increasing. However, they did not begin to merge with each other, as in the previous trial, but all moved in one direction. Not long after, a bright energy shield appeared in the dark sea ahead, and the target of all the Abyss Leviathans seemed to be this energy shield. As they got closer, the energy shield gradually grew larger. After the Abyss Leviathan completely reached the edge of the energy shield, everyone found that the energy shield was very huge. Looking along the edge of the shield, they could not see the edge at all. They were so small in front of the energy shield that they seemed to be just a speck of dust. At this time, a layer of bubbles appeared on the surface of Zhou Wen and his party. The bubbles took them to the energy shield, and then passed through the energy shield into the interior. Inside the shield was a huge flat space. The ground under their feet was rocky. There was no sea water in the space. In the middle of this space, there was a huge translucent sphere. It was so big that if you stood below and looked up, you could not see the top of the sphere. It was like a towering mountain. And there were many silk threads extending from the surface of this giant sphere, connected to the outer circle of the energy shield. Isn't this a biological egg? Zhou Wen thought to himself, and then changed his explosive heavy armor, just wearing a golden mask, and reached out to touch the giant sphere. The biological illustration was indeed updated. Phase, ? Body length, ? Weight, ? Food type, ? Introduction. A king-level Leviathan that lives in the endless sea, and has the ability to control the tides to cross the planet. King-level Leviathan, controlling the tides to cross the planet. Will we eventually leave this planet? After reading the introduction of this king-level Leviathan, Joe suddenly had an idea in his mind. Fuck. This is actually a king-level Leviathan egg. Will we get any reward if we kill this egg? At this time, as more and more abyssal Leviathans arrived, there were more and more survivors in this huge space. Many survivors were attracted by this huge biological egg. One of the survivors wearing yellow fish scale armor suddenly shouted loudly. You are crazy. What is the name of our trial this time? Abyss Defense Trial. Obviously let us protect this egg. If you kill this egg, we may all be buried with it. Another survivor wearing red shrimp head armor was obviously dissatisfied with this stupid speech. Who do you think you are? I'm going to kill this egg. What's your business? But before that, I'm going to kill you first. The survivor in yellow fish scale armor roared, took out a weapon from his equipment bar, and rushed towards the survivor in red shrimp head armor. The survivor in red shrimp head armor was not afraid at all, and also took out a weapon and fought with the other party. After several rounds of fighting, the two sides did not decide the winner, and finally stopped fighting to avoid both sides being injured and being picked up by others. This is just a small episode. After a while, the space was already crowded with people. More than 17 million people did come here on the Abyss Leviathan in the previous trial. After sending people away, these Abyssal Leviathans did not leave, but gradually fitted their soft bodies to the energy shield. Then, their bodies began to release white energy, which was transferred to the energy shield bit by bit. Then, through the silk thread connected to the energy shield, it was transmitted to the giant egg. After the giant egg absorbed the white light energy, the surface of the eggshell gradually became brighter, and the sound of heartbeats came from inside the eggshell. Buzz! Suddenly, a stream of white energy was released from the surface of the eggshell, and spread out to the dark sea water outside the energy shield. After a while, the sound of water surging came from the silent dark sea water, and there was also the sound of a large number of hard limbs hitting the rocky ground. Joe flashed to the edge of the energy shield and looked out of the shield, but because it was pitch black outside, he could not see anything. At this moment, a buzzing sound of energy came from his head, and a white light circle shot forward, illuminating the dark sea water. The one who emitted this white light circle was the Abyss Leviathan, who stuck his body to the energy shield, and under the illumination of the white light circle, Joe also saw the scene in the distance. On the seabed in the distance, a kind of crab creature appeared. They were about 20 meters tall, with slender claws like spider legs, a pair of chelicerae in the shape of scimitars, and a large number of spikes growing on the shell of the whole body. This kind of crab creature is not large in size, but there are a lot of them. It can be said that they are densely packed, just like a tide composed of creatures. Is this the creature we have to resist? There are so many of them. After seeing those densely packed crab creatures, some ordinary survivors quickly moved away from the energy shield and hid as far back as possible. This kind of creature is simply not something they can deal with. Tell those ordinary survivors not to retreat, let them command their own Leviathans to fight, and kill those who don't obey the command. Joe said to Bailon beside him. It is unrealistic to rely on a few powerful survivors to intercept such a large number of creatures. After all, human physical strength is limited. There will definitely be other creatures attacking from behind, and physical strength cannot be exhausted at the beginning. Joe did not deliberately want these ordinary survivors to die. Now the length of all survivors' Leviathans has basically reached 120 meters. It is more than enough to command his own Leviathan to kill these 20-meter crab creatures. Chapter 420. I am the leader of the Black Blade Society. No one is allowed to retreat. Command your own Leviathan to fight. Those who do not obey will die. Bailon shouted immediately. After hearing Bailon's words, some survivors also reacted. They still had a 120-meter Leviathan. There was no need to be afraid of those 20-meter creatures. So they returned to the energy shield, but some people ignored Bailon's words and continued to push back. Bailon's expression turned cold, and his figure flashed violently, turning into a golden shadow, appearing directly in front of the dozen people who were running the fastest. He swung the long steel knife in his hand, cut off their heads one by one, and then piled them up like a jingwan. All of you go to the front and command your own Leviathan, otherwise you will be like these people. Bailon once again scolded the survivors, who had already run to the back. Those survivors who had escaped were frightened and quickly returned to the energy shield. Bailon quickly ran towards the dome, as far away from the energy shield as possible, because he had just killed more than a dozen people, and their Leviathans had already launched a sonic attack on him. Some small guilds in other areas followed suit when they saw Bailon doing this, and drove back the survivors who wanted to escape, and temporarily controlled the survivors in their area. Many guilds in other areas also did this. After all, it was easy to think of relying on the leviathans of a large number of ordinary survivors to resist biological attacks. Kill those dozen leviathans. After Zhou Wen identified the leviathans that attacked Bai Lan, he immediately commanded his leviathan to kill them. Lung Liang, Zhang Dongliang and other members of the Black Knife Society also commanded their leviathans to surround and kill them together. After killing the dozen or so phantom leviathans, the ordinary survivors around them also confirmed that they were indeed from the same guild. The survivors who wanted to escape because of fear before, even though they were still afraid, did not dare to run anymore. There were more than 100 people in the guild, and they were strong. There was no way they could escape. Go! Zhou Wen raised his hand and pointed at the crabs in front of him. His phantom leviathan immediately rushed forward, plunged into the dense crabs, and then began to roll wildly. Zhou Wen's phantom leviathan weighed 11,000 tons, plus the golden bone pieces on the surface. The overall weight was nearly 20,000 tons. When rolling, all the crabs were crushed to pieces wherever they passed, just like a heavy road roller. Lung Liang and Zhang Dongliang's phantom leviathans, like Zhou Wen's phantom leviathan, rushed into the crabs and began to roll wildly. Those phantom leviathans without scales on their bodies usually use their tails to whip, hit their bodies, and then swim away, and then repeat these attack actions. All the phantom leviathans were dispatched together, and it was easy to resist the advance of the crabs. Although these crabs continued to pour in, it was difficult for them to advance a single point in front of the defense line formed by the phantom leviathans. At this time, several tentacles stretched out from above the energy shield, and the tentacles entangled the dozen phantom leviathan corpses that Zhou Wen and his party had killed before, and then dragged them up along the energy shield. The tentacles were naturally from the Abyss Leviathan. The Abyss Leviathan dragged the dozen phantom leviathan corpses into the mouth in the middle of its umbrella-shaped body, and then quickly chewed and absorbed them, and the generated power accumulated in the umbrella-shaped body. It seems that we need to bring back the bodies of those crab creatures as well. The previous two trials clearly stipulated a time of 1 day, but this time it did not. In addition to resisting these creatures, this trial may also require helping the giant egg hatch. The giant egg hatching seems to require the energy of the Abyss Leviathan. In this case, they have to feed the Abyss Leviathan continuously, just like the last trial, so that it can gather enough energy. The tide of crab creatures lasted for about half an hour before gradually subsiding. During this process, Zhou Wen checked the system interface and found that the system interface can send private messages, so he asked Bai Lan to disperse the members of his guild among the ordinary survivors, and each person led a part of the people, so that it would be convenient for unified dispatch. After this battle, the transformed leviathans were hardly injured. At most, they were pierced by some small spikes on their bodies. This kind of injury is nothing at all. The next step is to clean up the battlefield. Bai Lan sends messages to his guild members through the system interface. The guild members, who receive the messages, then inform the ordinary survivors under their command. If anyone disagrees with the dispatch, they will be killed directly. Under the unified command of all survivors, the transformed leviathan brings back the dead crab bodies and piles them in front of the energy shield. The tentacles of the abyssal leviathan constantly roll up the crab bodies and put them into its mouth. When there are enough, the white halo in the middle of the umbrella begins to condense quickly. Zhou Wen also sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, asking them how they are doing, and the answer they got was that everything is going well. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian were not with their guild members at this time, but with the survivors, who had completed the escape trial before, so it might be difficult to dispatch them. But Zhou Wen was actually overthinking it. When Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian were doing the deep-sea escape trial before, they were quite good to the survivors with them. It can be said that they were clear about rewards and punishments, so they all listened to their commands at this time. Migratory crab, body length, 20 meters. Weight 30 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A kind of crab that migrates in groups. The population is huge, and the number is extremely large. It often covers the seabed. It is edible, the shell can be made into armor, and the claws can be made into weapons. Go get some migratory crab meat, and distribute it to those ordinary survivors. If you want those ordinary survivors to be obedient, you must use both kindness and power. You have just shown power, and now you have to show kindness. Bang! Suddenly a box fell from above. Zhou Wen looked over and found that it was an ordinary supply box. He asked Lung Liang to open it. There were some basic materials inside. Then more and more supply boxes fell from above. They were all vomited by the Abyss Leviathan. It seemed that some migratory crabs had supply boxes in their bodies. Zhou would ask the guild members to collect all these supply boxes. This made some ordinary survivors a little dissatisfied. After all, their transformed Leviathan had also contributed just now, but they did not dare to show it directly because the guild members of Black Knife Club really killed people. After that, another silver-rimmed supply box fell down. Inside was an equipment blueprint exclusively for migratory crabs. Zhou would asked Bai Lan to use it, and then made it with the materials of migratory crabs, and gave a set to each survivor under their command. Chapter 421. Most of the ordinary survivors are still wearing iron scale armor, and some are even wearing spike armor. Although their strength has reached more than 30 points, they cannot afford slightly better large biological material equipment. Before the sea surface was frozen, they could still rely on iron smelting to exchange for better weapons and equipment, but now the sea surface is frozen, which directly blocks the way to quickly obtain basic materials. But now, ordinary survivors under the jurisdiction of the Black Knife Club Guild are now wearing armor made of 20-meter biological migratory crab shells, and the weapons in their hands are also scimitars made of migratory crab scimitar-shaped claws. Their strength can be said to have made a qualitative leap. The president of the Black Knife Club is still good. Some ordinary survivors, who were dissatisfied before praised by Lan at this time. Yes, those who were killed by the Black Blade Society's president deserved it. You don't need to fight yourself. Let the transformed Leviathan handle it. You still want to run away. Such people deserve to die. They are just dragging everyone down. An ordinary survivor said indignantly. Ah? Weren't you running back just now? In the end, you were scared back. Is it appropriate for you to say these words now? Another ordinary survivor directly pointed out. You slandered me. He is slandering me. I didn't run away just now. By the way, I was helping the white and blue president chase those bastards who ran away. The ordinary survivor explained to the survivors around him in a panic. Shameless. All the survivors despised him. Fortunately, the stingy guy died last time, otherwise we might have to continue to be under his jurisdiction this time, and we would definitely not get any benefits. All the ordinary survivors present were those who survived the last round of Deep Sea Escape Trial, and those who survived the last trial were either collectively strong or led by a super strong person. The group of survivors under the jurisdiction of the Black Knife Club were led by a very strong person in the previous trial, but that strong person was very stingy, and did not give them any benefits, so their strength did not change after a trial. Originally, they should still be under the jurisdiction of that strong person, but for some reason that strong person did not come, and those who were not teleported by the trial were probably dead. Ordinary survivors under the jurisdiction of the Black Knife Club Guild have new equipment and weapons, and can also eat migrating crab meat to increase their attribute points, but those under the jurisdiction of small guilds do not have such good treatment. The guild leaders of those small guilds did not give them anything. After getting the relevant equipment drawings of the migratory crabs, all the equipment they made was collected by their own people, and even the piles of migratory crab meat were not distributed to them. One survivor was dissatisfied and wanted to take some migratory crab meat for himself, but was directly killed by the guild members of the small guild, which made the survivors very dissatisfied. Most of these small guilds are grassroots teams. They gather dozens or hundreds of people, and call themselves a guild. Their financial resources cannot be compared with those of the real guilds. Although the equipment made of these migratory crab materials is not very strong, it can still be sold for some money. Migratory crab meat can also be sold, so it will naturally not be distributed to these ordinary survivors. If it is given to them, no one will buy it after it is sold. Many small guild leaders have some opinions about the behavior of the Black Knife Club's president directly giving equipment and migratory crab meat to ordinary survivors, but Bai Lan showed great strength just now, so they dare not provoke him for a while. Tell the guild members that if there is a situation that threatens the lives of these ordinary survivors in the future, the guild members will protect them if they can. Zhou Wen said to Bai Lan. Okay, Boss Wang. Bai Lan nodded, and then sent a message to his guild members. The reason why Zhou Wen asked Bai Lan's guild members to protect ordinary survivors was because he didn't want to lose a phantom Leviathan easily. If a survivor died, they would lose a phantom Leviathan as a whole. If too many survivors died, their ability to resist biological attacks would be weaker. Zhou Wen also sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian about this. They also thought of this, and ordered some stronger survivors to protect the weaker survivors. Moreover, the guild members of Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian are very strong. The strength of the core members has also increased before the trial, reaching about 130 points, and the strength of ordinary members is also about 90 points. It is no problem to command some ordinary survivors around. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian also sent the message of protecting ordinary survivors as much as possible to their guild members. After all, the purpose of their defense trial this time is to protect the king-level Leviathan egg. It is definitely not enough to just defend a small area in a huge circular space with a diameter of 20,000 to 30,000 meters. In addition to communicating with his own guild members, Shen Xian also communicated with other guild leaders in the guild leader chat group. They confirmed the situation of their own defense areas before each other, and if they encountered creatures that could not be solved, they should ask for help in time. However, it was the first round, and the migratory crab group was not strong, so the conversations in the guild leader chat group were very relaxed, and each of them was implementing the strategy of protecting ordinary survivors. After all, the guilds that can enter the guild leader chat group are not weak, and the leaders also have strong management capabilities. They don't look down on the materials of the 20-meter migratory crabs. While cleaning the battlefield, Zhou Wen has been observing the Abyss Leviathan attached to the energy shield. The Abyss Leviathan condenses white energy auras on its umbrella-shaped body through eating. Only when the condensed aura reaches 10 will it transmit the excess energy to the giant egg. After a while, the battlefield was almost cleaned up. At this time, the giant egg released another energy wave. After a while, dense crawling sounds were heard in the darkness in the distance. These creatures are attracted by the giant egg. Bai Lan said on the side. No matter whether they are attracted or not, I will kill as many of my leviathans as come. Zhang Dongyang said confidently. Among all the leviathans on their side, except Zhou Wen's leviathan, Zhang Dongyang's leviathan is the strongest. It has a body of thorny golden scales. Not only does it have high defense, but the thorns on the scales also have a certain lethality when they collide. Chapter 422. Buzz. The abyssal leviathan above consumed an energy aura and released a circle of white rings, dispelling the darkness in the distance. The creature that launched the attack this time was a shrimp creature, also 20 meters long, but with a vertical flat sharp shell at the front of its head, and the overall appearance was like a knife. There were also a lot of shrimp creatures, rushing towards the energy shield. It's a bit troublesome this time, Zhou Wen said lightly, and then commanded his own phantom leviathan to attack, and Zhang Dongyang and Leng Liang's phantom leviathan followed closely. The three phantom leviathans still used the previous attack method, rushed into the shrimp group, and rolled their bodies, but those phantom leviathans without scales or bone pieces on their bodies had to be more careful when attacking these shrimp creatures with a head like a big knife. If they were not careful, their bodies might be scratched. However, the body length of the leviathan is 120 meters after all, and the way to launch an attack is also very flexible. Except for some stupid leviathans, other leviathans know to attack these shrimp creatures from the back and avoid the knife-like shrimp heads at the front. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals, this trial is not difficult. I wonder how much my attribute points can increase after this trial. Some ordinary survivors saw that the shrimp creatures had been well blocked by the leviathans, and they immediately felt relieved and said. But they were not happy for long, and they were fooled. A large area of silver light spots suddenly appeared in the dark sea water. This silver light spot, everyone present had seen it, was the silver arrowfish. There were so many silver arrowfish that in the dark sea water, they looked like the Milky Way, with twinkling stars that almost illuminated the dark sea water above. At this time, almost all the phantom leviathans went to deal with the shrimp creatures attacking from the ground, and the few remaining phantom leviathans could not stop them at all. Many ordinary survivors saw the silver arrowfish swimming rapidly towards the energy shield, and they gestured to their own phantom leviathans, wanting to turn leviathans back to resist these silver arrowfish, but they were stopped by Bai Lan. The silver arrowfish can't destroy your armor at all. You are not allowed to recall the phantom leviathans, otherwise you will die. Bai Lan shouted loudly, and at the same time sent a message to his guild members in the system interface, asking them to inform the ordinary survivors under his jurisdiction of the order. Zhou Wen had seen the silver arrowfish twice, both times during the trial. This fish can only destroy spike armor at most, and even iron scale armor cannot be broken, let alone the 20-meter migratory crab armor. But if these ordinary survivors recall the transformed leviathan, then the 20-meter shrimp creatures are likely to rush to the energy shield and enter the interior. This large creature is not something these ordinary survivors can deal with. Those survivors who were afraid of recalling their own transformed leviathans, after hearing that Bai Lan wanted to kill people, quickly sent their own transformed leviathans out. They didn't know whether the silver arrowfish could destroy the migratory crab armor, but the knife in Bai Lan's hand could definitely do it. Swish, swish, swish. The energy shield did not stop the creatures. A large number of silver arrowfish fell like rain and shot towards all the survivors. Since there was no water in the circular space, the silver arrowfish rushed from top to bottom. Without the resistance of seawater, the penetration was also enhanced. Some survivors wearing spiked armor could barely rely on the armor to resist, but at this time, the spiked armor on their bodies was easily penetrated by the silver arrowfish. Many ordinary survivors who did not have time to dodge were shot into sieves in this endless rain of arrows, and hundreds of people died in an instant. And all these ordinary survivors who died were people under the jurisdiction of those small guilds. None of the ordinary survivors under the jurisdiction of Bylon died. The silver arrowfish really couldn't destroy the armor of the migratory crab. They were fine even if they stood still. But Joe found a different figure among the many silver arrowfish that rushed in. It was a creature with a body length of 5 meters, slender and flat in appearance, and the whole body also exuded silver light, but it was faster, and the appearance was like a silver sword. Schwa! The creature rushed towards a member of the Black Blade Society in an instant, but the creature was so fast that the guild member could only see a silver light and thought it was a silver arrowfish, so he did not deploy defense. But when the creature was about to come in front of him, the guild member suddenly realized that something was wrong, because the silver light was too long, but it was too late to defend now. Bang! At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the guild member, waving the two-steel-long knife in his hand, and directly cut the creature in half. This figure was the second in command of the guild, Lung Liang. Everyone! Those who have shields, raise your shields. Those who don't have shields, swing your weapons, and pay attention to dodge. There are other unknown creatures in the silver arrowfish school, and the migratory crab armor may not be able to stop them. Bylon shouted loudly. These unknown creatures mixed in with a large number of silver arrowfish disrupted the defensive formation of all survivors at once. A large number of survivors recalled their own phantom leviathans to resist the silver arrowfish from above, and the defense line cast by the phantom leviathans on the seabed collapsed directly. Fuck, these ordinary survivors are a mob. It's the same here. They recalled their own phantom leviathans, and those shrimps can't stop them. They are so scared of a mere 5-meter creature. When those 20-meter shrimps rush over, they will be scared. Stop complaining, and find a way to stop those shrimps from approaching. In the chat group of guild leaders, many guild leaders cursed. Those ordinary survivors were afraid to recall their own phantom leviathans. The shrimp creatures were unstoppable, and began to quickly approach the energy shield. Zhou also hurriedly thought of a way to deal with it. When he looked up, he found that the abyssal leviathans had opened a huge white energy protection layer between each other, covering the top of the energy shield, so no silver arrowfish could attack the giant egg in the middle of the energy shield. Retreat, retreat to the vicinity of the giant egg. Bylon immediately began to mobilize his personnel under Zhou Wen's instructions, and also sent this message to the guild president chat group. After seeing this, the presidents immediately led their personnel to retreat and reform the defense line near the giant egg. The giant egg is protected by the white energy protection layer of the abyssal leviathans. Ordinary survivors no longer have to worry about being attacked by that unknown creature. Once again, according to the guild's arrangement, the phantom leviathans are allowed to block those shrimp creatures outside the shield, and they can also kill the silver arrowfish swimming outside the energy shield. However, the phantom leviathans could not enter the energy shield, and the shrimp creatures had already rushed to the front of the energy shield. Because there were too many of them, a few of them would slip into the energy shield from time to time. Chapter 423. 20-meter shrimp creatures are nothing to the guild members. They can easily deal with the shrimp creatures that enter the energy shield by sending strong subordinates, or guild members to deal with them. Zhou also asked Bylon to send guild members to clean up. Although the Black Knife Club was established relatively late, under Zhou Wen's intentional cultivation, the strength of the guild members has reached more than 70 points, and by land strength has reached 150 points. There are not many shrimp creatures that can enter the energy shield, only a few hundred. Bylon sent out more than a dozen guild members, and quickly killed all of these hundreds of shrimp creatures. This second round of defense lasted about an hour before it gradually ended. The shrimp creatures were cleaned up long ago, but there were too many silver arrowfish, so it took most of the time to clean up. In this defensive battle, the phantom leviathans were in a rather bad state. The phantom leviathans without armor protection were almost all pierced by hundreds of silver arrowfish. Although these injuries were still nothing to the phantom leviathans, this was only the second round of defensive battles, and it was unclear how many rounds would be left. The next step was to clean up the battlefield. Zhou Wen touched the bodies of the shrimp creatures and the bodies of the unknown creatures that appeared in the school of silver arrowfish, and checked the biological illustrations. Knife-head shrimp, body length, 20 meters. Weight, 10 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction: a small shrimp that lives on the seabed. Its head carapace is knife-shaped, with fine serrations on the blade. It has a strong cutting ability and is edible. Its carapace can be made into armor, and its knife-head carapace can be made into weapons. Silver swordfish, body length, 5 meters. Weight, 500 kilograms. Food type, meat. Introduction: a specialized individual of the silver swordfish population, extremely fast, with a long sword-like body that is extremely sharp and edible, and fish bones can be used to make weapons. Zhou also asked Bai Lan to make the materials of these two creatures into equipment and weapons and distribute them to ordinary survivors, and also distribute the creature meat to them. Now we must improve the strength and equipment of these ordinary survivors, otherwise the collapse this time will happen again and again. What attributes does this silver swordfish add? Zhou asked Lun Liang. Strength +2, physique +3 points, speed +4 points. Lun Liang replied. Zhou nodded, picked up a piece of silver swordfish meat, and started eating, adding 4 points to his speed attribute. The blade shrimp meat mainly adds strength and physique, and the migratory crab meat only adds physique. His strength and physique are already full, so he doesn't need to eat these two kinds of meat. In the following time, the survivors orderly let their transmogrified leviathans clean up the battlefield, while Bai Lan led Lun Liang, Zhang Dongyang, and a group of guild members to the defense areas of those small guilds. President Bai, is there something going on here? The president of the small guild was named Liu. He knew that Bai Lan was the president of the Black Knife Society, and had just seen Bai Lan's strength, so he spoke politely. Why don't you distribute the equipment and biological meat to those ordinary survivors? If their strength is not improved, how can they defend later? Bai Lan said. He came here this time to temporarily recruit these small guilds. These small guilds have no overall view. If they continue like this, all the ordinary survivors under their command will die, and they will lose a lot of transmogrified leviathans. Is it your turn to take care of our guild's affairs? Before Liu could speak, the vice president beside him shouted arrogantly. Bai Lan just glanced at the vice president coldly, ignored him, and looked at the president Liu again, waiting for his answer. Shut up. Go and distribute those equipment and biological meat to those ordinary survivors. Liu immediately scolded, and then sent the vice president out to do his work. Hee, President Bai, don't be angry. My subordinates are just like this. Please be generous and don't bother with him. Let me introduce myself. My name is Liu. Liu quickly apologized and introduced himself. Put away your armor for a while. I add you to my system interface, and you will all listen to my orders from now on. Bai Lan said. This? Liu hesitated. What if he put away his armor, and the other party stabbed him directly? I don't know if you know the two-steel long sword, but your armor can't stop my sword at all. Take it off quickly. I need to go to several guilds' jurisdictions later, and I don't have time to waste with you here. Bai Lan shook the two-steel long sword in his hand and said. In the end, Liu could only put away his armor, and let Bai Lan find his avatar in the system interface, and be temporarily recruited. Then, Bai Lan prepared to go to the next area under the jurisdiction of a small guild, and Liu followed Bai Lan to the next area on the grounds of wanting to join in the fun. Huh? President Bai, you are a bit overbearing, aren't you? I manage this area, and it's my business whether I give equipment to those survivors or not. You come here and directly order me to do things. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? The person who spoke was named Su Feng, and he was also the president of a small guild. Don't talk nonsense to me. I don't mean to discuss with you. Bai Lan didn't have so much time to reason with the other party. He had to complete the things arranged by Boss Wang quickly. Bai Lan, you are shameless. Didn't you just establish the guild after the last trial? Let me tell you, I did too. I also put those characteristics on. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Su Feng said angrily. Do you mean you don't agree? Bai Lan said lightly. Not only do I disagree, I'm going to kill you now. Burning characteristic, turn on. Before Su Feng finished speaking, he rushed towards Bai Lan fiercely, and turned on the burning characteristic. Swish. Bang. The moment Su Feng chopped his weapon towards Bai Lan swung the two-steel long knife in his hand fiercely. The two-steel long knife easily cut off Su Feng's weapon, and then cut his neck. Su Feng's head was directly chopped off by a knife, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the broken neck like a fountain, splashing Bai Lan all over. The equipment is rubbish, and even with the features turned on, it's still rubbish, Bai Lan said disdainfully. Seeing this scene, Liu, who followed along, felt his throat tighten, and subconsciously touched his neck. He followed along just to see how strong Bailan was. If Bailan's strength was not good enough to recruit other guilds, then he would have to find a reason to quit. But now it seems that he is somewhat glad that he did not refuse just now, otherwise, he might have lost his head. The guild leaders were all killed, and the guild members naturally had no will to resist, and were all recruited. After that, they encountered several small guild leaders who resisted, and they were basically killed by Bailan. However, during this period, they also encountered a relatively strong one who could fight Bailan to a draw. Finally, Zhang Dongyang took action and killed the other party with one knife. Chapter 424. Bailan recruited a dozen leaders from different regions, including the presidents of small guilds and some survivors with relatively strong strength. Those who agreed had their avatars added to the system interface for unified management, and those who disagreed were directly killed and replaced with their own guild members. When Bailan returned to the area under his jurisdiction and reported to Zhou, the battlefield had been almost cleaned up. Most of the energy consumed by the Abyss Leviathan above due to opening the energy shield had been restored through eating, and the excess energy began to be transmitted to the giant egg. As the giant egg released another energy light wave, the third round of defense began. Under the illumination of the white light ring of the Abyss Leviathan, many large creatures with a body length of more than 30 meters swam in the sea in the distance. Crocodile? Some ordinary survivors asked after seeing the blurry image of the creature. It should be more than 30 meters long, right? Can the transformed Leviathan still deal with it? Many ordinary survivors felt a little uneasy. After all, they had never seen so many 30-meter creatures before, and they were crocodiles that looked very ferocious. These crocodile-like creatures were protected by hard scales, and there were many bone blades, like knife tips, standing high on their backs. Under the illumination of the white light circle, the bone blades also glowed with a cold metallic luster. Bang! 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 Suddenly, in the dark sea in the distance, there was a vibration sound of a giant stomping on the ground. As the sound got closer, a pair of fierce yellow eyes gradually entered the illumination range of the white light circle. It was a giant crocodile with a body length of 100 meters. The armor of this giant crocodile is shining like a metal, and its broad back is covered with a lot of sharp bone spurs, making it look like a hedgehog. Not only that, its snout is long, and the upper and lower rows of scimitar-shaped teeth are arranged like saw teeth. The sharp teeth at the front of the snout are exposed. Once the mouth, with a long snout structure, bites the prey, it is obviously impossible to let go without tearing off a large piece of flesh and blood. Then, that crocodile is 100 meters long, and it is covered with thorns. The Phantom Leviathan can't beat it at all. What should I do? Those 30-meter crocodiles only cause some psychological pressure to these ordinary survivors, but this 100-meter giant crocodile made them feel scared. Its huge body, like a 100-meter building, made many people retreat in their hearts. Order the survivors to concentrate on dealing with those 30-meter crocodiles. There is only one large crocodile. Leave it to my Phantom Leviathan, Zhou said to Bailan. The 100-meter giant crocodile was only 150 meters long at most, while Zhou's transformed Leviathan was more than 180 meters long, and its body was protected by hard golden bone pieces. Even if the 100-meter giant crocodile's body was covered with bone spurs, it could not cause any damage to his transformed Leviathan. Bailan immediately passed Zhou's order down, and Zhou directly sent his transformed Leviathan out. Only by killing the 100-meter giant crocodile quickly could ordinary survivors command the transformed Leviathan to clean up the small crocodiles without any scruples. After receiving the order, Zhou's transformed Leviathan swung its tail and rushed towards the 100-meter giant crocodile at a very fast speed. When they met, it was like a mountain pressing down on the head. Its nearly 20,000-ton body hit the 100-meter giant crocodile's back full of bone spurs, breaking all the bone spurs in an instant. The 100-meter giant crocodile reacted immediately, tilted its head back, opened its long, sharp mouth full of fangs, and bit the golden bone on the surface of the Phantom Leviathan. However, the fangs that looked extremely sharp and ferocious could not leave the slightest trace on the golden bone of the Phantom Leviathan. The Phantom Leviathan swam quickly with its fins, and after pulling away from the 100-meter giant crocodile for a distance, it rushed towards the 100-meter giant crocodile again. The golden spike horns on the head of the Phantom Leviathan shone brightly under the white light, and then hit the body of the 100-meter giant crocodile heavily. The golden spike horns pierced through the thick scales on the back of the 100-meter giant crocodile without any resistance, and directly pierced its body. The 100-meter giant crocodile wanted to resist, but its own teeth could not damage the golden bone pieces on the surface of the Phantom Leviathan. No matter how it resisted, it could not cause any harm to the phantom leviathan. It could only have fatal blood holes on its body under the repeated impacts of the phantom leviathan. Under more than 10 rounds of impacts from the phantom leviathan, this shocking 100-meter giant crocodile was stabbed to death. Such a big crocodile was stabbed to death like this? Ordinary survivors were shocked to see that huge crocodile was stabbed to death by the golden scale and golden horn leviathan without any resistance. I have noticed this phantom leviathan before. It is really fierce. Not only is its body length much longer than our phantom leviathan, but its golden scales are also extremely hard. It rushed into the group of creatures and rolled over to kill a large number of them. It is really terrifying. A survivor praised. This transmogrified leviathan should be the white and blue guild leader. Haha, we are so lucky to have the white and blue captain leading us this time. The terrifying 100-meter giant crocodile was killed so easily by the leviathan of the white and blue president, which boosted the morale of all the ordinary survivors present. They did not have the intention to recall their own leviathans at any time, and began to concentrate on commanding their own leviathans to attack the 30-meter crocodiles. After killing the 100-meter giant crocodile, Zhou Wen's leviathan directly carried the body back and placed it in front of the energy shield. The abyss leviathan stretched out its tentacles and wanted to drag the crocodile's body up to eat it. Seeing this, Zhou Wen immediately asked Lung Liang to lead people to decompose the body and prevent the abyss leviathan from dragging the body away. His purpose was to let Lung Liang peel off the bones in the giant crocodile to make honeycomb bone slices. After 2 rounds of defensive battles, most of the leviathans were injured on the surface of their bodies. In the 3rd round, because the crocodiles had knife-like bone blades on their backs, the leviathans would also be injured by the bone blades when attacking these crocodiles, making the injuries on the surface of their bodies more and more serious. The creatures that attacked in the previous 2 rounds were shrimps and crabs, which had no bones in their bodies. The silver arrowfish was too small to be 10 meters long to make honeycomb bone pieces. Now that we have the corpses of these crocodiles, we can make their bones into honeycomb bone pieces to equip the transformed leviathans. Of course, although there are many attacking crocodiles, their number is limited after all. The honeycomb bone pieces cannot cover all the transformed leviathans. They can only cover the tails of the transformed leviathans temporarily. After all, they mainly use their tails to whip. The 3rd round of biological attacks lasted for about half an hour. The area under Zhou Wen's jurisdiction was attacked by 10 giant crocodiles, but they were all solved by his transformed leviathans. Chapter 425. Afterwards, Zhou Wen also let his phantom leviathan swim around the energy shield and kill all the giant crocodiles he encountered, in order to reduce the pressure on those areas with insufficient strength. The 180-meter-long giant phantom leviathan swam through the areas under the jurisdiction of those medium-sized guilds, which made the president stunned. They dared not imagine how strong the symbiont would be with such a long phantom leviathan covered with golden bone armor. Many people asked in the guild president chat group who this golden scale and golden horn phantom leviathan belonged to, and Bai Lan directly admitted in the group that it was his, in order to cover up Zhou Wen's existence. But no guild president believed it. They thought that this golden scale and golden horn leviathan should belong to the mysterious man beside Bai Lan, who could release strange mental attacks, that is, Lung Liang. The 3rd round of biological attack ended. This time there was only one kind of creature, so it was easier than the previous round, and it would not be difficult to take care of both ends. Ordinary survivors began to command their own leviathans to clean up the battlefield. The crocodile corpses brought back would be cut open by the Bailan Guild members, and then Ling Liang used the honeycomb bone sheet drawings to peel off the bones in the crocodile's body and make honeycomb bone sheets. These honeycomb bone sheets were of course used by their own people first. The surface of Bailan's leviathan was also protected by honeycomb bone sheets, but the strength of the biological bones used was not high. They were all provided by the 20 guild members living in the carnivorous leviathan, but those bones were not large in size. Now that there are honeycomb bone sheets made of 100-meter biological bones, it is natural to replace them with ones with higher defense. Bone spurred armor crocodile, body length, 140 meters. Weight, 10,000 tons. Food type, meat, iron, ore. Introduction, a titan variant of the razorback crocodile, with sharp bone spurs on its back. After biting its prey with a long snout covered with fangs, it can easily pierce into the flesh of its prey, and then perform a death roll to tear off a piece of flesh. It can be eaten, and its armor can be used to make equipment, and its teeth can be used to make weapons. Razorback crocodile, body length, 30 meters. Weight, 500 tons. Food type, Meat, iron ore. Introduction. A crocodile living in the ocean, with a knife-like bone blade on its back, which has extremely strong lethality and can be eaten. Its scales can be used to make equipment, and its knife-like carapace can be used to make weapons. Zhou did not distribute the equipment and weapons made from the materials on the bone-spurred armored crocodile to ordinary survivors, because the number was too small, and it was impossible to make a set for everyone. At the same time, ordinary survivors could not wear this kind of equipment at the 100-meter level. Therefore, Zhou distributed all the equipment made from the materials of the bone-spurred iron-armored crocodile to the members of the Black Knife Club to improve their overall strength. The equipment and weapons made from the 30-meter razorback crocodile were distributed to ordinary survivors, and the meat of the two creatures was also distributed to them. Razorback crocodile meat can increase 2 points of strength, 3 points of physique, and 1 point of speed after eating. The bone-spurred iron-armored crocodile meat increases more attributes. After all, it is a 140-meter creature, which can increase 5 points of strength, 6 points of physique, and 3 points of speed. This trial can be said to be the fastest time for ordinary survivors to increase their own attribute points. In just a few hours, they can increase more than 30 points of attributes, and they can also obtain good biological material equipment. It's like a dream. After a while, the battlefield was cleaned up. Lung Liang used the bones of the scimitar-backed crocodile to make a large number of honeycomb bone pieces. After laying the honeycomb bone pieces on the back, head, and tail of the transmogrified leviathan of his guild members, he laid the rest on the tail of the transmogrified leviathan of ordinary survivors. After the king-level leviathan egg absorbed the energy transmission of tens of thousands of abyssal leviathans, a vague biological shadow appeared inside the egg, but the specific appearance was not yet clear. Soon, the egg released energy light waves, and the fourth round of defense began. Many survivors present were looking forward to it. They hoped that some 50-meter creatures would come, so that they could get better equipment and increase more attribute points. Just when these ordinary survivors were looking forward to it, the transmogrified leviathans not far outside the energy shield suddenly began to swim towards the energy shield, as if they wanted to avoid something. Shwa! Suddenly, a white light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, it flashed away from the sight of the survivors. The survivors didn't know what was going on. The next second, the body of a phantom leviathan was split in half from the middle, and a large amount of blood gushed out, dyeing the surrounding sea water red. My phantom leviathan! A survivor saw his phantom leviathan suddenly split in half, with an expression of disbelief on his face. It all happened too suddenly. Shwa! Swish! Swish! Most survivors didn't know what was going on, but more and more white lights flashed in the darkness. Almost every time it flashed, a phantom leviathan was cut in half. Until the white light met a phantom leviathan protected by honeycomb bone pieces, the extremely fast white light was slightly hindered by the hard honeycomb bone pieces, and everyone saw the figure of the white light. It was a giant creature with a white body and a triangular flat head. 2 blade-like bones extended from the 2 ends of the skull carapace to the tail, and the 2 blades protected the sides of the body. What kind of creature is this? It's so huge. How many meters long must it be? After seeing the true face of Bai Meng, the survivors fell into a commotion, and their faces showed fear, because the body length of this creature reached more than 200 meters, obviously a Leviathan-level creature. Although this white creature was slightly blocked by the honeycomb bone pieces on the body of the Phantom Leviathan, the strength of the honeycomb bone pieces on the surface of the Phantom Leviathan was not high. The honeycomb bone pieces were easily cut open after only blocking for a few seconds, and the Phantom Leviathan was also cut in half. Under the attack of these white creatures, hundreds of Phantom Leviathans died in just a few minutes. Although the Phantom Leviathans had discovered these white creatures through biological radar, they wanted to avoid the attack, but their speed was simply not comparable to that of the white creatures. Bang! At this time, a white light hit Zhou transformed Leviathan, causing it to shake, but the golden bone fragments did not cause any damage. Instead, the white creature's head was hit, and it felt dizzy, and it stopped for a while. Zhou transformed Leviathan flipped over, swung its tail, and hit the white creature's head hard, then swam quickly, drawing a golden arc around the white creature, hitting the golden thorns on its head against its horns, and piercing the white creature's body. Chapter 426. After all, the white creature is a Leviathan that excels in speed, so the armor on its body is not hard, and a big hole was pierced by the Phantom Leviathan at the first sight. Feeling the pain, the white creature began to swing its body constantly, trying to break free from the golden spikes of the Phantom Leviathan and escape, but as soon as the white creature broke free, it was hit by the phantom leviathan's tail again. The white creature was originally running away in a panic, and now it was hit hard again. The direction of its swimming changed, and it plunged into the rocky seabed below. The sharp triangular skull was deeply embedded in the rock, and it was difficult to pull out in a short time. Bang! The phantom leviathan did not give the white creature time to pull out its head. After sprinting up for a distance, it fell down suddenly, and smashed its body heavily on the body of the white creature. As the white creature's body was hit, the triangular head was embedded deeper in the rock, and it could not be pulled out at all. Then, the phantom leviathan began to use its golden thorns to pierce holes in the white creature's body, piercing about a dozen blood holes. The white creature struggled and twisted its body with less and less amplitude, and finally stopped moving. Then, the phantom leviathan carried the body of the white creature back and placed it in front of Zhou. Zhou immediately checked the illustration information of the white creature by touching it. Blade leviathan, stage, adult. Body length, 220 meters. Weight, 8,000 tons. Food type, carnivore. Introduction. A creature called Leviathan in the Abyss Sea. It is extremely fast in the seawater. The flat bones at both ends of its head are extremely sharp, which can split the prey in two while swimming rapidly. The bone blades can be made into the fin blades on both sides of the phantom leviathan. After reading the information of the wandering leviathan, Zhou directly entered its body, came to the stomach wall space, found the silver-rimmed material box, and opened it directly. Ding! Get the blueprint of the side fin bone blade of the transformed leviathan. Ding! Get the characteristic steel seal X1. There were only these two items in the box. After Zhou put the blueprint and characteristic steel seal into his own material box, he returned outside, and then pretended to be Bai Lan's subordinate and handed him the empty silver-rimmed material box. Bai Lan pretended to open the silver-rimmed material box and took a look, nodded to Zhou, and then asked his subordinates to start decomposing the body of the wandering leviathan, and Lang Liang made the bones into the strongest honeycomb bone pieces. The bone blade of the wandering leviathan was made into a side fin bone blade by Zhou, and then put it on the fin for the transformed leviathan. The fin of the transformed leviathan was like two blades at this time, and it could also be used to attack in the future. After that, everyone let their own leviathans jointly encircle and suppress these blade leviathans. Those leviathans with scales or bone armor on their bodies were the main force of the attack. The number of blade leviathans was not large, only a few thousand, but in order to kill these thousands of blade leviathans, the survivors lost nearly 100,000 leviathans. There was no way. The speed of the blade leviathans was too fast. Everyone thought that after encircling and suppressing these blade leviathans, the fourth round of defense would be over, but it was not the case. Shortly after all the blade leviathans were cleared, a lot of dull vibrations came from a distance, and after a while, larger creatures slowly approached the energy shield. These giant creatures, preliminarily estimated to be 500 meters long, look like turtles, but have 6 legs, and are covered in rocks all over their bodies, as if they were made of rocks. The cylindrical rock legs are nearly 100 meters in diameter. Every time they take a step, the surrounding ground will vibrate and emit a sound like thunder. After seeing these behemoths, the survivors present were desperate. The leviathans just now could barely deal with them, but these boulder-like creatures were like giant bulldozers, flattening all obstacles wherever they passed. The survivors first commanded their own leviathans to try to attack, but the attacks of the leviathans were useless against these rock creatures, and they couldn't even slow them down. The leviathans equipped with side fin bone blades can cause damage to these rock creatures, but the rock creatures are too large. To kill one, hundreds of attacks are required, and the number of leviathans with side fin bone blades is too small, so they can't kill these rock creatures quickly. Bang! 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 As these rock creatures approached, the vibration of their footsteps on the ground had been transmitted to the energy shield. Is the world system deliberately trying to kill us all? How can we defend against such huge creatures? I thought we could complete the trial safely this time, and fewer people would die. Now it seems that we are all going to die here. That's it. It's tiring to live in this world until now. The survivors no longer had the will to resist. Those rock creatures, like moving mountains, gradually surrounded all of them. The fate that awaited them was to be ruthlessly crushed by these mountains. Everyone recall the transformed Leviathan and retreat to the dome. Bai Lan ordered loudly. The survivors looked at Bai Lan inexplicably. They didn't know why Bai Lan gave this order. In their opinion, retreating to the inside was just a way to delay the death time. It was meaningless. Hurry up and retreat. Seeing that these ordinary survivors did not move, Bai Lan shouted again. This time, the ordinary survivors retreated slowly and numbly. Zhou Wen also retreated, looking at the Leviathan above. Among the current survivors, only the top survivors can deal with the 500-meter Leviathan creature, but that also requires all the characteristics to be activated. But is such a huge gap in strength really reasonable? Zhou Wen guessed that when those rock creatures were about to approach the energy shield, the Leviathan might attack. If not, he could only kill these rock creatures by himself. But this is obviously the worst result, because even if he fully activates the characteristics, he can only kill a few hundred at most before the amplification time of tungsten gold characteristics ends, but there are tens of thousands of these rock creatures. It is probably the limit for people in other areas to kill thousands of them. Soon, most people's transformed Leviathans returned to the outside of the energy shield, and only those transformed Leviathans with bone blades were still attacking the rock creatures. Slowly, the rock creatures were less than 100 meters away from the energy shield. At this time, a white energy beam with a thickness of 100 meters suddenly shot out from above and pierced a rock creature in an instant. Then, tens of thousands of energy beams were fired at the same time, and the entire circular space looked like a blooming white chrysanthemum from above. Tens of thousands of rock creatures were killed by energy beams in an instant, and the desperate fourth round of defense ended so abruptly.